Thus, the realm of Qi surged with excitement. The family that stumbled upon Zhaozhao looked enviously at Zhaozhao, who held a large chicken leg in her left hand and hot milk at her right, their eyes burning with jealousy. The villagers, who regarded her as a harbinger of misfortune, watched as Zhaozhao attended kindergarten, learned to read, and even dared to fly and dive, swallowing hard in envy. The citizens of Qi gazed in awe at the bustling scene unfolding in the sky, with its towering buildings, exclaiming that deities had descended from the heavens. The farmer whose door had been knocked on looked pale and trembled in fear. Continuing from the previous chapter. Chapter 116. Marriages between close relatives are invalid. They wished to discern Shan Ruochu's attitude, however. She merely smiled at He Jian and remarked, "Thank you. Compared to my silly younger brother, you are much more considerate." All right, I get it, little steward," He Jian replied, turning to call Yuan. "Aren't you coming up? You're the only one left here. Not at all my sister is here watching me swim," Yuan said, feeling more at ease after Sister Chu had departed. With such a vast pool left to himself, he could swim freely while his sister focused on admiring his strokes. Jian Yunsang observed the playful banter between the brothers, finding it rare to see He Jian at a loss before Yuan. Yuan, it seemed, had recently grown bolder. One wondered what had compelled him to oppose his elder brother, not fearing the potential loss of his snack privileges. Hey! Yuan was left dumbfounded, nestled in the water as he watched Jian Yunsang lead Zhaozhao into the house. Slowly, he turned his head to meet He Jian's expressionless face, instinctively shrinking his neck. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt a chill. Indeed, this winter was not the time for swimming. Jian Yunsang, noticing Zhaozhao lost in thought, poured her a glass of water and watched her sip it softly before inquiring, "What's the matter? What are you thinking so deeply about? Was there a secret she was unaware of? Sister Chu and my cousin, are they going to get married? They are engaged, right?" Jian Yunsang was taken aback. What? Did she just hear that Chu and Jian were getting married? Engaged? How was she unaware of such news? Yet, while she felt astonished, the citizens of Qi appeared to have an epiphany, especially those who had doubted He Jian's character, nodding vigorously and exhaling deeply. Yes, they're 16 and 18. It is indeed the age for engagement. No wonder they are so at ease with each other. It must be due to their engagement. Indeed, they are cousins, and with such a match of talent and beauty, it is simply a union of families. Surely, both families have reached an understanding, which is why they act so nonchalantly. This makes sense. No wonder that young man was the only one in the pool. Everyone felt they had uncovered the truth, and some self-deprecatingly thought, why hadn't they considered this sooner? They almost misjudged the situation, thanks to Zhaozhao's reminder. If they were indeed engaged, then such behaviors could be somewhat accepted, although some still believe that even engaged couples should uphold propriety. Yet, compared to having no relation at all, this was vastly preferable. With these thoughts in mind, they eagerly raised their heads, awaiting Jian Yunsang's affirmative answer. However, upon hearing Zhaozhao's comment, Jian Yunsang was momentarily taken aback and then burst into laughter. After a moment, she embraced the bewildered Zhaozhao and chuckled. "Of course not. How could your sister Chu possibly be engaged to your cousin?" Upon hearing this denial, the citizens of Qi collectively gasped in disbelief. They could not fathom why, if they were not engaged, their conduct appeared so lacking in decorum. Moreover, with Jian Yunsang, an elder, present, why had she not uttered a word? This seemed utterly irresponsible. Some had begun to harbor not only opinions against Shan Ruochu and He Jian, but also towards Jian Yunsang herself. Zhaozhao, lacking such complex thoughts, was taken aback by her mother's words, exclaiming, "Huh? But I just saw my cousin draping a coat over Sister Chu, and he was so gentle. That is simply your cousin's gentlemanly demeanor." "What does gentlemanly demeanor mean?" Jian Yunsang set aside the cup of water in her hand and patiently explained, "A gentlemanly demeanor means that a man is courteous and possesses great decorum in his interactions. When your sister Chu emerges from the water, she risks catching a chill if not kept warm. As her relative, your cousin naturally cares for her well-being, hence he immediately provided her with a towel." Reflecting for a moment, she added, "Of course, your cousin did not touch Sister Chu's body, did he?" Seizing the opportunity to educate Zhaozhao, she continued, stating that while it is acceptable for a cousin to drape a coat over a sister, one must not allow physical contact. This applies to brothers as well as other relatives, and especially to strangers. Should anyone touch her, spy on her, or tug at her clothing, she must promptly inform her parents. Seeing that Zhaozhao understood, she smiled and said, "Do not mention to anyone that they are engaged, all right?" Zhaozhao, somewhat shy, leaned closer to Jianyun saying and whispered, "I will tell mommy, but why can't they get married? Sister Chu Chu is beautiful, and my cousin is very, very handsome." Jianyun saying, chuckled the little girl, even knew what handsome meant. It must have been Yuan Yuan or Yu Zmo who taught her. Because their cousins' marriages between close relatives are invalid and prohibited by law. Zhaozhao blinked, somewhat confused, huh? What does marrying a close relative mean? It refers to marriages between direct relatives or relatives within 3 generations, which are considered close. Zhaozhao clearly struggled to grasp these phrases. Jianyun Sang simplified her explanation. In simpler terms, those with close blood ties cannot marry. For instance, cousins and siblings, as well as relationships like uncle-niece or aunt-nephew, are all prohibited from marrying. Zhaozhao's eyes widened in realization. Was that so? Chapter 117. The Dangers of Marriages Between Close Relatives. The people of the Qi transitioned from confusion to cold laughter. What nonsense is this? It is normal for siblings not to marry, as they belong to the same clan. But why can't cousins marry? Their blood ties are even closer, they become one family, which is a union of kin. However, Jianyun Sang's subsequent explanation struck them like lightning, leaving them utterly devastated. She stated, "Research shows that marriages between close relatives often lead to infertility, miscarriage, and a significantly high probability of deformities or diseases in surviving children. Furthermore, even if children are born healthy, they are prone to early death." As her words echoed, the realm of the Qi erupted in astonishment. Many dropped what they were holding, their faces etched with disbelief. Even Emperor Jing Xian stood there, utterly shocked. The young lady had just mentioned infertility, miscarriage, and defects in offspring, short lifespans. He recalled that the noble concubine Shu, a daughter of the emperor's maternal family, was his cousin. Emperor Jing Xian clearly recalled not only concubine Shu's identity, but also how she had been in the palace for several years, having been pregnant twice, only to suffer miscarriages at 2 to 3 months, and Qi that time. He had even suspected whether a certain bold concubine had dared to harm the royal progeny. After all, at that time, his empress had already passed away for 2 years, and the empress dowager had long favored Shuffy as her successor. However, due to Shuffy's miscarriage, the matter ultimately came to nothing. Recently, the empress dowager has once again brought up this issue. The Jing Xian emperor, having gained a clue about the whereabouts of the sweet potatoes, was in a rather good mood. He thought that the empress position had been left vacant for too long, and Shuffy had been managing many affairs in the harem over the years, gaining experience. Even though she had no offspring, it was not a significant concern. She had merely experienced a miscarriage and was not incapable of conceiving. Even if she could not bear children, adopting a prince under her name would suffice. Thus he felt a slight alleviation. Could it be that consanguineous marriages could pose such grave dangers? In the vast Qi, due to the notion of kinship, certain customs, and even practices of exchanging spouses, countless cousins married each other. If this were truly the case, the entire Qi would be thrown into chaos. The Jingxian emperor still had some trust in the heavenly will. Although he did not wish to believe Jianyun Sang's words, he was aware that she would not speak without reason, nor would she deceive Zhaozhao without cause. Thus, he slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said to Chao Qing, "Convey my decree summoned the ministers of the 6 ministries, the Grand Tutor, and the left and right. Assistants of the Ministry of Rights to the palace for a discussion on state affairs." Understood. Chao Qing left, and the Jingxian emperor remained seated on the dragon throne, his expression solemn as he pondered. Indeed, throughout history, there have been numerous instances of consanguineous marriages. Not to mention commoners. Even within royal families, such occurrences were countless. The most renowned examples are Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty and Empress Chun, who were cousins yet remained childless for many years. Furthermore, Emperor Cheng of Han, Liu Ao, and Empress Su had 1 son and 1 daughter, both of whom died young. If the distance between the Han Dynasty and the Qi rendered the reasons obscure, what of the previous dynasty, that of Rome? The Jing Xian emperor had extensively studied Rome, paying particular attention to the harem. According to his knowledge, among the 23 emperors of Rome, there were 6 or 7 empresses who were related by blood, not to mention the consorts. Among them, 2 empresses were childless throughout their lives, while the children of the other empresses were often either temperamental or died young. There were also secret rumors in the palace that 2 princes were secretly killed shortly after birth due to physical defects. The more he thought, the more alarmed the Jing Xian emperor became. He had never considered these matters in depth before. Even when he heard of them, he did not take them seriously. In this world, the death of children was far too common, and many children were born with defects. No one would link these issues to consanguineous marriages. The Jing Xian emperor rubbed his temples indeed. The situation had become perplexed. Meanwhile, his harem was equally tumultuous. Ever since the appearance of the heavenly will, the emperor had predominantly been engaged in observing the previous dynasty, convening discussions with ministers only during emergencies, and he had scarcely visited the harem. The consorts had mostly gathered in the Empress Dowager's palace. The Empress Dowager enjoyed watching the heavenly will and particularly relished discussing her thoughts afterward. When she encountered matters of interest, she would engage others in conversation, and the consorts naturally accompanied her in viewing the spectacle. It must be said that since the advent of the heavenly will, harmony had significantly increased in the harem. They had even begun to take an interest in the matters presented by the heavenly will, expressing great curiosity and astonishment at its revelations. Many consorts envied the women of later generations. Although they had seen few women in their current time, it was enough to kindle their aspirations. At this moment, they were seated in the courtyard of the Empress Dowager's palace, quietly chatting, snacking, and watching the heavenly will. When they saw Shan Richu stepping out of the pool in light attire, they gasped and, in front of the Empress Dowager, feigned virtuous indignation. Only when the Empress Dowager impatiently called for silence did they close their mouths and continue watching the heavenly will. Who would have thought that the heavenly will, which had previously maintained a distant relationship with them, would suddenly strike them with such a thunderous revelation, leaving them utterly stunned? The latter was now pale, her body cold and stiff, and she did not even notice the cup drop from her hands. Not only her, but even the Empress Dowager was rendered motionless by the shock, soon leaning back helplessly. One of the senior palace maids cried out in alarm and hurried to support her. Empress Dowager! Empress Dowager! Quickly summoned the imperial physician on the other side. Shuffy also closed her eyes and fell forward. Your Highness, the grand palace erupted into chaos. Amid the turmoil in the harem, Jian Yunsang, who had cast the bomb, remained remarkably calm. She held Zhaozhao and inquired, "Is it true that there are cousins marrying in Shanglu village?" Upon her nodding in affirmation, Jian Yunsang sighed and asked, "Then think about it. Are the children born to them healthy?" Zhaozhao actually knew of 2 cases. Uncle Li, who lives next door to the Hu family, married his cousin from his maternal family. They had a daughter who was normal, but their son, even at 2 years of age, could not walk. For this reason, the household believed Zhaozhao had brought misfortune upon them, as she had appeared in Shanglu village 2 years prior. However, the Li family did not do anything to Zhaozhao. They merely held a dislike for her. Whenever she passed by their door, they would promptly close it. Compared to others, the Li family was relatively friendly, as they did not prevent her from passing by their doorstep. Chapter 118. The changes brought by Zhaozhao. Jian Yunsang's question gradually led the people of the Qi from shock to a semblance of calm. While some cases might be normal, others were either dull-witted, clumsy, or did not survive to adulthood. In summary, the probability of problems arising from children born of consanguineous marriages was indeed higher than that of ordinary couples. The more they contemplated, the paler the faces of the people became, especially for those families who had already engaged in consanguineous marriages and had children. They felt as if the sky was falling. Didn't they say that kinship was beneficial? Why was this happening? Why did couples with similar bloodlines produce less healthy offspring? Why? Zhaozhao also asked, "Mother, why is this happening?" Jian Yunsang pondered. The concepts of dominant and recessive genes would be incomprehensible to Zhaozhao. Thus, she could only explain in the simplest terms possible. Each of us carries some harmful substances in our bodies. These substances can be passed on to the next generation when we have children. Therefore, relatives with the same ancestor might inherit the same harmful substances. When such relatives marry, these harmful substances may be compounded, leading to diseases. It's akin to boiling water. At 50 degrees, it's just right if you heat it another 50 degrees, it reaches 100 degrees, and drinking it would scald you. Zhaozhao looked up and thought for a moment. It seems I somewhat understand. Thus, consanguineous marriage is utterly inadvisable. It not only violates human ethics, but is also detrimental to future generations. The people of the Qi seemed to grasp this notion, albeit with limited understanding. However, they were perplexed. Why do we all carry harmful substances? If so, why aren't we sick? Who could say for sure? Miss Jian did not clarify, and they could not explain it either. Yet, they were convinced that consanguineous marriages would indeed have significant repercussions for the next generation. The Jingxian emperor took a deep breath. It seemed he had much to attend to moving forward. He needed to thoughtfully consider how to address the matter of those couples who had married among cousins. For affluent families, it was manageable at worst. They could divorce. However, he feared for those in more conservative small towns who might force couples into dire straits. While contemplating this, he heard Zhaozhao exclaim, "Oh no." Jian Yunsang looked down. "What happened?" "My sister Lin Lan, the one I've mentioned who has been so kind to me." Seeing Jian Yunsang nod, she grew anxious and said, "Sister Lin Lan said her aunt also wants her to marry her cousin. Will her children be unhealthy too? What should we do?" Jian Yunsang found herself at a loss. The sixth village existed centuries ago, and the young lady Lin Lan had long since departed from this world. Whether or not she wed her cousin had become a foregone conclusion. Yet, observing the anxious expression on Zhaozhao's face, she reassured, "You need not worry excessively. Did you not mention that it is merely your aunt's desire for her to marry her cousin? She is yet to wed. Who can say if unforeseen circumstances might arise, rendering this union impossible?" Zhaozhao lifted her gaze. What unforeseen circumstances could possibly occur? Sister Lin Lan's grandparents are in full agreement. Jian Yunsang hesitated. Well, for instance, did your sister's grandparents not originally intend to cast aside her younger sister? However, thanks to your assistance, her sister remains unharmed, and their plot has been unveiled. This may even lead to a division of the family. It stands to reason that her grandparents would be quite displeased, perhaps even opposing the marriage with her cousin. Zhaozhao's expression brightened. Indeed, mother, your insight is remarkable. Such a scenario is certainly plausible. At that moment, Lin Lan, gazing at the sky from the deck, paused in surprise, but soon chuckled softly. "Oh Zhaozhao, it appears that because of you, this matter may indeed come to naught." It was true that her aunt harbored intentions for her to marry her cousin. Her aunt frequently praised her diligence and kindness, proclaiming that she would undoubtedly make an excellent wife. Yet, as Lin Lan approached her coming of age, her aunt's sudden insistence on marrying her off to her cousin felt like a betrayal of that affection. Certain statements made by her aunt were particularly unsettling. She often lectured Lin Lan on how a woman should serve her husband, claimed that it was common for a husband to strike his wife, and emphasized the necessity for a woman to bear several sons to secure her place within her husband's family. Otherwise, she could hardly blame him for straying. Additionally, whenever her aunt brought her treats, she insisted that Lin Lan must repay her kindness in the future and show filial piety. These remarks left Lin Lan feeling quite uncomfortable, especially since she had no desire to marry her cousin. The situation grew more intolerable as she discovered her cousin's violent temper and propensity for brutality. Initially, during the time when the old Lin family had not yet split, her marriage was dictated by her grandparents, who had already given their consent, leaving her no room for refusal. Moreover, the reasons she found objectionable held little weight in their eyes. However, due to Zhaozhao's involvement, the old Lin family had divided. Now, her marriage would be decided by her parents, who cherished her and would heed her opinions. Yet, she had not yet articulated her thoughts or found a suitable excuse when Zhaozhao unexpectedly provided her with significant assistance. This assistance alleviated any lingering concerns. At this moment, Lin Tian placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, stating, "Before the division of the family, your aunt had mentioned your marriage to me. I could discern your reluctance to wed your cousin, so I delayed the discussion under the pretext that your mother had just given birth and was thus exhausted. I had been contemplating how to persuade your grandparents, but I never anticipated that the incident would lead to our separation. With your grandparents no longer in charge, we have encountered fewer complications. I had not yet devised a strategy for addressing your aunt, but it seems I need not elaborate. She shall likely refrain from bringing it up again. Lin Tian felt a profound sense of relief. Though the old Lin family could no longer dictate Lin Lan's marriage, their family had benefited financially from the division, and as their circumstances improved, his sister would likely be even less inclined to relinquish this union. Chapter 119. A conflict arose at the moment the celestial canopy emerged. His sister, upon learning of Chaochao's existence, hurried to Shangliu village, much like other relatives and friends. The abrupt division of the Lin family, coupled with their parents' anger, had prevented Aunt Lin from broaching the subject of marriage. Nevertheless, she stealthily approached their allotted house, inquiring about Chaochao and the benefits they might receive. The excitement in her eyes startled Lin Tian for a moment. Had not other relatives interrupted her questioning, he might have felt as if Aunt Lin intended to bestow the silver ankle chain as a dowry for Lin Lan, thereby marrying into their family. Now, having caught the emperor's favor, they were soon to proceed to the capital for an audience. Should the promised rewards, as the village chief had said, materialize, the Lin family's fortunes would surely flourish. Consequently, his sister would be all the more reluctant to let go of this marriage proposal. Lin Tian had been troubled for days, pondering how to find an excuse to decline this union. He feared that a misstep might lead to rumors of their family being disdainful of their poor relatives, which would spell disaster for both Lin Lan and her sister. Now, however, the fog that had clouded his mind had lifted, and the dilemma that had plagued him for days was resolved. Lin Tian felt as though the sky had turned a deeper blue, and the air had grown clearer. He could not help but smile, reflecting that Chaochao was indeed their family's fortunate star. She had saved his youngest daughter, facilitated their separation, granted them the chance for an audience, and now resolved Lin Lan's disfavored marriage. Guo Xiaocai remarked that it was Lin Lan's prior good deeds that had brought about such fortune. Granny Zhou nodded in agreement, suggesting that if they were like the Hu family trio, Chaochao would represent divine will in claiming them. The onlookers on the deck exchanged glances, noting that they had not seen those few individuals for several days. They were curious about how the Hu family trio was faring in the cabin below. The Hu family trio was nearing madness. They reminded themselves repeatedly to exercise restraint and patience, believing that once they reached the capital, presented their grievances to the emperor, their family's plight would improve. However, the suffocating atmosphere in the cabin, the cramped and damp environment, and the cold air made it unbearable, leaving them unable even to step outside for fresh air. Though they could not see the celestial canopy, they could still hear Chaochao's vibrant voice, knowing that her life was flourishing despite their separation. Their hearts twisted with anger, yet they could do nothing against the celestial canopy or Chaochao. Simultaneously, they harbored resentment towards Lin Lan for not advocating for them. At that moment, upon hearing Chaochao's words, Zhang Shi burst into laughter, exclaiming that Lin Lan was to marry her cousin, and that any children born would either be sickly or die young, a fitting retribution. Jiang Lao-san exchanged glances with the equally despondent Guangzi, chuckling derisively. "Are you foolish?" Chaochao's mother spoke at length. "We heard it, and so did Lin Lan. They are not yet married. There is still time. How could there possibly be sickly or early dead children?" Guangzi smirked. "I see the retribution lies with you too. You are both cousins by blood, and isn't Hu Baodan a fool? What did you say?" The furious Hu Fulai lunged at him, initially reluctant to engage. Guangzi retaliated fiercely as soon as Hu Fulai reached for him. Their mutual hostility flared, escalating into a violent confrontation that quickly spread throughout the small cabin. Before long, the sound of blows echoed through the cramped space. By the time the accompanying guard arrived to separate them, both were bloodied and battered. The guards, though exasperated, could not allow them to perish there. They had to summon a physician for treatment. When this incident reached the deck, Lin Lan and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Ignoring them, they turned their attention back to Chaochao. Granny Zhou had no desire to hear news of those individuals. Soon, everyone cast the matter aside. Meanwhile, in Shangliu village, the couple from the Li family, previously mentioned by Chaochao, sat in a daze, staring blankly at the celestial canopy. After an indeterminate time, Pan Xiaoxiao suddenly collapsed onto the ground, uncontrollably laughing, and as tears streamed down her face, she realized, so it is it is not misfortune. It is not the result of consuming something forbidden. It is not due to offending any deities. It is because we are cousins carrying the same detrimental traits which have manifested in our children. As Pan Chaochao wept quietly, her sobs escalated into a full-blown cry, as though she were trying to release all the grievances she had endured over the past 2 years. The pressure had been suffocating, nearly robbing her of breath. Initially, the Hu family claimed that all misfortunes stemmed from Chaochao's presence. She longed to confront Chaochao, questioning why she appeared in Shangliu village, right next to their home. Yet, upon witnessing the frail and pitiful Chaochao, she could not utter a harsh word, almost closing the door to shield herself from sight. The anguish that had no outlet for expression festered within her, growing increasingly unbearable. She thought that if this continued, she might not survive. But now the celestial canopy revealed to her that it was not her fault, nor anyone's fault. It was merely a consequence of their close kinship, a result of the blood bond between her and her husband. Li Dao squatted beside her, tears flowing freely, his eyes red and stinging, filled with a bewildering confusion. The couple wept in silence, offering no words. Li's parents stood at the entrance of the main room, watching them with similar expressions of uncertainty about the future. This state of despair persisted until a knock echoed from outside. Li Dao and Pan Chaochao, seemingly deaf to the sound, were too consumed by their grief to respond. It was Li's parents who wiped their faces and hurried to the courtyard to open the door. Upon seeing who stood outside, both were momentarily taken aback, then nervously adjusted their clothing, instinctively kneeling and greetings, esteemed ones. Standing at the doorway were none other than County Magistrate Gao Hongfei and the village chief, Yu Chai. The villagers of Shangliu were now quite familiar with the frequently appearing magistrate. Although they had never spoken to him before, their fear had lessened. However, being visited for the first time, and recalling the Lin family's recent apprehension, the Li family felt a wave of panic wash over them, their legs trembling. Chapter 120. The Princess Dress? Gao Hongfei instructed them to rise and then entered the Li home. Although Li Dao and Pan Chaochao were still consumed by grief, they supported each other to stand, silently wiping away tears as they awaited their uncertain fate. The Li family suspected that the magistrate's visit was related to the celestial canopy's mention of their family, yet they were uncertain whether their outcome would be favorable or unfavorable. Yu Chai, noticing the Li family's awkwardness, took it upon himself to retrieve a long bench from the main room. He attempted to fetch water, but was halted by Gao Hongfei, who said there was no need for such busyness. They would only have a brief conversation, as there were other matters to attend to. Yu Chai nodded and promptly nudged the Li family. Li Laotu stumbled slightly, bowing and clasping his hands. Esteemed one, please feel free to instruct us. We will certainly comply. Gao Hongfei waved his hand, wearing a more amiable smile. No need to be so anxious. I have come regarding the celestial canopy. You must have heard about the dangers of close-kin marriages. The Li family nodded, and Pan Chaochao's face betrayed her sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. I wish to inquire about your plans moving forward. Plans? The members of the Li family exchanged glances, still grappling with the information imparted by Tianmu, their minds far from contemplating future plans. They had yet to devise any strategies. The elderly Li hesitated, tremblingly inquiring, uncertain of what the esteemed official might think. The absence of plans was, in fact, the very reason for Gao Hongfei and his companion's prompt arrival. The official himself harbored no particular thoughts. He merely noted that the union of close relatives had become an established fact, with both parties being innocent and blame not attributable to anyone. His intent was for the two families to deliberate on the matter thoughtfully, avoiding extreme actions, particularly the dissolution of marriage, which was particularly inadvisable. For those wishing to continue as a couple, they should strive to live harmoniously. For those who truly wish to part ways, they should do so amicably, compensating as needed and ensuring a peaceful resolution, allowing both families to remain relatives. What say you? The Li family was momentarily stunned, then promptly nodded in agreement, affirming the wisdom of the official's words and promising to convene for a thorough discussion. Gao Hongfei nodded in return, urging them not to be too disheartened, for their lives would surely improve with time. The Li family acquiesced, and as Gao Hongfei and his companion stood to leave, they hurried to see them off. Once outside the gates of the Li residence, Gao Hongfei exhaled deeply. He was unsure of the Li family's decision, but it was highly likely they would choose to part ways. In contemporary society, there was a profound emphasis on the progeny. With Li Dao having a son and a daughter, the son being somewhat impaired, it was inevitable that both he and his family would insist upon him marrying another wife to bear a healthy child. They were conveniently situated in Shanglu village, intending to resolve the matters concerning the two households mentioned by Zhaozhao, with him visiting the Li family while Liang Wei attended to another. With their intervention, the fates of Pan Chaochao and the other young lady would likely improve. Beyond Shanglu village, other villages and towns likely harbored many similar marital entanglements, promising a busy future ahead. Nevertheless, Gao Hongfei believed that the revelation from Tianmu was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, such missteps would perpetually recur. Unexpectedly, however, Li Dao and Pan Chaochao did not divorce. The outcome of the discussions between the families was conveyed to him by Yu Chai, who revealed that Li Dao and his wife shared genuine affection and were reluctant to part. Li Dao felt compassion. His mother was Pan Chaochao's aunt, who had adored her niece since childhood, and although a rift had formed due to the birth of a child with defects, the realization of the truth now filled her with sorrow for her niece. Similarly, Pan Chaochao could not bear to leave her young children. She could hardly fathom the treatment her offspring would receive from Li Dao's future wife, and simply the thought of it was unbearable. Thus, the two families ultimately resolved to continue living harmoniously. As for the children, although their youngest son, at 2 years old, had yet to walk, he was otherwise normal, speaking at a typical pace, displaying dexterity in his fingers, and maintaining good health. At worst, he was merely a person with a disability in his legs. In contrast, another household in Shanglu village, whose couple had been married for 3 years without offspring, found their affection for one another waning. Upon the emergence of the topic of consanguinity, both parties contemplated parting ways. However, after Liang Wei's visit, they amicably drafted a divorce agreement, with the woman taking her dowry and the man providing some compensation, thus severing their marital ties. It was said that shortly thereafter, both individuals remarried, and within a year, each welcomed children of their own. Of course, these were matters for another time. At this moment, Gao Hongfei emerged from the Li residence, lifting his gaze toward the heavens, which had grown dim. Jian Yunsang was accompanying Zhaozhao for a midday nap. By the time the skies brightened again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. As Zhaozhao awoke, Song Zhan approached with a beaming smile, inquiring about her nap. Embarrassed, Zhaozhao nodded, and upon noticing Shun Ruochu following closely behind Song Zhan, she recalled her previous misjudgment, feeling even more bashful, wishing to hide her face. Shun Ruochu, noticing her fluster, chuckled, asking, "What's wrong, Zhaozhao? Are you shy upon seeing your sister?" No, sister is beautiful," Zhaozhao replied. Shun Ruochu raised an eyebrow, remarking that indeed, her little sister was charming. Younger brothers can be quite bothersome. Song Zhan cast a sidelong glance at Shun Ruochu, then lifted Zhaozhao into her arms, saying, "Come, let us have a snack and try on the clothes for tomorrow." All right. After a light meal, Song Zhan produced a line of garments. "Zhaozhao, so many?" Zhaozhao exclaimed. Song Zhan's smile was radiant as she beckoned. "Come, let us see which one you like." Before Zhaozhao could respond, Shun Ruochu and Yuan had already begun selecting outfits. "I think this one is pretty. This one is nice. It sparkles, just what my little sister loves." The two girls each held up a pink and a light blue dress, both adorably styled. Yuan, fearing Zhaozhao would choose Shun Ruochu's selection, quickly dashed in front of her, exclaiming, "Sister, you must wear this princess dress. It will look stunning on you." Zhaozhao, who had been intently examining the dresses, widened her eyes at the mention of a princess dress. "Princess dress? Isn't it only for princesses to wear? If I wear it, will I get executed?" The thought sent a wave of terror through her, and she clutched Jian Yunsang's clothing tightly. Mama, can I wear this dress?" Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she dashed outside, tossing back a parting remark, "I still need sparkly accessories. Wait for me, I'll fetch them." Jian Yunsang and Song Zhan exchanged glances, while Yuan puzzled over Zhaozhao's odd question, but soon connected the dots. Understanding Zhaozhao's concerns, they felt it inappropriate to explain openly with Shun Ruochu present. Thus, Jian Yunsang simply smiled and gently pressed her shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right, you can wear it. It's from Grandma and Mama. You need not worry. Now, let us change." Meeting Jian Yunsang's calm gaze, Zhaozhao felt a surge of comfort and obediently began to change. However, while Zhaozhao's heart was settled, the people of Qi were in utter disarray. A princess? What are they talking about? Even if Zhaozhao is cherished and her aunt holds a high office, she cannot call herself a princess. That would be a grievous disrespect. Some chuckled awkwardly, attempting to rationalize. Perhaps they were merely speaking casually at home. They wouldn't say such things publicly. But how could one be certain? Look at Yuan. She is so young. How would she know not to speak recklessly outside? If someone with ill intentions overheard, it could spell disaster. It might even jeopardize her aunt's position. Others contemplated deeper implications. For instance, Emperor Jingxian, observing Jian Yunsang and Song Zhen's demeanor, harbored a foreboding feeling. Yu Kongsheng whispered to his colleague, "Do you think there will still be princesses in the future? Otherwise, why would they be so unreserved?" The He family was not one to be ignorant of worldly matters. On the contrary, their kin held official positions, making them particularly astute. His colleague clung to a glimmer of hope, conjecturing, perhaps future princesses won't be called princesses anymore. But something else? Like what? Yu Kongsheng shot him a sidelong glance. Like fairies? Yu Kongsheng burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. All right, let us keep an eye on the heavens. Miss Jian will surely explain things to Zhaozhao later. For now, Jian Yunsang was preoccupied, as everyone was assisting Zhaozhao with her outfit. At this moment, as she donned her attire, listening to Shun Ruochu's exclamations, Zhaozhao's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling exceedingly bashful. Shun Ruochu found immense joy in dressing Zhaozhao, akin to playing a dress-up game, relishing the sense of achievement in beautifying her. She flitted about, leaving Jian Yunsang and Song Zhen with little opportunity to intervene. This dress is beautiful. Upon seeing the trailing navy blue starry tulle gown, Shun Ruochu's eyes sparkled with delight. She quickly took photos of Zhaozhao, but after reviewing the images, she furrowed her brow, feeling something was amiss. She rummaged through the jewelry box on the vanity and pulled out a necklace, but it did not quite match. So she exchanged it for another. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of the sound, and there was Yuan rushing in with a box, his expression brimming with excitement. Upon reaching Zhaozhao, he opened the box with a flourish, exclaiming, "Look, isn't it beautiful?" Zhaozhao leaned in, her eyes widening at the sight of the glittering treasures filling the box. This is a headband, this is a bracelet, this is an anklet, and this is a necklace. Shun Ruochu glanced at it, her lips twitching. "Where did you get these?" "We already have headbands and necklaces in the room. Grandma has prepared everything." Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "What you prepared is not pretty. This is what suits Zhaozhao. A little princess should wear such sparkling treasures." "Zhaozhao, hurry. Pick one of each, and by tomorrow, you'll be the brightest star at the event." As he spoke, he dumped the contents onto the bed, mixing them with the necklaces and bracelets already there. Shun Ruochu nearly exploded with frustration. "Hiji Yuan, take your things away." "What are these?" "All plastic. How can they look good on you?" "They shine brightly, which is what makes them beautiful. No matter how shiny they are, they will blind you. Have you considered what occasion is tomorrow? Do you think these cheap trinkets are appropriate? They're not just a few coins. This whole box costs 500. Yuan huffed proudly. "I personally selected and purchased them." Shun Ruochu laughed coldly. "You mentioned a box costing 500. That means each piece is only a few coins. With your allowance being so generous, how can you bear to give such cheap gifts?" Yuan felt she was being unreasonable and turned to Zhaozhao. "The cost doesn't matter. What matters is the sparkle. Sister, try them on." At that moment, Zhaozhao was staring in astonishment at something on the bed, her eyes wide. Shun Ruochu quickly pushed Yuan aside. "Stop bothering Zhaozhao. She clearly doesn't like it. Leave now and don't create chaos here. You are the one creating chaos. You're much older, so your taste is different from that of us younger children." "Am I old?" Song Zhen, pained by their bickering, finally lost her patience. "Enough. Both of you go out. From now on, it's just Yunsang and me." With that, she pushed the arguing pair out the door. As the door closed, tranquility returned. Song Zhen sighed and walked back to Zhaozhao's side, saying to Jian Yunsang, "Let's not bother with those bracelets and anklets. Tomorrow, when the stylist arrives, let them create a lovely hairstyle for her and pair it with this pearl headband. Simple and elegant, without being overly extravagant." "What is it? Does Zhaozhao like this ring?" She recalled that this ring was brought in by Yuan earlier. Zhaozhao, with a blank expression, turned her head and reached for the ring on the bed, uncertainly asking, "Just now, Sister Chu Chu said this ring is very cheap?" Song Jun and Jian Yun Sang exchanged glances and nodded. "Yes, why? Is it just a few coins?" Song Jun replied, "It should be." Jian Yun Sang, as if struck by a thought, asked, "Does Zhaozhao find this ring familiar?" Zhaozhao nodded, though she could not recall what the ring she wore 2 years ago looked like, but they likely resembled these shiny ones that children adore. With a hint of worry, Zhaozhao said, "This ring is so cheap, yet I was going to consider it a fine gift for Sister Lin Lan and Grandma Zhou, thinking they could sell it to pay off their debts. But a few coins in Lu Village is practically nothing. How can I help them, Mama?" A valid question indeed. Even Emperor Jing Xian wished to inquire about a solution. At this moment, he was in the Yishou Palace, where the Empress Dowager had fainted after hearing about the harms of cousin marriages. He hurriedly made his way to Yishou Palace. Fortunately, the imperial physician reported that both the Empress Dowager and the Shu Fei were merely overly shocked and in good health. They merely needed rest and care. Despite this reassurance, Emperor Jing Xian found it difficult to leave, but luckily the Empress Dowager soon regained consciousness. Upon seeing him, memories of their shared issues flooded her mind, causing her distress. However, what had happened had already transpired, and the pressing matter was to resolve it. The Empress Dowager suggested that Shu Fei remain in the palace, but implied that having children would no longer be a possibility, and the position of Empress would likely slip from her grasp. After careful consideration, however, Emperor Jing Xian promptly rejected the notion. "Mother, I wish to release Shu Fei from the palace." The Empress Dowager hesitated. "Release her? You mean to send her to a temple for cultivation? Your Highness, she is your cousin. Isn't that rather cruel?" The Empress Dowager was astonished. Such a precedent has never existed throughout history. Is it not inappropriate? Traditionally, a neglected concubine would either reside in the cold palace or be sent to a temple. Given Shu Fei's current predicament, regaining favor was impossible. But as long as the Empress Dowager remained, her status would not change. Yet to suggest she leave the palace to remarry? That defied convention. Who would dare take the emperor's woman? Emperor Jingxian asserted, "I have thought this through. The entire court is aware of Shu Fei's identity. Now, the whole world knows the dangers of cousin marriage, and not just the nobility, but common folk will be caught off guard by this news, causing inevitable chaos. As emperor, I must set an example. Allowing Shu Fei to remarry will also convey to the populace that cousin marriages are a reality, but there are various solutions available, not limited to divorce or forcing a wife to take her own life. Historically, when the top leads, the bottom follows. If I permit Shu Fei to remarry, officials will emulate this, allowing their children to separate, and a portion of the populace will undoubtedly follow suit." The Empress Dowager fell silent, her concerns growing, fearing opposition from court. "This is my family matter. They have no say in it." The Empress Dowager sighed. Perhaps this was for the best. After all, Shu Fei was her own niece, and if she remained in the palace, her future would be bleak, leaving her with nothing but gloom, subjected to ridicule and disdain from other concubines. Just the thought was disheartening. Mother and son quickly reached a consensus, feeling that this approach was most suitable for Shu Fei. Acting swiftly, Emperor Jingxian sent someone to wait in Shu Fei's palace to convey their intentions once she awoke. He also dispatched individuals to the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence to prepare them for the forthcoming changes. After all arrangements were made, Emperor Jingxian intended to depart. Suddenly, he heard Zhaozhao's voice drifting in from outside. Peering out the window, he immediately recognized the ring in her hand. "What is this? That ring only costs a few coins? How could that be? I spent several hundred taels on it, treating it like a treasure." Thus, the true fool was himself. Lin Lan and the others also changed expressions. They had been chatting on the deck, especially about the earlier altercation between the Hu family and Jianglao San, which had left them speechless. Then they heard Zhaozhao mention the ring. If that ring were truly so inexpensive, then how had the esteemed official paid several hundred taels to acquire it from them, presenting it to the emperor? Would he be angered by the cheap trinket being treated as a treasure? Would they face punishment? The timid Yi turned pale at the thought, glancing around to see the guards absent, unable to restrain herself from whispering, "If we go to the capital, will we not be courting disaster? The emperor will surely be furious. What shall we do?" Lin Lan forced herself to remain calm, assuring herself that all was well. The emperor, being magnanimous, would surely not hold their actions against them, right? Just as she uttered these words, a sudden burst of laughter echoed through the cabin. It was Hu Fulai. The group, having sustained injuries from their brawl, were moved to a more comfortable area by the guards, who were concerned for their well-being. Consequently, their voices resonated loudly enough for those on the deck to hear. At that moment, Hu Fulai maliciously proclaimed, "Lin Tian, Deshan, your good days are over. How dare you deceive the emperor with such a paltry offering? This is treason, and you shall face severe consequences far worse than ours." Chapter 123. All made of plastic. Lin Lan and her companions turned pale, their earlier uncertainty compounded by Hu Fulai's taunts, leaving them anxious. They glanced toward the guards nearby, who displayed no overt reaction, merely furrowing their brows upon hearing Hu Fulai's voice. Someone entered the cabin, seemingly attempting to quell the commotion. "What should we do? Will aunt you truly?" She grasped Lin Lan's hand tightly, her heart filled with dread. At that moment, a soft chuckle from Jian Yunsang broke the tension. "Zhaozhao, you need not worry so. Here, this ring is indeed inexpensive. It is made of plastic, which is quite common among us. However, plastic only became known over a century ago, and in your village, Shanglu, even sweet potatoes have yet to be introduced, at least not for several hundred years. Thus, no object made of plastic can exist there. Rarity confers value. Ancient plastic rings, of which only a few exist, are undoubtedly precious." Zhaozhao's eyes widened in realization. Oh, indeed. Hu Fulai and his group sold quite a few at high price. Thus, the value of an item is not fixed. It depends on the context, the bearer, and its rarity in the locale, Jian Yunsang explained, gently stroking her hair. "For instance, glass. Now we have an abundance of glass bowls, cups, and mirrors, all quite inexpensive. Yet in ancient times, before translucent glass was developed, such items were extremely valuable and rare, were they not?" Zhaozhao nodded, finally feeling reassured. Lin Lan and the others exchanged glances, coming to the understanding that what may be deemed trivial in the future could hold significant worth in the Qi. As Jian Yunsang stated, it is indeed unique in this world, and therefore valuable. Somehow, the group felt a wave of calm wash over them. "Since we are here, we shall make the best of it," Guoxiuzai comforted them. The item was purchased by the county magistrate, and its price was set by him. "The current emperor is wise and benevolent. He will not blame us." To Lin Lan and her companions, Guoxiuzai, having received an education and possessing broad knowledge, instilled further confidence. Emperor Jingxian raised an eyebrow, as he had requested Chao Qing to fetch the ring. He held it in his hand, admiring its craftsmanship. He had seen it many times before, unaware of its material, only noting its resemblance to glass and its lightweight nature, as it seldom broke when dropped. The Empress Dowager, seated at the edge of the bed, took notice of the object in his hand, her spirits lifted slightly. "This ring is indeed exquisite. That young lady, Jian, is correct. While it may not be regarded as precious in the future, it is certainly one of a kind in the Qi. I hear the emperor possesses several of them." Emperor Jingxian remarked, standing. "Mother, please rest well. I have matters to attend to. I shall return to dine with you this evening." The Empress Dowager watched his hurried departure, unable to suppress a mild reproach. He leaves so swiftly, so stingy, unwilling even to accompany his mother. The matron beside her quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, the emperor is the very definition of filial piety. Whenever he acquires something valuable, it is always presented to you. That ring must hold great significance for him. Perhaps he is preoccupied with affairs of state, having less time for the inner court," the matron offered, gently adjusting the Empress Dowager's blanket. After uttering her thoughts, the Empress Dowager gazed out the window again. Zhaozhao was attempting to fit the ring on her finger. It felt slightly small, yet it sparkled beautifully. She turned to Jian Yunsang, who, resigned, replied, "If you wish to wear it, go ahead." She recalled how, 2 years prior, at this little girl's birthday celebration, Zhaozhao donned an array of such rings, adorning every finger before she was satisfied. It was amusing how her preferences had remained largely unchanged over the years. Songjin chuckled. "Regardless, they're all yours. If you like them, keep them." Zhaozhao shook her head. "I'll just choose 2. 2 will suffice." Songjin smiled, allowing her to sift through the dazzling array of small trinkets while turning to Jian Yunsang. "When Zhaozhao was napping, your father and the others arrived. They chose not to disturb you, knowing you were resting. I observed that they appeared weary from their journey, so I sent them to a hotel for the night. They'll return tomorrow morning." "Yes, I'll give him a call shortly," Jian Yunsang acknowledged with a nod. Just as Zhaozhao finished selecting her rings, she slipped both on her fingers. Song Zhen then inquired about her attire, and Zhaozhao pointed to the dress she was wearing. Sister Chu said it looked lovely, and I think it is beautiful too. Song Zhen nodded. Very well, wear that one. The remaining outfits shall serve as backups. After changing her clothes, Zhaozhao gazed at the rings on her fingers, choosing not to remove them, finding them delightful. After admiring them for a while, she looked up and asked, Mother, you mentioned that this ring is made of plastic. Where's all the plastic we have now? Plastic? There's quite a bit in this room, Jian Yunsang pointed out. The mineral water bottle I brought earlier is made of plastic. That bag over there is a plastic bag. Your small basin, water bucket, the outer skin of your toothpaste. The medicine bottles, the yogurt bottle you drank from earlier, your bedside lampshade, the small clothes hanger for drying clothes, the light switch, the socket, and the outer casings of the kitchen appliances, all of these are plastic. Additionally, the toy car you and Brother Yuan dismantled recently was primarily made of plastic. Even the cars adults drive contain numerous plastic components. Zhaozhao's mouth fell open in astonishment. Plastic is remarkable. Song Zhen burst into laughter. There are many types of plastic. Some can even be made into clothing. Zhaozhao glanced down at her attire, struggling to envision such a concept. The people of the Qi, too, found the notion of plastic astonishing. What exactly is this plastic? It seems to be capable of crafting anything. Indeed, there are even some items that seem unrelated, yet can be produced from it. Yu Kongsheng exclaimed excitedly to the officials beside him. Did you hear that? The shell of the toy car is made of plastic. Finally, we understand. Chapter 124. Uncle and cousin other officials whispered, Sir, perhaps your enthusiasm is a bit premature. One softly cautioned, Master Yu, we do not possess plastic here. Yu Kongsheng's grin faltered, and he shot a frustrated glare at his subordinate. Could you have waited a moment longer to remind me? Let me relish my joy for a little while longer. He then unceremoniously squatted down, a pained expression on his face as he sighed. We don't even know what plastic is. How can we produce automobiles, let alone toy cars? The other officials exchanged glances. Sir, we have studied automobiles, have we not? Their outer shells are made of metal. Our primary goal is the automobile. Whether we can produce toy cars is secondary. It matters not if we lack plastic, which should suffice. Yu Kongsheng sighed again. That is not the point. The real question is how they make the vehicles move forward and backward. I fear would maybe too cumbersome. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to face the officials from the Ministry of Works and queried, Did you not hear the words of the heavenly curtain? Numerous components of automobiles are indeed made of plastic, and countless other items are composed of this versatile material. The utility of plastic is undoubtedly vast. With this, Yu Kongsheng cast a glance toward the palace, muttering, I fear His Majesty may be even more intrigued than I. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp voice rang out from outside. Lord Yu, His Majesty requests your presence. Yu Kongsheng smacked his lips, exclaiming, Speak of the devil. He grants me no respite. With a sigh, he resigned himself to follow. Inside the palace, Emperor Jingxian idly toyed with a ring while awaiting Yu Kongsheng, his gaze fixed upon the heavenly curtain. Chaochao is quite curious about plastic. How clever are those who invented it? But what is plastic made from? Jian Yunsang replied, The primary component of plastic is resin. Resin? Is that derived from tree branches? Chaochao asked, her face a picture of confusion. Jian Yunsang chuckled, Not branches but resin. As in a fatty substance. There are natural and synthetic resins, the former being substances secreted by plants and animals in nature, such as rosin, amber, and gum. Synthetic resin, however, is produced through the chemical synthesis of simple organic compounds. That sounds too complex, Jian Yunsang observed, noting the familiar bewilderment on Chaochao's face. To simplify, it is intricate. When you grow older, your father can take you to conduct experiments to see how it is made. Synthetic resin is indeed the primary component of plastic. Chaochao felt somewhat lost, recognizing her limited knowledge. She thought that when she learned more characters, she would surely grasp the meaning behind it. Soon, she dismissed the matter and followed Jian Yunsang downstairs. Meanwhile, Emperor Jingxian tightened his grip on the ring, quickly fearing he might damage it. He calmed himself, setting the ring aside before exhaling deeply, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. Yu Kongsheng, too, was invigorated, although he walked briskly. He meticulously noted the conversation between Chaochao and Jian Yunsang, even carrying paper and a writing instrument. They had invented a pencil, or more accurately, a charcoal pencil. They found this tool incredibly convenient, and, after some tinkering, produced a similar version that was small enough to carry and write with at any moment. It served merely as shorthand, so the neatness of the handwriting was of no concern. Additionally, it was far cheaper to produce than a traditional brush, making it accessible for common households. Once they manufactured a substantial quantity, it would yield considerable profit. As he walked, Yu Kongsheng could jot down Chaochao's words at any moment. Upon completing his notes, he found himself at the entrance of the imperial study. He hastily tucked away his writing materials and, after being summoned by Cao Qing, hurried inside to pay his respects. Emperor Jingxian waved his hand dismissively. "No need for excessive formality, my dear minister. Have you heard the words of the heavenly curtain?" "Yes, your majesty, I have recorded everything. The applications of plastic far exceed our initial assumptions, and the heavenly curtain has revealed its primary component. I also possess this ring. Could it potentially aid in our research of plastic?" Yu Kongsheng felt a pang of anxiety. He knew the answer. "Your majesty, the heavenly curtain stated that resin is the primary component of plastic. However, I am uncertain about the synthetic resin mentioned by Miss Jian. Fear not. Let us begin with natural resin. After all, they are related in some manner. Though we may face challenges with the phone, the heavenly curtain has provided ample clues regarding plastic. We shall surely experiment." Despite having a slight direction in mind, Yu Kongsheng felt the need to voice his concerns, lest the emperor assume they were exceptionally gifted. The arrival of a novel and convenient item from the heavenly curtain led the emperor to envision that they could create it as well. "Your majesty, the personnel at the Ministry of Works are limited. There have been too many marvels presented by the heavenly curtain. Did you not wish for the recruitment of skilled artisans from across the realm?" Yu Kongsheng nodded. "Indeed, but time is short, and the information has yet to disseminate widely. A few local artisans have offered their services, yet their research does not align closely with our immediate manufacturing needs." Emperor Jingxian glanced at him sideways. "I do not require immediate results from you. I understand that these innovations cannot be produced overnight. Any progress, however minor, is welcome. Take the ring as a reference." Yu Kongsheng exhaled in relief, respectfully accepting the ring. "I humbly accept your command." After a brief pause, he hesitated. "Your majesty, research inevitably incurs losses." "Enough. I pardon you. Focus on your work." This was also the reason he had not presented any of the rings to the Empress Dowager. He feared he could not safeguard the few he possessed. Exiting the imperial study, he looked up at the heavenly curtain once more. Meanwhile, Chaochao had arrived at the dining hall, no longer mentioning anything about plastic. Seated at the dining table, she shyly and curiously scrutinized the person across from her. Shenruochu shifted closer and cheerfully introduced, "Chaochao, the individuals opposite you are my father and my younger brother. You may address them as uncle and cousin." Chaochao obediently complied. "Uncle, cousin." Shun Lei greeted her warmly, inquiring about her well-being and whether she felt fatigued. In contrast to Shun Lei's amiability, Shun Leong remained silent, his expression nearly devoid of emotion. This was the first moment Chaochao felt unwelcome. A wave of unease washed over her. Did her cousin dislike her? This was, after all, a natural sentiment. Her mother had once said that it was impossible for one to be liked by everyone. The affection she received from so many was already sufficient. Under the heavenly curtain, Lin Lan and the others were equally concerned. Why did Chaochao's cousin remain quiet? Did he harbor a dislike for her? Enkiu frowned. Chaochao has done nothing wrong to him. Why should he regard such a small child with disdain? That is excessive. Before they could resolve their speculations, Shenruochu's voice broke through. "Bookworm!" he exclaimed in irritation, crumpling a tissue and tossing it at Shun Liang's head. "What are you thinking? Chaochao is greeting you, and you were such a stern face, scaring her." The tissue struck Shun Liang squarely on the forehead, and his expression finally shifted. Upon hearing Shenruochu's words, he abruptly sat up straight and looked across at Chaochao with a sheepish smile. "Apologies, Chaochao. I was lost in thought." Lost in thought. Shenruochu leaned closer to explain to Chaochao. "Do not take it to heart. Your cousin is merely a bookworm. He often becomes so engrossed in his thoughts that he loses track of his surroundings and the conversations happening around him. He does not dislike you. It is simply his nature. You will understand once you become more acquainted." Jian Yunsang added, "Your cousin Leong is exceptionally studious and focused. When a question arises in his mind, he becomes absorbed in contemplation until he finds a solution." Chaochao looked at Shun Leong in surprise, who shyly scratched his head. "Well, that is accurate. Chaochao could not help but glance at He Jian, who was also remarkably diligent in his studies. Everyone present was astute, aside from Yuan Yuan, who was fully engaged in her meal. The others discerned the unspoken sentiments in Chaochao's gaze. Shin Ruochu remarked, "Of course, Jian excels in his studies. But he is not as detached from reality as your cousin. Though he is the same age as me, I have followed a conventional academic path. I am currently in my 3rd year of high school, while your cousin skipped grades in elementary school and again in middle school, making him a 2nd-year student in university. Today, I accompanied my father to meet a professor from Jiangxing University with the intention of pursuing my graduate studies there. I had never even attended kindergarten, so I was utterly oblivious to concepts such as skipping grades or the progression from high school to university and then to graduate school. Jian Yunsang took the time to explain the intricacies of this academic journey to me. Upon hearing this, I widened my eyes in astonishment, gazing at Shun Leong, thinking how impressive he was. The people under the expansive sky were equally surprised, realizing that after 9 years of compulsory education, there was high school, and following that, university? And then there were graduate studies? Would there be more after that? Would I be bound to a lifetime of studying? Isn't a lifetime of learning quite normal? Our village's scholar, now in his 40s, is still studying, aspiring to become a jiren. So, it seems, skipping grades must be quite a challenge. Shun's young master managed to skip 2 grades, which would certainly be considered genius in our context. I too regarded my cousin as a genius. But Shun Ruochu scoffed at this notion. Your cousin is entirely absorbed in those complex formulas. As they say, nephew resembles uncle. He will ultimately follow in his uncle's footsteps into research. Is there anything wrong with research? It leads to baldness and makes it difficult to find a spouse. I cover my mouth with my small hand, my eyes fixed on Shun Liang's head. Then I realized something was amiss. Didn't my uncle manage to marry? At that moment, Shun Liang was not lost in his thoughts and naturally caught the glances exchanged between his sister and cousin, occasionally hearing a few murmurs. Speechless, he thought. Shin Ruochu, you spread rumors with ease, but refuting them takes a toll. Shin Ruochu rolled her eyes but ceased speaking, lowering her head to eat. I felt somewhat embarrassed and hastily began to eat as well. Meanwhile, Yuan Yuan, who had been silent throughout the conversation, finished his meal quickly and was the first to be done. With a mouthful of rice, I wanted to speak but feared I would spit it out. So I hurriedly swallowed. Hinanzhou nudged Yuan Yuan's head back and placed a peeled shrimp in my bowl, telling me to eat it myself. He then turned to Yuan Yuan and asked what he wanted to know. Yuan Yuan, somewhat displeased, thought it was unfair he couldn't talk to his sister. His uncle truly lacked sensitivity. However, curiosity ultimately prevailed, and he turned to Hinanzhou. Hinanzhou spoke in a straightforward manner, lacking any dramatic flair, yet despite this, Yuan Yuan gleaned a sense of adventure from his words. Those 2 human traffickers were despicable. Don't be afraid, Sister Chaochao. If you have nightmares tonight, just call me, and I will chat with you until dawn. Among those present, it was He Jian who, upon hearing this, couldn't help but frown and say, Son Huanyu? Hinanzhou placed another peeled shrimp in my bowl and asked, do you know him? His surprise was evident. Although both the He and Sun families were prominent in Jiangxing, their interactions were minimal, with only occasional encounters at banquets and hardly any conversation. Moreover, He Jian and Sun Huanyu were 10 years apart in age, and considering He Jian's dedication to his studies, it was improbable they would have crossed paths. Indeed, He Jian shook his head, stating he didn't really know him, but there was a boy in his class who seemed to be Sun Huanyu's cousin. He received a call yesterday, mentioning that his cousin had encountered some trouble and would be going to Fan City during the New Year holidays. Unable to celebrate the New Year's Eve with his classmates, he had mentioned that his cousin's name was likely Sun Huanyu. It was unexpected that his cousin's issues were somehow connected to my uncle. Hinanzhou understood. Shin Ruochu then inquired, New Year's Eve? Did your classmates plan to celebrate together? Are you going? I am not going, He Jian replied, his expression suddenly becoming peculiar. Shin Ruochu noticed this oddity and raised an eyebrow, curiously asking, so, where do they plan to celebrate the New Year? Chapter 126. Welcome back. Chaochao. The people present reacted with surprise. Shin Ruochu clicked her tongue, expressing disbelief at the unconventional ideas of the younger generation, incredulous that they planned to celebrate New Year's Eve in a haunted house. He Jian was speechless. His cousin was merely 2 years older than them. What did she mean by you young people? I turned to Yuan Yuan, whispering for clarification on what a haunted house was. Oh, It's a place said to be haunted. My brother's classmates specifically chose to spend the night there. Yuan Yuan was excited and turned to He Jian, asking, "Brother, why aren't you going? If you went, you could take me along, and I would bring my lightsaber. It would be quite impressive." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh, I could also take Sister Chaochao. Would you like to go?" I shook my head vigorously, my expression filled with terror, as if I didn't recognize Yuan Yuan at all. I hurriedly exclaimed, "No, I want to go. I want to go. I want to go." "Why not?" "Why?" I wanted to ask him why he wanted to spend the night in a haunted house. It was a haunted place. Who in their right mind would choose to go there? I was terrified of ghosts. When I lived in Lu Village, I often stayed alone in a dilapidated wooden house. Sometimes, when the wind blew a little too strongly, eerie sounds would echo through the night, making it particularly unsettling in the dead of night. Consequently, I would curl up in bed, trying to hide my legs under the shabby blanket. Fortunately, I was exhausted from working all day, and I would fall asleep almost immediately, without time to feel fear. Even so, there were nights when I would wake up from the cold, finding myself curled up in a corner, staring wide-eyed until dawn. Therefore, I simply couldn't comprehend why anyone would willingly seek out ghosts. What if they got dragged away? He Jian was also quite exasperated with his younger brother's behavior. "Yuan Yuan, stop thinking about it. I don't know where this haunted house is. You could call and ask. You don't even have your classmates' phone numbers? Brother, your social skills are lacking. I mean, it's clear that your academic prowess has made you the target of jealousy. Just be a bit careless in your exams in the future. At your age, you still need me to teach you these social niceties. It's truly exhausting." He Jian tightened his grip on his chopsticks, his gaze calm as he looked at Yuan Yuan. "Forget about the haunted house. If you really want to stay up for New Year's, I can help you catch up on your studies tomorrow night. Before you know it, you will have crossed over into the new year." Yuan Yuan jumped off his chair and ran away, throwing back a remark, "If you can't win an argument, you resort to bullying me. What kind of brother are you?" He Jian merely chuckled and gently said to me, "Don't mind him, just eat." Everyone at the table chuckled softly. I quietly lowered my head to sip my soup. Though I struggled to comprehend the banter exchange between my older cousin and Yuan Yuan, I felt as though I had witnessed a clash of swords. For the rest of the time, I didn't see Yuan Yuan again. I heard from my mother that he was avoiding my older cousin. I went to bed early that night, as I had to rise early the next morning to prepare. The thought of meeting many unfamiliar relatives tomorrow made me somewhat anxious. The next morning, I awoke feeling revitalized, and after breakfast, Song Jun brought the makeup artist to help me get ready. The artist was a young, competent woman who, upon seeing me, immediately showered me with compliments, praising my good foundation, looks, and skin. I felt a bit shy from the flattery, which made Song Jun and Jian Yun Sang exchange a knowing glance. While it was true that I had a good foundation and appearance, my skin had suffered from 2 years of exposure to the elements in Lu Village, compounded by frostbite during the harsh winter. My skin could hardly be described as particularly good. Now, it appeared somewhat rosy, but if it truly were as the makeup artist claimed, that would indeed be an exaggeration. However, they agreed with her sentiment that my skin should not be overloaded with makeup. A light application would suffice to enhance my complexion. The makeup artist worked skillfully, and in no time, I was ready. The little girl stood rigidly, hesitant to move, feeling an odd sensation on her face. Soon, her hair was styled into a bun. Once everything was ready, the makeup artist presented a mirror to Zhaozhao. The girl widened her eyes slightly, astonished. Is this truly her? Is she really this beautiful? Gynsing smiled and inquired, "How do you feel? Is there anything you wish to change?" Zhaozhao quickly shook her head, fearful that too much movement would disturb her hair. "No, I really like it." She genuinely adored her reflection. Her complexion was a delicate shade of white with a rosy tint, her eyebrows elegantly arched, and her lips adorned with a glossy pink lipstick. Furthermore, her hair was decorated with a lovely headband embellished with pearls and leaf-like ornaments, complemented by small hairpins on either side. She had never realized she could look so enchanting. Once she was dressed, Zhaozhao was led downstairs by Gynsing and Zhn. There were already familiar faces waiting for her below, so she felt no fear. Fortunately, Yuan quickly took her play, diverting her attention and alleviating her worry about smudging her makeup. Before long, the invited guests began to arrive in succession. Zhaozhao felt a rush of nerves, especially upon hearing unfamiliar voices outside the door. She hurriedly grasped Gynsing's hand, stepping forward together to greet the newcomers. Chapter 127. Auntie, just as Zhaozhao was curious about who was arriving, Yun dashed forward, taking her hand. Mom, come quickly. You haven't met Zhaozhao yet. Let me introduce you. The other party, somewhat helpless, replied, all right, take it slow. As they spoke, they approached Zhaozhao. The visitor knelt down, shaking Zhaozhao's hand with a gentle smile. Hello, Zhaozhao, I am your auntie. I apologize for only coming to see you now. Zhaozhao's auntie, T-Ng-M-H-N, despite having a 16-year-old son, appeared youthful. Her eyes clear and innocent, as if untouched by the harshness of the world. In truth, she had led a sheltered life. Unlike Gnyns-ing and Hnzhu, T-Ng-M-H-N's family was well matched with the H family. The Ting family was also a prominent local family, and being the youngest daughter with two older brothers, she had been doted upon throughout her upbringing. She cherished tranquility and enjoyed painting, and her family indulged her passions, as the annual company dividends ensured her financial independence. After honing her artistic skills, she occasionally held exhibitions, with most of her earnings donated to charitable causes. After marrying Hbizhu, she moved out with her husband. Their family was understanding, eliminating any potential mother-in-law conflicts. Following the birth of her child, she was blessed with a lovely baby, Hzhyn, who required little of her attention. When Yun was born, her older brother also took care of her. Thus, T-Ng-M-H-N was free to pursue her interests. She held a fondness for Zhaozhao, and upon seeing the little girl's sweet demeanor, she could not resist embracing her. Annie has prepared a gift for you, Zhaozhao. Would you like to see if you like it? She handed a small box to Zhaozhao, who opened it to reveal a beautifully crafted piece lock made of gold, quite heavy. This piece lock is exquisite, unlike the usual ones. T-Ng-M-H-N explained. This is a design I created myself, commissioned to be made. Do you like it? I do, Zhaozhao replied, but it seems a bit too precious. However, her grandparents had advised her to accept gifts graciously, as they were sincere expressions of love from family, and she felt no burden in doing so. Thus, she accepted it without further inquiry, gauging from T-Ng-M-H-N's expression that it was not a significant issue. Shortly after T-Ng-M-H-N's arrival, Gnyns-Ng's father, Gnzh-Ng, and two others arrived. Gnzh-Ng was visibly excited to see Zhaozhao, embracing her with tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Zhaozhao also spotted her maternal grandfather's new wife, whom her mother instructed her to call AB, and she was very kind to her. There was also her little aunt, Gnynl, who was 16, just like YZM. However, unlike YZM's outgoing and friendly nature, she was somewhat shy and reserved. After arriving at the H household, she initially stayed close to her parents. But once they began conversing with HP and Ngzhn, she gravitated towards Gnyn-Ing, assisting in caring for Zhaozhao by peeling oranges and providing her with food. Later, several other relatives arrived, including HP's younger sister's family, Ngzhn's brother's family, and Hnzhu's cousin's family. Though not numerous, those present had good relations with the H family. Regardless of their thoughts, they treated Zhaozhao kindly, ensuring she felt at ease. As lunchtime approached, two additional guests arrived, heir T-Ng Shr-Ing and his son, H-L-N-P-Ing. Hr-Ing worked at the H family business and maintained a close relationship with HP, despite being distantly related. Although Ngzhn harbored some disdain for W-Ing Chi, she held no reservations about Hr-Ing, allowing HP to invite him without objection. Hr-Ing, aware that W-Ing Chi's remarks had unsettled the family, opted not to bring her along, bringing only his son. As a result, the atmosphere of today's gathering remained harmonious, devoid of any disruptive individuals. After lunch, Zhaozhao felt somewhat fatigued. The H family intentionally scheduled the banquet for midday, fearing the little girl would tire out, especially with the New Year's Eve festivities planned for later that evening. After the guests departed, Zhaozhao took a nap. Throughout the afternoon, HP received numerous phone calls from friends and business partners, all eager to bring gifts for the child, celebrating the H family's joyous occasion. The news of their granddaughter's return after 2 years had spread throughout Gnching, and many were aware of the challenges the family faced during the search. which had strained HNNZHU and GNYNS marriage, leaving them with little opportunity to attend social events. ZHO's name had become somewhat taboo among the family, a topic too sensitive to broach. HP found it difficult to refuse the guests but wished to limit Zhaozhao's exposure to too many strangers, fearing it might overwhelm her. Thus, HP suggested that GNYNS take Zhaozhao for a stroll. Moreover, the following day would be New Year's Day, likely bustling with activity. Although she was only in her first year of high school, Zhaozhao had already determined the university she wished to attend. People often admired strength, and in GNYNL's eyes, GNYNS was an exceptionally remarkable individual. Therefore, on the first day of the new year, Zhaozhao donned a brand new outfit, vibrant and full of spirit, as she accompanied GNYNS to the hotel to pick up her little aunt. To her surprise, GNZH and his wife, who had originally planned to join, awkwardly declined, permitting only GNYNL to accompany them. Observing their expressions, GNYNS sensed they might have had a disagreement. However, GNZH clearly did not wish to elaborate, simply instructing GNYNL to stay close, listen to her sister, and help care for Chaochao before hastily urging them to depart. Only once they were in the car did GNYNS inquire of GNYNL, seated in the passenger seat. What is going on with your parents? Chapter 128. A dwindling population in the future? GNYNL sighed, nestled beside Chaochao, and said, Grandma called this morning, and Mom scolded Dad, resulting in some tension between them. Grandma? Chaochao looked at her little aunt, realizing that her little aunt's grandmother was also her mother's grandmother. Upon hearing this, GNYNS understood. She was well aware of her grandmother's temperament. To put it nicely, one might say she was overly involved. To put it bluntly, she was a meddlesome troublemaker. When her parents divorced, her grandmother played a significant role in that turmoil. GNYNL had much to say, but found no one to confide in. Now, facing her sister, she felt compelled to express her thoughts. Sitting up straight, she said, Sister, you don't know, but Grandma originally wanted to come with us to GNCH this time. Later, my father remarked that we would be traveling by airplane. Our grandmother is already 78 years old, and 2 years ago, she suffered a leg injury, constantly lamenting her ailments. How could my father possibly take her along? He firmly disagreed. In truth, he was primarily concerned that bringing her would disrupt the festivities, rendering the gathering unpleasant. Consequently, my grandmother insisted that my father change the tickets to high-speed rail. Jian Zhengqing explained that the flight tickets were arranged by the He family, and accommodations had also been secured. Canceling would not only be unwise, but also reflect poorly on the He family. Jian's grandmother held a certain apprehension toward the He family, viewing them as a prestigious household, and felt embarrassed to impose on them. Ultimately, she could only mutter a few complaints about Jian Zhengqing's lack of thoroughness. However, even though she did not attend, she remained keenly interested in the events in Jiangxing. Early in the morning, she called again, inquiring about how the banquet had unfolded, whether it was grand, and if there were many influential guests. She also asked if my father had made the acquaintance of any wealthy executives and what gifts they had presented. My father replied that only close relatives attended, with no notable executives among them. After a brief conversation, he hung up, which displeased my grandmother, prompting her to call my mother instead. My mother pretended not to hear, but eventually, she had no choice but to answer. Upon picking up the phone, Jian's grandmother immediately began to berate. In the midst of her tirade, she brought up the topic of a second child, which infuriated my mother. Jian Yunsang was taken aback. What second child? As you might expect, my grandmother has a preference for male offspring and has been urging my mother to have a second child ever since the recent policy changes. Of course, no one paid her any mind. To my surprise, after all these years, she still clung to this notion. Jian Yunsang found it utterly absurd, if memory serves me right. Her mother is 42 this year, and her father is 51, both classified as advanced maternal age. What's the point of having another child? We had all voiced similar sentiments, yet my grandmother remained obstinate, citing that someone she knew had a son at 50. Recently, Wuqing introduced a new policy offering a reward of 30,000 for a second child and 60,000 for a third. My grandmother has been fervently pushing for them to have more children, claiming that while they are not yet retired, having children would allow them to take time off and receive generous subsidies. Jian Yunsang was astonished. Children could earn that much money? Under the vast sky of Qi, the common folk were abuzz. 30,000 translates to 30 taels of silver, while 60,000 amounts to 60 taels. Not to mention the several thousand in subsidies and time off. It seems incredibly lucrative to have children. 30 taels would be sufficient to raise a child to adulthood, and 60 taels could enable them to build a substantial brick house. Adding the subsidies, the total would be quite significant. Furthermore, a second child? Just another child? In their families, it is common to have 4 or 5. If each child came with such rewards, they would have amassed a considerable fortune. The thought was tantalizing. In fact, Qi does have reproductive benefits, but they are not universally accessible. For impoverished families, the government provides a certain amount of money, food, and a year's tax exemption. However, these provisions pale in comparison, often totaling only a few dozen or even 100 taels. Emperor Jingxian contemplated deeply, pondering whether the population in their future was indeed too sparse, thus necessitating such generous incentives. The common folk remained oblivious, but as an emperor, he was aware that the Qi's reproductive benefits were moderate due to its nearly 200 million inhabitants, an unprecedented population in history. He took great pride in this, yet he continued to encourage procreation. In contrast, previous dynasties, especially those newly established after years of warfare, experienced drastic population declines, sometimes having the populace. During such times, the state would introduce substantial reproductive incentives. For instance, in the Tang dynasty, families with adult males were rewarded with 100 acres of land, and brides received an additional 30 acres. The incentives offered in later eras were far superior to those in Qi, indicating their population scarcity. Some officials nodded in agreement, confirming that the encouragement of second and third births suggested that most families were only having one child. If everyone only had one, how sparse the population would be. Reflecting on the He family, it seemed they did not have many children. Even He Pu and Songjun had only 3 offspring. Logically, given their vast wealth, they could afford to raise numerous children. In Qi, it would be typical for individuals like He Pu to have 10 or more children. Not to mention He Nanzhou and his siblings. His eldest sister, He Jingyi, has 2 children but only had 1 birthing experience. His elder brother, He Beizhou, has merely 2 sons, with a significant age gap between them. As for He Nanzhou, he currently has only 1 daughter, Chaochao. Additionally, Luo Yu and Jian Zhengqing, after their remarriage, also have just 1 child. It's no wonder that in later generations, everyone is well-fed and clothed, benefiting from 9 years of free compulsory education. With their high-yield sweet potatoes, abundant tools, and sparse population, the distribution of resources naturally favors them. Could it be that they are also in the early stages of a new dynasty? Hence the low population? Yet, some people's perspectives differ. Jian Er's mother is already 42, approaching grandmother age. Can she still bear children? What is so impossible about that? In our village, there is an elderly lady who had a child at 43, and the entire village laughed at her. I personally think Jian Er's mother should indeed have another child. After all, with only 2 daughters, who will care for Jian Leoi in his old age? Chapter 129, A Nation of One. 4 billion people. Jian Yunsang has always disliked Jian's grandmother. A couple of years ago, shortly after Chaochao's birth, her grandmother somehow acquired her phone number and called her, indirectly urging her to have another child. Jian Yunsang has always been worried about her grandmother's age, fearing that her words might agitate her, so she let them go in one ear and out the other. Jian's grandmother has always lived with Jian Deboj, who was understandably alarmed, yet he recognized that his mother-in-law's words struck a nerve. Moreover, since Chaochao is a daughter of the He family, which places great importance on lineage, he dared not reprimand Jian Yunsang at the behest of Jian's grandmother, knowing that it could escalate into a larger issue, for the He family would not spare him. Ultimately, he only had a quarrel with Jian Zhengqing. Since then, Jian Yunsang had not spoken to or seen her grandmother again. She had thought that her grandmother was merely pressuring young people about childbirth, but she never anticipated that she would still be fixated on the idea of her father having a son. Yet, oddly enough, knowing that her father, at his advanced age, was being prodded to procreate filled her with an inexplicable amusement. As she contemplated this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Jian Yunsang raised an eyebrow, finding her grandmother's remarks quite humorous. Was she truly following the nation's pace? Back when family planning was enforced, how could she have suggested that my mother secretly have a child outside? She certainly would not admit to it, instead claiming that we are selfish, only concerned with our own well-being, oblivious to the need for increasing the nation's population. She would lament that if everyone were like us, the nation would face extinction, and she would not rest in peace. I often wished to retort, reminding her that the nation currently boasts over 1 billion people. If extinction were imminent, she would have long since passed away, leaving her no chance for rest. Jian Yun sang, "Would you dare speak so?" I wouldn't. Jian Yunlu immediately felt deflated, yet she knew her sister would certainly dare. She couldn't fathom what her sister had said 2 years ago to so infuriate their grandmother. She was eager to learn. But upon seeing her sister's demeanor, she felt that perhaps she would never be able to replicate it. This realization only deepened Jian Yunlu's despondency, causing her to lean weakly against the front seat. The car was silent, yet beneath the expansive sky of the Qi, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. Emperor Jingxian nearly spat out his tea, incredulously asking his officials how many people do they claim to have. The ministers swallowed hard, unsure who uttered the incredulous words, 1,400,000,000. Surely they had misheard. Did they truly comprehend the magnitude of 1,400 million individuals? Did they grasp the vast expanse of territory required to sustain such a multitude? 1,400 million. There would scarcely be enough land to divide, and even with sweet potatoes, it would be impossible to feed so many. Even the most seasoned ministers, accustomed to grand affairs, found such a figure akin to a fanciful tale. They had been fervently advocating for increased production and economic growth. Their agriculture and population had already surged at an astonishing rate. Now, nearing 200 million, they felt a pride unparalleled in previous dynasties. Yet, to be informed that future generations would number 1,400 million, how could that be possible? Were not most families still limited to 1 or 2 children? It was the Grand Tutor who reacted swiftly, slowly closing his mouth and stating solemnly, "If future generations can sustain such a population, it is likely that the yield of crops exceeds sweet potatoes alone." Yes, indeed, it must be so. The Minister of Agriculture nodded eagerly in agreement, his eyes alight with hope as he gazed at Emperor Jingxian, yearning for the emperor to acknowledge and dispatch others to seek alternative crops. However, at this moment, Emperor Jingxian bowed his head in contemplation, oblivious to their gaze. After a brief silence, he raised his head and remarked, "If future generations truly possess a population of 1,400 million, then at least 2 to 300 million must be children. The implication is that all children must undergo 9 years of compulsory education, and their financial expenditures must somehow sustain this." The other ministers exchanged glances, realizing their oversight. According to their calculations, the number of children in future generations would surpass the total population of their dynasty, implying that every citizen of the Qi would require the court to fund 9 years of education. The thought alone struck terror in their hearts. How could the future court possibly amass such wealth? The Minister of Revenue was nearly glued to the celestial canopy, desperate to ascertain the source of this wealth. He longed to learn the secrets of amassing a treasury brimming with riches. That was his ultimate aspiration. Yet, the revelations presented by the celestial canopy were limited, and they could only gather more information by remaining vigilant. Jian Yun sang, while driving, cast a glance at the disheartened Jian Yunlu through the rearview mirror and raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite concerned. What does grandmother's insistence on procreation imply for father?" Jian Yunlu huffed, "Of course, Dad disagrees, but grandmother is elderly, and he cannot argue with her. What if, after the last quarrel between my sister and grandmother, she suffered from a dizzy spell? Grandmother has since complained of dizziness and discomfort, often insinuating that Jian Yunsang is to blame. What could Jian Zhengxing do?" Jian Yunsang was unaware of the fact that the older she became, the more steadfast grandmother's beliefs grew, with an ever-increasing obsession for grandchildren. Jian Yunlu sighed. "Father can only placate her with words. He has made no real efforts. Seeing my father resist her, grandmother turns to my mother, claiming she is useless for not bearing a son, lamenting that my father has lost his lineage. It is laughable. The gender of a child is determined by the man, not my mother." Chapter 130. The gender of children is determined by men. The people of the Qi were utterly baffled. Wait, what does that mean? How can the gender of a child be determined by men? Is it not the woman who carries and gives birth? They craned their necks, eager to hear more. Yet Jian Yunlu had no intention of elaborating. She leaned forward to her sister. Can you devise a strategy to dissuade grandmother from this notion? Jian Yunsang smiled. Why do you all feel the need to confront grandmother directly? You could redirect the conflict. Redirect the conflict? How so? Sister, please elaborate. Who does grandmother care about the most? Jian Yunlu pondered briefly and quickly concluded, cousin? Thus, you can shift the focus of the issue onto cousin. You can casually inform him that grandmother possesses 200,000 and has promised that if your parents provide her another grandson, she will grant half of the money. Huh? Will cousin believe that? Jian Yunsang chuckled. Why would he not? Grandmother truly has 200,000, and cousin is surely aware of it. Knowing that half would go to someone else, how could he be pleased? If he remains skeptical, just tell him that both I and your brother-in-law heard grandmother make that promise, and we are currently preparing a legal agreement. Once it is finalized, she would not be able to retract it. Jian Yunlu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent idea. Passing the dilemma to cousin. He will undoubtedly strive earnestly to resolve the matter for the sake of 100,000. Sister, you are brilliant. With this newfound strategy, Jian Yunlu felt a weight lifted from her shoulders and a smile returned to her face. She turned to share her joy with Zhaozhao, only to find Zhaozhao staring wide-eyed in confusion. Jian Yunlu slapped her forehead. Apologies, did I bore you with my ramblings? Zhao shook her head. No, I just think you seem quite different from how you were yesterday. Today, you are much more lively. Jian Yunlu was puzzled, but Jian Yunsang instantly understood her meaning and explained with a smile. Your aunt is shy around strangers, but quite talkative with familiar faces. Jian Yunlu felt increasingly embarrassed. Zhaozhao, I did not intend to speak ill of grandmother. Please pretend you did not hear that. Zhaozhao's expression turned somewhat mournful. But how could I pretend not to have heard? However, she found it surprising that she had assumed only families like those in Lulu village would be so fixated on the gender of their grandchildren. Now, hearing her aunt's words, it seemed such concerns existed even here, and grandmother was desperately seeking a grandson. The thought sent a shiver down Zhaozhao's spine. Thankfully, her grandparents were not like that. As her thoughts began to swirl, she suddenly grew concerned. Although her grandparents had never expressed a desire for a grandson, what about the future? Would they eventually wish for one? Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhaozhao asked, Mom, will you be pressured to have a son? If there is no son, will people criticize you? Jian Yunsang glanced at her through the rearview mirror, noting the serious expression on the young girl's face, clearly contemplating the issue earnestly. She could not help but smile. Do not fret. Your father and I have agreed that one child is more than sufficient for this lifetime. As for what others may say, they may merely encourage us to have another for your companionship, but they cannot dictate our decisions. As for the gender of our child, that is not something to blame on me. Did you not hear your aunt just mention? The gender of children is determined by men. Determined by men? But is it not the woman who bears the child? Zhaozhao's mind began to swirl with confusion. Jian Yunlu understood this concept well. Although the child emerges from a woman's womb, the determination of whether it is a boy or a girl lies beyond her control. Current research indicates that humans possess two types of sex chromosomes. Women have two identical sex chromosomes, while men have two different ones. If a man contributes an X chromosome, the result is a girl. If he provides a Y chromosome, a boy will be born. Zhaozhao, huh? I do not understand. Although the citizens of the Qi were equally perplexed, they might perhaps grasp the underlying meaning. What nonsense was the second daughter of Jian saying? Were these convoluted theories about chromosomes? It is evidently the woman's responsibility if the child is not a boy. Some men have become utterly defensive, particularly those who have had multiple daughters in their families. They have long attributed their misfortunes to their wives, contentedly enjoying their wives' servitude and the burdens of household chores, while coercing them into consuming various unpalatable concoctions purported to enhance fertility. Now, when informed that the reason for having daughters lies with them, they are unwilling to accept such a notion. Could it be, in the future, that these fertility tonics will be required of the men? This cannot possibly be true. Indeed, it seems implausible. The young Miss Jian, who is not yet married, could not possibly possess knowledge about childbirth matters. Surely, she must be misleading Zhaozhao to cast aspersions on her grandmother. They raised their heads to the heavens, hoping for Jian Yunsang to refute Jian Yunlu's explanation. Jian Yunsang did speak up, albeit with a hint of resignation, stating that Zhaozhao is too young to comprehend such explanations. Jian Yunlu paused momentarily. and upon facing Zhao's wide-eyed gaze, felt a tinge of awkwardness. Then, how should I explain it? Jian Yun Sang suggested. Zhaozhao, let's consider a metaphor. When you were in Lu village, you observed the villagers planting vegetables, did you not? Yes. Zhaozhao nodded vigorously. Not only had she seen the villagers, but she had also planted some herself. When they sow seeds for eggplants, they cannot expect to harvest cucumbers, correct? Although this analogy might not be entirely appropriate, Jian Yun Sang felt compelled to simplify her explanation. A woman's womb is akin to fertile soil. The type of vegetables yielded depends on the seed sown. Yes, men are the ones who sow the seeds, but those seeds must thrive in the soil. Zhaozhao appeared enlightened, understanding that the nature of the crops indeed correlates with the seeds planted. Jian Yun Sang smiled and affirmed exactly. Thus, whether a woman bears a son or daughter is determined by the man. Your aunt bore you 2 brothers, did she not? She longed for a daughter and even blamed your uncle for failing to fulfill her wish. Chapter 131. Such a truth, Zhao's eyes widened, and the men of the Qi beneath the sky were plunged into despair upon hearing this. Even more distressingly, they found this reasoning disturbingly plausible. After all, is it not true that the type of crop depends on the seed sown? Yet how could this be? Historically, the responsibility of bearing sons or daughters has been attributed to women. If they fail to produce children, it is deemed their inadequacy. Otherwise, why would some men remarry and succeed in fathering sons? The multitude of useful information revealed by the heavens has not been without error, but it seems their views are indeed misguided. Some could not suppress a gulp. Others clenched their teeth in refusal to accept the truth, while others cast fierce glares at the sky. Laughter erupted from some, dismissing the claims as fabrications, insisting that such assertions were merely the result of women avoiding accountability by shifting blame onto men. As these words were spoken, another woman nearby suddenly burst into laughter, prompting fearful glances from those around her. They recognized her as a woman who had borne 4 daughters, ground down by her in-laws, and who, unable to provide her husband with a son, dared not voice her grievances even when he entangled himself with widows. For over a decade, she had toiled, serving her in-laws and husband, and upon learning the truth, she laughed like a madwoman. However, her laughter soon turned to tears, and she suddenly turned to strike the man who had spoken, cursing him as she did so. Who is at fault? It is you. You laid the blame at my feet. I can only bear daughters because of your inadequacy. You worthless beast. You forced me to drink those bitter potions, enduring the pain they caused me. The man was taken aback, contemplating retaliation, but his wife, accustomed to household labor, unleashed an unexpected strength, overpowering him in the scuffle. The heavens, impartial as they are, cannot be false. You, a worthless man, command me and our daughter to labor, yet dare to question Miss Jian's words. Why do you not call into question the reality of high-yield sweet potatoes, the methods of preventing smallpox, or the existence of air travel? Now that the truth strikes at your core, you declare false? Go perish. Onlookers wished to intervene, but witnessing the woman's fervent outburst, they hesitated, opting to stand back and offer distant encouragement while keeping their eyes fixed on the man being beaten. Throughout the Qi, many women rose in indignation. Yet countless others had succumbed to despair, having lost their capacity to resist, reduced to silent tears. This truth, while brutal, offered liberation, and the uproar it caused was no less significant than the realization of the dangers of consanguineous marriages. Emperor Jing Xian sighed, surveying the officials before him. Many displayed expressions of disbelief mingled with indignation, clearly those who had also attributed the inability to bear sons to women. However, the revelations presented by the heavens had never been erroneous. Miss Jian had imparted certain truths to Zhaozhao, although her examples may have lacked precision. The conclusions drawn were validated and accurate. The hall fell silent. The civil and military officials, all men, were at a loss as to how to discuss such a matter, one that touched upon male dignity. It was foreseeable that in the future, if a family bore daughters, the gossip would inevitably focus on the husband's failing seed. Just as Miss Jian had said, the eldest sister of the He family blamed her husband for not allowing her to bear daughter. This was true in the past, but the inner palace was far more tumultuous. This arrangement was rather fortunate. She held the imperial edict granting her freedom to marry, along with generous dowry gifts. In fact, her future may well surpass that of the concubines within the palace. At the very least, as she departed, many of the concubines cast envious glances. Trapped within the confines of the palace for eternity, they surely envied Xu Fei. With Xu Fei's predicament resolved, the Empress Dowager felt a weight lift from her heart and turned her attention back to the heavens. Yet, just as the echoes of consanguinity's repercussions faded, another sensational conclusion was met with stunned silence from all present. I too have been told that as a girl, I am of little use. Only after entering the palace and receiving the emperor's favor did my mother treat me with more kindness. Now, I wonder how he feels about making such remarks. Some concubines who had borne princesses gritted their teeth, aware that their families often viewed them merely as tools for gaining favor. Thus, after delivering a princess, their families would subtly reproach them for failing to produce a prince. How absurd! If they were so capable, would they dare confront His Majesty with such claims upon learning the truth? If the reactions in the palace were this intense, one can only imagine the uproar among the common folk. Even Lin Lan, as a victim, could not suppress her urge to glance at Lin Tian beside her. He had never blamed his wife for their inability to have a son. Such a pity. Oblivious to all this, Zhaozhao felt a sense of relief knowing her mother would not be pressured to bear a son, and happily gazed out the window as the carriage turned another corner. They arrived at Jiangcheng Huiyi School, where He Zhiyin and Yuan Yuan attended both the high school and elementary school divisions. Should all go as planned, Zhaozhao would choose this institution for kindergarten as her first option. However, just as the carriage rounded a bend, Zhaozhao suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, look over there. Someone is about to jump off the bridge." Chapter 132. Someone is about to jump off the bridge. Zhaozhao's voice carried a note of urgency. And Jianyun Lu instinctively followed her pointed finger, gasping in alarm. "Sister, quick! Stop the car. That person looks like they are about to jump." Jianyun Sang swiftly brought her vehicle to a halt by the roadside, turning her gaze towards the nearby bridge. Indeed, she spotted a female student perched on the railing. While not far from her, 3 other female students were engaged in an animated discussion, their emotions visibly heightened. As Jian Yunsang unfastened her seatbelt, she instructed Jian Yunlu to take care of Zhaozhao. Without delay, she flung open the car door and dashed forward. The bridge before her was not particularly vast, measuring perhaps 200 to 300 meters in length, sufficiently wide for 2 vehicles to pass, yet its height was limited. The issue lay in the fact that beneath the bridge, there was scant water, mostly rocky terrain. Even a modest leap could likely result in fatal consequences. This location was not far from Huiyi School, serving as a minor thoroughfare frequented primarily by those heading to the school or Jiangxing University. However, today being New Year's Day, Huiyi School was closed, rendering the area devoid of vehicles or pedestrians. Jian Yunsang had taken this shortcut, unaware that she would encounter someone contemplating a jump from the bridge. Furrowing her brow, she observed the girl becoming increasingly agitated, her body leaning further outward, prompting Jian Yunsang to quicken her pace. Just as she was about to reach the group, she heard disconcerting words. "Jump, if you dare." Scaring who? "If you don't jump today, we'll make sure you regret it tomorrow." Jian Yunsang's expression darkened as she glanced at the 3 girls on the bridge. It was the leader who had spoken. The 2 girls behind her wore expressions of concern, but did not intervene, instead echoing their leader's cruel taunts. Initially, Jian Yunsang had assumed that the 3 girls were there to dissuade their distressed peer from jumping, fearing for her safety. To her shock, they were the instigators of this torment. A surge of indignation welled within her, and her steps grew heavier. The leader, seemingly emboldened, continued her tirade. "Tong Yuer, if you die today, that's one thing, but if you survive, old scores and new will be settled together. You will never have a peaceful life." Tong Yuer was clearly on the brink of collapse, her grip on the railing loosening. The leader sneered. "What are you going to do? You think you can escape?" Jian Yunsang closed the distance, casting a cold glance at the trio of tormentors. The girls, taken aback by her sudden approach, turned to face Jian Yunsang, their expressions shifting to fear. The leader, though startled for a moment, quickly regained her composure and retorted defiantly. "Who are you? Who gave you the right to meddle? Get lost." Ignoring her, Jian Yunsang moved closer to Tong Yuer, softly asking, "Are you Tong Yue? Please, calm down and step away from the edge. We can discuss this and find a solution together. In the face of life and death, everything else pales in comparison." Tong Yuer, however, was too distraught to register her words, insisting, "Stay away. Don't come any closer." Jian Yunsang halted her advance, replying, "Fine, I won't approach. Let's just talk, shall we?" Jian Yunlu, having arrived with Zhaozhao, stood frozen in place, breath held in fear, wishing to offer words of encouragement but hesitating, worried her clumsiness might worsen the situation. Tears streamed down Tong Yuer's face, her expression one of utter helplessness, unable to articulate her distress. Meanwhile, the three girls approached, tugging at Jian Yunsang's arm while hurling insults. "Didn't I tell you to stay out of this? Do you think you're invincible? If you push me, I won't hesitate to deal with you too. Tong Yue, jump now. Don't waste any more time." Before she could finish, Jian Yunsang suddenly pivoted, grabbing the leader's arm and executing a swift maneuver that sent her crashing to the ground. "I told you to be quiet. Didn't you hear me?" Everyone present was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Jian Yunsang's sudden aggression. Even Tong Yue was caught off guard. Seizing the moment, Jian Yunsang swiftly moved forward, encircling Tong Yuer's waist and gently pulling her down. They both fell to the ground, Jian Yunsang pinning Tong Yuer beneath her, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Jian Yunlu's eyes lit up, hastening to join them with Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao gazed at Jian Yunsang with admiration, viewing her as a hero, thinking, "Mom is becoming increasingly formidable." Jian Yunsang offered a smile before her expression hardened as she turned her gaze toward the three girls. The leader, having been helped to her feet, approached with an air of indignation. "You wretched woman, how dare you hit me? I won't let this slide." With that, she signaled her companions to advance on Jian Yunsang. Casting a glance at Tong Yuer, Jian Yunsang whispered, "Stay put. We'll talk later." Perhaps due to her past experiences as a teacher, Tong Yuer found herself unable to protest, merely staring blankly at her. Jian Yunsang then rose, confronting the three girls who had attempted to assault her. With remarkable speed, she dispatched them to the ground, leaving Tong Yuer in disbelief. The very classmates who had pressured her to jump were now effortlessly subdued. In that moment, those once deemed formidable appeared utterly vulnerable. "You think I won't find someone to deal with you? I can make it so you can't survive in Jiangcheng." The fallen girls continued to shout even as they lay on the ground. Jian Yunsang turned to Jian Yunlu, instructing her to call the police. "Do you dare?" The trio, now visibly shaken, saw Jian Yunlu retrieving her phone and hastily scrambled to their feet, leaving behind a threatening remark, "Just wait. You'll regret this." Specifically pointing at Tong Yuer, they quickly fled. Jian Yunlu watched their retreating figures, somewhat bewildered. "Should I still call the police?" "Yes." They pushed her to the brink of jumping. "It's imperative to report this." Surprisingly, just as Jian Yunsang finished speaking, Tong Yuer suddenly became agitated, waving her hands. "No, don't call the police. Please, don't report this." Chapter 133. I have experienced the same. Jian Yunlu was taken aback, glancing at Jian Yunsang, who gently shook her head, prompting Jian Yunlu to lower her phone. Seeing Jian Yunlu relent, Tong Yuer finally relaxed slightly, but a wave of fear washed over her. Fortunately, she did not attempt to climb back onto the railing, but she kept her head bowed in silence. Jian Yunsang initially intended to lead her away from the scene. Yet seeing her demeanor, it was evident she was unwilling to leave. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly inquired, "Are you a student of Huiya School? Are those three your classmates?" Tong Yuer remained silent. Jian Yunsang continued, "I have a nephew who also attends Huiya School. He is in his first year of high school. You may know him." Tong Yuer still refused to engage, even shrinking back slightly, and upon hearing the name of Huiya School, she hugged her knees tightly, burying her head deeper. This behavior reminded Zhaozhao of Chaochao, who had also been uncommunicative when rescued, afraid of adults, and hesitant to eat. Zhaozhao thought, "I have experience with this. This young lady might be afraid of older people, so she ignores my mother. Perhaps if I approach her, she won't be afraid of me." Stepping forward, Zhaozhao said, "Sister, my mother," but before she could finish, Tong Yuer suddenly exclaimed, "No, don't come closer. Don't touch me." Furrowing her brow, she asked Zhaozhao, "Did they hurt you?" Zhaozhao quickly shook her head, still watching Tong Yuer with concern. It is disheartening to witness such fear in someone so young. If she is frightened, who could possibly offer her solace? The children, even younger than her, struggle to articulate their thoughts. Upon observing that Zhaozhao remained unperturbed and was eager to assist, Jian Yunsang couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. However, she dared not allow her to approach Tong Yuer again. Unlike Chaochao, who was still quite young, Tong Yuer was comparatively an adult. If her emotions spiraled out of control, there was a significant risk she could harm Zhaozhao. Gently stroking the little girl's hair, she entrusted her to Jianyun Lu before turning her attention back to Tong Yuer, who had once again buried her head in her knees. Jianyun Sang, a former teacher, had managed to ensure that her class was free from bullying under her strict guidance. Yet that did not imply that other classes were devoid of such issues. She always exhibited a degree of patience with her students, especially considering she had once endured similar experiences. Taking a glance around, she chose to sit on a nearby stone stool. I too have encountered the scourge of bullying in school. Zhaozhao, not fully grasping the concept of bullying, looked up at her aunt. Jianyun Lu opened her mouth, uncertain how to explain, fearing that recounting how her mother had been hurt in the past would only sadden the little girl. The Jin family was acutely aware of Jianyun Sang's past ordeal, and Jianyun Lu was no exception. This matter had left her father feeling perpetually guilty. Yet Jianyun Sang approached the subject with remarkable composure, believing there was nothing wrong with discussing it. Zhaozhao would eventually experience school life, and if she were unfortunate enough to encounter such adversity, Jianyun Sang hoped her daughter would have the courage to resist, just as she had in her youth. At Jianyun Sang's words, Tong Yuer visibly stiffened for a fleeting moment. Jianyun Sang noticed this and pressed her lips together. It was a relief that her words resonated. Speaking as if in conversation, her voice gentle, she recounted, "At that time, I was even younger than you, still in middle school. Due to certain family matters, I was looked down upon by my classmates. Some were bullies who preyed upon the weak. And though my circumstances were worse than theirs, they chose to torment me." This shared experience struck a chord with Tong Yuer. Gradually, she released her grip and lifted her gaze towards Jianyun Sang. Initially, she had thought Jianyun Sang, so adept at dispatching Ding Henin and her crew, could not possibly understand her plight or empathize with her situation. Even her words of comfort seemed to lack genuine depth. After all, they were strangers. She felt she had no right to expect concern for her well-being. Yet, Jianyun Sang claimed to share her experience. Seeing Tong Yuer soften, Jianyun Sang smiled and continued, "They would attack me with words, mock me, and conspire with other girls to ostracize me. When I remained unfazed, they escalated their tactics, cornering me in restrooms, locking me in stalls, yanking my hair, and attempting to draw turtles on my face with markers." Before she could finish, a soft whimpering filled the air. She turned to find Zhaozhao in tears, and Jianyun Lu, at a loss, sought to comfort her. Jianyun Sang, bemused, embraced Zhaozhao and asked, "Why are you crying?" "Mom, I didn't know you were bullied before," the little girl sobbed, struggling to catch her breath. "It makes my heart ache. What should I do? I can't help you. I wasn't there for you when you were bullied." Jianyun Sang wiped her tears away, reassuring her, "It's all in the past. See, Mommy is fine now. But I feel so helpless. I wasn't by your side when you needed me." Jianyun Sang's expression grew solemn as she tightened her embrace, her voice slightly hoarse. "During those 2 years when you were bullied, Mommy wasn't there either. I felt immense guilt for not being able to protect you." Zhaozhao looked up, her eyes bright with understanding. "Mom, don't blame yourself. I won't blame myself anymore, so you shouldn't either." The onlookers beneath the vast sky found their hearts heavy. They had watched Zhaozhao indulge in lavish meals, don exquisite clothing, travel by plane, and be enveloped in the love and care of her family. Some even felt a twinge of jealousy. All these experiences nearly made them forget the hardships Zhaozhao had previously endured. Now, as these memories resurfaced, they realized that some wounds linger eternally. A tender-hearted girl, accustomed to a life of luxury, sighed, lamenting Zhaozhao's struggles. Why would Jian girl bring up such matters, causing Zhaozhao to feel sad? Others countered, "She did it to save her. Didn't you see how Tong girl was on the brink of despair?" Yet, despite Jian girl's heartfelt revelations, Tong Yuer remained unresponsive, while it was Zhaozhao who appeared greatly affected. Just then, a change swept across the scene. Tong Yuer, previously seemingly indifferent, lifted her head. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she stared at Jianyun Sang, realizing they shared a common plight. She too had been bullied, confined to restrooms, and her hair pulled, with her head submerged in a basin of water. Chapter 134. The call from older cousin So. How did you handle it? Perhaps through a shared sense of suffering. Tong Yuer finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Jianyun Sang continued to hold Zhaozhao close, gently patting her back before turning to smile at Zhaozhao, as if everything was under control. What did I do? Initially, I reported it to the teacher, who spoke with those students. They then secretly sought revenge. And realizing this was ineffective, I escalated the situation. While they bullied me, I seized the leader of the group, biting, kicking, and pulling her hair. I endured a fair amount of beating myself. Ultimately, the matter reached the principal, who summoned the parents of those students. My father was not one to forgive easily and demanded disciplinary action from school. They received demerits, and thereafter, they truly dared not bully me at school. They resorted to causing trouble outside of school, prompting me to take up martial arts. Simultaneously, I practiced sprinting. When outnumbered, I would run, but when the odds were in my favor, I would retaliate fiercely. Eventually, they faced enough consequences that the leader's followers were the first to apologize. Isolated and defeated, they ultimately feared me, avoiding me at all costs. Within the school, I had become quite the notable figure. Tong Yuer stood in stunned silence, fresh tears spilling forth. She shook her head. I can't do it. I can't. Huiya School is unlike ordinary institutions. Ding Henin and her associates hail from affluent families, while the teachers are mere commoners. They hardly heed the teachers' words, and their families donate substantial sums to the school. Even the disciplinary head must cater to their parents, let alone summon them for reprimands. If I were to tell the teachers, they would be reprimanded and their parents called, they might retaliate against my family. Once she began to speak, Tong Yuer found her words flowing freely. I only have an elderly grandmother at home. I cannot bear to share my experiences at school with her, and there's no one to support me. But I truly feel like I cannot go on. Jian Yunsang understood the situation at Huiya School. It was the finest private institution locally, essentially a school for the elite, with tuition exceeding 200,000 per semester, far beyond the reach of average students. However, the school also accepted academically gifted students from less affluent background for the sake of maintaining high enrollment rates. Ding Henin and her group likely belonged to the former category, while Tong Yuer appeared to be from the latter. Based on her words, it seemed she had enrolled at Huiya School primarily for the substantial scholarship opportunities. Became increasingly distraught as she spoke, yet I had already been quite obedient to them. I completed their assignments, ran errands for them, and even submerged myself in icy water during the depths of winter at their request, all without protest. Despite catching a cold and developing a fever, I still assisted them in their running. Furthermore, they insisted that I accompany them to a haunted house yesterday, despite my fear of ghosts, and I complied. Yet they showed no signs of letting me off the hook. Jian Yunsang, who had originally offered her a tissue, paused in disbelief. A haunted house? You and those three actually went to a haunted house to ring in the new year? Indeed. Tong Yue snifflet, explaining that she had been so frightened of the haunted house that she could not move, and it was a senior who liked Ding Henin that ultimately brought her out. Ding Henin accused me of enticing him, called me despicable, and threatened to spread rumors around my neighborhood, questioning my grandmother on how she raised me. What am I to do? My grandmother is elderly and cannot withstand the harassment. Their family is affluent and powerful. I can think of no other way but to end my own life. Sister, what should I do? She finally succumbed to her emotions and wept uncontrollably. Zhaozhao also shed tears upon hearing this. Although she had endured her own hardships, she had since recovered. But this sister before her seemed as lost as the abandoned wives from Lu Siyuan with no path ahead. Just when Zhaozhao was overwhelmed with sorrow, her phone watch suddenly rang. Her attention diverted. She stepped away from Jian Yunsang's embrace, glancing at the caller ID before moving a few steps aside to answer the call. Hello, Brother Yuan. Zhaozhao. The voice on the other end was filled with urgency. Where are you right now? How could you leave without waiting for me to wake up? It's truly inconsiderate not to bring me along. Yuan felt aggrieved. He had been forced to study late into the night by his heartless and deranged older brother, while everyone else was enjoying the holiday. He was exhausted and had only fallen asleep late, resulting in oversleeping today. He had planned to rest and take his sister out, but upon waking, he found himself surrounded by numerous unfamiliar faces, and to his dismay, both his aunt and Zhaozhao were absent. He felt abandoned and needed his sister's warm presence to soothe his spirits. Zhaozhao sniffled. I didn't leave without you. I tried to wake you, but you wouldn't get up. Just as Yuan was about to protest, he paused. Zhaozhao, what's wrong? Are you sick? Before he could finish, a rustling sound followed, and another voice came through the watch. Zhaozhao, have you been crying? Who bullied you? It was her older cousin. Zhaozhao instinctively shook her head, realizing they couldn't see her, and quickly responded, "No one bullied me. I just heard something sad and feel heavy-hearted." Yuan tugged at He Zhiyuan's arm and leaned closer to the watch. "What is so sad?" He Zhiyuan pushed him away, frowning slightly. "Zhaozhao, what is that noise on your end? It sounds a bit chaotic." Zhaozhao blinked. "Noise? What noise?" "Oh right, it's Tong Yuer crying." Her mother was not stopping her, merely handing her tissues, seemingly waiting for her to finish before speaking. Seeing Tong Yuer in such a state troubled Zhaozhao. What should she do? This older sister didn't allow her to come close, and the methods her mother suggested were deemed ineffective by Tong Yuer. What else could she do? If this matter remained unresolved, would Tong Yuer still contemplate jumping off a bridge in the future? Zhao hurriedly moved aside, and Yunlu quickly followed to protect her. Once they reached a quieter area, Zhao whispered, "Big brother, I'm fine. My mother's right beside me. We are currently on the bridge next to Huya School." "Huya School?" He Zhiyuan paused. "Yes, we encountered something." Zhao continued, "Big brother, do you know a girl named Tong Yue? She seems to attend the same school as you, and she is being terribly bullied by her classmates. I heard her crying." Tong Yue? He Zhiyuan recognized the name. She had consistently ranked first in academics, from Huya Elementary to middle school and now in high school, almost without exception. Tong Yue had only joined Huya during high school, and they were just in their first year. However, Huya held monthly exams and the competition was fierce. He had heard his friends warn him to be careful, as she might be surpassed. He had merely smiled and said nothing, but by the second monthly exam, the second place student had been replaced. He was accustomed to remembering the scores of the top 5 students, and he knew that Tong Yue had been slipping down the ranks, eventually falling out of the top 5 by the final exam. He had never cared about why her grades declined, merely speculating that she might not have adapted to the high school curriculum. However, hearing Zhao as implication now suggested that she was a victim of bullying. He Zhiyuan frowned. If it were merely a matter of her not adjusting to the academic environment, a drop in grades could be understood. But if she was facing malicious bullying from others, that would ruin person. He harbored a deep disdain for such behavior. Yet, the pressing concern was how to comfort Tong Yue and dissuade her from thoughts of self-harm. His mother had once told him that 3 heads are better than 1. He, being too young, and his mother being ineffective, perhaps his older cousin, who was closer in age to Tong Yue, might have a solution. As for his younger aunt, she was too introverted, so he would not trouble her. Thus, Zhao eagerly addressed He Zhiyuan, "Cousin, Tong Yue has 3 classmates who often insult her, pull her hair, and even lock her away. Just yesterday, they forced her to go to a haunted house." She proceeded to relay the information she had absorbed, with Yunlu correcting her as needed. The more He Zhiyuan listened, the darker his expression became. A haunted house? So Tong Yue had also gone there yesterday? Those same individuals had invited him, but he had no interest in such reckless pursuits, thus declined and hadn't bothered to inquire who else had attended, only knowing that a dozen or so had gone. What was initially a playful activity organized by a group of classmates had escalated into something far more sinister. That they had driven Tong Yue to contemplate suicide was criminal in nature. Yet, they were all minors, and since Tong Yue had not suffered any physical harm, even if reported to the police, the most they would do is educate and reprimand those girls. The future days for Tong Yue would only become more distressing. Under the vast sky, the onlookers could not help but sigh at this scene. Most of them had never set foot in a school, and the common folk believed that only those from well-off families could afford education. They all considered themselves scholars, individuals of insight who should conduct themselves with decorum. How could they possibly engage in actions that drive another to despair? Did they not fear the repercussions of their reputations, especially for young girls? Would such notoriety hinder their prospects for marriage in the future? Yet, many educated individuals displayed expressions of empathy, recognizing that it was common for the powerful to bully the less fortunate, regardless of their academic standing. Even Chaochao remarked to Lin Lan and others. Such incidents do occur in the county school. Some young masters from wealthy families, accustomed to giving orders, particularly look down upon students like us who come from villages. I'm fortunate, but there was a student in the county school who accidentally bumped into a gentleman's son and was forced to abandon his studies. Lin Lan and others had never known of such occurrences. They held the county school in reverence, unaware of the underlying corruption. Chaochao concluded, "Not everyone can replicate the experiences and retaliations of young ladies like Jian." He Jian shared a similar sentiment. Upon hearing Chaochao's words, he understood that Tong Yuer had no means to resist. Even if she transferred to another school in Jiangcheng, she might still be unable to escape the retribution of those classmates. The only way out was if she could muster the courage to confront them fiercely, instilling fear in them. However, with her elderly grandmother to consider, she felt compelled to tread the path of despair. Chaochao, increasingly distressed, lamented, "Big brother, what should I do? My head feels like it's going to explode. If only I were as clever as Zhuge Liang." Yuan, on the other end, suggested a rather dubious plan, "Sister. Don't stress. I have an idea. We can hire bodyguards to tie those bully girls to a bridge and threaten to push them off. That way, they would understand the gravity of their actions and cease their bullying." Chaochao's eyes lit up, realizing this was indeed a form of retribution. He Jian, somewhat exasperated, corrected her. "It's called using their own methods against them." He then added, "Do not heed Yuan's reckless proposal. It is utterly impractical. The notion that they would empathize is absurd." Rubbing his temples, he reassured Chaochao, "Do not fret over this matter. Tong Yuer is in the same school as I am, and so are those 3 classmates. Leave this to me. I will handle it." "Really? You have a plan?" she asked in disbelief. "Yes, so do not worry." Chaochao exhaled in relief. "All right, I will await your good news." After hanging up, she noticed that Tong Yuer's emotions had stabilized considerably. She sniffled and accepted the tissue from Jian Yunsang, expressing her gratitude. Yet, after taking a few steps, her expression changed, and she quickly retreated, nearly stepping on Jian Yunsang's foot. Chapter 136. What a coincidence. The boys, clad in sportswear and holding a basketball, seemed to have just come from a nearby school where they had been playing. Ding Hanheng wore a smug smile, while Tong Yuer turned pale. Chaochao, increasingly worried, grasped Jian Yunsang's hand, and even Jian Yunlu swallowed hard, whispering, "Sister, should we run?" "Where to?" "The car is over there, and those boys are clearly athletic. They would outrun us easily. Besides, apart from Jian Yunsang, we are all quite out of shape." "Then what should we do?" Tong Yuer trembled, instinctively fearful of Ding Hanheng, especially with so many others accompanying him. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. You should leave. I will confront them." "Sister, I've told you before, I'm not easily bullied. You hit me, and you cannot simply brush it off. Is it because of the boys behind her?" Sure enough, after casting a glance at Jian Yunsang, Ding Hanheng turned to the boys behind him. "Xiao, this is her. I merely had a disagreement with my classmate, and she came up and hit us. You all need to help me take revenge." "How do we take revenge?" "Just to be clear, we can't hit girls, but we cannot let this go unpunished either. You're under my protection. If you are bullied, it reflects poorly on me. You don't need to hit her. Just hold her down and slap her a few times to vent our anger." The boys exchanged glances, visibly hesitant. Ding Hanheng quickly added, "She struck first. Look at the bruise on my arm." Only then did Zhaozhao grit his teeth and agree, "Fine, we will only hold her." With that, they moved to take action. Ding Hanheng raised an eyebrow and shouted at Tong Yuer, who was trembling yet still standing in front of Jian Yunsang and the others, "Get out of the way, or you'll get slapped too." Tong Yuer was terrified, realizing that evasion was impossible today. Jian Yunlu whispered, "Sister, do you think we can manage this? You take Chaochao and get as far away as possible." The atmosphere grew tense, as everyone felt the weight of the impending confrontation. "I told you, Jian girl should have left after driving those 3 girls away. Now look, they VE summoned so many men." When Chaochao was on the phone with He Gongzi, she should have asked him to bring some people along. It's over. Those boys are so tall, perhaps they are martial artists." The crowd was anxious, with some even covering their eyes, unable to bear the sight. The boys drew nearer, and Tong Yuer trembled even more. Jian Yunsang stood behind her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder before pulling her behind her. This action revealed her own face. Suddenly, the forward boy, swaggering in his walk, came to an abrupt halt, nearly causing Ding Hanheng to collide with him. She looked up bewildered. "Xiao, what's wrong? Why have we stopped?" The boy chuckled awkwardly and stood straight, addressing Jian Yunsang with an unexpected politeness. "Teacher Jian." Ding Hanheng and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. "Teacher? What teacher?" Xiao knows her. Jian Yunsang was taken aback, recalling a student she had taught. It had been 3 years since they last met. He had grown considerably taller and changed his hairstyle, making him nearly unrecognizable. "Zhaozhao, it's been years. Are you intending to intimidate your former teacher now?" "No, it's not that serious. Teacher Jian, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." What misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that you intended to have me slapped? Or that I randomly struck the girl you're protecting? Zhaozhao felt on the verge of tears. It's all a misunderstanding. How could Teacher Jian strike someone without cause? It must be that Han Heng did something wrong, and as a teacher, you should correct your student's mistakes. Ding Han Heng stomped her foot in disbelief. Xiao, what are you saying? Jian Yunseng glanced at the two of them and asked Zhaozhao, is Ding Han Heng your girlfriend? No. She asked my adopted sister. Do you know what your sister has done? Zhaozhao was unsure, but he could tell from Teacher Jian's demeanor that it was probably something serious. Anyone who behaved improperly in class would face a reprimand. You don't know what she has done, yet you dare to defend her? So she has the audacity to bully her classmates simply because someone like you stands by her without discernment. Zhaozhao's eyes widened. Bully classmates? He silently screamed in his mind that it was over. Teacher Jian detested bullying incidents the most. He turned to Ding Han Heng, who wanted to deny it. But Zhaozhao's expression turned grave. Do not lie. Teacher Jian would never wrong you. Ding Han Heng felt utterly wronged. What are you afraid of? She's just a teacher, and you haven't seen her in years. Do you believe everything she says? Is she more important to you than I am? Before Ding Han Heng could say more, Zhaozhao's patience wore thin. Enough. You are in the wrong for bullying classmates. And seeking me as your backup is even more outrageous. Apologize to Teacher Jian immediately. Why should I? If you do not apologize, I will inform your father, and we will no longer have any dealings. Ding Han Heng, incredulous, realized that while others might dismiss her father's words, Zhaozhao's would be taken seriously. If that happened, she would lose her allowance and her current freedom. Tears of grievance welled in her eyes as Zhaozhao continued, apologize. Fine, I will apologize. She bit her lip, glaring at Jian Yunseng, her voice low but filled with anger. I'm sorry. Chapter 137. To take one's own life is the true demeanor one should possess as a scholar. The unfolding events were indeed beyond Jian Yunseng's expectations. Yet the outcome was ultimately favorable. She squinted her eyes, and what else? Ding Henin felt extremely frustrated. What more could there be? Jian Yunseng turned her gaze toward Zhaozhao. As her former student, Zhaozhao almost instinctively remarked that she had yet to apologize to the classmates she had bullied and still needed to make a promise. Ding Henin asked, so why did she call Brother Xiao over? Zhaozhao urged her to hurry, stating that they would not leave until everything was settled. Taking a deep breath, Ding Henin looked at Tong Yuer with a malevolent gaze. I'm sorry, Tong Yuer. I was wrong in the past, and I will not bully you again. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. After saying this, she turned to Jian Yunseng, asking if that was sufficient. Jian Yunseng smiled and looked back at Zhaozhao, inquiring if it was acceptable. Zhaozhao, feeling a jolt, assured her, rest assured, Teacher Jian, I will supervise her. If she relapses in the future, I will come to you. Ding Henin gritted her teeth, while Zhaozhao felt like crying, saying, don't worry, Teacher Jian. I will reason with her and ensure she becomes an exemplary student. So can we leave now? Jian Yunseng understood that this was the limit, and she could not genuinely take further action against Ding Henin, so she nodded. Zhaozhao immediately grabbed Ding Henin and turned to leave, with the others hastily following suit. The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Jian Yunlu covered her mouth and laughed. I thought there would be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect this outcome. Sister, does that mean this matter is perfectly resolved now? With someone supervising Ding Henin, she won't bully Tong Yuer anymore. The Emperor Jingxian in the sky chuckled. I believe it remains unresolved. At the same time, Jian Yunseng shook her head, indicating that it was not completely settled. Jian Yunlu's smile froze. What do you mean? Ding Henin, being pressed by Zhaozhao, might not bully her classmates for a short period. But Jian Yunseng turned to Tong Yuer and said, although this sounds harsh, Ding Henin has not genuinely recognized her mistakes. Zhaozhao cannot supervise her forever. She will inevitably return to her old ways. She did not anticipate that the other party would be a teacher, believing that she must be a responsible one. Yet, she felt powerless and guilty. Seeing Tong Yuer about to leave, Jian Yunseng reached out to stop her. I have another method. Would you like to hear it? Tong Yuer was taken aback, but quickly shook her head. I know you have had similar experiences, Teacher Jian. You are very brave, and I admire you. But we are different. I cannot do what you did. I understand, so I want to ask you, would you consider transferring schools? Jian Yunseng was not the naive middle school student she once was. She understood the harsh realities of life. Tong Yuer could not possibly retaliate against Ding Henin. Even if she trained in martial arts like Jian Yunsang, she would not resist. She had many concerns. Given Ding Henin's family background, seeking revenge would be too easy, and the potential harm would not only affect her, but also her grandmother. Moreover, Ding Henin and her associates were minors, backed by wealthy and powerful parents, and the consequences they faced would be minimal. Jian Yunsang would not impulsively urge Tong Yuer to take risks, for it would be too late if something went wrong. After pondering, she said, I know you chose to attend Huiya School, likely for the generous scholarship. I can assist you with your education. I have helped other students before. You could study in another city, and with your grades, transferring should not be difficult. If you're unsure how to proceed, I can help you. Of course, I do not offer this assistance without expectation. When you succeed in university, I may need your help in return. Tong Yuer was stunned. You would support me to study in another city? But what if Ding Henin and her friends intimidate my grandmother? Your grandmother can come with you to rent a place elsewhere. It would be far better than living in constant fear here. Wouldn't it? Jian Yunsang stated, in fact, avoiding confrontation is not shameful. Knowing you cannot contend with someone more powerful, it is wise to steer clear of their wrath. When Ding Henin commanded you to do those things to humiliate you, your decision not to resist was correct. The most important thing is to protect yourself. You are the victim, and you did nothing wrong. This provoked dissatisfaction among some scholars of the Qi beneath the celestial canopy, questioning the notion that not resisting humiliation was acceptable. They believed one should possess dignity, and a scholar should be willing to sacrifice rather than suffer indignity, advocating that Tong Yuer should leap from the bridge to demonstrate the spirit of a scholar. They lamented that Miss Jian, as a teacher, was leading her students astray. Would Tong Yuer heed her words and transfer? In my opinion, she should confront Ding Henin and escalate the matter, gaining a reputation for combating evil forces. However, Tong Yuer did not hear their words. She looked at Jian Yunsang in confusion. Am I right? But many classmates look down on me, saying I lack courage. Those who have not faced the blade naturally make light of the situation. There is no need to heed their empty words. Consider the historical figures like Yuan Gojian, who endured hardship, and Han Exant, who bore humiliation. They ultimately succeeded, and such experiences became vibrant strokes in their lives, earning them admiration from future generations. Didn't they? The stubborn scholars beneath the celestial canopy flushed with indignation, feeling as if Miss Jian was rebuking them. Tong Yuer appeared moved. After a long silence, she raised her head, as if having made up her mind, and took a deep breath. All right, I will transfer. However, at that moment, Emperor Jingxian furrowed his brow and asked Chaochao behind him, Do you not feel that something important is missing? Chapter 138. Energy value unresponsive? Chaochao looked puzzled. This servant is dull and cannot recall anything. Please enlighten your majesty. The energy value of Zhaozhao is unresponsive. Initially, Emperor Jingxian was quite interested in their visit to the university campus, eager to see how it differed from their current Taishu. Little did he know they would encounter this incident along the way. He felt no particular empathy for Tong Yuer's plight and thought her somewhat cowardly. Jian Yunsang's words, however, caused him to ponder for a moment before he resumed his activities. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the first to notice Tong Yuer's intent to jump from the bridge was Zhaozhao. Based on previous experiences, her energy value should have increased. Yet, even by evening, he had not heard Zhaozhao mention anything about her energy value. Emperor Jingxian muttered to himself, and Chaochao felt a sudden pang of alarm upon hearing this. If His Majesty's assumption was correct, how would they account for the energy value on the Qi's side? Jian Yunsang, too, realized the implication, her brow furrowing as she glanced at the sleeping Zhaozhao beside her. Henan Zhou entered, climbed into bed while lowering his voice. I've made arrangements to take Zhaozhao to visit kindergartens tomorrow. I've scheduled 3 visits to see which one she likes best. They all believed that Zhaozhao was gradually adapting to life here and becoming bolder, considering sending her to kindergarten for a trial. If she did not resist, they could let her acclimate for a few days before officially enrolling after the new year. Jian Yunsang absent-mindedly responded with a hum. Henan Zhou paused in his actions, casting a suspicious glance at her. What's wrong? You seem strange. Jian Yunsang turned to face him, saying, It's odd. Today we saved someone. Yet Zhaozhao's energy value did not increase. Initially, she had not considered this, Her instinct to save someone in distress was not driven by the pursuit of energy value. It was only at this moment that she realized it. Zhao frowned. Zhaozhao's energy value seems to rise unpredictably. We still have not found a way to assess it. The more this is the case, the more unsettled we feel. Jian Yunsang pressed her lips together. Let us hope that that's the case. Do not be concerned. At present, the energy levels do not seem to affect Chaochao's well-being, and she is improving steadily. Zhao offered her some comforting words, observing her wide-eyed expression devoid of sleepiness. After a moment's reflection, he inquired if she was still contemplating the events of the day prior, suggesting perhaps a lingering sense of discontent. Jian Yunsang sighed, expressing her dismay at Ding Han and her associates, who had perpetrated actions so egregious they drove Tong Yuer to the brink of despair, leaving her with profound psychological scars, while the only consequence they faced was a mere apology devoid of any real punishment. Meanwhile, Tong Yuer was forced to flee Jiangsheng with her grandmother, a thought that left her uncomfortable. Bullying in schools has always been a contentious issue, with countless victims left to bear the shadows of their torment for a lifetime, while the perpetrators often continue to live carefree, even forgetting the malevolence they enacted upon others. It is conceivable that a decade later, they might trivialize such experiences as mere anecdotes. Some instances have escalated to tragic ends, yet the outcomes remain unresolved. During Jian Yunsang's tenure as a teacher, such occurrences were absent in her classroom, but similar incidents were not uncommon in the school, albeit less severe than those involving Ding Han. The most prevalent form of bullying involves students banding together to ostracize a peer, setting traps, and mocking them. Is this not a form of bullying as well? Such situations abound, and an appropriate resolution remains elusive. Zhao pondered whether he should discuss this matter with President Ding on another day, urging him to take action regarding his daughter. Jian Yunsang shook her head, deeming it futile. Students like Ding Han would only become more rebellious if subjected to sudden parental oversight. He asked how she wished to proceed, offering his assistance. Jian Yunsang replied with a hint of humor, expressing her desire for retributive justice, though recognizing the difficulty of such an approach. Unbeknownst to Jian Yunsang, someone shared her sentiments and began to act on them the very next day. The following day marked a typical school day at Huiya's school. Few were aware of the troubles that had befallen Tong Yuer and Ding Han. They entered the campus with the same joviality as before. Tong Yuer attended school as well, accustomed to the stares of many classmates. However, upon entering the classroom, she found herself unbothered by Ding Han and her entourage, who had yet to arrive. Tong Yuer exhaled slowly, secretly hoping they would take the day off, especially after being coerced into an apology the previous day, which might have left them in poor spirits. Alas, she was soon met with disappointment. Shortly after settling into her seat, the familiar sound of footsteps and impatient voices approached. Instinctively, Tong Yuer felt the urge to rise, but recalling the events of the previous day, she suppressed it, lowering her gaze to avoid any confrontation with Ding Han. She breathed a sigh of relief and opened her book. Having agreed with Jian Yunsang that with the new year approaching, there were only a few days until the holiday, transferring schools would serve no purpose. With Ding Han temporarily under the supervision of Zhaozhao, she believed she could endure the remaining days. Thus, she attended class as usual, and thus far, the situation appeared manageable. Yet, even without directly confronting her, Ding Han could not swallow her indignation. She sat in her seat, deliberately engaging in banter with others, her demeanor feigning innocence while harboring a malicious intent. Tong Yuer recognized that Ding Han was referring to her, her fingers tightening slightly. "It's all right. I am used to it," she reassured herself. Ding Han, however, showed no signs of relenting. "You should not be so naive. People like her will deceive you while secretly enriching themselves. Just yesterday, I encountered a fool, a teacher no less. I wonder if his brain has been kicked by a donkey." Despite her resolve, Tong Yuer could not help but turn her head to look at her. Why drag Jian Laosher into this? Ding Han glared at her, demanding, "What are you staring at? Did I mention your name? What? Am I not allowed to speak freely now? You wish to report me? I haven't even touched you. Don't try to frame me." Her expression was fierce, unable to swallow the humiliation she had endured the day before. She was determined to make Tong Yuer pay dearly. Even if she withdrew from school, she would not relent. No, her vengeance would not only target Tong Yuer, but also Jian Yunsang. Ding Han had never experienced such a significant setback. Even if she could not physically confront Tong Yuer now, she could still torment her with words, ensuring that her school life would be filled with anguish. Many were eager to curry favor with her, willingly setting traps for Tong Yuer, and she cannot be held responsible for that. With this thought, Ding Han smiled with satisfaction. What are you looking at? Am I disturbing you while chatting with my friend? Everyone, come take a look at her fierce gaze. I'm so frightened. I told you. She's not as simple as she appears, but you didn't believe me. Some classmates chuckled nervously in agreement, while others were curious as to why Ding Han was only verbally aggressive today, given her past behavior. Suddenly, a voice called out from the classroom door, Tanya, someone is looking for you. As the words hung in the air, all heads turned towards the entrance. Ding Han furrowed her brow. Who could possibly be looking for Tong Yuer? Was it the meddlesome Jian from yesterday, bringing this matter into the school? Tong Yuer felt equally bewildered as she turned to the door. Then, they saw a familiar figure appear in the doorway, a boy well known to the entire class. He approached the class monitor, asking, "May I come in?" The monitor eagerly nodded. "He Yuan, of course, you can enter." He Yuan smiled as he entered, carrying a small box. Upon seeing him, Tong Yuer was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to be the one seeking her out. Perhaps he had business in their class. As she leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the door, her classmates shared her sentiment. To their astonishment, He Yuan walked directly to Tong Yuer's desk and cheerfully inquired, "Are you Tong Yuer?" The entire class fell silent, eyes widening in disbelief. What did this mean? He Yuan was looking for Tong Yuer? When had they interacted? Ding Han's shock was palpable, her fists clenched tightly. Ding Han remained silent, acutely aware of the girls around her who admired He Yuan. No, it was not just her. Many in their class were fond of him. The most notable was the class beauty, and most classmates turned their attention to her. Although her expression was somewhat stiff, she did not approach. Instead, another girl stepped forward to He Yuan's side, curiously leaning in. "Jin, do you know Tong Yuer?" This girl was the daughter of one of He Yuan's distant relatives, making her his cousin. Tong Yuer felt equally puzzled. He Yuan clarified, "We weren't acquainted before, but I believe we will be today." Others were left in confusion. His words sounded rather strange. He Yuan placed the box on the desk and introduced himself. "Hello. I am He Yuan from Class 1. I'm not sure if you've heard of me." Tong Yuer blinked in surprise and nodded. "Yes, I know." In the whole of Huiya, who was unaware of He Yuan's illustrious name. When she first arrived at the school, some even regarded her as a target to surpass. "My aunt urged me to convey to you that while studying is indeed important, one must also cherish their health. If you feel unwell, you may take a few days off to rest. Furthermore, yesterday was New Year's Day, and my aunt prepared some food at home. She entrusted me to bring you a portion, which you can enjoy as a snack if you feel hungry." Among all the students present, Tang's cousin glanced around, her eyes widening slightly in surprise as she asked Tong Yuer, "Do you know Jian's aunt?" "She is Mrs. He Sanshao, and everyone in their circle is aware that He Sanshao will undoubtedly become the future president of the He Group, possessing the greatest influence within the corporation." Although there were rumors earlier that Mrs. He and He Sanshao's marriage was in jeopardy, the Tang family and the He family are connected by marriage. And while others may be unaware of the intricacies, they are certainly privy to some of the details. "Is this Mrs. He acquainted with Tong Yuer?" Tong Yuer, feeling bewildered, stared at the box on the table, hesitant to move, sensing there might be some misunderstanding. He classmate, could it be that you have mistaken someone?" "I do not know your aunt." He Jian smiled. "How could I mistake someone? My aunt's surname is Jian, and she was once a proud teacher. Did she not have dinner with you yesterday? And my little cousin, named Zhaozhao, she is quite fond of you." As He Jian revealed this information, Tong Yuer's eyes widened further, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in disbelief. "Teacher Jian is He Jian's aunt? How could that be?" Indeed, she seemed to recall that Teacher Jian had mentioned having a nephew studying at Huiya School and had inquired whether she knew him. So the nephew she spoke of is He Jian. Tong Yuer gasped, utterly taken aback. She had heard of He Jian's prestigious background and was aware of the power of the He family. Yet Teacher Jian appeared so approachable, dressed simply, and spoke of her own experiences with bullying, starkly contrasting with the affluent women she had encountered. Now that she was aware of her true identity, she found herself at a loss on how to proceed. Ding Han, too, doubted her own senses, feeling as though she were about to faint, collapsing into her chair, unable to move for a while. Her exclamation caught the attention of her classmates, who instinctively glanced her way. noticing her pallor as if she had received a grave shock. The students exchanged glances, shocked yet somewhat envious of Tong Yuer's fortune. Following He Jiyan's comment, the classroom fell into an immediate silence, all eyes subconsciously turning to Tong Yuer, eager to observe her reaction. However, Tong Yuer herself was still processing the astonishing news, leading to a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Still, Tang's cousin exclaimed in astonishment, "Jiyan, are you and Tong Yuer that close? You even shared a meal together?" He Jiyan nodded helplessly. "Yes. My aunt has a laid-back nature and can become friends with anyone she connects with, regardless of age." Upon meeting Tong's classmate and learning about her humble background and her impressive achievement of gaining admission to Huiya School with a substantial scholarship through her own efforts, she was greatly impressed. "As you know, my aunt used to be a teacher and has a fondness for diligent and studious students." Tang's cousin nodded in understanding, indeed. Teachers tend to appreciate such qualities. Thus, upon discovering that Tong Yuer and I attended the same school, she asked me to bring her some items. She also remarked that I'm an old hand at Huiya, while Tong Yuer has only been here for a semester. So she asked me to look out for her. How is that to look out for her when we are not in the same class? Several female classmates glanced over, and Tong Yuer widened her eyes, quickly shaking her head. "That's impossible. What's going on?" He Jiyan frowned. "I knew that any attention I gave to a female classmate would inevitably lead to your baseless speculations. My aunt, being a former teacher, has always opposed early romantic relationships. How could she possibly engage in such matters?" He was merely trying to alleviate Tong Yuer's troubles, not create additional complications for her. He was aware of his popularity at school and did not wish for Tong Yuer to suffer more bullying. He then turned to Tang's cousin to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Cousin, could you do me a favor? Since you are in the same class as Tong's classmate, please look out for her. If she encounters any confusion, let her come to you. This way, I can also provide an explanation to my aunt, considering that Tong Yuer is now my aunt's friend, and, strictly speaking, she is even my junior." The crowd pondered. Is that how one calculates being a junior? However, this remark eased the minds of many present, especially the class flower, who let out a sigh of relief and even smiled at Tong Yuer. Seeing her friend in this state, Tang's cousin felt reassured as she turned to Tong Yuer. "No problem. From now on, you shall be my friend. If you face any grievances, just let me know, and I will assist you." After saying this, she turned her gaze to Ding Han Han, her meaning unmistakable. With her around, Ding Han Han would no longer bully her. Yet at this moment, Ding Han Han appeared lost in thought, her expression grim, entirely oblivious to Tang's cousin's glance. Tong Yuer, who had barely spoken a couple of sentences, found herself inexplicably with a new friend and now a junior. She opened her mouth, looking at the box on the table, her heart brimming with countless words she wished to express: excitement, gratitude, and joy. Ultimately, all that emerged was, "Thank you, he classmate. You have my aunt's contact information. Do you not? You may thank her yourself." "I will." She truly did not know how to adequately express her gratitude to Jianyun Sang at this moment. She even felt an urge to compose an 800-word letter of thanks, employing every flattering word possible to convey her appreciation. He Jiyan nodded, just as everyone presumed his words were drawing to a close, and he would be departing after delivering the items. The class flower took a couple of steps forward, hoping to seize the opportunity for a brief conversation. To her surprise, He Jiyan suddenly turned and approached Ding Han Han. Initially, she did not react until one of her followers gently nudged her from behind, prompting her to snap her head up. Just as she was about to inquire what was happening, she found He Jiyan standing before her desk. Her heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition washing over her. Indeed, He Jiyan spoke. "Ding Han Han, is it? I heard that yesterday you brought along 5 or 6 male university students intending to confront my aunt and slap her." The classmates collectively gasped in shock. Who? Who slapped whom? Did Ding Han Han possess such audacity? Yet she had no idea that Ding Han Han had become so brazen. She even dared to strike Mrs. He? Wouldn't the He family ruin the Ding family as a result? No wonder He Jiyan arrived in their class so early today. It turned out that the person he primarily sought was not Tong Yuer, but Ding Han Han. "Wait, hold on." Tang's cousin interjected curiously. "I recall your aunt is quite capable, isn't she?" He Jiyan nodded. "Indeed, hence it is Ding Han Han who has faced the consequences." Tang's cousin remarked, "No wonder. I thought I saw a bruise on Ding Han Han's wrist earlier, but I assumed I was mistaken. It seems it must have been a remnant from her beating." Misses. He from the He family packs quite a punch. That bruise is visible even from a distance. Tang's cousin's eyes widened, as she had heard of the He family's concern for the missing child. However, now that Ding Han Han had frightened the child into sleeplessness, causing the entire He family distress, would they not take action? Ding Han Han evidently recalled this detail, realizing that a little girl had indeed been present, hiding in the back, and she had not paid attention to whether the child had been frightened at the time. She felt that her fate was sealed. Her two followers trembled, wishing they had never followed Ding Han Han yesterday. He Jian cast a meaningful glance at them, ultimately choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he simply remarked, "Take care of yourselves." Cousin Tang nodded repeatedly, assuring him that they would protect themselves well. The term protect held an underlying significance that those in the know understood. With that, He Jian departed. As soon as he left, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Ding Henin's expression darkened considerably. It seemed she had realized something and hastily retrieved her phone to dial a familiar number. "Hello, Zhaozhao. Why didn't you inform me that Teacher Jian is the wife of the third young master of the He family?" By the end of her sentence, her voice had inadvertently risen, startling the teacher who had just entered with a stack of books. Upon hearing the commotion, the teacher saw it was Ding Henin and immediately furrowed her brow, though she refrained from speaking. Yet, Ding Henin raised her voice again. "You don't know? How could you possibly not know?" Zhaozhao, equally astonished, replied, "Are you mistaken? How could Teacher Jian possibly be the wife of the third young master of the He family?" The teacher could no longer hold back and cleared her throat. "Ding, it's class time." Ding Henin glanced at the teacher, her expression sour, but she lowered her voice, albeit still with an urgent tone. "How could I be mistaken? He Jian just came to the classroom and told us." Zhaozhao was momentarily speechless. He knew He Jian, and though they weren't close, he recognized that he was not one to fabricate such a lie. Yet, he genuinely could not fathom how Teacher Jian could be the wife of the third young master of the He family. This was, after all, quite understandable, as Jian Yunsang had always maintained a low profile, rarely participating in the He family social gatherings. When she did attend, it was typically among those she was close to, often making brief appearances before leaving. The He family would not impose demands on her. Otherwise, they would not allow her to be a high school teacher. In school, she was simply a teacher, with no obligation to disclose who her husband was to her students or colleagues. The most public exposure she had received was 2 years prior when Zhaozhao had gone missing, a situation that had garnered significant media attention. Zhaozhao's apprehension towards her stemmed from having been reprimanded by Jian Yunsang. Now, hearing Ding Henin's assertion left him utterly bewildered. Wow, is Teacher Jian really that impressive? Not only is she exceptional at teaching, but she also has such an esteemed husband? However, his thoughts quickly drifted back to events from the previous day. He decided it wise to maintain a distance from Ding Henin, or rather, it would be best to keep a distance from the entire Ding family. After all, their daughter was notorious for her bullying tendencies, indicating a troubling family environment. Reflecting on this, Zhaozhao's tone grew cold. "I've told you before not to offend Teacher Jian lightly, yet you remain unconvinced. In my opinion, you should mend relations with that classmate from yesterday. Consider it a way to atone for your misdeeds." "Zhaozhao, are you out of your mind?" Ding Henin, already in a foul mood, was too agitated to even address her brother properly, her voice once again rising. "You want me to befriend her?" The teacher cast another glance in their direction, but this time, before she could speak, other students had already voiced their discontent. "Ding Henin, it's class time. If you wish to make a phone call, please do so outside or wait until after class. You're not studying while others are trying to learn. Please do not disrupt them." Ding Henin was taken aback, looking up at Cousin Tang with a face full of disbelief. She had never encountered such words before. Perhaps she had heard them in the past, but they were usually met with her retaliation. However, Ding Henin was unaware that this was merely the beginning. Soon, other classmates began to chime in. "Indeed, Ding Henin, this is a school and a classroom. Do not treat it as your personal space. It is quite rude." "What rudeness? Is it not a lack of upbringing? Isn't she always like this?" They were baffled by her arrogance, as she behaved more like a little thug than a student. Sharing a class with her felt like a significant downgrade in their own standing. Some classmates chuckled. "Be careful. She has several brothers outside who could be quite intimidating." Ding Henin was oblivious to when the call had been disconnected. She stared in shock at the girls speaking up in class. How dare they speak to her like that? Unfortunately, they not only had the audacity to speak to her in such a manner, but also enacted upon her what she had previously done to Tong Yue. From that day forward, Ding Henin found her school life increasingly arduous, as if everything conspired against her. Her books mysteriously turned to water, dead snakes appeared in her desk, and she was often ambushed while walking to have her hair cut unexpectedly. Chapter 142. This is a case of returning the favor in kind. Ding Henin experienced firsthand the tribulations that Tong Yue had once faced. Did she regret her actions? Perhaps, but having inflicted such immense harm upon others, she was unlikely to receive any second chances. Thus, a month after the second semester commenced, she withdrew from school. Even her 2 henchwomen eventually transferred to other institutions. Of course, at this moment, no one could have predicted such events. At the very least, Tong Yue had not anticipated such a turn of events. After He Jian left, she was eager to contact Jian Yunsang. Unfortunately, class was in session, and she wished to study diligently, which was also what teacher Jian hoped for. Therefore, it was not until after class that she retrieved her phone. She possessed an old model phone, primarily used for sending texts and making calls, mainly to keep in touch with her grandmother, and it was seldom utilized otherwise. Upon taking it out from her desk, she discovered a message from Jian Yun saying, "If there is anything wrong, feel free to contact me. Do not be afraid." Tong Yue's eyes reddened. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed the number. To her dismay, it showed that the line was busy. At that moment, Jian Yunsang was at a kindergarten with Zhaozhao, who was filled with excitement. Previously, she might have felt nervous, but now she exuded confidence, her face brimming with anticipation. There were many children, many of whom were younger than her. The teachers were patient, gently correcting the children when they misbehaved. Some children would tug at others' hair, and the teachers would reason with them, offering treats to the bullied children, encouraging and comforting them, and placing little red flowers on them. Regardless of the era, Zhaozhao had never seen a school before, but she had imagined what it might look like. She thought it should be a serious place with many rules, where children were forbidden from expressing joy or sorrow too openly. However, the reality was entirely different. The teachers granted the children considerable freedom, allowing them to engage in activities they enjoyed as long as they were safe. She even toured a classroom where not all students were seated at desks. Many were gathered in a circle on the floor, listening to the teacher tell stories and read picture books while learning to recognize words. Zhaozhao adored this place. Just as she lifted her head to speak, Jian Yunsang received a call from He Jian. After class, He Jian stepped out of the classroom and into a secluded corridor, leaning against the railing as he spoke. "Auntie, the issue concerning Tong Yue has been resolved." Jian Yunsang was taken aback. "How did you know Tong Yue was in trouble?" She quickly glanced at the excited Zhaozhao and smiled, asking, "Did Zhaozhao inform you?" "Yes. Please elaborate." He Jian succinctly recounted the events, leaving Jian Yunsang and He Nanzhou astonished. They genuinely had not expected him to take such action, and He Nanzhou raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What prompted you to do this?" "Zhaozhao provided me with some advice." Both turned to Zhaozhao, who was attentively listening to the phone call, looking somewhat perplexed. "I offered advice? When did I do that? Did I somehow telepathically communicate with my cousin in a dream?" The people from the Chaochao were just as bewildered. They had followed Zhaozhao the entire time, even listening to yesterday's phone call in its entirety. They were completely unaware that Zhaozhao had given any advice. Moreover, how could such a treacherous, dark, and intricate scheme possibly originate from their innocent Zhaozhao? They should not be made to bear such blame. He Jian remarked. Zhaozhao stated that we should reciprocate in kind. Am I not merely acting in accordance with her wishes? Jian Yunsang and the others, under the vast sky of Daki, pondered how the He family could produce a daughter capable of holding government office, a son adept at managing family enterprises, and a formidable elder brother, whom they had yet to meet but who seemed impressive, yet still end up with a naive little rabbit. The Empress, gazing at the heavens, chuckled. "What about that lad Yuan Yuan?" Emperor Jingxian fell silent, noting that the boy appeared rather dim-witted, possibly resembling his simple-minded mother. "Never mind, let's focus on the sky." Jian Yunsang did not expect Zhaozhao to have expressed such sentiments. She glanced at the young girl, who immediately puffed out her chest with pride. Although she found it somewhat perplexing why merely speaking a few words in front of Ding Hanheng would resolve the issue, she understood that her older brother was praising her. Jian Yunsang found it amusing. Ultimately, He Jian added, "Zhaozhao mentioned that the little ant intends to transfer Tong Yue. But at this point, it seems unnecessary. Tong Yuer's school life, post-Ding Han Hang, should not be too troubling, especially with her cousin in the same class to look after her. Studying at Huya School has its advantages, as their teaching resources and curriculum far surpass those of ordinary schools. Jian Yunsang hesitated, acknowledging the truth of this statement. Huya not only offers generous scholarships, but also possesses numerous other merits. Very well, let us proceed with this for now. Goodbye. Chaochao instantly stood on her tiptoes. Goodbye. Big cousin. Just as Jian Yunsang intended to put her phone away, Tong Yuer's number appeared. She paused for a moment and answered with a smile. How was your day? Thank you, Teacher Jian, Tong Yuer replied, immediately wishing she could slap herself. She had mentally prepared an 800-word essay, yet only managed to utter a few words, feeling quite foolish. You've already expressed that sentiment several times yesterday. It's different, Teacher Jian. She took a deep breath. I will strive to study diligently and repay you in the future. Jian Yunsang sighed, unable to disclose that it was all He Zhiyuan's influence. However, Tong Yuer did not wait for her to speak and continued, Teacher Jian, I've made up my mind. I do not intend to transfer schools. Ding Han Hang likely will not trouble me further, and I wish to continue studying at Huya. Jian Yunsang was somewhat surprised. She had not even brought it up. Yet Tong Yuer had preemptively mentioned it. At that moment, Zhaozhao, being held by Hinanzhou while listening to the phone call, suddenly looked up in astonishment. Had her energy value increased? Chapter 143, a single increase of 200. Jian Yunsang suppressed her curiosity about the surge in energy values. Directing her attention back to Tong Yuer. Have you truly considered the transfer? Tong Yuer affirmed, I have thought it through. Although Ding Hanhang has caused me trouble this semester, the teaching methods at Huya School have indeed been immensely beneficial. The high tuition is not without reason. The school's educational competence and curriculum are comprehensive, and the teachers possess extensive knowledge. Their teaching methods and styles are clearer and more comprehensible than any I have encountered before. They effortlessly integrate extensive knowledge into their lessons, and I have genuinely gained a lot. After entering high school, she remained in contact with some former classmates, a few of whom attended prestigious high schools. During their conversations, it became evident that their grasp of textbook knowledge was substantial, and they often achieved high scores in examinations. However, they were less knowledgeable about other areas of learning. Furthermore, the opportunities post-graduation were considerably better than those from ordinary schools. Tong Yuer understood that Teacher Jian was the third mistress of the He family, making it likely that supporting her as a student would be effortless. Nevertheless, she still felt embarrassed, as she would need to bring her grandmother along if she left. Teacher Jian had extended her hand when Tong Yuer was at her wit's end, yet she did not wish to be so presumptuous. After a moment of silence, Jian Yunsang ceased her persuasion. All right, as long as you have made up your mind. However, if Ding Han Hang and her group trouble you again, you must speak up. Do not act foolishly. Yes. Tong Yuer hung up the phone, staring at the darkened screen, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy that compelled her to tackle half of a test paper immediately. Jian Yunsang also put away her phone and looked at Zhaozhao, who wore an expression that seemed to say, You should ask me. We are waiting for you. Jian Yunsang could not help but chuckle. Did your energy increase this time as well? Zhaozhao nodded vigorously. 200. 200? The couple exchanged glances. That was indeed a considerable amount. Originally at 725. With the addition of 200, it reached 925. If they exerted a bit more effort, they would soon surpass 1,000. They wondered what would occur upon breaking that threshold. Considering this made Jian Yunsang inexplicably nervous, uncertain whether their diligent efforts to increase energy values were right or wrong. Hinanzhou, holding Zhaozhao with one arm and grasping her hand with the other to ease her anxiety, chuckled softly. It seems our speculations were correct. Yesterday, Zhaozhao's energy value did not rise because Tong Yuer's situation had not been resolved. Today marks a complete turnaround in Tong Yuer's fate. Jian Yunsang nodded, sensing an indescribable premonition. Such a high energy value clearly indicated that the reversal of fate was extraordinary. Perhaps, without their intervention, Tong Yuer might have faced dire consequences. Even if He Zhiyuan had not heeded Zhaozhao's request, merely allowing Tong Yuer to remain at school for another 10 days could have posed a threat to her safety. After all, even if Ding Han Hang did not take action herself, there were countless ways to make Tong Yuer's life miserable. Jian Yunsang realized that the increase in energy values also served to summarize the outcomes of events, reassuring her that Tong Yuer was safe, allowing her to breathe easy. Let us continue exploring the kindergarten. Just as they took a step, Jian Yunsang's phone rang again. Zhao and Xiaozhao exchanged glances and chuckled. It seems mother is quite busy today. Xiaozhao covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, mother is a busy person. Jian Yunsang, feeling helpless, glanced at the caller ID. It was the courier. She answered the phone, and the other party said, "Hello, you have a package that has arrived. I left it at your doorstep." "Is it at Yuhua Community?" "Yes." Jian Yunsang thanked him and hung up. Zhao inquired, "Did you not change the address to Jinfeng Mountain Villa?" Jian Yunsang, somewhat puzzled, replied, "I did, and all my recent purchases have been sent to Jinfeng Mountain Villa. I should not have any packages arriving these days. Perhaps it is someone else sending it to you." As they spoke, the director of the admissions office at the kindergarten hurried towards them. When the family of 3 entered the premises, it was this very director who had received them and guided them through various areas to understand the kindergarten's offerings. She had provided detailed introductions, and Xiaozhao was quickly captivated by her eloquence, entirely forgetting the idea of exploring other kindergartens. When Jian Yunsang received the call earlier, the director had proactively distanced herself to a spot where she could not overhear the conversation. Nevertheless, her attention remained focused on them until she received a call herself, after which her demeanor changed noticeably. Once she saw Jian Yunsang hanging up, she hastily approached with an apologetic expression. "Mr. He, Mrs. He, and Xiaozhao, I must apologize. I just received a call from the health doctor. There have been 3 cases of children in the kindergarten exhibiting symptoms of cold and fever. Unfortunately, our tour must be temporarily halted." "Cold and fever?" The admissions director affirmed. "Yes. The recent fluctuating temperatures and significant differences between morning and evening can easily lead to colds in young children with weaker immune systems. In light of the recent New Year's holiday, some children may have ventured into crowded places, contracting the virus, which is now manifested. Zhaozhao, still in a state of innocence, has already been taken away from kindergarten by her parents." She paused, glancing at Jian Yunsang, suggesting perhaps they could wait until next year to return to school. Initially, they had planned to come over to acclimatize before the end of the holiday, but it now seemed that such adaptation was no longer feasible. "Zhaozhao, shall we study at home before the new year?" Jian Yunsang, fearing to disappoint Zhaozhao, intended to discuss this with her, only to see the little girl furrowing her brow in worry. Chapter 144, Parasites in Raw Water. Jian Yunsang exchanged a glance with Zhao, gently smoothing Zhaozhao's furrowed brow. "What troubles you so deeply?" Zhaozhao expressed her concern about the children at kindergarten who had fallen ill from the cold. "Mama, if they catch a cold and have a fever, it can't be something trivial, can it?" The little girl was visibly distressed. Such young children faced many uncertainties. Jian Yunsang was taken aback, recalling that in ancient times, a cold could indeed be perilous, particularly in impoverished rural areas where one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Could it be that Zhaozhao had witnessed someone in Lu village suffer from such a fate? Zhaozhao shook her head. "I haven't seen it, but I know that Baoduin's cousin passed away from a cold." In truth, she too had endured the discomfort of a cold, living in the Hu household, where conditions were harsh. It was nearly impossible to remain healthy. It was only due to her inherent resilience that she had survived. When she was unwell, Sister Lin Lan had cried numerous times upon seeing her in such a fragile state, while Granny Zhou scolded the Hu family for their neglect, all the while preparing ginger tea for her. Thus, in Zhaozhao's mind, a cold was a grave illness. Although she had visited hospitals and seen individuals like Luo Yu with leg injuries and Sun Huan Yu who had been stabbed, and even witnessed a cesarean delivery, none of these experiences weighed as heavily in her heart as the fear of a cold. When Chaochao was rescued from a human trafficker by the police, she had also been suffering from high fever. However, by the time Zhaozhao visited her, Chaochao had already recovered. Therefore, she only recalled Zhaozhao's battered appearance, equating that pain to her own. If she could recover, so too could Chaochao. Now, hearing of 3 children suffering from cold, Zhaozhao was genuinely worried for their well-being. Zhao and Jian Yunsang exchanged knowing glances, patting her head. "Your concern is valid, but ancient circumstances differ from ours. In the past, a cold could lead to severe complications due to various factors such as lack of medicine, poor living conditions, and inadequate hygiene practices, all of which could exacerbate illness. Under the celestial screen, the audience listened intently, eager to absorb any knowledge about sickness. For families in poverty, illness was a luxury they could not afford, and thus they yearned to learn useful remedies from the celestial display for future application. Meanwhile, those from wealthier families, despite having access to doctors, were not immune to misfortune. The head of the Imperial Medical Bureau held his breath, maintaining a calm exterior while internally raging. Yes, we lack medicine in ancient times. But could you specify which medications are effective? Zhaozhao tilted her head in contemplation. Then what should we do? Can the doctors of ancient times create our modern little pills? Jian Yun s'enchouqued softly, explaining that there were indeed capable physicians in ancient times who prescribed various treatments based on specific ailments. For instance, colds could be categorized into several types, such as wind-heat colds and wind-cold colds, each requiring distinct remedies. Therefore, one must consult a doctor for appropriate treatment rather than self-medicate indiscriminately. Some remedies we use today, like Chaochao granules, were derived from the prescriptions of the esteemed physician Zhang Zhongjing. They are effective in treating colds and flu, especially for symptoms like alternating chills and fever, chest discomfort, and dry throat. Our family always keeps such medications in our medicine cabinet. Upon hearing about Chaochao, those experiencing similar symptoms hurried to find a remedy. The physicians at the pharmacy felt helpless. Had they not heard Jian Yun saying emphasize the need for specific prescriptions based on symptoms? Some doctors nodded knowingly, recognizing Zhang Zhongjing, the sage of medicine. His work, Shanghan Za Bingluan, is a monumental text in the medical field, studied by many, though the original manuscript has been lost. Fortunately, the subsequent generations have compiled the scattered ailments, and Chaochao decoction has proven effective against colds. The fact that this formula has survived and gained recognition in later times signifies its efficacy. The audience grew increasingly excited, eager for Jian Yun saying to elaborate further. Zhao listened attentively, determined to memorize this valuable information. Noticing her earnestness, Jian Yun Sang shook her head and smiled. These are specialized topics. Your father and I are not doctors, and our understanding is limited. What we ordinary people can do is cultivate good habits to enhance our immunity and minimize illness. Zhaozhao nodded, inquiring what kind of habits. For instance, washing hands before meals and after using the restroom. Avoiding drinking raw water to prevent illness from entering through the mouth. We should also maintain a positive mindset to avoid depression. Just as she began to elaborate, Zhaozhao interrupted. Mama, we can't drink raw water? Jian Yun Sang replied. Raw water contains parasites invisible to the naked eye, which can survive in our bodies after ingestion, leading to symptoms such as vomiting, diarrhea, and fever. However, boiling the water will kill the parasites, making it safe to drink once it cools down. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao covered her mouth in fear, her expression turning pitiful as if she were on the verge of tears. What should I do? I've drunk so much raw water. In truth, she had hardly consumed any hot water, as the Hu family never provided her with boiled water. Did that mean she had countless parasites inside her? What to do? The thought made her feel nauseous. After a moment of relief, she worriedly furrowed her brow again. But many people in Lu village drink raw water, especially in summer. Some even scoop water straight from the river. Doesn't that mean everyone is consuming parasites? Chapter 145. A letter to the citizens of the Qizhao appeared pale and tense, with some young ladies and young masters from affluent families unable to suppress their twisted expressions, feeling nauseous at the thought. Even the emperor, Jing Xiandi, wore a grim countenance. As the emperor, he only drank boiled water. Yet occasionally, while hunting outdoors, he would scoop up clear stream water to wash his face and take a sip, finding it quite refreshing. Now, to be informed that such water harbored parasites? Some were reluctant to accept this reality, desperately arguing, but the water I drink is crystal clear, and I can't see any parasites or even a speck of dirt. How could there be parasites in it? Jian Yun Sang had stated that the parasites are invisible to the naked eye. If they are invisible, how can one know they exist? Just because we can't see them doesn't mean they are there. Surely, they must have used other means to identify them. With the celestial display in existence for so long, how could they not be aware of the advancements of future generations? Others, in a state of panic, clutched their stomachs, exclaiming, I have parasites in my stomach. What should I do? I feel like they're devouring my intestines. I'm going to die from intestinal perforation. The reactions of the Qi populace were varied, with some remaining indifferent to the alarming news. Especially for those who are on the verge of being deprived of drinking water, the presence of parasites is of little concern. They would even resort to drinking urine if necessary. The most occupied individuals are the doctors from various regions, who have come to place great faith in the celestial edifice. Particularly, a segment of the populace that has been vaccinated against cowpox now regards the medical information disseminated from the heavens as sacred scripture, meticulously analyzing and studying it word for word. Regardless of how pure the spring water may appear, it harbors parasites. Yet they remain unaware of the specific nature of these parasites. Nevertheless, they do possess deworming medication, though after its administration, the consumption of raw water continues, leading to recurrent infestations. It is now understood that raw water serves as a significant channel for parasite transmission, and they will be more vigilant in the future. However, for many, drinking hot water daily proves to be a daunting challenge. Boiling water requires firewood, and while it may be feasible to boil water while cooking, what should one do when conditions do not permit, especially when one is outdoors? As Zhaozhao just inquired, it is quite ordinary to drink from a river when parched while away from home. Zhaozhao nodded in partial understanding, repeatedly questioning whether boiling is necessary regardless of when one drinks. Indeed, it is. The common folk beneath the celestial expanse, however, find themselves in despair. It is easy to say, yet conditions must be met. They lack the means to ignite a fire by hand. Firewood is not something one can obtain at will. Even the esteemed Director Jean from the Imperial Hospital could not suppress a sigh. Not to mention the soldiers marching in a battle often struggle to even light a fire. Particularly when penetrating enemy territory, obtaining a sip of raw water is no simple feat. The other physicians nodded in agreement. Yet Miss Jian's words ultimately hold significance for the Qi, especially regarding the matter of plagues. They are acutely aware that the environment is pivotal in treating plagues, and caution must be exercised when consuming food and water, not to mention the necessity of sterilizing clothing and utensils. However, the common folk largely disregard this advice. Some among them have previously ventured into plague-stricken areas, where corpses lay strewn about, yet some would even strip clothing from the deceased without a second thought, let alone bother to sterilize or wash them. Emperor Jingxian pondered this matter as well, feeling a sense of curiosity about how future generations would handle outbreaks of plague. Surely, they could not be devoid of such knowledge. He lifted his gaze toward the heavens, where Jian Yunsang had nearly finished her discourse. She felt that perhaps these words were still beyond the comprehension of Zhaozhao in the present moment. The vehicle had arrived at Yuhua Community, and the trio ascended the building. As expected, a large box was positioned at the entrance. Jian Yunsang opened the door, and Hinanzhou promptly moved the box inside. After Jian Yunsang organized her belongings, she crouched down to check the delivery information. After perusing it, she raised her eyebrows. Hinanzhou inquired about the sender. Su Fengro. Hinanzhou pondered, is it oranges inside? It seems so. Jian Yunsang smiled and nodded, taking scissors to open the box. Upon opening it, a delightful scent of oranges wafted forth. Even Zhaozhao inhaled deeply, exclaiming how fragrant it was. She leaned on Hinanzhou's leg and asked, who is Su Fengro? Do I know her? You do not. Jian Yunsang closed the box and explained to Zhaozhao that she remembered her mother mentioning funding another student. And Su Fengro is the one her mother supported. Zhaozhao's eyes widened in surprise. Did she face bullying from classmates too? Of course not. Her mother supported her because she excelled academically but came from a financially struggling family, unable to afford high school or university. It would be a great pity to abandon her studies. So her mother paid for her tuition and provided some living expenses to allow her to study with peace of mind. So that's how it is. My mother is truly a kind-hearted fairy. Jian Yunsang nearly burst into laughter. This little girl is becoming increasingly cheerful, and hearing others refer to her as a kind fairy, she has now adopted it for herself. Observing the smile on her face, Zhaozhao turned to Hinanzhou, asking, did I say something wrong? Father? Of course not. Isn't your mother a kind fairy? Hinanzhou teased, casting a glance at Jian Yunsang. Hinanzhou picked up the box and stepped out first. Upon returning to Jinfeng Mountain Villa, Aunt Zhao immediately took the box, slicing 2 oranges and bringing them to the living room for Zhaozhao to enjoy, before meticulously laying out the remaining oranges. As she did, she remarked on the quality of the oranges, noting their size, thin skin, and abundant juice. It was evident that Sue's family had put thought into this, as each orange was nearly uniform in size. Just as she finished speaking, Aunt Zhao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, there seems to be a letter inside." A letter? Jian Yunsang had changed her clothes and came downstairs just in time to hear this. Chapter 146. What are the villages of the future like? The letter was wrapped in several layers of plastic to prevent it from getting wet or torn. Aunt Zhao handed the letter to Jian Yunsang, who opened it and could not help but chuckle, revealing that Feng Rong mentioned she would soon be on winter break and wanted to invite her to visit her hometown for some relaxation. Song Jin asked if I recall correctly. Her hometown is near Wuqing, right? Yes, Jian Yunsang nodded, handing the finished letter to Henan Zhou and continuing, it is in a small village in the county beneath Wuqing, where the villagers primarily grow oranges. Feng Rong's family also cultivates some, though not in abundance. Zhaozhao looked at her in astonishment. A village? Is it like Shanglu village? The people of the Qi were also quite curious. They had seen the cities of the future, yet were unaware of what villages would be like. Considering the vast disparity between their county town and villages, what could the future hold? Jian Yunsang had visited the village where Su Fengrong resided when she was preparing to fund her education, having specifically gone to understand her situation. Although it had been a few years since her last visit, she could still articulate some details. Reflecting on Zhaozhao's curious gaze, she contemplated before responding. That village is called Jinwen Village, not particularly large, with a population of about 600 or 700. Most of the produce consists of oranges, which are sold once ripe, bringing in some income. Their village is nestled against the mountains. I remember Shanglu village also has mountains, correct? Zhaozhao nodded vigorously, yes. I was found by the Hu family at the foot of the mountain. There is also a stream running through Jinwen village. The scenery is quite picturesque, although the roads are somewhat uneven and narrow, making access to the village a bit challenging. However, in recent years, to facilitate the transportation of oranges, I heard they have widened the roads, so vehicles can now enter without issue. The citizens of the Qi were murmuring in astonishment. It appeared that the villages of the future were not vastly different from their current circumstances. I told you, with a population of 14 billion. Even if they have crops like sweet potatoes, it is impossible for everyone to be well-fed and clothed. That is 14 billion people. The government must be quite formidable to manage that. And indeed, there remains a significant gap between urban and rural areas. Just so, the wealthy families in our county town are worlds apart from those in our village. At least they can attend 9 years of schooling, which is a considerable advantage over us. This is something they still envy. Yet, some remained unconvinced, questioning the utility of 9 years of schooling, asserting that if everyone in the future received 9 years of education, it would not differ much from the current situation where not everyone is educated. Others interjected. The distinction is still considerable. After listening to Jian Yunsang's description, Lin Lan and the others could not help but speculate that the villages of the future bore some resemblance to Shanglu village. Both are situated near mountains and have rivers. Their population is indeed greater than theirs, but that is to be expected given their 14 billion population. 600 or 700 in a village is not excessive. Liang Ping added, and with a larger population, housing would undoubtedly be cramped, which means the roads would not be as spacious as ours. Aunt Yu chuckled, saying that yesterday, Scholar Guo received a letter from the village chief, stating that the road from the village entrance to the foot of the mountain will be widened, making access to Chaochao Institute more convenient. In the future, Shanglu village will undoubtedly improve, right, Scholar Guo? Yes, who knows, perhaps it will eventually become a town. Upon hearing this, Shan and others became immediately excited. They naturally yearned for the village to become increasingly vibrant, so that in the future, their descendants would not have to undertake the arduous journey of over an hour to the town or county for even the simplest of purchases. At this moment, they had not yet contemplated the possibility of receiving rewards from the emperor in the capital, nor the uncertainty of remaining in Shanglu village. They were still lost in their daydreams when, suddenly, Dia furrowed her brow and remarked, "Have you heard any strange sounds?" "What sounds?" "Besides Miss Jian's voice." "There are only the sounds of wind and water," came the reply. Jian Yunsang was still describing Jinwen village to Zhaozhao, mentioning a vast tract of land where a significant amount of bamboo was cultivated. When her mother visited in spring, they dug up plenty of tender spring bamboo shoots to eat. Their village also had an ancestral hall dedicated to revered ancestors, according to Feng Rong. Most of the villagers were descendants of the renowned Tang, Dynasty General Su Dingfang. Upon hearing this, the Qi became excited, exclaiming, "So this Miss Su might indeed be my distant descendant. How wonderful! Our descendants still thrive. No wonder Miss Jian supports her. After all, we, the Su family descendants, are known for our exceptional talents. Alas, misfortune struck, leading to our downfall, yet we were fortunate to encounter a benefactor like Miss Jian. From now on, she shall be our family's benefactor." As he spoke, he gestured respectfully towards Jian Yun Sang in the sky. Even Emperor Jingxian could not help but raise his brow. Glancing toward the sky outside the hall, Su Dingfang, he wondered if his descendants knew of her. It was presumed that they were not from the Qi Dynasty, as there must still have been many descendants when the Qi fell. This thought left Emperor Jingxian feeling inexplicably melancholic, and he let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, on the deck, Lin Lan and the others remained enthusiastic, curiously inquiring, "Mr. Guo, who is Su Dingfang? Is he famous? Please tell us more." "Of course," replied Mr. Guo, stroking his beard, ready to commence his daily lecture. With nothing much to do on the ship and the swaying vessel making it difficult to read, he often seized the moments when Zhaozhao rested or played to share anecdotes about various historical figures. Su Dingfang was a great general of the early Tang dynasty. He was a formidable warrior, having triumphed over 3 kingdoms and capturing their rulers. Just as Mr. Guo began his tale, Dia suddenly stood up, declaring, "No, I truly hear a strange sound. You know I have sharp ears. It seems to be coming from the water." The others exchanged glances, and Aunt Yu hesitated. Perhaps the ship struck something. Before she could finish speaking, the ship's guards rushed over, their expressions grave, urging, "Quick, get inside the cabin, move swiftly." As they spoke, 2 guards hastily lifted the infirm Zhou grandfather and grandmother, carrying them toward the cabin. DSHN and Lin Tian protected the others as they followed. And just as the cabin door closed, they noticed several strong men climbing up from below the ship, brandishing weapons. As soon as they boarded, chaos erupted, and blood quickly stained the deck. DSHN and Lin Tian gasped in shock, their faces reflecting fear. "Who are they?" The group swiftly squeezed into a small room, and the guards who had brought Zhou's couple in stood guard at the cabin door. Lin Lan and the others then realized they had entered the quarters of Hu Fu Lai and Jiang Lao San. The 2 had previously fought and were injured. To prevent further trouble, the guards had moved them all to the upper cabin to recuperate. Naturally, they had also concealed Lin Lan and the others for convenience. Hu Fu Lai and his companions had not had time to react when they heard the clash of swords outside. The initially loud voices of curses were suddenly silenced, and they anxiously whispered, "What's happening outside? Is there a fight? Are they water bandits trying to rob us?" Mr. Guo, with his vast experience, replied gravely, "They are likely not water bandits. This ship is a government vessel, and not an ordinary one. If they dare to rob us, they must be prepared for the court's wrath. Common water bandits would not dare confront the imperial authority. They are probably coming for us. Us? We are just humble villagers, with no money on us. Why would they come for us?" Jiang Lao San was terrified, especially after he had peeked through a crack in the window and seen 2 bloodied figures on the deck, unsure if they were alive or dead. Mr. Guo remained silent, suspecting it was connected to the sky. Just then, Zhaozhao's voice echoed from the sky. "Mom, shall we go to Jinwen village?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingxian, who had been listening with his eyes closed, immediately sat upright. He was eager for them to go, wishing to see the lands of the future. He had just heard Miss Jian mention that most of the village grew oranges, and he wanted to know what other grains were cultivated there, how they differed from their own. Jian Yun Sang also asked Zhaozhao, "Do you want to go?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhaozhao nodded earnestly, "Yes. I want to see how the future village differs from Shanglu village." "All right. Later I will send a message to Feng Rong. She is probably still in class." Su Feng Rong had a mobile phone. Initially, Jian Yun Sang intended to buy her a new one during her 2nd year of high school, but she had declined. By her 3rd year, she had purchased a second-hand phone online, which she had used for 3 years. Feng Rong's message mentioned that a social media influencer recently visited their village to help sell oranges, and the event was quite lively. Song Zhen expressed interest. "Shall I go see it too?" Yipu had just returned home early from work and shot her a glance, asking, "Do you have time?" Indeed, she did not. Even with Zhaozhao absent, they still had guests to entertain, and Song Zhen found it difficult to decline them all. Zhaozhao hesitated. "Grandma, shall we wait until you are free to go?" No, you all go and enjoy yourselves. I was just saying. Then I'll bring a gift for you." Song Jun happily hugged her, full of joy, while the He family was filled with laughter and cheer. A scene of blood and chaos unfolded on a river into Qi. Lin Lan and the others dared not speak, merely opening a crack in the window to observe the unfolding scene. Hearing Zhaozhao's words, Lin Lan's voice trembled with concern. What should we do? Are we in danger? I still want to follow Zhaozhao to see that Jinwen village. Zheng Shi found it unbelievable, shaking with fear as she asked, "What time is it? How can you still think of such things? Who Fu Lai? Who are these people? What do they want?" They came aboard and started killing. Will they not spare us? Just as these words left her lips, a loud voice called out from outside. Lin Lan, Deshawn, do you hear me? We are here to rescue you. Do not be deceived. They mean to harm you by taking you to the capital. Come out and follow us. The cabin's occupants exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what this meant. The guard stationed at the door frowned, whispering, "Do not listen to them. They harbor ill intentions. We are from the court. Why would we wish to harm you? These individuals are suspicious, and their words cannot be trusted." Mystic One nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, these people are too dubious. We should not listen to them." However, the fighting outside intensified, and even some had reached the cabin door, clashing with the guard stationed there. The people inside began to tremble in fear. The celestial canopy remained unaffected, presenting a stark contrast between the cheerful sounds of Chaochao and the perilous scenes before her. Chaochao, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Mama, is Wucheng the place where you grew up?" "Indeed, Chaochao, would you like to see it?" "Yes. I wish to traverse all the paths my mother once walked. That might take quite some time. You will need to prepare more items and devise a plan." In Chapter 148, can a power value exceeding 1,000 grant a wish? Chaochao glanced around and noticed her father engaged in a phone call, prompting her to dash over. Henan Zhou embraced her while conversing with assistant Jiang, confirming their journey to Wucheng the next day. "Regarding the follow-up on those 5 children, let them coordinate directly with you." "All right, that will be all. Goodbye." After ending the call, he turned to Chaochao and asked, "What's wrong? Have you packed everything?" "No. Papa, my power value has increased by 300. 300? Emperor Jing Xian expressed astonishment, querying Chao Qing behind him about the resolution of the Tongyu air incident and the sudden surge in energy. Could it be that the construction of the Chaoyang orphanage has made significant progress? "Chao Qing, do we have any updates from Liangwei?" "Your Majesty, the news from Minister Liang is still from yesterday. Furthermore, even if there were advancements at the Chaoyang orphanage, such news would not reach the palace so swiftly." The emperor felt regret as Jian Yun Sang stepped into the room, overhearing Chaochao's words. She too was surprised by the increase. 300, is that so? Chaochao affirmed confidently, prompting Jian Yun Sang's curiosity. From the recent energy value increases, the highest recorded was the Tongyu air incident, which was merely 200. Jian Yun Sang felt a surge of joy, realizing that 5 children yielding 300 energy values meant each child averaged around 60, making sense. It seemed that the good deeds accomplished under Chaochao's name held over double the energy compared to those she personally experienced. However, the distant energy values remained a mystery to them. Thus, the current energy value had reached 1,225, surpassing 1,000. Jian Yun Sang looked at Chaochao and asked, "Is that Ashan still not activated?" Before she could finish, Chaochao suddenly straightened, her eyes wide with surprise. "What's wrong?" The sound had returned. What did it say? The 2 adults grew tense, observing Chaochao's strong reaction. Chaochao grasped Jian Yun Sang's hand and recited word for word. When the energy value reaches 1,000, it can fulfill 1 wish for the host. Jian Yun Sang and Henan Zhou exchanged glances, bewildered. "Huh?" The crowd beneath the celestial canopy erupted in astonishment. Emperor Jing Xian leapt from his seat, astonished by the notion of wishes being granted. Can any wish be fulfilled? Does that mean eternal life is possible? Chao Qing silently lowered his head, reflecting that the emperor had always dismissed such beliefs, often criticizing former rulers like Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi for their credulous pursuits of immortality. Now, upon hearing of the possibility of wishes, his first thought was indeed eternal life. Silently scoffing, Chao Qing refrained from voicing his doubts, pondering whether the system truly possessed such omnipotence. Emperor Jing Xian gazed expectantly at the celestial canopy. Meanwhile, Chaochao felt uncertain, asking, "Mama, should I make a wish?" Henan Zhou and Jian Yunsang exchanged a contemplative glance before nodding, encouraging her to try. I don't know what wish to make. Chaochao reflected. When I was in Lu Six village, I wished for enough food and warmth and to find my parents. But now I'm already very happy and don't need to wish for anything. Is there anything you particularly desire? Chaochao felt content with her current possessions, realizing that her parents had already prepared everything for her without her needing to express a desire. She felt a profound happiness, unwilling to be greedy for more. If I were to wish, could it be for others? Then I hope that Papa, Mama, Grandpa, Grandma, and all our family remain healthy and happy. Jian Yunsang gently patted her head, admiring her kindness. However, Chaochao furrowed her brow, feeling no response. The voice within her mind remained silent. Mama, did my wish come true? They were uncertain. Jian Yunsang wished to guide Chaochao to make a smaller wish to see how the system operated. How about trying another wish? Chaochao bit her lip and softly admitted, actually, I do have another wish. What is it? Seeing her seriousness piqued Henan Zhou's interest. If I were to offer something worth a few coins, it wouldn't be sincere. Jian Yunsang exchanged meaningful glances with Henan Zhou, leading to her smiling and embracing Chaochao, planting a firm kiss on her cheek. Of course you can. This energy value is earned by you. You can use it as you wish. Yet, she harbored concerns that the wish might not be fulfilled. Chaochao's cheeks flushed as she returned the gesture, then rushed to kiss her father as well. With her parents' encouraging gazes upon her, she took a deep breath and solemnly declared, Then, I wish for. I hope that Sister Lin Lan, Granny Zhou, Aunt Yu, Uncle Deshawn, Brother Liang Ping, and Sister Di all remain safe, earn plenty of money, and live increasingly better, happy lives. Chaochao's voice resonated clearly, touching nearly everyone into Qi Chao, leaving them momentarily speechless. Chapter 149, A Sudden Ray of Sunshine. Who wouldn't desire such a wish? Peace, health, and abundance of wealth. While the citizens of the Qi Chao sighed, recognizing the simplicity of her words, they pondered the improbability of such aspirations being realized. Meanwhile, within the ship's cabin, Lin Lan and the others were left speechless, never expecting Chaochao to bestow her precious first wish upon them. Alas, they may not live to see it. Especially as the sounds of struggle grew more pronounced at the door, they could even hear the pained cries of a guard. Peace. It's all your fault. We're all going to die. As silence enveloped them, Hu Fu Lai, driven to the brink by the imminent danger, suddenly threw open the window and shouted at the celestial canopy. We were living well in Lu Six village. Even without great wealth, we were safe. And now, because of you, this canopy, we are targeted, and we're going to die. Do you hear me, you calamity? The others in the room were startled by his outburst, with Deshawn reaching out to grab him. Have you lost your mind? Close the window. Ignoring him, Hu Fu Lai remained by the window, flanked by Zhang Shi and Hu Baodun. The cramped room made it difficult for Deshawn and the others to reach him to silence his cries. Hu Fu Lai continued to shout, You're living well now, enjoying every luxury, but what about us? We VE suffered so much because of you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation. Open your eyes and see what we VE become. And you finally managed to push past Zhang Shi, desperately pulling Hu Fu Lai back inside. The frame lacked their courage. Still trying to resist, desperately tugging on Jiang Lao, San. Stop talking. We might not necessarily die. How could we not? Did you see the masked men on the deck? There are far more of them than there are of us. We're trapped on this ship, with no chance of escape and no reinforcements. We are doomed. His words cast a somber silence over the cabin. Indeed, the enemy outnumbered them significantly, and several of their guards had already fallen, despite being skilled fighters. Guoxiuzai maintained his composure and thoughtfully analyzed the situation, suggesting that perhaps their captors did not intend to take their lives. The words they had shouted earlier may have merely been a ruse to lure them out. However, their loud cries only served to attract further danger. Before he could finish speaking, a masked assailant lunged toward them, swinging a blade through the open window. Guoxiuzai gasped in horror, realizing that the earlier threats were indeed ploys to draw them into a trap, revealing the cowardice of these despicable individuals who lacked any sense of chivalry. Hu Fu Lai, who had previously spoken with righteous bravado, displayed utter terror upon seeing the bloodied blade aimed at him, instinctively retreating. Unfortunately, the small confines of the room left him with no room to maneuver, as he found himself pressed against Zhang Shi and Hu Baodun. As the knife descended, He instinctively grabbed the nearest person to shield himself. Lin Lan and the others screamed for Aunt Yu, unsure of what to think. In an instant, a blinding light illuminated the scene outside. The radiant beam seemed to target the masked assailant directly, causing him to recoil in pain and cry out, instinctively closing his eyes. Although the knife still fell, it struck the window frame instead, allowing Aunt Yu to narrowly escape harm. In that brief moment, Lin Tian managed to push his way to the front. Acting on instinct, he forcefully shoved the masked figure backward. The already confined space outside offered little room for stability, and the assailant, disoriented and blinded by the light, lost his footing and plunged into the water with a splash. The cabin erupted into a collective sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped them moments ago, now dissipating. Aunt Yu, who had narrowly escaped death, found herself gasping for air. Her eyes fixed on the bloodied blade that lay nearby, her heart still racing. That was terrifying. I thought I was done for, she exclaimed, her legs trembling as she grasped tightly onto Dashin's hand to steady herself. Fortuitously, the sudden beam of sunlight had come to their aid, striking the assailant in the eyes and sparing them from a grim fate. Everyone regarded this as a remarkable coincidence, though it seemed almost too extraordinary to believe. They attributed their survival to Aunt Yu's remarkable fortune. Without further ado, Lin Tian hastily closed the window, but just as he did, a knife suddenly thrust in to block his path, the blade aimed directly at his hand. At this moment, Hu Fulai had squeezed himself to the back of the room. However, the cramped quarters meant that someone else had to move to the front. Among them was the elderly Zhaozhao, who remained exposed beneath the window. The earlier flash of sunlight had granted them a miraculous escape, and they could hardly dare to hope for another stroke of luck. Yet at that critical moment, the light flared once more, this time even more intensely than before. Not only did it cause the masked assailant to scream, but it also illuminated the dim cabin as if it were basking in direct sunlight, nearly blinding Lin Lan and the others. It was only when they heard another splash that they turned to look outside. The light persisted, now less blinding than before. The assailant who had attempted to attack them was nowhere to be found, and only Dashin remained, having pushed the assailant down. At that moment, the cabin door swung open, revealing a guard who had heard the commotion inside and rushed to their aid. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had been positioned far enough away to see the entire ordeal unfold. No one could dismiss this as mere coincidence. It was undoubtedly divine intervention. "It must be the blessing of Zhaozhao," Lin Lan exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. "Zhaozhao surely granted our wishes. She saved us." The others lifted their gazes, acknowledging the celestial light still shining above them. It was indeed glowing, reminiscent of the earlier blinding rays. They realized it was not sunlight, but the ethereal radiance of the celestial dome. Lin Lan, brimming with enthusiasm, pointed out that this was not the first time the celestial dome had emitted such brilliance. It had done so before Zhaozhao departed, though that light had been gentler. It was evident that the celestial dome possessed such extraordinary power. Everyone exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they nodded emphatically, recognizing the truth of her words. Zhaozhao had indeed saved them, and her wish had come true. Their spirits lifted, the earlier fears dissipated, replaced by newfound courage. No longer anxious, they leaned out the window to gaze outside. The celestial light continued to shimmer, and the simultaneous flashes that had appeared earlier now seemed to have activated a multitude of radiant beams. Though none landed in the cabin, it was clear that these beams were directed toward their vessel, while the distant surroundings remained devoid of such intensity. The echoes of anguished cries reached their ears. "Those cries must belong to the villains," Liang Ping murmured. "Should we go check?" However, Zhao, still shaken from the earlier scare, clutched them tightly. "No, don't go. It's too frightening. Those brigands attack anyone in sight." Having never faced such perilous circumstances in her long life, she felt her composure slipping, her heart racing uncontrollably. The guard contemplated for a moment before addressing the group. "You all stay put. I will investigate." Dashin hesitated but stepped forward. "Wait, I want to go too." Despite the others urging him against it due to the inherent danger, Dia quietly suggested, "But the light is from the celestial dome protecting us. If we venture out, the light will confront those who wish to harm us. Even if we are unarmed, we would still be assisting." The group exchanged uncertain glances, contemplating her reasoning. However, her voice had been too soft for most to hear, except for Hu Fulai, who nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Lin Lan declared, "Yes, the celestial dome will shield us. I will go outside." Ultimately, aside from the elderly Zhaozhao and her husband, everyone else resolved to step outside, even Hu Fulai and Jiang Laosan, for they felt safer alongside Dashan and the others. As they emerged, they discovered another guard lying on the ground, seemingly injured but still alive, struggling against the wall for support. The standing guard instructed Zhaozhao and her husband, "Please assist him with bandaging." "Of course, we will," they replied, for the cabin had been prepared for Hu Fulai's recovery and contained a medical kit with supplies for dressing wounds. The guards then led Lin Lan and the others to the deck. Upon stepping out of the cabin, everyone was struck by the scene before them, gasping in astonishment. "Am I dreaming?" they yispited softly. The spectacle was utterly surreal. The brilliance of the celestial dome shone blindingly bright, yet it flickered solely around their vessel, as if the ship were ensconced beneath a luminous veil. Even more peculiar, the beams of light seemed to deliberately target the masked figures, cascading upon them with precision while expertly avoiding the guards on the ship. The masked individuals either wept profusely and screamed in agony or tightly shut their eyes. However, those who closed their eyes were merely awaiting their demise. Despite their commendable martial skills, they faced elite troops of the Imperial Guard, and under normal circumstances, they could only succeed through sheer numbers. The added complication of blindness left them with virtually no chance of retaliation. Initially, the guards were slightly overwhelmed, but soon they managed to dispatch their assailants with lethal efficiency, swiftly dealing with the masked figures. This was merely the situation on the ship. Those still in the water, upon surfacing, were met with the blinding light, forcing them to shut their eyes. Unable to board the vessel and blinded, they were quickly dealt with by the archers stationed on the ship. The turn of events exceeded everyone's expectations. The guards had prepared for a desperate fight, as the enemy surged forth in overwhelming numbers, akin to a sacrificial procession, where even a simple attrition strategy could exhaust their strength. Who could have anticipated such an utterly bizarre turn of events? The beams of light appeared as if summoned by divine intervention, significantly alleviating the guards' burden. Time seemed to stretch on, and gradually, the cries of despair subsided, the light dimmed to a tolerable glow, and the celestial dome returned to its usual appearance. At that moment on the deck, a number of masked figures lay defeated. "Is it over?" Angu asked, her voice trembling. The guards, who had been battling fiercely with their backs turned to face them. The leader of the guards promptly approached, inquiring, "Are you all unharmed?" The villagers from Shang Lu Siyuan, though accustomed to hardship, had never experienced such a harrowing and bloody scene. The swaying of the ship induced a wave of nausea among them. Hu Baodun was the first to succumb, retching on the deck, and soon the shock and fear overwhelmed him, leading him to wail uncontrollably. Zheng and Hu Fu, feeling weak themselves, were unable to comfort him. Unbeknownst to them, Hu Baodun's body began to heat up, the condition worsening gradually. As it appeared the fighting had concluded, they waited a moment longer, and no one else approached. A collective sigh of relief echoed among them. The leader of the guards, disregarding his fatigue, immediately organized the cleanup of the scene, sending the physician, who had hidden earlier, to tend to the gravely injured. Those still capable assisted in handling the fallen masked figures. Dashi and others, noticing the guards were short-staffed, hurried to offer their help. Once the situation on the deck was managed, Lin Lan and the others finally exhaled, finding a clean spot to sit as they observed the guards scrubbing the floor, attempting to process the events of the day. At that moment, the leader of the guards approached Lin Lan and inquired, "I heard from Lao San that the first 2 beams of light targeted the masked individuals intent on harming you." Upon hearing this, Lin Lan sprang to her feet, excitement evident in her voice. "It was Zhaozhao. Her wish saved us." Dia and the others nodded in agreement, affirming that such a miraculous occurrence could not be explained otherwise. The guard leader listened intently as they pieced together the tale, his usually stoic demeanor wavering. It was indeed peculiar. Earlier, he had witnessed the beams of light seemingly discerning their targets. Even he, known for his stoicism, felt astonished. Naturally, he could not focus on Zhaozhao's wish, though he occasionally caught the mention of her name. He was taken aback to discover that Zhaozhao had made a wish. No wonder the celestial dome had inexplicably illuminated. Initially, he thought it was merely a malfunction. However, upon realizing that the light was directed solely at the masked figures, He speculated that it must have been linked to Zhaozhao, whose energy had reached a threshold that allowed her to wish. The leader of the guards pondered this revelation as he gazed up at the celestial dome. Just then Zhaozhao suddenly exclaimed. He and Zhou quickly asked, "What is it?" To everyone's surprise, Zhaozhao's face contorted in sorrow as tears streamed down her cheeks. "What is happening?" Zhaozhao buried her head in He and Zhou's embrace. And after a moment, she looked up and said, "My energy is gone. I have none left." "What?" The crowd gasped in shock, with Song Jun rising to her feet. "How can your energy just vanish? Are you all right, Zhaozhao? Do you feel unwell?" They were more concerned about Zhaozhao's well-being than the loss of her energy. Zhao shook her head, and after calming down, Jin Yun sang gently asked, "If your energy is gone, did the voice in your mind say anything?" "It did," Zhaozhao sniffled, speaking softly. "It said my wish was fulfilled. Deducting 1,225 energy points, my current energy is 0. As her words hung in the air, she paused. Her expression bewildered as she looked at Jian Yun saying, "Mom, it said my wish is completed?" "Completed?" Jian Yun sang, and He and Zhou exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. A wish fulfilled? Is it truly as we understand it? Earlier, Zhaozhao's first wish was for their health and happiness. However, the system did not respond, prompting her to make a second wish for Lin Lan and the others to earn a fortune safely. They assumed this wish too would remain unfulfilled, and since Zhaozhao could not think of anything else, she intended to set it aside until she had a clearer idea. Henan Zhou and Jian Yunsang speculated that perhaps the system had limitations on the wishes it could grant, given that Zhaozhao's requests were rather grand. They figured that since the first two wishes could not be realized, they would gradually explore the system's boundaries. Thus, the family continued to pack their belongings, currently enjoying dinner in the restaurant. Fortunately, they were the only ones present, all aware of Zhaozhao's energy situation. Unexpectedly, the system announced that a wish had been completed and that her energy had been reset to 0. "Mom, did my energy suddenly disappear because Lin Lan and the others faced danger? Did my energy go to save them?" Jian Yunsang paused, realizing she shared the same thought. Yet, observing Zhaozhao's anxious demeanor, she reassured her, it's also possible that Lin Lan and the others earned a significant amount of money. "Wasn't that part of your wish too?" Zhaozhao remained uneasy. Jian Yunsang continued, "Consider this. Lin Lan and the others are in Shanglu, Cun, where they mostly encounter the villagers, who typically engage in minor disputes. How could they possibly encounter a dangerous situation? I believe your gift of the foot chain ring helped them earn money, improving their lives." Her words were persuasive, and Zhaozhao's eyes brightened. "Yes, it must be that." She sighed in relief. However, the people of Qi beneath the celestial dome held a different perspective. Zhaozhao was unaware that there existed a celestial canopy in DQ, for it was this very canopy that revealed the existence of Lin and her companions to the people of the realm. Consequently, their lives were undoubtedly altered, as they were now confronted not merely by the villagers of Cun. The aspiration to amass great wealth and live prosperously is not something that can be realized in a mere instant. Yet, the system had fulfilled Zhaozhao's wish in less than 2 hours. Such a brief span of time hardly suffices to achieve substantial wealth and a better life. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that Lin and her companions had encountered peril, and Zhaozhao's wish had salvaged them. This revelation sent the citizens of DQ into a fervor. Could it truly be possible to wish for the salvation of others? Emperor Zhaozhao too stepped out from the palace, his gaze firmly fixed upon the celestial canopy above, his expression tinged with excitement. From the moment Zhaozhao declared her wish fulfilled, his heart had been in turmoil. Although he had long been captivated by the notion that the system could grant wishes, witnessing Zhaozhao's first wish fall into silence had led him to share a sentiment akin to that of Zhu and his wife. Not to mention, Zhaozhao's second wish had been cast upon Lin and her peers from antiquity. Yet, it had indeed come to fruition. Quing, old servant is here. Summon the vice commander of the Imperial Guards. The vice commander arrived promptly, and Emperor Zhaozhao, seated upon his dragon throne, gazed intently at him. "You are to immediately dispatch someone to investigate what befell Lin and her companions on their journey. I wish to know every detail." This subject obeys. Just as he withdrew, Quing announced outside the hall that the Grand Tutor and several ministers sought an audience. The hour was late, and their arrival evidently pertained to the revelations emanating from the celestial canopy. The emperor exhaled deeply and summoned them into the hall. That evening, the lights in the imperial study remained aglow for an extended period. Similarly bustling was Shangli-Cn, where villagers engaged in fervent discussions regarding whether Lin and her companions had truly faced danger. Calculating the days, they deduced that the group had yet to reach the capital. It seemed they must have encountered some incident en route. After all, they were accompanied by court officials for protection, and no nefarious individuals would dare to target them. Perhaps the danger involved a capsized vessel or a leak that sent them into the water. Forgive the villagers of Shangli-Cn for their limited exposure. Few had ventured far or sailed on large ships, and their imaginations could only stretch so far. However, given that Chaochao's energy had been depleted, they were certain that Lin and her companions were safe. Thus, after the initial shock, the villagers found time to speculate and lament. In stark contrast, Lin's family, including her mother, was unable to remain composed. Having recently completed her confinement, Lin's mother, who had largely stayed at home, was now unable to wait any longer and hurriedly took her daughter to seek out the village chief. I had already processed the situation, and upon seeing Lin's mother and Aunt Y approach, he promptly invited them to sit. Do not worry, he reassured them. While I cannot ascertain whether they truly encountered danger, I can assure you that they are undoubtedly safe. Otherwise, the system would not have declared Zhaozhao's wish fulfilled, would it? This implied that they were indeed unharmed and free of worries. Yet, despite such reassurances, their anxiety remained. If you are still uneasy, I shall inquire with Lord Liang shortly. He is surely concerned about this matter as well. When news arises, I will inform you at once, if that pleases you. Having developed a rapport with Liang I no longer felt the trepidation he once had. Though he still held a modicum of respect, he discovered that as long as he diligently performed his duties and executed the tasks assigned by the Lord, he occasionally received a kind word in return. Once they departed, I made his way towards Chaoying, for if Lord Liang were available, he would typically be found there. Now that the foundation of Chaoying had been established, a collective effort was underway. The construction team I had gathered was substantial, and many from Shangli-Cn volunteered to assist. Had they not been waiting for the architectural plans, the outer walls would likely have been completed by now. As I gazed upon the numerous blue bricks stacked upon the ground. A tinge of envy flickered in his eyes. The materials for the first Chaoying were indeed of exceptional quality, sturdier and more durable than those of the average peasant. It was said that this was due to fire safety and security considerations, hence the meticulous selection of materials. Moreover, it was rumored that many useful innovations learned from the celestial canopy would be prioritized for use in this orphanage, including the water faucet that the Ministry of Works had already developed, which was set to be installed here. This made I contemplate whether he should seek employment there, as the faucet from the canopy was incredibly convenient, eliminating the labor of fetching water. Not to mention the other valuable goods found within the canopy that the Ministry of Works was diligently researching. It was said that once the high-yield crops, like sweet potatoes, were discovered, the orphanage would enjoy them before the villagers could. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Liang's stern voice. Do you require something of me? Before he could finish, Liang interjected, I have already dispatched someone to investigate this matter. Once the results are available, I will inform you. I nodded fervently, expressing his gratitude. Liang merely inclined his head and turned his gaze skyward, his brows slightly furrowed. When he had heard Chao's words, he too had been taken aback. This surpassed his understanding. What had Lin and her companions truly encountered, and how had the canopy come to their aid? As Liang I pondered these questions. Lin and her companions, who had just witnessed the entire event, were even more unable to find tranquility. It was not until nightfall that the crowd gradually settled their emotions, reflecting on the remarkable nature of the system, which not only illuminated the surroundings, but also targeted the wicked with precision. Thus, I believe that one should refrain from committing wrongs, otherwise heaven will not smite them. For Zhaozhao will seek her own vengeance, Aunt Y remarked, casting a pointed glance towards Hfli and his companions, who were not far away. Chapter 153. HBODN was utterly dumbfounded. HFLI and his associates, despite their anger, dared not voice it. Previously, their audacity had stemmed from the canopy's silence, which merely showcased the OOS life above, leaving them feeling both envious and resentful. Yet now, they had directly experienced the consequences of a single utterance from Zhaozhao, leading to the demise of a person before their very eyes, in such a horrific manner that it left them trembling. After a moment of contemplation, LN could not help but sigh, expressing her disappointment. We have been saved, yet all the energy that Chaochao painstakingly accumulated has been exhausted. Upon hearing this, HFLI and his companions exhaled deeply in relief. Just as the group engaged in conversation, the Imperial guards on the ship had completed their interrogation of the few surviving assassins. However, when the head guard emerged from the cabin, his expression was far from pleasant. NTN was the first to spot him and quickly approached. "My lord, have they confessed? What did they say?" The guard, wiping the blood from his hands, finally replied, "They have confessed, but yielded little of value." "What do you mean?" "Gushi C," I interjected. "Those individuals were merely lowly lackeys, according to their accounts. Their leaders were all dead, and they did not recognize the greater leader. Thus, our inquiries have made little progress. They claimed they intended to act after dark, but the guards on the ship sensed something amiss, prompting a sudden acceleration. Consequently, they had no choice but to act prematurely. The noise earlier was made in their desperation to execute their plan. The orders from above were clear. They were to abduct LN and her companions if possible. If not, they were to leave a few alive while eliminating the rest." Upon uttering those words, the expressions of DSHN and the others shifted dramatically. To eliminate them all? Such ruthlessness was beyond comprehension. GLOSN was so frightened that his body trembled. He hastily scrambled up from the deck and took a few steps forward, anxiously inquiring whether they would come after them. "You must ascertain their origins swiftly and send troops to annihilate them." The head of the guards cast a cold glance at him, questioning when it had become his place to issue orders. GLOSN quickly stepped back, feeling his heart race. Ling Ping scoffed. "What are you afraid of? Zhaozhao's wish is for our safety. Surely, we will be secure moving forward." HFLI interjected. "It's easy for you to say. That girl was referring to you, not us. How can we guarantee our safety?" He vividly recalled the moment when two bandits had intended to take his life. There had been no sign of light or movement in the sky until he had thrust YSH and Z forward, at which point the light had blazed down. He believed that had he not dodged in time, he would have surely perished at the hands of that man. As HFLI's words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. After a lengthy pause, LN coldly remarked, "You dare speak? You have brought this upon yourselves. You bullied HZO previously, and now you push YSH and Z forward as a shield. You are utterly shameless and deserve your misfortunes." HFLI, facing her wrath, could only muster the courage to beckon ZH and HBODN to move inside. However, after only 2 steps, a startled cry from ZH echoed behind them. "So hot. Master, BODN is burning up." HFLI hurried forward and realized that his son had already become delirious from the fever. The head of the guards frowned and summoned a doctor to attend to him. Yet, throughout the night, HBODN's temperature fluctuated erratically, and by the following morning, while his fever had finally subsided, he could no longer recognize HFLI and his wife. Once merely a bit irritable and foolish, he had now become a complete fool, unable to control even his basic needs. HFLI and ZH wept inconsolably, their cries piercing the air and startling LN and others. Even GLOSN and Kuangzi, witnessing their frenzied state, felt a sense of fear rushing to the guards and bowing in fervent supplication for a change of cabin. They did not request anything extravagant. They simply wished to be separated from the H family. The guards, concerned that HFLI and his wife might act rashly in their unstable state, eventually granted the 2 of them a separate cabin. Fortunately, they were not far from the capital, and soon they would arrive. Similarly, Jingsu and D awaited their timely arrival. On the next day, the court convened, and Jingsu and D sat upon the dragon throne. listening to the ministers fervently discuss the recent incident of energy values resetting. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, Su-Nd's spirits lifted as he realized that the investigation aboard the ship had yielded results. His movements were somewhat exaggerated, drawing the attention of the ministers who had been engrossed in discussion. They all turned to gaze at him in unison. It was indeed true, and in an extraordinary manner. Lin and her companions had been extricated from peril. Su-Nd briefly closed his eyes and nodded. Yes, observe for yourselves. Chaochao swiftly descended the steps and presented the findings to the Grand Tutor and other officials. The officials surrounding the Grand Tutor leaned in with curiosity, some even reading aloud so those further away could hear. As the reading spread through the court, the expressions of the officials grew increasingly astonished. At the moment YSHNZ was about to be harmed, a blinding light descended from the heavens, searing the eyes of the assassin and automatically locking onto him, allowing us to effortlessly apprehend everyone after interrogation. The officials could scarcely believe they were hearing such an incredible tale. This was how energy values were reset. And this was how Zhaozhao's wishes saved lives? However, soon after, Su-Nd furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. If the heavens intervened in such a manner to save lives, then the notion of immortality might be unattainable. He had envisioned that the system would save lives through thunderous strikes or perhaps by enveloping Lin and her companions in a protective dome. Yet, the celestial light was indeed a stunning phenomenon. Chaochao, standing nearby, overheard Su-Nd's murmured thoughts, and he lowered his head, observing silently. The emperor was indeed preoccupied with thoughts of immortality. Su-Nd snapped back to reality after a brief moment of distraction, only to find the court in a fervent uproar. One official stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, this matter is truly unfathomable. Zhaozhao's wish appears to encompass our entire DQ, even possessing the power to end lives. The authority of the heavens is indeed immense." Su-Nd raised his head, and another official echoed, "Your Majesty, what Dirun has said is astute, particularly regarding Zhaozhao's energy value reaching 1,000 to fulfill a wish. Does this not imply that she can grant numerous wishes in the future? Other matters may be trivial, but Zhaozhao's wishes clearly hold sway over DQ. If her future wishes pertain to our nation, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage." This was a concern Su-Nd had also contemplated, and he considered even more dire possibilities. What if Zhaozhao's wishes involve the downfall of nations? The mere thought caused his expression to falter. He rubbed his temples, dismissing those chaotic thoughts. Zhaozhao is so young. How could she possibly wish for such things? What thoughts do you all harbor? Su-Nd inquired. Shall we control what wishes Zhaozhao makes? What nonsense! We lack even the power to silence the heavens. The officials exchanged glances, and one cautiously proposed, "Your Majesty, while we cannot control Zhaozhao's aspirations, could we perhaps pause the Cyu Institute to prevent her energy value from increasing so rapidly?" Rn. The deputy minister of the DLS could not suppress a chuckle. While Zhaozhao's energy value increases swiftly, it bears little impact on us. The total energy value of DQ accounts for only 95 of that 1,000, barely a fraction. YKNG concurred. What Dirun says is true. Even if we dismantled the Cyu Institute, it would not alter the outcome. The Institute merely adds embellishments, lacking decisive influence. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Perhaps once the Institute is completed, energy values could surge by hundreds or thousands. As opinions diverged, the court erupted into a cacophony of voices. Just as Su-Nd was grappling with the situation, someone announced, "The heavens have brightened. Zhaozhao has awakened. Today she is to visit WCHing, so she retired early last night." Although the initial resetting of energy values had caused her great anxiety, particularly regarding the safety of her sister Lin, and the others, her mother had reassured her that they must have profited, and only then could her wish be deemed fulfilled. With the thought that her wish had aided them, Zhaozhao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The matter she had been concerned about was finally resolved, allowing her to sleep soundly. However, in stark contrast to her revitalized spirit, Gnyn and the others appeared notably diminished. After Zhaozhao had drifted off, the four of them convened for a small meeting. The agenda revolved around the notion that energy values could transcend the constraints of time and space, linking the ancient past with the future. Previously, in the hospital at FNCH GNYNS Ing had speculated that Chaochao's mysterious, buzzing energy values might originate from antiquity. Yet, this conjecture had seemed quite far-fetched, and with the subsequent stagnation in energy values, the discussion was set aside. That such values could fulfill wishes was one thing, but to realize the aspirations of ancient individuals and even rescue them, this revelation left them nearly certain that those inexplicably rising energy values were indeed rooted in the past. This matter has caused quite a headache for several individuals. Ultimately, it was Song Jun who remarked, "Fortunately, this is a charitable system, and as it stands, one can only accrue energy by performing good deeds. This can be considered a form of accumulating blessings, which is beneficial for Zhaozhao. If Zhaozhao were bound by that nefarious system, requiring her to commit misdeeds to gather energy, that would be disastrous." This statement provided them with some inner solace. However, despite this, they were collectively plagued by insomnia. Thus, when Zhaozhao sat at the dining table for breakfast, she was met with the silence of four adults. Tilting her head, she glanced at each of them, pondered for a moment, and inquired, "Are you unhappy, Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, and Grandma, because my energy value has disappeared? It's all right. We can still gather more. I will do more good deeds in the future, and it will be replenished soon. Then, I will be able to make wishes again. You can tell me your wishes, and I will help you fulfill them. So please do not be unhappy, okay?" The four were momentarily stunned. Hipu internally chuckled bitterly, then immediately lifted his head and smiled, saying, "We adults have been overthinking, and yet we need Zhaozhao to enlighten us. This is quite inappropriate. Let us heed Zhaozhao's words and not dwell on it too much. Now let us eat. After breakfast, you all need to head to Wucheng. We must not delay." Zhaozhao nodded vigorously, but suddenly paused midway. I didn't say anything wrong, right? The energy value will soon be restored. I have increased." Yet, as soon as she uttered those words, Zhaozhao furrowed her brows tightly, finding it quite strange. "What is strange?" Song Jun asked with a tense tone. Chapter 155, 2000. Zhaozhao bit her lip and softly said, "It has increased a lot, a lot, a lot." She held up 2 fingers and declared, "It says 2,000. Did I mishear?" The individuals present were taken aback. 2,000? Such a large amount? It was no wonder Zhaozhao doubted her hearing. Even they felt the system might have made an error. However, that seemed unlikely. The people of Qi under the vast sky gasped. 2,000. How could it have increased so much all at once? Hadn't she just reset yesterday? What had Zhaozhao done? She merely slept, did she not? Surely, she could not have saved many people and performed numerous good deeds in her dreams. Could she? The conversation about energy values that had just taken place fell into silence, and the ministers who had earlier discussed controlling the energy values wore expressions of sheer disbelief. It was not as if they had not worked tirelessly to accumulate 1,000 energy values. It took considerable effort and time to gather that amount. How could it have suddenly surged to 2,000 overnight? 2,000 means Zhao could make 2 wishes. How could that be? This is utterly outrageous. Some were beginning to feel anxious, wondering if the energy value had increased too much. Surely, Zhaozhao's subsequent wishes would not pertain to the Qi, would they? That seemed unlikely. Minister Chu Wendy pondered for a moment and speculated, "I believe this may be related to Zhaozhao's wish." What Minister Chu implied was that if Zhaozhao's wish pertained to something else, it would be fine, but given that it was to save lives, and there were numerous guards aboard the ship alongside Lin Lan and others, the combined lives saved could reasonably account for 2,000 energy values. Zhaozhao's eyes lit up. Now she understood. Hinanzhou did not mention that such a high energy value, rooted in ancient traditions, must have significantly altered the fate of Lin Lan and her companions. They were likely in genuine peril, and Zhaozhao's wish had saved them, perhaps even more than 1 or 2 individuals. They were left wondering what had transpired in ancient times. This concern was tacitly avoided by the other adults present, fearing it might worry Zhaozhao. Understanding the explanation eased Zhao's mind considerably. Equally relieved were Lin Lan and the others aboard the ship. After all, they had felt guilty yesterday for exhausting all their energy values due to Zhaozhao's rescue, only to find that today it had doubled. Now I can rest easy. Otherwise, all this effort would have been in vain, and Zhaozhao would have been so sad. Indeed, the others responded, their anticipation growing as they gazed at the sky, curious about what wishes Zhaozhao might make. She was easily satisfied, now that she had enough to eat and wear, with her parents by her side. It seemed she had no other requests. Yesterday, she struggled to think of 2 wishes. Now, having to come up with 2 again would surely trouble our little Zhaozhao. At this point, everyone could not help but chuckle. Only Jiang Lao San and his companions wore stiff expressions, unable to smile at all. Not to mention Hu Fu and Zheng Shi. Their expressions were twisted with resentment due to their son's transformation into a fool. They glared at the sky as if it were a venomous serpent, questioning why heaven was so benevolent to Zhaozhao while imposing such sorrow upon them. Others remained unscathed. Yet their Baodun had turned into a fool who could not even recognize his parents. It was simply too unfair. They were unwilling. Achoo! Zhaozhao could not help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose and finished the last sip of milk. Excitedly, she packed the final items into her suitcase, slinging her small bag over her shoulder and standing in the living room, eagerly awaiting her parents to depart for the airport. However, after waiting a while, she suddenly realized something. Grandma! Zhao tugged at Song Jun's sleeve, who was adjusting her clothes, and whispered, "Why do I have 2,000 energy values? Yet ISNT speaking, it hasn't mentioned allowing me to make wishes again." Song Jun was taken aback. Indeed, she had forgotten this matter herself. Just moments ago, Jian Yunsang had brought it up while combing her hair, discussing it with Henan Zhou. Song Jun found her reasoning sound. She crouched down to Zhaozhao and said, "Let us calmly gather energy until we reach 10,000 and then see what happens. There is no need to rush." Zhaozhao replied affirmatively, "Okay, no rush. I just need to do good deeds." Lin Lan and the others felt a bit disappointed. No wishes? What a pity. If they really had to accumulate to 10,000, that would take quite a while, wouldn't it? Aunt Yu laughed and scolded her. Zhaozhao hasn't said anything. Why are you so anxious? However, Scholar Guo stroked his beard and spoke gravely. I believe this is quite good. Miss Jian is right. 1 wish per 1,000 can lead to chaos. Zhaozhao is still young. If wishes are too easily granted, it could lead to misconceptions. Lin Lan considered this and agreed, realizing it was indeed reasonable. Meanwhile, in another cabin, Jiang Lao San and Quang Zi let out a heavy sigh of relief. Sometimes they found it peculiar. They hoped Zhaozhao could make wishes, just as she had the day before, saving their lives in times of peril. Yet, they also feared that if she were to make wishes, it might adversely affect them. Similarly relieved were the ministers in the court. This way, they could wait until reaching 10,000 energy values before making wishes, allowing for more prudence. Chapter 156. The sky of the Qi has changed. Emperor Jing Xian directly announced, since one can no longer wish upon reaching 1,000. We shall proceed according to the original plan. The Chaoyang Charity Institute will continue its construction and expedite its progress. I wish to see if, upon reaching 10,000 energy values, that Ashan will awaken. Furthermore, he believed that should Zhaozhao be able to make wishes at 10,000, it was highly probable she would not wish for something concerning the Qi. After all, accumulating 1,000 is manageable, but 10,000 is not so easily attained. Zhaozhao's primary concern lies with the people of the Qi, namely Lin Lan and her group, for whom she has already wished once. She must surely consider her family thereafter. We shall obey your command, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, these assassins are truly audacious. They dare to rob even the court's vessels and kill the imperial guards. This is utterly lawless. This matter must be dealt with severely. Emperor Jing Xian nodded, assigning the task to you and General Wei Yuan to swiftly uncover the masterminds behind this incident. We shall carry out your orders. Just as Emperor Jing Xian intended to continue discussing the next topic, a minister suddenly cried out in surprise. The emperor furrowed his brow. Which esteemed official has a question? No, it is not so, Your Majesty. It is a 5th-rank official at the rear of the queue who suddenly knelt down, appearing somewhat alarmed, and gestured towards the front. The person he pointed at looked puzzled and inquired, "Why are you pointing at me?" "No, I am not indicating you. It is that." Before he could finish his sentence, another official in the hall gasped, also pointing forward, similarly an official standing at the end of the line. Others exchanged bewildered glances. And Jing Xiandi furrowed his brow and stood up. However, More and more voices of astonishment arose within the hall, starting from the back of the queue and moving forward, reaching Jing Xiandi himself. This, Jing Xiandi gazed in surprise at a small screen that had appeared before him, his body stiffening slightly. The Grand Tutor squinted at it for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, this seems to be a small celestial curtain?" "No, to be precise." It resembled the mobile screen they had seen on the celestial curtain. It appeared to offer two choices. Yu Kongsheng spoke, "Your Majesty, shall I press one to see?" Jing Xiandi himself felt an urge to act, but alas, just as he extended his hand, he was halted by Chao Qing from behind. "Your Majesty, allow this old servant to proceed first. In case of any danger, Your Majesty's precious body must not suffer the slightest mishap." Jing Xiandi, feeling helpless, waved his hand, conceding, "Very well, you may go." Chao Qing swallowed hard. Although he had requested this, he felt a twinge of unease. While he was still slowly reaching out, Yu Kongsheng had already grown impatient and pressed the button. "Oh, Your Majesty," came Yu Kongsheng's surprised voice. "If you press the left side, the celestial curtain appears indoors. If you press the right side, it seems you must view it outdoors. Is that true?" Jing Xiandi's eyes lit up, and with resolute fingers, he pressed the left button, indeed witnessing the celestial curtain manifest within the grand hall. A broad smile spread across his face. "Excellent, truly excellent. This celestial curtain seems to have been upgraded. Henceforth, if they could observe it indoors, he would no longer need to have chairs brought outside, donning cloaks and lighting braziers, while his fingers grew numb from the cold when managing state affairs." All the ministers in the hall, one by one, eagerly extended their hands to press the button, only to discover that the celestial curtain was even clearer than when viewed outdoors. This way, they would no longer need to keep a constant watch on the celestial curtain. Finally, no more suffering from the cold. These past days, in their quest to see the celestial curtain, they had endured untold hardships, fearing they might miss crucial information, to the extent of reducing their visits to the restroom. Not to mention, every time a critical part was announced, they had to hold their breath. How could the celestial curtain suddenly be viewed indoors? Had Chaochao not done anything? What do you mean by not doing anything? The energy value has surpassed 1,000. If Chaochao's side can make wishes, our celestial curtain cannot remain unchanged. If that is the case, then if it surpasses 10,000, will there not be even more changes? Jing Xiandi narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating that perhaps if it exceeded 10,000, a Shan might appear, which was what he anticipated the most. That morning, the people of the Qi gradually noticed a mobile screen appearing before them beneath the celestial curtain. Some bold individuals directly pressed it, only to be astonished to discover new functionalities of the celestial curtain. Due to this change, the Qi was bustling with excitement. They were so engrossed in discussing the differences between the indoor and outdoor celestial curtains that they paid little attention to the content displayed. Meanwhile, Chaochao had happily boarded the vehicle, preparing to head to the airport for a flight to Wuchang. However, this morning they were captivated by the novelty of the updates and paid no heed to Chaochao's performance on the plane. Throughout this journey, Chaochao managed her own needs for eating, drinking, and other matters, as Nanzhou and Jian Yunseng had not rested well the night before and were somewhat fatigued, choosing to close their eyes for a nap while allowing Chaochao to call them if needed. However, Chaochao had grown bold and did not wish to disturb her parents' rest. Thus, whenever she required something, she directly called the flight attendant. Enjoying a splendid experience throughout the journey, Chaochao felt a swell of pride as she disembarked from the plane, unable to suppress her little chest's puffing. Unfortunately, it was not a weekend. Jian family members were at work and children were at school. Although Jian Zhengqing wished to take a leave, he was refused by Jian Yunseng, as she was very familiar with Wuchang and deemed it unnecessary to take such a trip. After the family of three exited the airport, they headed straight for a hotel near the Jian family's neighborhood. After settling into the hotel and realizing it was still early, they planned to have dinner at Jian family's house, so there was no rush. After taking a nap, they went to the supermarket. Supermarket? Chaochao heard a new term. She had never been to a supermarket and was unclear about its meaning. As the car moved, Jian Yunseng explained to Chaochao, "A supermarket is a supermarket filled with many, many items. Before we visit your grandfather's house, we need to buy some gift boxes of fruit. You can also buy some snacks and toys. Everything is available in the supermarket, and there are many varieties." Chapter 157. Is this a grocery store from the future? Last time they visited Fancheng, it was to visit someone ill, So when Eddie family Song Jun prepared supplements for them to bring along, and they did not go to the supermarket to select gift boxes. Before leaving, Jian Yunsang had simply given Luo Yu some money. Chaochao listened, somewhat understanding, but she knew she was going to buy things, which was sufficient. The citizens of Qi, after digesting the new functionalities of the celestial curtain throughout the morning, had shifted their focus back to it. In fact, most had already begun experiencing the indoor viewing of the celestial curtain, and they found it quite enjoyable. Upon hearing Jian Yunsang's words, the crowd exhibited expressions of realization, indicating their understanding. So, this supermarket is like our grocery store, selling all sorts of items, right? Listening to Miss Jian's explanation that it was a supermarket, they speculated that it might be a very large grocery store. No matter how large, it is still a grocery store. The He family is so affluent. Is it sincere to buy a gift from a grocery store when visiting the in-laws? Then where should we go? Of course, to a specialized time-honored shop. The quality there could be deemed good, and presenting gifts from there would hold face. Not to mention the He family. Even I, when visiting my in-laws during the New Year, would go to the best pastry shop in the county to get half a pound of pastries, visit the fabric shop to buy a piece of cloth for my mother-in-law, and then buy a pound of meat from the market. That is what sincerity means. For a young master, he to buy something from a grocery store. The packaging outside doesn't even have a label. How embarrassing. Miss Jian Wunti be able to hold her head high in front of her half-sister. But I see Miss Jian treating her half-sister quite well. At this moment, Jing Xiandi was in the imperial study discussing state matters with several ministers. Now that the celestial curtain was indoors, it was exceedingly convenient for him. He could simply glance up to see it without needing someone to constantly monitor the outdoors and call him when critical matters arose. Knowing that the He family was out shopping did not pique his interest much. He only occasionally heard snippets and glanced up. He had no significant reaction to the supermarket as he was an emperor and had no experience purchasing gifts from shops. Not only him, but the other ministers present also lacked such experience. Whatever gift boxes they desired, their wives would handle the preparations, or they would have fixed merchants deliver them, or they would find something valuable from their storerooms. The idea of buying gifts from a supermarket, no, grocery store, to take when visiting was utterly unimaginable for them. They would be ridiculed by their colleagues if such a tale were told. Hence, their attention remained largely on the affairs at hand, indifferent to the supermarket. Meanwhile, as the populace of Qi engaged in various speculations and evaluations, the He family's vehicle finally arrived at the supermarket's underground parking lot. Upon alighting, Chaochao curiously looked around before entering through an iron door, where the interior was brightly lit. Just as she was about to step inside, Jian Yunsang called out to her, "Let us first push a cart." A cart? Chaochao looked at the cart in He Nanzhou's hand, tilting her head in confusion. Why do I need to push a cart? Push a cart? Emperor Jingxian could not help but lift his head and was greeted by a peculiar, square carriage. Ah yes, Miss Jian had referred to it as a handcart, one that is pushed by people rather than driven. He found it odd, as they had just disembarked from a vehicle. Why would they need a cart upon entering this so-called supermarket? His curiosity piqued. He raised the teacup from the imperial table, intending to observe a bit more. A few ministers exchanged glances, deciding it was acceptable for the emperor to rest while they too took a moment to sip tea. At that moment, Jian Yunsang was explaining to Zhaozhao that they needed to purchase some items, and it would be more convenient to place them in the cart rather than carry them by hand. There was even a small cart designed specifically for children like Zhaozhao, allowing her to push one and select items she fancied. Zhaozhao pondered this and realized that a cart would indeed be more convenient than a basket. In ancient times, she had never shopped and was unfamiliar with the process. However, Hu Fulai and the Zheng family occasionally visited the town, carrying baskets to hold their purchases. This handcart seemed quite similar to a basket. Jian Yunsang exchanged a knowing glance with He Nanzhou. It was indeed comparable. The trio pushed the cart further inside, passing through a curtain that had been drawn back. When Zhaozhao looked up again, her eyes widened in surprise. Was this truly a shop? Did shops look like this? The common folk of Qi were equally bewildered, questioning whether future grocery stores resembled this. Jian Yunsang chuckled lightly, turning into an entrance corridor. Zhaozhao was then met with towering shelves, an array of products, vibrant labels, and various displays. So many items? The citizens of Qi were astonished. Was this truly a grocery store? It seemed quite different from their preconceived notions of such establishments. Someone chuckled awkwardly, attempting to reassure, but Miss Jian had called it a supermarket. So the size was to be expected. In such a vast grocery store, how could one possibly find specific items? A scholar in a long robe remarked casually that the shelves were adorned with signs bearing words such as noodles and seasonings. With so many items, they would surely be categorized effectively. At that point, the staff would simply follow the signs to locate the goods. Indeed, literacy held an advantage for those working in grocery stores. As they conversed, they spotted the He family pushing their cart forward, the cart becoming increasingly laden. The crowd could no longer contain their expressions. They had heard tales of the supermarket's size, yet this was beyond their imagination. A leisurely stroll through the aisles might take over half an hour. Look, there were vegetables. How could they sell fresh produce here? That transparent structure must be a glass fish tank, filled with numerous fish, crabs, and live shrimp. They sold those too. And the fruits, so many varieties, all large and appealing. Would they manage to sell all these items? What would happen if they became stale? The citizens of Qi felt the term grocery store was a misnomer. This was entirely different. Just as they contemplated this, Jian Yunsang placed a box into the cart. Was it acceptable to put items in the cart without paying first? Chapter 158. Tasting is free. Zhaozhao noticed her mother's action and, feeling perplexed, tugged at her face nervously. Seeing that no one was nearby, she whispered, "Mama, we haven't paid for that yet." Jian Yunsang paused, amused by the little girl's anxiousness. She added another box to the cart and smiled. "We select everything we wish to buy and place in the cart. Then we settle the bill when we leave." Zhaozhao was astonished. Could it really be done this way? Of course. Just look at others. Aren't they doing the same? Zhaozhao, previously absorbed in the supermarket's abundance, had not observed how other patrons were operating. With her mother's reminder, she glanced around and realized that everyone was indeed selecting items and placing them in their carts. Proceeding to the next shelf, the citizens of Qi found this concept utterly remarkable. Could it truly be this way? Emperor Jingxian set down his cup, squinting at the customers. Some pushed carts while others carried items by hand, and a few strolled leisurely with their hands in their pockets, behaving quite peculiarly within the supermarket. The Deputy Minister of Justice expressed his astonishment. So, customers could select their desired items and then pay later? This depended heavily on the customer's integrity. What if thieves were to conceal items and leave without paying? Wouldn't that result in significant losses for the supermarket? He believed this model would attract the very individuals who might engage in petty theft. In Qi, those who were destitute and aimless, along with those seeking to exploit opportunities, would likely fill this supermarket. They could even indulge themselves within its confines before departing. Did the future shops underestimate the darker aspects of human nature? Emperor Jingxian, however, appeared contemplative. The Grand Tutor also squinted, perhaps recognizing the benefits of a literate populace. Being educated indeed fostered understanding and a sense of shame. A voice among the officials murmured that with a population of 1/4 billion, how could one expect everyone to possess such understanding? The task seemed monumental. Not to mention, no matter how many people were educated, there would always be those seeking to take advantage. For such individuals, the supermarket was akin to a mouse in a grain store. It would be remiss not to take something. For the citizens of Qi, the notion of choosing products and then voluntarily paying was utterly unfathomable. Their shops did not offer such privileges. Some merchants would not even allow customers to touch the items, fetching goods for them instead. Yet, what did they observe in the future supermarkets? Several women were at a vegetable display, discarding inferior leaves and carefully selecting only the freshest and finest to place in their bags. Was this acceptable? They were not allowed such liberties at the market. Would anyone purchase slightly inferior vegetables? Wouldn't they all be discarded, leading to losses for the supermarket? Some shook their heads, questioning the supermarket's sustainability. The citizens of Qi debated vigorously. Some merchants had intended to observe how future grocery stores operated, hoping to learn and perhaps increase their profits. However, given the current situation, aside from acknowledging the supermarket's immense size, they could hardly imagine adopting such methods. If they were to emulate this approach, they might end up losing everything. Meanwhile, Jian Yunsang and her companions were thoroughly enjoying their shopping experience. They began by purchasing a few assorted fruits and snacks, preparing for their upcoming trip to Jinwen village, ensuring they had necessary daily supplies. Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially as she encountered many unfamiliar items. However, a few snacks resembled those she had seen the bag Yuan had given her. After a moment of hesitation, she chose those. Ultimately, Jian Yunsang assisted her in gathering several items, and seeing her cart filled to the brim, Zhaozhao hurriedly exclaimed, "That's enough, Mama. We can stop now." Jian Yunsang had no choice but to pause, realizing that Zhaozhao always had to express her desires for items she wished to acquire. All right. Just as she finished speaking, Zhaozhao curiously gazed at a nearby salesperson, who stood before a small counter adorned with disposable cups filled with a green liquid. She curiously cast her gaze a couple more times, and the salesperson smiled at her, saying, "Little friend, would you like to try our newly launched beverage?" Chaochao immediately shook her head, declaring, "I'm not buying." The salesperson laughed heartily. "No worries, it's just a taste." As she spoke, she noticed Jian Yunsang standing nearby and naturally handed the paper cup to her. Jian Yunsang effortlessly accepted it, glanced at the sign on their table, and drank from the cup. After finishing, she nodded and picked up a bottle to examine its ingredients, then turned to Chaochao, saying, "It tastes decent. Would you like to try?" Chaochao hesitated for a moment, seeing the salesperson still holding up her cup with an enthusiastic expression. She carefully accepted it and took a small sip. Jian Yunsang leaned down and asked her, "How is it?" Chaochao slightly furrowed her brows, casting a hesitant look at the salesperson. Understanding her uncertainty, Jian Yunsang returned the disposable cup to the salesperson, smiling as she said, "Thank you. We'll take a look around." The salesperson didn't press further, but waved at Chaochao, still smiling warmly, "Goodbye, little friend. It's fine. This is a tasting event at the supermarket. If we like it, we can buy it. If not, there is no obligation." Furthermore, this supermarket isn't particularly large. In some of the bigger ones, there are numerous tasting booths. Some people could indulge themselves to the point of skipping a meal. Chaochao's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it really be this way? Would they not incur losses? The merchants of Daki, initially considering imitating this tasting activity, felt a wave of apprehension upon hearing Jian Yunsang's words. They believed that if they dared to implement such a tasting event, many would certainly take advantage and eat until full. Yet, it was entirely unfeasible. By setting certain conditions and thresholds, it might indeed be operational. As Chapter 159 unfolds. What to do if one hides and does not pay? Chaochao followed Jian Yunsang for a short while before they encountered another promotional booth. While Chaochao was still curiously looking around, Hinanzhou pushed a cart to queue for weighing. The trio then proceeded directly to the elevator leading upstairs. Chaochao inquired, "Mom, where are we going?" "We need to buy a few gift boxes. Those are all upstairs. Let us go explore." Daki people were surprised. Was this floor not the entirety of the supermarket? There is more upstairs? Even Emperor Jingxian was astonished, thinking that the supermarkets of later generations must be exceedingly vast. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, they arrived at the upper level. Compared to the bustling food and daily necessities on the first floor, the second floor appeared much quieter. However, the people of Daki were even more astounded. Those must be the electrical appliances of later generations, right? That washing machine, the refrigerator, various pots. Why are the clothes too? Isn't that something only a ready-made clothing shop would sell? And look at those bed sheets and quilts. The pillows look soft and comfortable. Those rows must be shoes. They sell this too? And suitcases, the kind they push while traveling, along with the bags Jian Yunsang carried. That must be a safety seat, the one Chaochao sits in the car. Hey, look at that. Is it a mobile phone? It must be, right? The people of Daki found it utterly unbelievable, while Emperor Jingxian furrowed his brows and asked the ministers below, "Are the common folk at shops like this?" Although the ministers rarely visited such shops, they knew for certain that they could not sell everything. They unanimously shook their heads. While the common shops sold a variety of items, including food seasonings, daily necessities, agricultural tools, and commonly used medicinal herbs, they were generally non-perishable items. Fresh fruits and vegetables, which are prone to spoilage, would never be found there. As for clothes and shoes, nobody would even think to purchase those from a common shop. This supermarket of later generations resembled a treasure chest, appearing to offer everything imaginable. Before the discussion could continue, Jian Yunsang's family of 3 had already arrived at the shelf for gift boxes. Hinanzhou glanced up and said, "I brought tea for Dad from home. So we won't buy any more. Let us just get some gift boxes for Grandma and Uncle. You decide which ones are good." Chaochao looked puzzled. "Mom, aside from going to Grandfather's house, are we going to Great-Grandmother's house too?" "No. We'll take the items to your grandfather's house and let him deliver them to Great-Grandmother when he has time." Although Jian Yunsang did not plan to visit Uncle's house, since they were in Wucheng, certain courtesies ought to be observed. After all, her father and uncle were brothers, and she had no real conflict with him, so it was merely a normal familial interaction. She hadn't visited Wucheng during the new year for the past 2 years, and it was rare for her to come this time. It would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. While she had some leeway, the He family could not be seen as oblivious. As Jian family's son-in-law, He Nanzhou had to uphold certain decorum. Chaochao nodded, quietly listening to Jian Yunsang and He Nanzhou as they selected items. Before long, they had completed their shopping, though Chaochao was still somewhat confused. However, Emperor Jingxian clicked his tongue, noting that the suitability of the selected items for the elderly lady and Jian family's uncle was not important. What mattered was their expense. Am I wrong? The elderly lady is quite advanced in age. How much can she truly utilize or consume? What might be genuinely useful to her is likely very inexpensive. If the He family dared to send something cheap, the elderly lady would certainly claim that the He family was wealthy yet stingy. Were Jian Yunsang to hear this, she would undoubtedly agree wholeheartedly. When she and He Nanzhou married the first year, they had carefully selected items that the elderly lady liked at reasonable prices. However, there were definitely things she wouldn't usually buy for herself. Not long after, she heard the elderly lady grumbling to her father, claiming that the He family did not value her as a daughter-in-law. Otherwise, why would they be so reluctant to spend money on her? Jian Zhengxing initially thought little of it, but after hearing the elderly lady's words, he couldn't help but overthink, anxiously discussing the matter with Jian Yunsang. His implication was for her to not suffer in silence. Although their family was not as wealthy as the He family, they had no worries about food and drink. If the He family treated her poorly, then she should consider divorce. Jian Yunsang explained for a long time before convincing Jian Zhengxing that she was doing quite well. After that, Jian Yunsang learned from experience that when gifting items to grandma and uncle, simply choosing the expensive ones would suffice. It didn't matter if they were suitable. Presenting the elderly lady with high-end liquor she would never touch would likely bring her joy. After a thorough exploration of the supermarket, selecting the gift boxes turned out to be the quickest task. Once the items were chosen, the trio headed to the checkout counter. Chaochao finally understood how this supermarket processed payments. Yet, the people of Daki still found it somewhat unbelievable, with so many aisles nearby. There was no one checking to see if they had taken anything, and anyone could come and go freely. Were they really not concerned about theft? Were the people of later generations truly so conscientious? Some even noticed the scanning device at the checkout, suddenly enlightened. I was wondering how they remembered the prices of so many items without any labels on the packaging. The checkout clerk must be incredibly sharp. Oh, it turns out they also use machines at the checkout. Emperor Jingxian felt an intense envy for such conveniences of later generations. When might they also create 1 or 2 of these? Especially the mobile phone. They had now learned that it could do so much more than merely make calls, video chat, and send messages. It could take photographs, serve as a book, function as a navigation device, and even act as a wallet. It was truly an all-in-one device, and he yearned for it immensely. Every time Emperor Jingxian expressed such sentiments, Yu Kongsheng, with ample experience, would quietly retreat. Had he known, he would not have come today. After all, he had been quite busy lately and could have easily requested a leave for the Minister of Works to come in his stead. His Majesty would surely understand. As Jia's trio settled their accounts, Zhaozhao could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, "Mom, what if someone secretly hides 1 or 2 items without paying?" Chapter 160, Jian Nai. I have something to discuss with you. The young girl's inquisitiveness was commendable, and Jian Yunsang felt gratified that she now directly posed her questions instead of fearing she might say something amiss, as she had in the past. Therefore, she patiently pointed to the nearby anti-theft door and softly explained, "Do you see that? It's an alarm device equipped with magnetic sensors. When we purchase items, the cashier scans them, which demagnetizes the products. If a thief attempts to conceal items without demagnetizing them, the door will sense them and trigger an alarm, alerting everyone nearby. And the supermarket security will apprehend the individual." Zhaozhao's eyes lit up with understanding as she cautiously reached out to touch the door. This is truly remarkable. The residents under the vast sky of Qi also marveled at its effectiveness, realizing why such a large supermarket required so few staff members. As Jing Xiandi observed each object, his heart stirred with ambition. Yet, upon reflecting on the current state of Qi, a wave of cold reality washed over him. leaving him despondent. The Jin family's neighborhood was rather old, a property Jian Zhongqing had acquired over a decade ago when Jian Yunsang was still in middle school. The building was not tall, and there had previously been no elevator, although it was rumored that one would be installed this year. Fortunately, the Jin family resided on the third floor, so climbing the stairs served as a form of exercise. Upon reaching their floor, Jian Yunsang retrieved her key. Jian Zhongqing had instructed her to open the door herself, fearing he might be busy cooking and unable to hear the knocking. After all, this was Jian Yunsang's home, and she had no need to knock. However, as she opened the door, a familiar voice unexpectedly greeted her. "All right, I'm not here to eat, but I do have something to discuss with you. Could it be your grandmother?" Jian Yunsang felt an impulse to retreat. She was reluctant to confront her grandmother, a stubborn old woman who was difficult to argue with. If a quarrel ensued, it would only lead to further distress. It was indeed peculiar. Usually, her grandmother had little desire to visit, especially in a building without an elevator and lacking her favorite eldest grandson. Previously, she had criticized Jian Zhongqing for being incapable of affording better housing. Yet today, by sheer coincidence, she had encountered her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her grandmother continued, "I realize now that I was mistaken before. You were right. Given your age, having another child would not be good for your health. Besides, even if a child is born, there is no guarantee it will be a boy. What if it is another girl? We cannot simply abandon her, can we?" Jian Yunsang exchanged glances with Henan Zhou, stifling laughter. Who would have thought her grandmother would come to such a conclusion so quickly? Soon, the voice of her stepmother, Qin Xiaoying, echoed from the living room. "Mom, why have you suddenly changed your mind? Zhongqing and I just discussed this, and we felt your previous argument made sense. After Yunsang and Yunlu marry, they surely want to be around, and the thought of it leaves us feeling empty. Having another child would be wonderful. Age is no barrier. We can opt for in vitro fertilization. We were just considering scheduling a doctor's appointment for a health checkup." Upon hearing this, Jian Nai became agitated. "What do you mean by in vitro fertilization? That's harmful to one's health." No. I see that Yunsang and Yunlu are dutiful. Even if they are married and not nearby, they will still care for you, right? Moreover, even if a boy is born, he might not wish to live with his parents after marriage. So what is the difference?" Jian Yunsang found the situation amusing. Her aunt was indeed provoking her grandmother. Qin Xiaoying, however, took a more conciliatory stance. "Mom, your opinions change daily. Do you want us to have children or not? One day you advise against it, and the next you say we should have another. It leaves us feeling uncertain. What if we arrange for a doctor, and you suddenly insist we shouldn't?" Jian Nai interjected firmly. No children. I will not change my mind. If you're truly worried, perhaps you should consider sterilization." Qin Xiaoying's face darkened, but Jian Zhongqing spoke up. "Mom, if you're certain about your stance, I will go for sterilization." Jian Nai gritted her teeth. Fine, go ahead." Jian Yunsang was taken aback, astonished at how effective this conversation had been. What had her cousin said to elicit such a significant concession from the old lady? She was keen to eavesdrop, her curiosity piqued. Henan Zhou chuckled softly, gently reminding her to pay attention to Zhaozhao, who was also listening but was confused by terms like sterilization and in vitro fertilization, leaving her visibly distressed. However, she hesitated to inquire, her expression reflecting her discomfort. Jian Yunsang quickly composed herself, suppressing her curiosity, turned to close the door, creating a slight noise. She then pivoted to find Jian Zhongqing's gaze upon her. "Dad, we're here." Yet, before she could reach Jian Zhongqing, he swiftly moved past her, exclaiming, "Nanzhou, come in. You've worked hard on your way here." He added, "Oh dear, carrying so many things, you are too considerate. Is your family well? I had intended to visit Jiangcheng recently, but alas, my age makes long journeys arduous. You are so thoughtful for coming to see me." Jian Yunsang and the others were astonished. Jing Xiandi was in awe of Jian Nai's lively spirit, despite her age. Noting that not a single person among the five could interject a word, others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the entire conversation revolved around her. Chapter 161. Jian Yunsang seeks an opportunity. Jian Nai rambled on, ultimately diverting her attention to Henan Zhou and Zhaozhao. She took one of each and ushered them onto the sofa, inquiring about their well-being, how they arrived, and the state of their home, leaving no room for others to interject. Jian Yunsang, Jian Zhongqing, and Qin Xiaoying remained silent, until Jian Zhongqing cleared his throat and said, You all continue chatting. I still have 2 dishes to finish. We can eat once they're ready. He quickly excused himself. Qin Shao grimaced slightly, then joined Jian Yunsang on the other side, casting a glance toward Jian Nai. She whispered to Jian Yunsang, "Your grandmother came unexpectedly. Your father wanted to call you to inform you, but the moment he took out his phone, she insisted we weren't paying attention and confiscated both our phones." She gestured toward the coffee table, where Jian Yunsang indeed spotted 2 mobile phones. Glancing back at her grandmother, she noted that Jian Nai was so talkative that Henan Zhou could only respond with resignation. Meanwhile, Zhaozhao, noticing her grandmother primarily conversing with her father, cleverly slid off the sofa and came over to her mother. Jian Yunsang embraced her and quietly asked Qin Shaoing, "Has Grandma stopped pressuring for another child?" Qin Shaoing discreetly gave her a thumbs up. "You must thank your sister. If it weren't for your idea, we would still be troubled. Now that the old lady has voluntarily relinquished her stance and even advised against having another child, both your father and I are relieved. We now know where your grandmother's weaknesses lie. We'll be more experienced in the future." Qin Shaoing nodded repeatedly. "Exactly, we have been too rigid before, always clashing with her." Just as they exchanged a few whispered words, Jian Nai suddenly called out, "Yun Sang." Qin Shaoing jumped in surprise, fearing their conversation had been overheard. However, in the next moment, she spoke, "You have arrived just in time. Your uncle is treating us to dinner tomorrow. You should join us." Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Yunsang declined. "No, we have other matters to attend to." Frowning slightly, she intended to say more, but she noticed Qin Xiaoying subtly tugging at her sleeve, whispering, "You should go." Observing the unusual expression on her face, Jian Yunsang quietly inquired, "What is it?" Jian Yunsang was taken aback. Pan was her uncle's daughter, 2 years younger than her. In truth, Pan had not fared well at her uncle's home. Both her uncle and aunt, much like her grandmother, epitomized the traditional preference for sons over daughters. Thus, although she was 3 years younger than her elder cousin, she had been burdened with the responsibility of caring for him since childhood, always yielding to his needs. Despite the family's relatively decent circumstances, her uncle and aunt hoarded any delicacies for their son, treating their own child as if she were an outsider. As Pan matured, she intended to apply to universities outside their locality for the college entrance examination, but her aunt vehemently insisted she choose a local institution, claiming proximity would facilitate caring for her brother. Consequently, she fell short of the admission scores for local universities and ended up attending a vocational school, only to be criticized by her uncle and aunt for its perceived lack of value. When Jian Yunsang learned of this, she was nearly driven to laughter by her indignation. Perhaps this incident caused Pan to finally relinquish hope in her biological family, gradually distancing herself from her parents and brother. Yet, due to the same familial dynamics, when Pan encountered a boy who treated her somewhat kindly, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to him, nearly causing a rift with her family before marriage. But her life thereafter was not particularly prosperous. Qin Xiaoying, witnessing Pan's plight, often lamented that her uncle and aunt had failed as parents, raising a fine girl who had become self-effacing and timid, unable to voice her grievances. After all, among the Jian family, Jian Yunsang was the most formidable figure. Her status remained exceptional both before and after marriage. "Very well, we shall go tomorrow." Though she was reluctant to engage with her uncle's family, Pan was a sister with whom she shared a decent rapport. She would assist a stranger, let alone her sister. Qin Xiaoying breathed a sigh of relief. She did not intend to interfere with Jian Yunsang's decision, but she understood the girl's temperament. If her cousin encountered any troubles, Jian Yunsang might not wish to involve herself. Yet Pan was different. On the side, Zhaozhao, somewhat puzzled, asked Mom, "Are we going to celebrate a birthday tomorrow?" Jian Yunsang nodded. Just as she was about to explain further, an idea seemed to strike her, and she abruptly paused. After contemplating, she smiled and softly asked, "Zhaozhao, one of my cousins is experiencing some difficulties. What do you think we should do?" Zhaozhao immediately responded, "Can we help her? If we go to that hotel tomorrow, we can assist her, right? So let us go to the hotel." "Okay, Mom." Qin Xiaoying was baffled. Jian Yunsang, however, smiled. "All right, we shall follow Zhaozhao's suggestion." Under the vast sky, the people of the Qi appeared somewhat bemused. Had not Miss Jian just agreed? Why was she now consulting Zhaozhao again? Yet, Emperor Jing Xian and others laughed, commenting that Miss Jian had learned to exploit loopholes, letting Zhaozhao decide whether to go. "Do you think this assistance will be credited to Zhaozhao, increasing her energy levels. Others were uncertain, unsure how the system would interpret such situations. Fortunately, they would discover the outcome the following day. If this loophole proved effective, future endeavors would be much easier. Jian Yunsang merely wished to test the waters. If it were feasible, that would be splendid. If not, they would simply return to doing good deeds to accumulate energy. Just as these thoughts were exchanged, Jian Jingqing had already summoned them to dine. Originally, Grandma Jian had not intended to eat there, yet she naturally settled into the restaurant. "We'll go," she said, reassured by Nanzhou's nod. Slowly, she made her way to the door. Jian Yunsang chuckled, yet as she held the gift box and was about to step outside, she abruptly stopped, placing the box down, and declared, "No, I shall hold off on taking the items for now. Yunsang, please bring these gifts directly to the hotel tomorrow. We shall give your uncle a surprise and let Ponpon's husband see what true generosity looks like, so he doesn't mistakenly think he is so impressive." After saying this, she briskly took Jian Zhengqing's hand and nimbly descended the stairs. Jian Yunsang was truly remarkable. One could hardly discern any signs of her poor health. Qin Xiaoying nodded in agreement, often complaining of various pains, yet when necessary, her movements were still quite agile. Those of future generations seemed to enjoy extended lifespans. They ate and dressed well, surely leading to longer lives. Although this elderly woman was the oldest they had encountered, for the people of the Qi, figures like He Pu Songjin were already considered long-lived elders. Yet their bodies remained robust, seemingly capable of thriving for several more decades. Emperor Jing Xian felt a twinge of envy. As an emperor wielding the power of life and death, who would not desire longevity, the longer the better? He understood that immortality was unattainable, yet a century of life was still a hope one could cherish. Initially, Jian Zhengqing intended to engage them in conversation, but Grandma Jian's intervention meant he could only wait for another opportunity. The next day, they awoke not too late. The family had no intention of arriving at the hotel too early, as there was little to discuss with their uncle's family. Arriving too early would subject them to awkward inquiries, which was uncomfortable. Thus, after enjoying breakfast at the hotel, the three of them strolled nearby. However, Zhaozhao was still quite eager to assist another aunt. By 10:30, they finally tidied themselves and set off for Jinglong Grand Hotel. This hotel was relatively close to her uncle's home, not overly large, yet with an agreeable environment. There were still parking spaces available, so Nanzhou parked the car not far from the entrance before retrieving the gift box. It was just past 11, and Jian Jingqing had sent her a message stating that others had just arrived. There was no rush for the dishes, and they could take their time. However, as soon as the three of them approached the entrance, Jian Yunsang hesitated, glancing uncertainly to the side. "Nanzhou, what is it? Is that Pan?" Jian Yunsang squinted at a figure in the corner, unsure. Just as she voiced her concern, the figure looked up and wiped her eyes. It was indeed Pan. Jian Yunsang, holding Zhaozhao's hand, walked over, and upon getting closer, she noticed Ponpon's red eyes, as if she had been crying. Frowning slightly, she asked Pan, "What is wrong?" Pan abruptly looked up, astonished to see the three of them. "Sister? What are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, she hurriedly wiped her face. Yet, as she had applied makeup, her efforts only made her look more disheveled, with her hair sticking together. Jian Yunsang exchanged a glance with Nanzhou, who, displaying remarkable perception, said, "I will fetch something from the car. You two can talk first." After nodding at Jian Pan, he turned to leave, initially intending to take Zhaozhao with him. The little girl was already captivated by her aunt and did not even glance his way. Once he departed, Jian Yunsang handed Pan a tissue. "Here, wipe your face first. Let's speak in the lobby." Pan felt somewhat embarrassed, particularly upon seeing little Zhaozhao, and became even more self-conscious. She sniffled, forcing a smile. "You must be Zhaozhao. I'm sorry for making a spectacle of myself." Zhaozhao quickly shook her head. No, Pan, please don't be sad." Listening to her tender voice, Jian Pan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Jian Yunsang sighed softly, guiding her and Zhaozhao through the hotel entrance, leading them to a secluded corner in the lobby to take a seat. Hearing words laden with concern warmed Jian Pon's heart, yet the sensation only deepened her distress. With Zhaozhao present, she hesitated to express herself further, opting instead to shift the topic. "Sister, what brings you here?" Uncle and aunt didn't T mention that you came to Wuching? I didn't T have time to prepare a gift for Zhaozhao. How about this? I'll go buy something right now. Just sit down and tell me what's wrong. If someone is bullying you, I'll stand up for you. Jian Panpan, who had been holding herself together, suddenly slumped, unable to restrain herself any longer. She covered her mouth as she sobbed softly, then lifted her head, her eyes filled with despair. Sister, am I really that useless? It seems like there's no one in this world who loves me. I feel like I'm superfluous and shouldn't even exist. Chapter 163. The Awakening of Women in Daki. Jian Yunsang's heart skipped a beat, recognizing the danger in Jian Panpan's thoughts. Who told you that you shouldn't exist in this world? But I'm so tired. Ever since I was little, I've felt exhausted. My parents and brother seem to regard me merely as a tool for labor. I cannot have my own thoughts. Everything must adhere to their plans. I thought that marriage would change things, but it hasn't. Being married has only made me realize a harsh truth. No one truly cares about me. My in-laws think I'm useless, unable to help with anything. I haven't had a child, left my job, and cannot contribute to my husband's career. They have to bear the burden of feeding me. Recently, my husband has made money from his business and moved into a bigger house, which my brother learned about. My parents want me to borrow money from my in-laws, but I cannot secure it, and they think I'm a daughter they wasted their efforts on. My parents and brother are wary of me, so are my in-laws and husband. It feels as if there is no place for me in this world. I feel wrong everywhere I go. Everything I do seems to be a mistake. My very existence feels wrong. No one loves me in this world. No, that's not true. Jian Yunsang grasped her hand, her brow furrowed. Panpan, you are mistaken about something. Jian Panpan looked up bewildered. What do you mean? You must first understand that you need to love yourself. Jian Yunsang's voice softened, yet her tone remained resolute. You are not at fault. They are. Your parents treat you poorly because they have been tainted by the feudal mindset that values sons over daughters since childhood. Their worldview, their education, and their experiences are limited and shallow, leading to their erroneous treatment of you. Their actions are wrong, and their refusal to repent only means you must distance yourself from them. Do not allow their mistakes to infect you. Instead of trying to fit in with them, you should strive to be your own person. Do you understand? Jian Panpan's eyes widened slightly, staring at Jian Yunsang in shock. The latter continued, let me ask you, when your husband pursued you, did he ever praise you? Jian Panpan instinctively nodded. Yes, he said I was kind and sincere, that I was meticulous, patient, and even remarked on my talent, saying my poetry was beautiful and warm. He said I was disciplined and could organize everything neatly, that one day, many companies would vie for me as an employee. As she spoke, she suddenly fell silent, realizing she had so many virtues. Jian Yunsang smiled. See, he recognized how exceptional you were long ago. He knows you are remarkable, yet he still treats you this way, continually undermining and confining you, preventing you from working. What does that indicate? It reveals his own character flaws. Why should such an outstanding person like you care about the words and actions of a worthless individual? Does it truly matter if a despicable person cares about you? Why should you let yourself become ensnared by their narrow-mindedness, believing you have no right to exist? Have you lost your mind? There are countless individuals with quality and capability outside, and their words are the ones you should heed. Anyone who speaks ill of you either has a flawed perspective or ill intentions, or they're simply narrow-minded. Do you understand? Jian Panpan swallowed hard. Indeed. Why should she care so much about what those people said? Clearly, the most capable person in the Jian family was right in front of her, her sister. Why did she not listen to her words? Zhaozhao looked up at her mother with bright eyes. Although she didn't fully understand everything her mother said, she felt her mother's words were profoundly insightful. Thus, as Jian Yunsang finished speaking, Zhaozhao immediately chimed in, "And Panpan, I'm on your side too." Jian Panpan couldn't help but laugh, tears streaming down her face as she laughed and cried simultaneously. Meanwhile, under the vast sky of Daki, the atmosphere was unusually serene. Jian Yunsang's words resonated deeply, leaving many listeners feeling enlightened, especially the women, as if they had just received a profound lesson. So this is how it is. It can indeed be understood this way. They were not looked down upon or suppressed because they were inadequate, but rather because those people lacked vision or had ulterior motives. Their parents did not love them due to their narrow-mindedness and limited understanding. Indeed, they were not lacking at all. They worked diligently, could bear children, earn a living, and maintained a tidy household. They were truly exceptional. Why should they not be valued? It was simply because they had encountered worthless individuals. If they had met someone like Zhao, Jian Zhengqing, He Pu, or even a younger He Zhiyuan, they would have received respect and understanding. In this moment, countless women in Daqi seemed to awaken. No, perhaps this awakening had begun long ago, from the time women could read, hold positions of authority, and initiate divorce, to the notion that men deciding the gender of children was an established norm. These ideas had taken root in their hearts, leading them to realize that life should not revolve around men. They too could be the sky. They must first love themselves and hold themselves in high regard. From that day forth, many men in Daqi observed that their wives and daughters no longer performed monotonous tasks with numbness, nor did they swallow their grievances in silence. They would resist. If they couldn't, they would ignore them, secretly making small moves, no longer attending to every detail of their lives. Instead, they focused more on taking care of themselves. Jian Yunsang was unaware that her words had sparked a monumental change among the women of Daqi. Jian Panpan had absorbed the message. She took a deep breath and said, "Sister, thank you. I will think carefully about what I should do moving forward. If I encounter any difficulties, I can always reach out to you." Jian Panpan nodded vigorously. "All right, it's getting late. Let's head upstairs for dinner." Jian Yunsang noticed Zhao had already arrived and was seated not far away. Her phone buzzed with a message from her father inquiring about her whereabouts. Chapter 164. I will kill you. As they reached the entrance of the private room, Jian Yunsang took her small makeup bag from Zhao and handed it to Jian Panpan. "Let us tidy yourself up a bit." Jian Panpan looked into the mirror and saw her disheveled appearance, hastily organizing herself. Jian Yunsang and the others patiently waited for her. And just as Jian Panpan was brushing her hair, the voice of Jian family's eldest grandson, Jian Hongyang, echoed from within the room. "Jian Yunsang, you are truly disgusting." Jian Panpan, who was wiping her face, slowed down. Although she had just resolved to disregard the words of worthless individuals and recognize her brother as character, facing him directly still proved challenging. Observing her struggle, Jian Yunsang reached for a wet tissue to assist her in wiping her face gently. As Jian Panpan gazed at the person so close to her, she felt an inexplicable surge of confidence from her sister's silent support. She broke into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. Jian Yunsang chuckled lightly, disregarding the conversations happening within the private room, focusing solely on tidying up the young lady before her. Jian Hongyang continuously nodded in agreement, recalling how she used to work at home in a similar manner. It seemed she had become overly sensitive and temperamental since then. Jian Zhengqing could no longer endure the remarks being made. "What nonsense are you all speaking? Pan Pan is such a well-behaved child. It is unthinkable that she would act out unless she had been wronged." Before he could finish, Jian Hongyang interjected, "Uncle, that's not how it is. People change over time. How long has it been since you last saw Pan Pan? How could you possibly know what she is like now?" Jian Yunsang finished arranging Jian Panpan's hair and cheerfully suggested, "All right, let us go inside." Taking a deep breath, Pan Pan turned and opened the slightly ajar door to the private room. Upon her entrance, everyone inside raised their heads. Fang Yingyao was the first to express dissatisfaction. "Pan Pan, where have you been for so long? Did you not realize everyone was waiting for you? You are an adult now. You should have some sense of propriety." "Exactly," Jian Hongyang chimed in immediately. "We are all elders here. How can you keep so many elders waiting for just you? Is this how the Jian family teaches its children?" Before Jian Pan could respond, Jian Yunsang stepped out from behind her. She smiled at the people in the room and said, "I apologize. Pan went down to fetch us. It is indeed our fault for making you all wait so long. No wonder my elder brother was indirectly criticizing us for poor upbringing." Jian Hongyang's expression changed dramatically as he stood up abruptly, hastily exclaiming, "Yunsang, why did you come here? This matter was not even mentioned to us by Pan." His words were filled with misunderstandings as he continued, "How could I possibly say that your family has poor upbringing? It is all a misunderstanding." The others also stood up, and Fang Yingyao looked astonished at the figure of Zhao, who had entered behind Jian Yunsang. Fang Yingyao had only met Zhao once. During his wedding, when Jian Yunsang and Zhao visited, he had attempted to engage in conversation with Zhao, but received only cold indifference in return. Being a busy executive of a large company, he understood the demands on his time. After all, he was now married to Pan, and there would surely be ample opportunities to meet in the future. However, since that time, He Zhao had not returned to Wucheng. 2 years prior, the precious daughter of the He family had gone missing, closely followed by news of the impending crisis in the marriage of He Zhao and Jian Yunsang. At that time, he thought to himself that indeed, a marriage between a wealthy family and a Cinderella could not endure. The moment they faced a little adversity, they were ready to part ways. His suspicions were later confirmed, as He Zhao had not returned to Wucheng, and even Jian Yunsang appeared rarely. He had long speculated that the couple had secretly divorced, only keeping it private for certain reasons. Yet now, He Zhao had come with Jian Yunsang? Could the child in his arms be Zhaozhao? Feng Yingyao gritted his teeth, contemplating the He family's status, and stepped forward alongside Jian Hongyang, calling out sister. Brother-in-law. Neither acknowledged him, as Jian Yunsang directly took a seat beside Jian Zhongqing, smiling at Jian Hongyang. Brother, your demeanor changes quite rapidly. The way you criticized Pan moments ago is hardly befitting of a loving brother. Shouldn't you support your sister when she is wronged, rather than disparaging her? Jian Hongyang grumbled, feeling a deep-seated dislike for Jian Yunsang, whose sharp tongue offered him no reprieve. I am merely speaking the truth. Pan has indeed become increasingly unreasonable lately. Which part of what you said was truthful? Were you not busy flattering others the entire time? Jian Yunsang retorted. What is it? Do you think that by speaking a few kind words, your brother-in-law will buy you a house? Jian Hongyang glared at her. What do you mean by saying kind words can buy a house? If I had such power, I would have used it on you long ago. If you have the ability and your husband is wealthy, then surely by uttering a few kind words, you could buy me a house? Jian Yunsang smiled and replied, if you continue to flatter my husband as you just did, not only will I refuse to buy you a house, I might even wish to strike you. Jian Hongyang abruptly stood up, his face flushed with anger. Do not go too far. Chapter 165. She is good at advising others to leave. Am I going too far? Jian Yunsang turned to the others. Jian Zhongqing and his wife remained silent, while Jian Chaochao and his wife displayed their discontent. Jian Nai wore a conflicted expression, occasionally glancing at He Zhao. Jian Yunsang continued with a smile. We are all members of the Jian family, predominantly elders. To flatter the son-in-law of the Jian family before the family elders and expect to gain no benefit is an act that diminishes our family's dignity, making others look down upon our daughter and disregarding the respect due to our elders. As a member of the Jian family, who else should I hold accountable if not you? It would be fortunate if I do not strike you, lest you tarnish the Jian family's reputation with your disgraceful behavior. You. Jian Hongyang was left speechless by her rebuke. He instinctively turned to his parents for support, but Jian Debo and his wife, who usually stood by him, had their heads bowed. Their earlier dissatisfaction now vanished. They too valued their reputation. Witnessing their son's disgraceful behavior had made them uncomfortable. Yet, they were accustomed to indulging him, and thus found it difficult to reprimand him. Now, with Jian Yunsang so openly exposing the truth, Jian Debo and his wife knew that if they did not take a stand and defend Jian Hongyang, he would find it impossible to show his face in public again, especially with He Zhao and Feng Yingyao present in the room. Even Jian Nai, who usually supported her eldest grandson no matter the circumstance, averted her gaze. Discussing other matters would have been fine, but Jian Yunsang had brought the entire Jian family into the conversation, leaving the elder concerned about how she would face her late husband in the afterlife. However, Jian Yunsang was far from finished. I had always thought you only acted tough against the weak, but would discern right from wrong. I now realize I had overestimated you. You are truly foolish and malicious, engaging in thankless tasks, your mind seemingly quite unhinged. The others present remained silent, while Feng Yingyao's face turned ashen. Although Jian Yunsang did not mention his name, it was evident she was alluding to him. He was not foolish and could easily grasp the implications of her words. Feng Yingyao, concerned about his reputation, tugged at Jian Pan's sleeve, whispering, "You should say something." Jian Pan remained silent. Feng Yingyao grew more insistent. "Speak up. Do not let your sister intimidate you." Intimidate? Jian Pan suddenly stood up, raising her voice. Is it not your family that embodies intimidation? The very definition of bullying. Her sudden outburst rendered the room silent, all eyes turning in astonishment towards Jian Pan, who usually resembled a meek lamb. Jian Yunsang, however, ceased her speech, crossing her arms and observing. Jian Hongyang felt an inexplicable sense of relief, grateful for his sister's intervention. Feng Yingyao paused for a moment, quickly regaining composure as he reached out to pull her back. What are you doing? Let's discuss this calmly. There is no need for such outbursts. Outbursts? Is it not you who has driven me to this point? She retorted, you constantly claim I live a life of luxury at home. What luxury? Your father and mother demand I rise at 5 every morning to prepare breakfast for them, insisting on no less than 5 dishes, and I must vary the menu daily. They require that my clothes be hand-washed, stating that the washing machine does not clean properly. I am expected to mop the floor 3 or 4 times, only for them to trample and immediately afterward, claiming they are used to it from the countryside. When I ask you for a little money for groceries, I must keep a meticulous account, fearing I might overspend by a dime. I can only buy one new piece of clothing worth 100 yuan each year, and yet I am criticized for being unable to manage my finances. Jian Yunsang's frown deepened with every word, and the others began to look at Fang Yingyao with increasingly peculiar expressions. Unable to withstand their scrutiny, Fang Yingyao snapped, have you said enough? No. Have you been blind to the life I have led over these years? You claim I do not wish to have children. Is that truly my choice? It is because of your weakness. With a swift motion, Fang Yingyao raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Jian Panpan. Am I to be so accommodating? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a force from behind, and he was kicked to the ground, rolling over. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Jian Panpan, inquiring if this was the first time he had raised his hand against her, or if he had done so before. Jian Panpan pressed her lips together and softly replied, this is the second time. He struck me once at home before. He pleaded for my forgiveness, promising to change, asserting there would be no next time. I chose not to mention it. Qin Xiaoying, infuriated, exclaimed, you are truly foolish. How can you remain silent? Domestic violence is either non-existent or occurs repeatedly. The first time he hits you, you should have informed us. Jian Zhengqing, stepping forward, glanced at his elder brother and nephew. Noting their inaction, he then seized Fang Yingyao by the collar and delivered punch. Did they truly believe that no one from the Jian family would stand up for their daughter? The Jian family elder wanted to interject, but ultimately fell silent, allowing Jian Zhengqing to take action. The elder matriarch hesitated, but then murmured, that's enough. If you actually injure him, it could complicate matters with the in-laws, making Jian Panpan's life at Fang's even more difficult. Although Jian Panpan was already aware of her parents' indifference towards her, hearing this still pierced her heart. She clenched her teeth, took a deep breath, and looked at Fang Yingyao, declaring that if life would be difficult, she had no intention of enduring it. She wanted a divorce. The moment the word divorce escaped her lips, the expressions of those present were truly remarkable. Before the Jian family elder and matriarch could intervene, Jian Yunsang smiled and declared, I support this. The elder matriarch smacked her thigh, saying, what do you support? This is a matter between the two of them, and you should not meddle. What you say will be taken seriously by Jian Panpan. Many in the crowd of Qi also seemed to agree with the elder matriarch's sentiments, furrowing their brows in disbelief. Was it truly so serious? A mere slap leading to divorce. Who among us does not endure such quarrels? If everyone reacted this way, would anyone be able to continue their lives? Jian Panpan is otherwise commendable, yet she meddles too much in others' affairs. This is a domestic matter, and, as an elder sister, she should not intrude. She is disrupting their family, which is too much. Indeed, people generally advise reconciliation rather than separation. Yet here she is, encouraging divorce. In Qi, many could understand the reasoning behind Miss Hu Yuyin's desire for divorce back in the hospital at Fan City. After all, her mother-in-law wanted to abandon her child, and her husband sided with his mother. This situation was severe. Without divorce, the child's future was uncertain. For those in Qi who placed great importance on lineage, such circumstances could justify divorce. However, Jian Panpan's situation was different. Was this not a breach of principle? Was it not an exaggeration? Nonetheless, some did not view it this way, especially the younger women who had just begun to recognize their own agency after hearing Jian Yunsang's words. They were more inclined to embrace Jian Yunsang's perspective. Thus, when they heard the men or older women criticize, some spoke up in rebuttal. What is meddling? She is Jian Panpan's family. If she is being mistreated in her in-law's home, as family, should they not step in? Would you be pleased if your family remained blind while you're being bullied? If I had such a sister, I would be overjoyed. Yes, I once thought a family needed male heirs for support when marrying off daughters. But looking at Jian Panpan's brother, who is so cowardly that he does not help her, but instead allows her to be bullied, What is the value of having brothers? Sisters can provide support too. There are also sisters who are formidable. One exclaimed excitedly, "My sister is often labeled a shrew for being too strong and ungracious. Yet having such a sister makes me feel incredibly secure. I aspire to be like my sister, to be like Miss Jian." However, Jian Yunsang paid little heed to her aunt's words, fully aware of her nature. Did anyone expect her to speak on Jian Panpan's behalf? She merely looked at Jian Panpan and asked, "Have you thought this through?" Very clearly, Jian Panpan inhaled deeply, determining to face Fang Yingyao, who was attempting to rise. She spoke each word slowly and clearly. "I want a divorce." Jian Panpan bit her lip, her eyes reddening. "This is my affair. It is not your concern." Now, with so many witnesses, Fang Yingyao could not take advantage of the situation. Thus, he covered his face and slowly retreated toward the exit. Pointing at them as he reached the door, "You will regret this." He hurried away. The elder matriarch paused, calling out to him, "Yingyao, Yingyao." But he only quickened his pace. The elder matriarch tugged at Jian Debo, urging him to speak. Jian Debo looked at Jian Yunsang, and under her seemingly amused expression, he lowered his head. The elder matriarch then turned to Jian Hongyang, who touched his nose and dared not meet Jian Yunsang's gaze, having just been berated like a child. Now, he was even less inclined to provoke her. The elder matriarch, feeling frustrated, realized she too did not dare to confront Jian Yunsang. Her earlier remarks had already been her limit. Thus, she could only address Jian Panpan, saying, "Panpan, you are being foolish. What will you do after the divorce? There is no place for you at home, and you have no job or money. Your father and I cannot assist you. Have you considered these matters before declaring divorce? Is it truly so simple?" Jian Panpan pressed her lips together, wanting to point out that there had never been a room for her alone. Their home had only 3 rooms, and she had always shared one with her grandmother. At this moment, Jian Yunsang lifted her gaze and said, "Who says she has nowhere to stay? She can live with me in my room. Dad, is that all right?" Before Jian Zhengxing could respond, Qin Xiaoying nodded vigorously. "Of course. Of course. With Yinlu now in high school and boarding, it's just your father and me at home. If Panpan wishes to move in, I would welcome it. It would be nice to have company." The Jian family also had a 3-room house. While the rooms were small, there were still 3. Jian Yunsang had long suggested that the larger room be given to Jian Yunlu, as there was no need to keep it vacant. Jian Yunsang embraced Jian Panpan's shoulders and said, "Did you hear that? You have a place to stay. You are not without support. You have family, an elder sister, an uncle and aunt, and even your sister Yunlu. Do you understand?" The way she spoke made it seem as though the presence of their actual parents and siblings was irrelevant. After saying this, she directly walked away, prompting Jian Debo to hastily follow her. Jian Hongyang, taken aback, called out, "Hey, wait for me." The trio departed, leaving Jian Nainai in a state of shock. "What about me? Am I to be disregarded?" Tears streamed down Jian Panpan's face as she sobbed, expressing her gratitude to Jian Yunsang and the others. Jian Zhengxing waved his hand, saying, "What is the point of this? We are family. Now, wipe your tears and let us eat. We must be hungry. Let us have the waiter bring the food, and we will eat before leaving." With the troublesome individual gone, the meal was much more enjoyable, and the atmosphere significantly warmer. After dining, they finally parted ways. Jian Zhengxing and He Nanzhou headed to the car, while Jian Yunsang walked behind, holding on to Zhaozhao, intending to speak with Jian Panpan. Qin Xiaoying lagged behind, supporting the slow-moving Jian Nainai. Just as they took a few steps, Jian Nainai called out, "Panpan, come help me. I want to speak with you for a moment." Chapter 167. 30-day divorce cooling off period. Upon hearing this, Jian Yunsang glanced at Jian Nainai, who huffed, "What is wrong? What is wrong with saying a few words?" "It's fine, Panpan. Help your grandmother walk slowly." Jian Yunsang smiled and did not obstruct them. Instead, Qin Xiaoying appeared somewhat uneasy, fearing that Grandma Jian might utter something unkind that would further provoke Jian Panpan. However, Jian Yunsang gently pulled her a few steps forward, prompting Qin Xiaoying to whisper, "Is everything really all right?" Rest assured, Jian Panpan stepped back a few paces, supporting Grandma Jian's hand. She exhibited remarkable patience in her actions and showed great care towards the elderly, making Grandma Jian feel far more comfortable in her company than when supported by Qin Xiaoying. As Jian Yunsang and the others moved a bit farther away, Grandma Jian finally spoke. "Your uncle and aunt want you to stay at their home because they have good intentions. Once you are there, be diligent and observant, and seize any opportunity to help. Understand? Jian Panpan lowered her head, replying, I understand, Grandma. Humph, if only you possessed half of your sister's resourcefulness, you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament. Just look at your sister. She is far superior to your husband, yet he is utterly under her thumb, obeying her every command. When she scolds or strikes him, he remains silent, and he personally handles peeling shrimp at mealtimes, relieving her of any burden. Frankly, at my age, I have never encountered anyone more adept at managing men than your sister. While she is around, learn from her. Don't just keep your thoughts to yourself. Jian Panpan glanced up at her grandmother in surprise. Grandma Jian, undeterred by the look, retorted, What are you staring at? I haven't said anything incorrect. Jian Panpan did not believe her grandmother was wrong. She was merely taken aback by her grandmother's high regard for her sister. Previously, Grandma had incessantly criticized her sister for being too capable and fierce, suggesting she would struggle to find a partner. Wait a moment. Upon reflection, although her grandmother often expressed disdain for her sister, she seemed never to have denied her sister's prowess. With a huff, Grandma Jian acknowledged that among her numerous grandchildren, she favored her eldest grandson the most, yet it was undeniably Jian Yunsang, her least acquainted granddaughter, who understood her best. Even Jian Panpan, who had shared a room with her before marriage, failed to grasp her. Nonetheless, Grandma Jian rummaged through her pocket and produced an old embroidered wallet. Then, before Jian Panpan's astonished gaze, she declared, I have no money, but this 600 yuan is what I have painstakingly saved. I know times are tough for you, so I wish to assist you a little. You must repay me in the future, understand? If you truly find yourself in need, you can ask your sister to return it to me. No. Once I start working and receive my salary, I will repay you. Jian Panpan instinctively countered with the last phrase, only to realize afterward that she should not have accepted the money. However, Grandma Jian had already secured her wallet, firmly stating, All right, but you must keep your word. I wouldn't mind if you returned double. By then, they had arrived at the elevator. Jian Yunsang and the others were waiting there and naturally noticed the money in Jian Panpan's hands. Qin Xiaoying cast a surprised glance at Grandma Jian, but said nothing. As the elevator doors opened to reveal other passengers, Jian Panpan felt it inappropriate to speak further and temporarily tucked the money away. Once they exited the elevator, she leaned closer to Jian Yunsang and quietly recounted Grandma Jian's words. The people of the Qi beneath the vast sky were quite taken aback, not expecting Grandma Jian to be so benevolent. She even gifted her granddaughter money, although 500 yuan seemed rather meager given her wealth of 200,000. That amount was intended for her precious eldest grandson, making it unlikely she would share it with Jian Panpan. Nevertheless, Jian Yunsang was not surprised. Despite Grandma Jian's severe preference for males and her deep affection for her eldest grandson, she could differentiate between right and wrong, unlike Jian Honyang, who was treacherous. In truth, Grandma Jian was quite warm towards Henan Zhou, exhibiting a certain pragmatism, yet she would not belittle her granddaughter merely to flatter her grandson-in-law. One could tell from her conversation with Henan Zhou yesterday. Her focus was solely on him, praising him as the epitome of filial piety and understanding, elevating him to celestial heights. Yet she never spoke ill of Jian Yunsang, nor did she elevate Henan Zhou at her expense. Even when inquiring if they would join for dinner at the hotel, she sought Jian Yunsang's opinion first. Thus, when Grandma Jian mentioned wanting to speak with Jian Panpan privately, Jian Yunsang merely smiled and refrained from further comment. Jian Panpan pondered. Previously, she had hesitated to spend time with Grandma Jian due to their frequent interactions. After all, throughout her upbringing, Grandma Jian had treated her and her brother differently, and she harbored no fondness for her grandmother. However, in comparison to her parents and brother, Grandma Jian was not so intolerable. Jian Yunsang patted her shoulder, reassuring her not to overthink it. For Grandma remained fundamentally the same person who favored boys and spoiled Jian Honyang. Just as they were about to board the car, Grandma Jian interjected, How about I come along too? No need, I can manage. Once she departed, Jian Panpan finally entered Jian Yunsang's vehicle. The Fong family was not originally from Wu City. However, Fong Yingyao now worked there, and they had purchased a new home nearby, approximately a 40-minute drive from the hotel, which was not too far. Upon arriving at the Fong family community, the timing was still early. She asked Jian Yunsang and the others to wait while she went inside to pack her belongings. In truth, she did not possess much. After 3 years of marriage, Returning to this home now felt as if she were a stranger. She carefully packed away her more personal and essential items, discarding many old clothes, taking only what she could. Finally, she gathered her documents and emerged with 2 suitcases, one large and one small. Jian Yunsang chuckled. Have you forgotten about the 30-day cooling-off period? The people of Qi exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what a 30-day cooling-off period entailed. Could Miss Jian not articulate something comprehensible to them? Chapter 168. The Empress Dowager's Plans. The people of Qi were baffled. Yet Jian Panpan suddenly smacked her forehead in realization. How could she have overlooked such a matter? But then, her brow furrowed. Did that mean he could retract his decision at any moment? Thus, if you have made up your mind, we should proceed with the divorce filing directly. In fact, filing for divorce is the preferable option, given that matters have escalated to this point, with Fong Yingyao's character if they attempted to negotiate a divorce. Jian Panpan would likely end up with nothing. Although Jian Panpan had not been employed since marriage, her contributions to the household were no less than anyone else's. She deserved her rightful share. Jian Panpan nodded repeatedly. Then let's file. Hinanzhou, I will contact a lawyer regarding the filing. You just need to follow the process he outlines. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jian Yunsang observed Jian Panpan's expression, uncertain whether Fong Yingyao had restrained himself or if Jian Panpan had dodged. Her face bore no marks or even fingerprints. Otherwise, they could have sought an injury assessment, just in case it became necessary. However, Fong Yingyao also bore injuries, and should they report it to the police, it would be uncertain who would suffer the consequences. With their belongings in hand, they headed straight to the Jian residence. En route, Jian Yunsang inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Jian Panpan, having graduated, had previously worked for several years. She had performed admirably at her last job, and her supervisor had expressed regret when she resigned after marriage. At that time, Jian Panpan believed she had found a good partner, envisioned a home of her own, and had loving family members. Thus, when Fong Yingyao urged her to quit her job, she complied without hesitation. In hindsight, she realized how foolish she had been. She had always had examples around her, proving that relying on others could not compare to self-reliance. Previously, she had been blind to this truth and now wondered if it were too late. Jian Yunsang nodded. It is good that you have a plan. Take your time. This is just the beginning. You are still under 30, and life is long. This is merely a small setback. The people of Qi, beneath the vast sky, appeared somewhat dazed, particularly many women. If only they could live in a future world, not to mention divorce. Even if they were dismissed by their husbands, they could still support themselves and start anew. At the age of 30, it seems that for future generations, life is just beginning, while for us, it feels as though we have already passed the midpoint of existence. They have yet to bear children, while I already have grandchildren. I have even begun to notice the emergence of gray hairs. I truly envy them. In the Qi Dynasty, an increasing number of women are experiencing a shift in their mindset. Observing the journeys of Jian Yunsang and Jian Panpan, they realize that women can indeed embrace alternative ways of life. Even the Empress Dowager in the imperial harem appears momentarily taken aback by this revelation. At that moment, she is accompanied only by her closest confidant, a trusted wet nurse who has been by her side since childhood. Gazing at the heavens, she murmurs to herself, at 30, I am still merely 40. She entered the palace at 14 and gave birth to the current emperor at 15. Now at 40, she feels as if she has already become a shadow of her former self, lacking the vitality of the parents of Jian girls. Zheng Mama, smiling, remarks, Your Highness, you're still quite young. As Jian girl said, there's still time for everything. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall support you. The Empress Dowager's eyes glimmer with hope. Ah, you understand me. After a pause, she quietly confides, I wish to establish a women's academy, allowing women to read and write. Zheng Mama appears puzzled. Your Highness means for women to participate in the imperial examinations and serve in the court? The Empress Dowager shakes her head. That is a distant prospect. It is too early to consider such things. For now, I merely hope they can acquire some skills, so that they may have more choices in the future. I may lack the ability to facilitate their entry into officialdom through the examinations. But who knows what the future holds once we begin? Life is already challenging for women in this world. As a woman myself, I feel an unwavering flame of determination within me, one that cannot be extinguished. I contemplate that since I possess a modicum of power, To do nothing all day in this harem would be to squander my time. After all, she is still only 40. Zheng Mama chuckles. Your Highness is benevolent. The Empress Dowager rises. There is no time to waste. While I have this idea, I must draft a proposal. It is merely a women's school, nothing grand. And informing the Emperor should suffice. Surely he would not dare oppose it. After all, it does not involve granting women the opportunity to participate in the examinations. The Empress Dowager scoffs lightly, having never considered that Emperor Jingxian might refuse her. She trusts her son in this regard, regarding the ministers of the court as inconsequential. With this thought, the Empress Dowager eagerly approaches her desk, instructing Zheng Mama to prepare the paper and ink, intent on jotting down her thoughts. Did Lin Lan and the others not say they would arrive in a few days? Let her be the first student. Zheng Mama opens her mouth, considering mentioning that Lin Lan is a bit older, and even if she were to study, she might not last 2 years. However, seeing the Empress Dowager's enthusiasm, she refrains from dampening her spirits. After the Empress Dowager has written half a page, intending to take a moment to rest and gaze at the sky, Jian Yunsang and the others have already arrived at the Jian residence. Qin Shaoying has long prepared the house, allowing Jian Pan to move in directly. Henan Zhou works swiftly, and at this moment, a lawyer has contacted Jian Pan, who is on the phone, clarifying the situation. By the time everything is settled, several hours have passed. During this time, Fang Yingyao is called twice. The first time, Jian Pan answered briefly before hanging up, and the second time, she did not answer at all. Later, Fang Yingyao sent a text, essentially threatening her not to regret her decision. Jian Zhengqing also received a call from Jian Zhengchao, realizing that the intention to divorce would not change. With Jian Pan having moved to the Jian household, he ultimately refrained from further persuasion. Jian Yunsang finds it quite absurd. 500 yuan is hardly sufficient for a celebratory feast, and it pales in comparison to Jian Nai's generosity. However, this is no longer significant. She never held any hope for him. Just after taking a shower, she receives a call from Jian Yunlu. Sister, why didn't you tell me you were in Wuchang? Jian Yunsang, drying her hair, replies with a smile. You are about to start your finals. If I told you, wouldn't that distract you? Truly, as a teacher, she prioritizes her studies. Jian Yunlu feels quite regretful. Had she not called their mother today, she would not have known that her sister's family had arrived in Wuchang the previous day. Unfortunately, she has been frantically reviewing her studies these past few days, barely able to find a moment to make a phone call. Sister, I heard from Mom that Pan is preparing to get a divorce. Indeed, Jian Yunlu, filled with righteous indignation, exclaims, it was about time. Her husband is worthless. He lacks any capability, yet looks down upon Pan, and even resorts to infidelity despite having no money. Infidelity? Jian Yunsang pauses her hairdryer, recalling overhearing Jian Hong Yang mentioning something about socializing and playing along in the past. When she later inquired with Jian Pan, she merely expressed a suspicion that Fang Yingyao was being unfaithful. However, without evidence, when questioned, he simply denied it, stating that dining with female clients, drinking, and singing were normal social interactions with other colleagues and friends present. Why does Yin Lu sound so certain? Jian Yunsang's eyes suddenly brighten. Did you take photos? Send them to me. Having evidence of infidelity would certainly strengthen Pan's position in the divorce proceedings. All right, just a moment. Jian Yunlu quickly locates and sends the photos. It seems that advising Pan to divorce is wrong, while not advising her is equally misguided. At merely 16 years of age, she is unable to make a firm decision on such a significant matter. In fact, last week when she was in Jiangcheng, she considered whether to ask Jian Yunsang for her opinion, but seeing her sister reunited with Zhaozhao amidst a flurry of family matters, she felt that sharing this issue would unfairly place the burden upon her sister, as if it were her responsibility. Thus, she has remained conflicted until now. Jian Yunsang chuckles. Regardless, you taking those photos is a noteworthy contribution. Next time you encounter such a situation and are unable to decide, consult an adult. Understood, sister. Very well, I shall hang up now. Once Jian Yunlu disconnects, Jian Yunsang carefully examines the photos in her hand. In the images, a couple is seen kissing intimately, their actions quite close. Jian Yunlu captured the angles well, making both their faces distinctly recognizable. Jian Yunsang forwards the photos to Jian Pan, advising her to discuss with her lawyer how best to utilize this evidence. She then puts away her phone, preparing to dry her hair. Just as she picks it up, Zhaozhao takes it from her mom. "Let me dry your hair." "Thank you, Zhaozhao." Jian Yunsang reclines against the back of the sofa, comfortably awaiting Zhaozhao's care. The sound of the hairdryer hums, causing Jian Yunsang to squint her eyes, also stirring the hearts of the citizens of Qi with intrigue. This hairdryer is far more pleasant than a warming stove. The conveniences of future generations are abundant. Unlike our time, when washing one's hair required favorable weather, else the prolonged dampness would lead to headaches. We cannot even enjoy short hair like those in the future. Washing one's hair is a cumbersome task, often postponed until the scalp becomes unbearably itchy. Daily life is manageable, but childbirth is the most arduous, drenched in sweat. With hair tangled and foul, one must wait until the confinement period is over to wash. If only there were a hairdryer, one could dry their hair immediately after washing, eliminating concerns of catching a chill. My husband, seeing me in such a disheveled state during confinement, grew disdainful and sought another outside. Even Emperor Jingxian cannot help but glance at his own hair. Although he has attendants to assist him with washing and can dry it quickly, it still feels bothersome. In the future, regardless of what it is, even seemingly insignificant items provide great convenience. Emperor Jingxian finds himself yearning to meet Yu Kongsheng. As such thoughts crossed her mind, Jian Yunsang's hair had already dried, and Zhaozhao eagerly took a comb to straighten it, looking at her mother with a sense of accomplishment. "So beautiful," Jian Yunsang chuckled, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Suddenly, the girl tilted her head and announced, "It has increased." Without needing to ask further, both Jian Yunsang and Henan Zhou, who was handling affairs on the computer nearby, instinctively inquired, "How much?" Their tones were tinged with anticipation, uncertain if Jian Yunsang's card had indeed worked this time. Zhaozhao extended 2 fingers, and, just as their eyes sparkled with excitement, she softly declared 20. Jian Yunsang and Henan Zhou exchanged glances, realizing that acquiring such cards was not as effortless as they had hoped. The Emperor Jingxian burst into hearty laughter, relishing the rare expressions of disappointment on the couple's faces. "I told you, that system is formidable. One should engage in fewer exploits. Look, you are disappointed now, aren't you? 20, tisk tsk, truly meager. Chao Qing, your majesty, what are you so amused about? Have you had your fill of riches that you now disdain 20? You were quite pleased when 5 points were added during the construction of the Ciu Yuan." The Emperor Jingxian paid no heed to these remarks, finding joy solely in witnessing the couple's dismay. However, before he could fully revel in their predicament, the voice of Zheng Mama echoed from outside. Chapter 170. The Empress Dowager's plan to dine in the Yishou Palace? The Emperor Jingxian paused, quickly realizing that the Empress Dowager sought his presence for a matter of importance. Since the emergence of the Tianmu, he had seldom dined in the inner palace, preferring to eat while observing or to share meals with ministers. Aware of his current situation, the Empress Dowager's sudden invitation likely indicated she had something significant to discuss. He nodded. "Very well, I shall come shortly." As the Empress Dowager had her meal conveyed, they shared little conversation during dinner. Once the meal was cleared, she handed him a scroll, prompting the emperor to glance at it. He took a few sips from his teacup, his gaze occasionally resting on her face. The Emperor Jingxian was somewhat astonished by the gravity with which the scroll was presented. Carefully, he unfurled it, and upon reading a few lines, his brows involuntarily arched in surprise. "Mother wishes to establish a women's academy? What do you think, Your Majesty?" The Emperor Jingxian pondered for a moment, weighing the feasibility of the proposal in his mind. He looked down at the scroll, noting that the Empress Dowager had thoroughly prepared, even specifying the types of students the academy would recruit. As he read, he gradually nodded, and after a moment, he set the scroll down and looked up at the Empress Dowager. "I actually support your idea, Mother. However, have you considered where the funding for such an academy will come from? The national treasury is currently strained, with expenditures required everywhere, especially as the Ministry of Works is investing considerable resources into the developments showcased in the Tianmu. And the Ministry of War needs to update some of its weaponry this year. The Minister of Revenue has been increasingly troubled. If we allocate funds from the treasury to establish a school, the officials below will likely oppose it, and the endeavor may ultimately fail." Noticing the Empress Dowager furrowing her brow in thought, the emperor continued, "If you were to use your personal treasury to fund this academy, how long could it be sustained? Since you wish to establish a women's academy, it is likely not just for the capital. I fear your private funds may not endure, and the academy could collapse within a year. Additionally, the students you wish to admit are not from affluent families, but rather impoverished girls who need education to change their futures. It is unlikely that tuition fees will be collected. Even their subsequent living expenses, food, clothing, and accommodation would need to be covered by the academy. Have you considered the enormity of these costs? The Empress Dowager suddenly appeared disheartened. She had crafted an elaborate plan, yet had overlooked the financial aspect. It seems I've not thought this through. Give me the scroll. The Empress Dowager glanced at him sideways. Of course not. I will contemplate your points thoroughly and present my ideas to the Emperor once I have devised a solution. The Emperor Jingxian felt genuinely surprised. He understood what kind of person his mother was. Ever since he ascended to the throne, she had largely distanced herself from governance. As Empress Dowager, her life had been comfortable and carefree, showing little concern for matters. If this situation had arisen earlier, knowing the myriad challenges ahead, she would likely have abandoned the idea after hearing his analysis. Yet now, she was prepared to face the difficulties head-on. The Emperor Jingxian reflected, his gaze landing on Jian Yunsang's figure within the Tianmu, quickly understanding the motivation behind her resolve. He could not help but sigh. I actually have an idea, Mother. Would you care to hear it? Do tell. Your intention in establishing the academy is to provide women with more choices. What if we create a technical academy as mentioned in the Tianmu? A technical academy? Yes, where various skills can be learned. Of course, literacy is also essential, allowing students to acquire skills while working on crafts. The academy could sell these products, using the profits for its operational expenses. Initially, however, the construction of the academy would require funding from the court. The Ministry of Works has already developed several items based on the demonstrations from the Tianmu and has begun selling faucets, which has already generated revenue. A portion of these earnings could be allocated to the Women's Academy. But what? The Empress Dowager's eyes brightened, her curiosity piqued. The Emperor Jingxian smiled. Since the funds derived from the Tianmu's insights will be used, it should naturally be established in Zhaozhao's name. This way, your contributions will remain obscured, preventing your name from being immortalized. To claim that the establishment of a Women's Academy lacked a desire for recognition would be disingenuous. Who would not wish to be remembered through the ages? She too aspired to be the first among women. In time, future generations would commend her as Empress Dowager for paving paths for the women of the Qi, enabling them to lead better lives. However, the Empress Dowager remained silent for a considerable time, and the Emperor Jingxian refrained from speaking. Eventually, she chuckled softly, her expression one of relief. If I do not gain fame, so be it. My ideas were indeed inspired by the Tianmu. Furthermore, the principal aim of establishing the Women's Academy is to make the paths of women in this world smoother. All else is secondary. The Emperor Jingxian rose and bowed respectfully. You embody kindness and virtue, Mother, bringing blessings to our realm. We are fortunate in the Qi. The Empress Dowager felt a sense of ease. Very well, I still need to draft the plan. I shall contemplate it further, and I will need you to review it later. It is my honor, Mother. The Emperor Jingxian assisted the Empress Dowager in identifying minor issues. She diligently noted each one, her earnest demeanor leaving him in awe. He realized that the Tianmu had profoundly impacted many, even his mother. He couldn't help but glance up again, noticing that Zhaozhao and her family had finished their dinner and were heading towards their hotel room. Due to Jian Panpan's situation, Jian Yunsang and her party had to postpone their itinerary by a day. The lawyer He Nanzhou had engaged had also arrived, armed with photographs of Feng Yingyao's infidelity, making the divorce proceedings significantly easier. They were poised for a surprise confrontation. However, shortly after entering the room, He Nanzhou's phone rang. Chapter 171. Finally seeing the land of the future, the phone lay on the table, while He Nanzhou was in the bathroom organizing his toiletries. The sound of running water masking the ringtone. Zhaozhao had just zipped up her small suitcase when she heard the phone ring and called out, "Daddy." "It's a phone call." Beside her, Jian Yunsang neatly folded her clothes and casually inquired, "Who is calling?" As Chaochao leaned in to observe, she was unable to read the characters on the incoming call display. However, she recognized the voice message from WeChat, accompanied by an avatar. Coincidentally, Chaochao was familiar with this avatar. She immediately exclaimed, "It's that Uncle Sun Huanyu." Upon hearing this, He Nanzhou, who had just finished washing his hands, slowed his steps, and deduced that the caller likely had no serious matter to discuss. He said, "Please assist your father by answering the call." "All right," Chaochao replied, pressing the answer button. The other party sounded quite excited. "He Sanshao, it's me, Sun Huanyu. I know you're Uncle Sun Huanyu." Chaochao responded in her sweet voice, prompting Sun Huanyu to laugh. "Ah, it's little Chaochao." "Yes, Uncle Sun Huanyu. Do you have something to say?" Chaochao inquired. To her surprise, she received the response. "But we are not in Jiangcheng. We have come to Wuqing." "Wuqing?" Sun Huanyu exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. "Oh, I am in Wuqing too. What a delightful coincidence." He Nanzhou, sitting down next to Chaochao, remarked with some astonishment, "Weren't you recuperating at the hospital in Fansheng? What brings you here?" "Well, I've been recovering for almost half a month, and my wound is not very deep. As long as I avoid strenuous activities, outpatient life is manageable." Chaochao tilted her head. "Not very deep, but you seem to have lost a lot of blood. It was quite frightening. Under the vast sky of Qi. Do you truly wish to hear what you were saying? Such a wound is not deep. In their case, they would likely have perished, or at least it would have taken half their life. Unlike him, who still appears so spirited," he mused. The Emperor Jing Xian furrowed his brow. "He is already able to walk? In just half a month, he has traveled to another city?" The Minister Zhang's eyes gleamed with realization. Thus, the suturing and repair techniques of future generations are quite adept at handling such injuries. For them, it may not be a serious matter. He began to ponder. Should they also be capable of this, the survival rate of soldiers injured on the battlefield would substantially increase. Alas, the most critical issue remains the risk of post-injury infections. Sun Huanyu continued to chatter. "You can hear my voice, and I am lively and well, with no issues at all. I am in Wuqing for business. Do you remember Hu Yuyin? She is in a predicament with her husband, who is abusive and does not wish to divorce. She is concerned for her child's safety and wishes to send the child to Wuqing, where her maternal family resides. Since this child is my godson, and Wuqing is not far from Fansheng, I volunteer to take care of this matter. I cannot assist with other issues, but a lawyer is already helping Hu Yuyin. I am well acquainted with my godson, and I felt uneasy handing him over to someone else, so I brought him myself." After some mental preparation, he mustered the courage to call Nanzhou. To his surprise, "Chaochao, you are also in Wuqing?" Sun Huanyu perked up. "Chaochao, where are you? I will come find you. How about we have dinner together?" Chaochao regretfully replied, "That won't work. We have already packed our things and are about to leave." "No, we're going to Jinwen Village." "Jinwen Village?" Sun Huanyu's eyes brightened. "Where is Jinwen Village? Take me there." After saying this, he hung up. Sun Huanyu called out "Hey, hey" a couple of times, feeling somewhat disheartened as he placed his phone down. Yin Zhua, who had accompanied him to Wuqing, asked, "Did he Sanshao refuse?" "They have gone to Jinwen Village." Sun Huanyu sighed, but quickly regained his spirits. "Do you know where Jinwen Village is? We should go there too." "You do not understand." Sun Huanyu waved his hand, beginning to search on his phone. "I will check. The villages around Wuqing should be easy to find." Chaochao and her companions were unaware that Sun Huanyu was still unwilling to give up. After checking out of their hotel, they loaded their belongings into the car. The journey from Wuqing to the county town, where Jinwen Village is located, takes approximately 2.5 hours, and then an additional 30 to 40 minutes to reach Jinwen Village. Thus, the trio set off in the afternoon and stayed overnight at a hotel in the local county town. The next morning, under the pleasant sunlight, the family slowly set off. Jinwen Village is rather remote. Previously, the roads were impassable, and many had to traverse mountains to reach the county town. The roads have improved significantly, though they still require winding detours, which can be time-consuming. Chaochao gazed out the car window, while Jing Yunsang worried that she might experience motion sickness and suggested she rest if feeling dizzy. Chaochao shook her head. "I don't feel sick. I'm actually quite intrigued by the scenery outside. Although the area is mountainous, there are also numerous fields." Following Chaochao's gaze, Emperor Jing Xian finally glimpsed the fertile lands of the future he had longed for. However, as he continued to observe, his brow began to furrow. He turned to the Minister of Agriculture and asked, "Our Qi's winter lands should not appear like this, should they? I have tilled the land myself. As the son of heaven, I plow to beseech favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Although my time in the field was during spring, the disparity should not be so vast." The Minister of Agriculture sighed in resignation and nodded. Indeed, the lands of the future still seem quite lush during winter. Many farmers of Qi had also noticed this. Even Lin Lan and others were discussing the unfamiliar crops grown in the future. Of course, they have sweet potatoes and tomatoes. Their agricultural variety surpasses ours by far. Many crops are likely suited for winter cultivation, if only we had them. Look at those white greenhouses. Why have they erected so many? Surely they do not reside inside. Yu questioned, perplexed by the sight of the greenhouses. Perhaps it's to protect the vegetables? Deshawn speculated. The group was puzzled, but the Minister of Agriculture suddenly had a revelation, his eyes lighting up as he spoke. It is to cultivate vegetables, Your Majesty. These greenhouses are likely designed to address the low temperatures of winter. The Minister of Revenue inquired, how so? Other ministers pondered thoughtfully. The Minister of Agriculture, brimming with excitement, explained, currently, some wealthy families endeavor to have an additional dish on their winter tables. They might plant soil in wooden basins and place them indoors, using stoves to provide warmth. He glanced at Emperor Jing Xian as he spoke. If wealthy families do this, one can only imagine what the royal household would employ. The imperial family certainly has more means than this, including hot springs. For instance, in the Tang Dynasty, the Huaqing Palace utilized hot springs for vegetable cultivation, allowing the royal family to enjoy a greater variety of winter dishes. Common folk, however, would not even dare to dream of such abundance. In winter, their tables typically featured only Napa cabbage and radishes, with pickled vegetables being the most prevalent. The pickled vegetables were often merely pickled radishes, revealing the scarcity of food during that time. Therefore, upon witnessing the sumptuous meals that Chaochao and her companions enjoyed daily, the citizens of Qi could not suppress their salivation, with many even holding their bowls while watching the screen, as if the food displayed could somehow taste better. At this moment, with the sight of the greenhouses, the Minister of Agriculture suddenly realized these greenhouses are built directly on the land, and they appear to be quite effective. Did you notice? Some greenhouses are currently uncovered, yet the vegetables inside are vibrant and lush, growing densely with exceptionally high yields. Emperor Jing Xian nodded. Yet he wondered what materials were used to construct these greenhouses. Your Majesty, even if we do not possess such greenhouses, could we not substitute with other materials? Inquired a minister, who would not wish for a bit more food during winter. Daily meals of only cabbage and radishes can be quite disheartening. He had considered materials like oiled paper, yet the cost was high and not feasible for widespread use. Even if the supply is merely for the esteemed elite, it remains unattainable. The notion of private cultivation is more feasible. However, this bears little distinction from the previous cultivation conducted within the confines of one's dwelling. As they conversed, the vehicle in the sky began to decelerate. The crowd heard Jian Yunsong's voice announcing their arrival. Zhaozhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly Jinwen village? Indeed, just as Zhaozhao leaned closer to the window for a clearer view, a young and beautiful woman hurriedly approached, stopping right in front of their vehicle. She greeted Jian Yunsang with enthusiasm, saying, "Teacher Jian, you have arrived." Jian Yunsang descended from the car, laughing as she circled to open the door for Zhaozhao. Didn't they say there was no need for a pickup? I know the way. It's nothing. I just came to greet you at the village entrance. It's not far, Su Fongrong replied with a radiant smile, clearly delighted. Upon seeing Zhaozhao, her eyes sparkled as she produced a small hand-crocheted rabbit, saying, "Zhaozhao, this is a little bunny I made for you." The rabbit, with its long ears and brightly colored attire, instantly captivated Zhaozhao. "No need to thank me. I'm just glad you like it," she added. Jian Yunsang then inquired, "Where shall we park?" "Over there." "Master, follow me." Their essay clearing ahead where we could stop came the response. The houses in Jinwen village were closely packed, and the roads were rather narrow, making it impossible for vehicles to enter. They could only find a spot to park at the village entrance. Hinanzhou drove closely behind her, and soon they spotted a vacant area nearby. After parking, Hinanzhou retrieved several gift boxes from the car, and the group followed Su Fongrong into the village. Jian Yunsang smiled, assuring them, "It's nothing of great value, just some everyday necessities. Don't overthink it. Now, be careful on the path. Don't twist your ankle." The steps here were uneven, but fortunately, Su Fongrong's home was not far from the village entrance. Before long, the four of them arrived at a courtyard. The gate was open, and the courtyard was modest in size. Su Fongrong quickly stepped inside, calling out, "Grandfather, grandmother, I brought teacher Jian and the others." Shortly, a couple, appearing to be around 60, emerged, their faces alight with warmth and joy. Come in," they urged. Zhaozhao followed her parents into the house, curiously observing her surroundings. Jian Yunsang couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell what is different for Chaochao village?" Zhaozhao lowered her gaze, inspecting the ground. Chapter 173, Economical and Versatile Cement. Jian Yunsang followed her line of sight and noticed the cement floor. Indeed, Zhaozhao quietly remarked, "The ground is different. Why isn't it tiled or wooden?" She had encountered cement on roads before, but had never seen it used indoors. In Chaochao village, the interiors were all made of dirt, and entering a house would often cause a cloud of dust to rise. The onlookers in the sky were equally astonished, especially Emperor Jingxian and others, who had been quite taken with the smoothness of the roads they had seen on their first day of travel. The official roads of the Qi were currently well maintained. Yet, after rainfall, they became riddled with potholes. Some vehicles, heavily laden, would leave deep ruts that rendered the roads nearly impassable. However, the roads of the future would remain unaffected by the weather, capable of bearing heavy loads, and were remarkably straight and stable, truly their ideal pathway. Yet, the inhabitants of the sky had previously, like Zhaozhao, believed such roads could only exist outdoors. Witnessing the houses before them, with similarly constructed floors, left Zhaozhao astonished. So, in their homes, as well as in hospitals and hotels, they use tiles and wooden floors for aesthetic appeal and ease of maintenance. Is it cost-effective? Zhaozhao mused. No wonder the roads outside are made of cement. With such extensive paving, if the costs were high, it would be prohibitively expensive. Hinanzhou approached, having overheard her comments, and laughed heartily, lifting Zhaozhao into his arms. Indeed, the primary materials for cement are limestone and clay, with limestone being one of the most common surface rocks, making it easily accessible. When crushed and ground into powder, then calcined and cooled, it becomes a material with lower cost than alternatives. Yet, it is remarkably versatile, used for constructing bridges, roads, and buildings, thus its widespread use. Zhaozhao gaped. Is it really that wonderful? Jian Yunsang added, as we walked over. We passed someone using cement next door. Would you like to take a look? Zhaozhao eagerly nodded. At that moment, Su Fongrong, who was bringing over tea, paused, saying, "You want to go next door? It might be a bit dusty. Is that all right?" Placing the cup on the table, she cheerfully added, "All right, I'll take you." She didn't find it strange. As a child from the city, Zhaozhao likely hadn't seen the process of applying cement. Su Fongrong was unaware of Zhaozhao's disappearance, and Jian Yunsang wouldn't mention such matters to her. She was also oblivious to Hinanzhou's status as the CEO of the He Group in Jiangxing. She only knew Jian Yunsang as a dedicated and responsible teacher whom she respected and admired, and naturally, she was fond of Zhaozhao. The little girl was curious about everything. Many things in the countryside were absent from the city, and many city children preferred the flora and fauna of the village. After informing her grandparents, she led the three of them out of the courtyard. Next door, the neighbors were indeed mixing cement. Since it was a personal project, the noise was minimal, and there was only a small pile of cement. As Jian Yunsang and the others arrived, the worker turned to face them. "Aren't you planning to build a pool outside? Your seventh aunt insists on growing some ornamental aquatic plants, like pothos. I told her it's impractical, but she wouldn't listen. So, I'm preparing a trough for her to tinker with. It's no trouble at all." While speaking, the seventh uncle squatted down, mixing the cement with vigor, then applied a dollop onto the laid bricks, smoothing it meticulously with a trowel. Zhaozhao's eyes widened as she watched intently. So, this was how cement was applied? Despite the surface being so hard and smooth, before it was set, it resembled soft mud and sand. She quietly asked Hinanzhou, "Daddy, once it's applied, can it hold water?" Of course, cement has excellent sealing properties and is used for water storage equipment. Thus, it is also employed in many large-scale hydraulic constructions. Finally, Emperor Jingxian could no longer contain his excitement, standing up abruptly, exclaiming, "Yu Kongsheng, Yu Kongsheng." The other ministers also looked on with bright eyes. Although Hinanzhou hadn't detailed the process, the general method and materials were clear. They were not fools. At this juncture, with collective brainstorming, could they not devise a way to produce the cement? Given its vast utility and low cost, it was something that could be vigorously promoted. Yu Kongsheng was now somewhat impatient. Everything else that lacked direction could wait. Cement needed to be prioritized. He believed that soon, the Qi would also benefit from such an advantageous material. In high spirits, Emperor Jingxian leaned in closer, observing as the seventh uncle skillfully completed a section. He nodded along, realizing, so this is how the walls are coated. So this is how cement appears once it is properly prepared. He found Jian Yunsang and He Nanzhou rather endearing today, as they explained the convenience of cement so clearly. After a while, the seventh uncle, noticing that Su Fengrong was still watching with her guests, paused, looking at her. Fengrong, do you have something to attend to? No, nothing at all, Su Fengrong replied. Glancing at Zhaozhao, the latter hesitated for a moment, tightly grasping Jian Yunsang's hand, slowly summoning the courage to finally ask, Uncle, how does this cement harden? Seventh uncle was taken aback, glancing at the little girl, noticing her slight retreat in fear. He quickly smiled and replied, Oh, after applying it. We let it sit in the sun for a day or two, and it will harden. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, wondering where this little girl came from, finding even a simple task like cementing so charming. Seventh uncle scratched his head and, seeing Zhaozhao still observing, instinctively asked, Would you like to give it a try? Chapter 174. The Birth of Cement. Zhaozhao me? Immediately regretting his words, seventh uncle thought he had spoken nonsensically. He chuckled awkwardly, looking at Jian Yunsang and He Nanzhou, who both appear to be city folk, and explained, I was just curious about the child. He Nanzhou quickly added with a smile, We just didn't want to trouble you. As he began to elaborate, He Nanzhou asked Zhaozhao if she wanted to try it herself. Jing Xuanyi's eyes brightened, Yes, Zhaozhao. Why don't you give it a go yourself? Although they had just seen seventh uncle apply the cement, it was far more enlightening for them to witness Zhaozhao's personal experience. They even hoped Zhaozhao would experiment with any peculiar item she encountered, as this would greatly aid their research. Zhaozhao indeed felt a flutter of excitement, but was apprehensive. I'm afraid I might mess it up. Seventh uncle reassured her, No, there is nothing to break here. He chuckled nervously, observing the little girl hesitate, but cautiously stepped forward. He then retrieved the smallest scraper from a nearby toolbox. Little friend, you can use this. Thank you, uncle. No need for thanks. Just be careful not to cut yourself. This won't break, but you mustn't hurt yourself. He genuinely feared that this city girl might injure herself. Glancing at Jian Yunsang and He Nanzhou, he thought how daring these parents were, allowing their child to play with cement, which seemed rather mundane. However, Jian Yunsang and He Nanzhou were not overly concerned, given that Zhaozhao was 5 years old and had 2 years of independent living experience. Such small experiences were inconsequential. Taking a deep breath, Zhaozhao held the small scraper, watching seventh uncle scoop a dollop of cement onto a brick. She attempted to scoop a small piece herself, but her scraper was too small and different from seventh uncle's. On her first attempt, she misjudged the amount, and before she could place it onto the brick, the cement plopped softly onto the ground. Zhaozhao froze, looking helplessly at Jian Yunsang, her face displaying a clear sense of having erred. Jian Yunsang approached and gently patted her head, reassuring her, It's all right. Zhaozhao, is it still possible to do it this way? Jing Xuanyi's eyes sparkled with interest, recognizing the utility of cement, noting that nothing was wasted. The crucial factor was its low cost. The Minister of Revenue was also quite pleased, clearly understanding that this substance was inexpensive and highly functional, which would undoubtedly yield significant profit for the court in the future. However, the emperor remarked, Yet, my dear officials, the entire Qi can see the sky and heard Mr. He's method. It is likely that the common folk will soon be able to produce this cement themselves. The Grand Tutor interjected, Though that may be the case, not everyone can produce this cement. Mr. He has only provided the basic procedure. The specifics still require our exploration. It is only the wealthy and influential who can achieve this, if they develop and sell it. The Minister of Revenue interjected with a raised voice. It is imperative that the court retains control over the profits, Your Majesty. Rather than allowing the common folk to produce cement, it would be wise to centralize this technology under the court. Jing Xuanyi pondered, What do you all think? A fervent discussion erupted among the officials. Some believed it would be difficult to monitor private production, while most agreed that the sale of cement should not be left to merchants. After much deliberation, it was decided that the court would temporarily oversee cement production, with local authorities designating merchants for manufacturing and sales, ensuring a regulated price that would not be excessively high. As for minor private production, such as for personal use, the court would not intervene, but sales would be prohibited. However, these measures were expected to be temporary, as the demand for cement would inevitably grow, and at the appropriate time, private production and sales would be permitted. The first wave of profits, must belong to the court. Once the discussions concluded, Jing Xuandi turned to see that Zhaozhao had completed her first cementing attempt. The little girl appeared exhilarated, her cheeks flushed. Seventh uncle gave her a thumbs up, praising her dexterity. "Thank you, uncle, for the trouble." Zhaozhao washed her hands and took a large sip of water. Su Fengrong had prepared oranges and a platter of kiwis. Having washed the cherries Jian Yunsang brought and placed them in the living room. "Teacher Jian, please sit for a moment. I will prepare lunch." Zhaozhao obediently sat in a chair, momentarily surprised when she saw Su Fengrong bringing firewood into the yard. Firewood? Does Sister Su cook with firewood? She couldn't resist the urge to peek into the kitchen. Jian Yunsang, noticing her curiosity, smiled and took her hand to walk toward the kitchen. As they stood at the kitchen entrance, Zhaozhao exclaimed. The people of the Qi under the sky echoed her surprise. Lin Lan remarked, "Is this a stove? Although it differs slightly from ours. I never expected there to be stoves in the future that still use firewood, while Zhaozhao's family uses gas stoves. Perhaps this is the distinction between city and countryside? Yet in the Qi they also use stoves. That is difficult to explain." Zhaozhao looked up at Jian Yunsang. Her confusion evident in her eyes. "Mom, does Sister Su's family not use gas stoves? Gas stoves are so convenient." Su Fengrong, busy chopping vegetables, laughed and replied, "Our village does not yet have gas pipelines. We can use gas, but my grandparents are accustomed to the stove, so we haven't considered changing." Gas pipelines? Gas. The people of the Qi contemplated this notion. So, the principle of lighting a gas stove requires a pipeline to be installed first. According to Su Fengrong, it seems the entire village would need to be connected. Chapter 175. Natural gas reminds the officials of something the ministers in the court pondered thoughtfully about natural gas and coal gas. They were familiar with coal, and it seemed that coal gas must be related to coal, both being combustible. Jing Xuandi yearned for the ignition methods of the future, as most of the Qi currently relied on firewood for cooking, and with the increasing population, the demand for firewood only grew. The intensity of logging naturally escalated, leading to fewer trees, severe soil erosion, and environmental degradation. If they could eliminate the need for firewood with coal gas and natural gas, it would undoubtedly benefit the Qi, with a population exceeding 1 billion in the future. If everyone were to cut down trees, the nation would face dire consequences. Jing Xuandi contemplated this when suddenly an official stood up, declaring, "Your Majesty, this natural gas reminds me of something." Jing Xuandi jolted, and the other officials turned to the speaker. "What is it?" The official, of lower rank, felt a twinge of nervousness under the scrutiny of all, swallowing hard before softly saying, "Fire wells." "Fire wells?" Some officials quickly responded. The Western Han text, Shu Du Fu, mentions fire wells, with glowing flames soaring to the sky. Indeed, it does bear some resemblance to natural gas combustion in the future. This often perplexed them. The terminology in the future differed greatly from their own. Some of them had clearly met before, yet when they appeared under a different guise or were referred to by another title, they would spend ages guessing. Other officials quickly recalled that the Dongjin era had documented instances of using fire wells to boil salt, which proved far more efficient than wood. During the Tang Dynasty, many citizens of Shu utilized this method for illumination and warmth, dubbing it the sacred fire. Previous dynasties had already improved the pipelines, enabling control over the intensity of the flames. Emperor Jingxian raised an eyebrow, inquiring whether this could be widely adopted. The ministers exchanged glances, and after a moment, the first official to speak said, "Your Majesty, currently it can only be utilized locally and cannot be transmitted over long distances. Moreover, the pipelines are made of ceramic, prone to leaks and explosions, and any mishap with the natural gas could lead to poisoning or asphyxiation." Emperor Jingxian furrowed his brow, troubled by such dangers. Coincidentally, at that moment, Su Fengrong in the celestial canopy also mentioned this. She said to Zhaozhao, "My grandparents are quite elderly, and sometimes their memories falter. If they forget to turn off the gas switch and then close all the doors and windows, it could easily lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. If an accidental spark occurs, an explosion could follow." Zhaozhao was taken aback, responding, "Then we should avoid using it. Burning firewood seems safer." Jian Yunsang laughed, saying, "In truth, firewood can be just as dangerous. Incomplete combustion can also produce significant amounts of carbon monoxide. In enclosed spaces, it can lead to poisoning. Therefore, when starting a fire, it is essential to ensure proper ventilation, even on frigid days." Zhaozhao nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion, while many citizens of the Qi stared wide-eyed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder they felt nauseous and uncomfortable when shutting their doors and windows to warm themselves in winter. They were, in fact, being poisoned. Some had even succumbed to poisoning in their sleep, with the root cause lying here. It was astonishing that even the act of burning firewood involved so many intricacies and considerations. They learned new knowledge from the celestial canopy, resolving that in the future, they must never close windows while heating. Su Fengrong found Zhaozhao to be quite eager to learn, while Jian Laoshi, regardless of Zhaozhao's youth, earnestly explained everything to her. Even if she did not understand, it was of no consequence. She could always ask again next time. And Jian Laoshi would patiently teach her once more. "Sister Su, let me help you with the fire. I know how to do it," Zhaozhao suddenly exclaimed. Catching Su Fengrong off guard, she quickly replied, No, Zhaozhao, you should rest. My grandmother can handle the fire. I prepared everything else. And cooking a few dishes will be quick." As she spoke, she gently ushered a few people outside and lowered the kitchen curtain. Zhaozhao scratched her head, feeling she had finally found something she could do. Jian Yunsang could not help but smile, saying, "All right, your sister Su won't agree to that. Shall we take a stroll in the courtyard instead?" Zhaozhao reluctantly acquiesced. The Su family's courtyard was not particularly large, with a corner housing 7 or 8 chickens. Su Agon was initially chatting with Hinanzhou, who could engage in conversation with anyone if he wished. Though Su Agon was usually taciturn, he was drawn into an animated discussion, recounting the happenings in the fields and village. Jian Yunsang chuckled, saying, "No need, you can take your time eating." "Absolutely, Jian Laoshi. You have helped our family so much. We cannot send you away empty-handed. A few eggs are a small token of our gratitude," they insisted. Jian Yunsang, feeling helpless, could only agree. Aside from the chickens, there were no other livestock in the courtyard. The citizens under the celestial canopy followed Zhaozhao as she took a tour, exclaiming, "Is this really a rural home? This is what a family without money looks like?" For the people of the Qi, such a household seemed far from impoverished. True poverty meant houses with leaky roofs, suffering from hunger and cold, where even basic sustenance was a luxury. Yet, the residents before them, though not brand new, provided ample shelter from the elements, surpassing even the best houses in Lu village. Moreover, Su Agon and Su Abo wore clothes without a single patch, evidently warm cotton garments. Although Zhou Agon was somewhat thin, Zhou Abo appeared plump, clearly not lacking in food. If this was considered poverty, then most citizens of the Qi must be classified as impoverished as well. Strangely, the people of the Qi felt a pang of bitterness. They too desired to be such poor individuals. Before long, Su Fengrong prepared the dishes and arranged them on the dining table. She removed her apron and called out, "Jian Laoshi, Shigong, Zhaozhao, it's time to eat." Zhaozhao, led by Jian Yunsang, went to the courtyard's water basin to wash her hands before entering the kitchen. The Su household, like the Hu family in Lu village, had no separate dining room. The spacious kitchen served both for cooking and dining. As Zhaozhao entered, Su Fengrong was wiping down a stool and cheerfully beckoned her, "Come, Zhaozhao, sit here. This chair is a bit higher." "Thank you, Sister Su," Zhaozhao replied, climbing onto the chair. Just as she settled in, she beheld the array of dishes on the table. The citizens of the Qi were equally bewildered, counting the number of dishes. How could a family in poverty afford such a feast? What a joke! Jian Yunsang could not help but shake her head, exclaiming, "You have prepared far too lavishly." No, these are all simple home-cooked meals. We just bought some fresh pork belly and chicken wings from the town. The fish was a gift from my cousin, who caught it from the pond a few days ago. Although spring bamboo shoots aren't in season yet. Winter bamboo shoots are at their freshest now, so I dug up a few. The chickens are raised at home, and the eggs are from our own hens. The tofu was exchanged for soybeans, and the bean sprouts were grown by my grandparents. The other vegetables like eggplants, cabbages, and radishes were freshly picked from the field. We barely spent any money, so please do not worry, Jian Laoshi. Zhou Abo nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, it hardly cost anything. Jian Yunsang felt helpless. And Su Fengrong quickly added, "Jian Laoshi, please taste my cooking." Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly asked, "By the way, does Shigong drink? My grandfather brews his own wine. Would you like to try some?" However, Su Fengrong opted not to fetch the wine, instead pouring drinks for everyone and offering Zhaozhao a box of milk. The citizens of Qi watched in astonishment as they partook in what appeared to be an extravagant meal for a poor family. Although in their villages, hospitality did differ with a few more dishes, it would never surpass the quantity of vegetarian dishes, nor would there be more meat than vegetables, accompanied by a pot of white rice. Indeed, your rural life differs from ours. Lin Lan Sai, Zepleting. I'd always thought how fortunate Zhaozhao was to come from a wealthy family in the future. Had she been born in the countryside, her life might not have been so comfortable. Now, I realize that even in the countryside, Zhaozhao would not have to suffer. At least, not like in Lu Village. As they pondered, they heard their escort announce, "We are nearing the dock. Everyone, please prepare." Lin Lan and the others were taken aback. Was it already time to arrive? Although they were not due until tomorrow, an inexplicable tension began to rise within them. Upon reaching the capital, would they be summoned to meet the emperor? What would the emperor be like? What would he say or do? With so many thoughts swirling in their minds, they hardly paid attention to the celestial canopy, hastily gathering their belongings. Zhaozhao finished her lunch first, and Jian Yunsang asked her to take her box of milk and leave the table, heading to the living room to play with the tangram that Zhao had made. The little girl played for a while, and when she returned to the kitchen, everyone had finished eating. Her parents, along with Su Agon and Su Abo, were chatting in the courtyard, leaving Su Fongrong alone in the kitchen, wiping the table. Upon seeing Zhaozhao, she turned and asked, "Would you like to take a nap, Zhaozhao?" I remember that children usually have a habit of napping. Zhaozhao shook her head, replying, "No, I woke up late this morning." Because she had risen late, their arrival in Jinwen village had also been delayed, and they had not had lunch for long. Su Fongrong smiled and said, "All right, wait for me a moment. I will pour out the water and then take you for a stroll around the village." Just then, Jian Yunseng walked in and upon hearing this, laughed and asked, "Where are we going? To the orange grove to pick oranges? Or perhaps to see the internet celebrity who came to our village to help live stream the sale of oranges?" They even set up a stage in the open space in front of the ancestral hall. It looks quite nice. Would you like to join the excitement? Having finished pouring the water, Su Fongrong took off her apron and dried her hands. Jian Yunsang pondered for a moment and replied, "It will be fine to take a look. Have they started the live stream yet?" She had never seen anyone live stream before and was somewhat curious. Su Fongrong shook her head. "Not yet. They said it begins tomorrow. I don't know if they are here today. A lot of people came yesterday, arranging lighting and backdrops, and they even practiced for a while." She was not quite sure why there was a need for practice in live streaming, but it was conceivable that they needed to coordinate their processes. After finishing her words, Su Fongrong went inside to change her clothes. When she came out, she addressed the two elderly people, Grandpa and Grandma. "I will take Teacher Jian and the others to the ancestral hall for a walk." Just as she finished speaking, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from outside. "Fongrong, are you getting ready to go out?" It was Uncle Qi, who had previously taught her how to mix a mint. He was very friendly towards her, prompting her to smile back. Uncle Qi chuckled and asked Su Fongrong, "Do you have any potatoes? May I borrow a few?" "Yes, yes." "Uncle Qi, just a moment. I will get them for you." In the midst of conversation, Su Fongrong quickly dashed into the house and soon returned with several large potatoes. "Haven't you eaten yet, Uncle Qi?" He accepted the potatoes with a smile. "I have eaten, but my eldest grandson wants to eat chips. My son said the store-bought ones are unhealthy, so I thought I would make them myself, but I ran out of potatoes and came to ask you for some." Noticing that Chaochao was curiously looking at the potatoes in his hands, Uncle Qi said to her, "Little sister, when Uncle Qi is done cooking, I will bring you some as well, all right?" Chaochao quickly shook her head. "No, no, Uncle." She had chips. She had bought a bag at the supermarket earlier and had just eaten half of it on the way. It seemed that all children liked potato chips. No wonder Brother Yuan had included several bags of them in his large assortment of snacks. After Uncle Qi left, Chaochao's gaze remained on him. Yin and Zhou looked down at her. "What is it?" "Daddy, are the chips I eat made from that thing called potato?" "Yes." Not only chips, but also the yellow dish we had for lunch, which looked like shredded ginger, was made from sour and spicy potato shreds. Back at home, Zhao Ma would put soft potato chunks in when stewing beef brisket, and the yellow mashed potatoes I made for you were all made from potatoes. Chaochao widened her eyes in shock. All of these are made from potatoes? Although Chaochao had eaten potatoes several times, she did not know the name of this ingredient. Zhao Ma cooked many dishes, and she had only used potatoes a couple of times. Chapter 177. One of the three treasures for disaster relief. Potatoes. Chaochao thought of the lightness of that bag of chips. there were not many chips inside. Yet that bag seemed to cost several yuan. That large plate of potato shreds for lunch must have cost dozens of yuan, even more expensive than meat. Chaochao knew that the Su family did not have much money, but they were so generous to treat them. It was truly not easy. She let out a small sigh and quietly said to Hinanzhou, "Daddy, let us not have Sister Su make potato shreds for dinner, all right?" Hinanzhou was taken aback. "Chaochao, doesn't tea like it?" "No, it's just too expensive." Chaochao sighed like a little adult. "In the future, if I want to eat potatoes, I could just buy a few yuan worth of chips to satisfy my cravings." Hinanzhou nearly laughed out loud. In the little girl's mind, a few yuan worth of chips was cheap, while a plate of potato shreds was too expensive. He couldn't help but pat her head. Potatoes are not expensive. The chips we buy at the supermarket are priced high due to processing, branding, and other factors, but the potatoes we eat are actually quite affordable. Like sweet potatoes. They are high-yield crops. Chaochao tilted her head. Like sweet potatoes? Yes. Hinanzhou thought about how Chaochao had been in Shaolu village, which also lacked potatoes, and elaborated potatoes. Sweet potatoes and corn were all introduced from overseas during the Ming Dynasty. The introduction of potatoes led to a population surge of 300 million in our country. It is the fourth staple grain after rice, wheat, and corn. Staple grain? Chaochao asked in confusion. Aren't they used for dishes and snacks? Potato shreds, potato beef brisket, chips, mashed potatoes. None of these are eaten as staple foods. Hinanzhou laughed. Potatoes have many uses. They indeed are a staple food. However, because their flavor is mild and not sweet like sweet potatoes or corn, most people prefer to cook them with meat to enhance the taste. Yet, during the Ming and Qing dynasties, they were regarded as one of the three treasures for disaster relief, saving many victims during years of famine and alleviating hunger. Chaochao was surprised to learn how remarkable potatoes were. So, do they have a high yield? Yes, the yield per acre of potatoes is about 7,000 to 8,000 jin, slightly lower than sweet potatoes. However, potatoes have a shorter maturation period. Early maturing varieties can be harvested in just over 2 months. Moreover, potatoes are cold-resistant, drought-resistant, and adaptable, capable of growing in mountainous and high-altitude areas, even under harsh conditions. Like sweet potatoes, they grow underground and have high nutritional value. Potatoes can also be ground into flour to make various noodles, which are quite delicious. Of course, one must pay attention to one thing. After potatoes are harvested, if they're stored for too long and sprout, they can be toxic. However, if there are only a few sprouts, as long as you carefully remove the sprouted parts and cook them, they're still safe to eat. This falls under the category of low-risk food, so there is no need to panic. Chaochao listened and nodded, seemingly understanding but still needing to digest the information. Yet once again, the great awakening beneath the sky stirred with excitement. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Another high-yield grain, with an output of 7,000 to 8,000 jin per acre, and it's cold-resistant. It is a treasure for disaster relief. The people of the Qi were overwhelmed with joy, realizing that seeing the sky was the greatest fortune of their lives. Chaochao was their lucky star. They had learned about sweet potatoes, and now they were learning about potatoes. If the Qi also had these high-yield staple foods, how could they possibly starve? Some were even brought to tears. "Father, Mother, did you hear that? Why didn't you hold on a bit longer? Once we find sweet potatoes and potatoes, we can survive. My younger siblings died from hunger. Will we really have these grains in the future?" Yes, definitely. The entire world was watching. The emperor would surely send people to search for them. Yes, I heard from the merchants that a decree had already been issued from the capital, ordering people to seek high-yield sweet potatoes. Now that we have potatoes, we will be able to eat our fill in the future. At this moment, the Emperor Jingxian, who was being discussed, was even more excited than the people could imagine. Upon hearing Hinanzhou mention the population surge of 300 million, he abruptly stood up in shock. A population surge of 300 million? 300 million. What does this mean? This was even more exhilarating than hearing about the future population of 1,400 million. After all, that was the future, far removed from him. But now to be told that the population had dramatically increased because of the introduction of potatoes, this was something tangible and achievable in his own time. Which aspiring emperor does not wish for a significant population increase during his reign? Emperor Jingxian, determined to be a wise ruler, naturally coveted the high-yield grains. Not only he, but also the ministers beneath him were abuzz with discussion. Potatoes, another high-yield crop, were not only versatile in cooking, but became increasingly popular in later generations. Observing the delight on the faces of those enjoying shredded potatoes at breakfast, One could easily surmise the dish's exquisite taste. Someone with keen ears recalled what Nanzhou had just mentioned and, with some excitement, interjected that they had also talked about corn. Did not Nanzhou state that potatoes were the fourth staple grain, alongside rice, wheat, and corn? Thus, corn too was a staple grain, a treasure in times of famine, and undoubtedly a high-yield crop that was easy to cultivate. Yes, indeed, and corn was also introduced during the Ming Dynasty. The enthusiasm among the crowd surged. If they could discover these grains, what concern would they have regarding food shortages? Some ministers even began to stir restlessly, eager to lead an expedition to sea in search of high-yield crops. Emperor Jingxian called out impatiently, "Yu Kongsheng, Yu Kongsheng." Yu, still engrossed in thoughts of potatoes, was startled to hear his name and hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, what do you require of me?" He instinctively thought that since potatoes were agricultural products, the Minister of Agriculture should be the one summoned, or at the very least, the Ministry of War, which was responsible for sending people to seek high-yield crops. He was unsure whether to feel pleased or disheartened by such attention. Chapter 178. Ah, to have been dismissed, how satisfying. Little did he know that Emperor Jingxuan's next inquiry was about the construction of ships for the expedition. Yu Kongsheng suddenly realized that potatoes were indeed an import from overseas, and thus it was relevant to him. Since the founding of the Great Qi, maritime restrictions had been enforced, and the ships currently being constructed were only suitable for rivers and lakes, lacking the capabilities of ocean-going vessels. To venture out to sea necessitated new shipbuilding. Moreover, the fleet would not consist of just one ship. It would require at least a dozen vessels, including cargo ships, grain ships, horse ships, and warships. Depending on the scale, even dozens or hundreds of ships would not be unreasonable. However, given Emperor Jingxuan's current urgency, a fleet of over 100 ships seemed improbable. The Hua family of Fujian, originally renowned for shipbuilding, had become a household name during the previous dynasty, their ships famed throughout the land. After the maritime restrictions were imposed, the Hua family was limited to constructing ordinary vessels, yet their craftsmanship had been preserved, especially within the direct lineage, who were said to still be researching the construction of seafaring ships. Therefore, entrusting this specialized task to them would undoubtedly result in greater speed and efficiency. Yet, the situation remained vexing. It was all the fault of those obstinate ministers who consistently obstructed his efforts to lift the maritime ban. These stubborn individuals would invoke ancestral laws, all for their own selfish interests, who did not know that these men had already sent people out to sea to covertly make profits. Fearing that lifting the ban would jeopardize their benefits, Emperor Jingxuan's frustration mounted. He resolved to find an excuse to deal with them eventually. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he took a moment to compose himself, returning to his dragon throne and stating, "Ah, Minister Shun." Minister of Revenue Shun Quan was momentarily taken aback, his expression mirroring that of Yu Kongsheng earlier. He could not comprehend why the emperor had called for him. Was he to increase funding to hasten the Hua family shipbuilding? No, that simply could not be. Your Majesty, the treasury will be depleted. Just as he was about to protest, Emperor Jingxian continued. Previously, the Tianmu mentioned cement, and you, my dear minister, indicated it could be produced promptly. I believe the treasury will soon see a substantial influx from this revenue. Shen Quan nodded, pondering why the emperor brought this up. As it happens, the Empress Dowager, after viewing the Tianmu, wishes to establish a women's academy. It will be named the Chaoyang Women's Academy, and the initial funding for the construction will come from this. Shen Quan instinctively wanted to refuse. He was opposed to any initiative that sought to extract funds from his pocket. However, he quickly recalled that the emperor had mentioned the Chaoyang Women's Academy. This was a matter of increasing societal value, and since the cement was an additional income from the Tianmu, allocating it for this purpose seemed reasonable. After some contemplation, he decided to acquiesce. However, before he could voice his agreement, a minister hastily emerged from the ranks, kneeling and loudly exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. Establishing a women's academy is utterly absurd. We understand the Empress Dowager's desire to do good, but allowing women to attend school is akin to a hen crowing at dawn. Women should embody chastity and gentleness. Education will disturb their hearts and sow ambition within them. Indeed, Your Majesty, how could the Empress Dowager support such an endeavor? Does she wish for women to take the imperial examinations? Would that not throw the court into chaos?" Emperor Jingxian regarded them with a cold expression. Many ministers remained bewildered. Were they not discussing potatoes, corn, and shipbuilding? Why had the conversation so abruptly shifted to a women's academy? Was the emperor's thought process so erratic? The Grand Tutor, with keen insight, subtly shook his head at the two outspoken officials. As expected, once they concluded their remarks, Emperor Jingxian coldly interjected, "I merely mentioned a women's academy. When did I mention imperial examinations?" The Empress Dowager, moved by the plight of young women in this world, wishes to establish a women's academy to enable them to learn to read and write and acquire skills, thereby providing them with more choices for a better life. What do you mean by that? The two ministers, realizing the implications of their words, turned pale and quickly knelt to apologize. "We did not mean it that way." "We merely what? You narrow-minded individuals presume to interpret the Empress Dowager's good intentions as ambition for power and a sow discord between me and her." Emperor Jingxian slammed the armrest in frustration. "Guards, take them away, give them 30 lashes, and demote them by 2 ranks. The two officials turned white at the decree. Your Majesty, we are wronged. We absolutely did not." Emperor Jingxian ignored their pleas and ordered their removal. To have been dealt with, how satisfying. The court fell silent, with no one daring to speak, except for the seasoned Grand Tutor Chaochao, who discerned the underlying dynamics. The emperor had suddenly dismissed 2 ministers in connection with the maritime discussion, particularly those who had previously vehemently opposed lifting the ban. This was undoubtedly a settling of scores. Emperor Jingxian then inquired, "Do any of you have objections to establishing the Women's Academy?" Who would dare voice dissent? No one spoke against it, and some even praised the Empress Dowager for her concern for the world. Emperor Jingxian felt satisfied and turned his gaze back to the Tianmu. Jian Yunsang was already leading Chaoyang towards the door, while Su Fongrong walked ahead, guiding them to the open space in front of the ancestral hall to see if those planning to livestream were present. However, just as they had not gone far, Hinanzhou received a phone call. Noticing the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly. Chapter 179, Sun Huanyu has arrived. Jian Yunsang, noticing his reaction, leaned closer and asked, "Who is calling?" Hinanzhou, somewhat helpless, showed her the screen. Jian Yunsang, "It's Sun Huanyu." An uneasy premonition suddenly welled up within her. Sure enough, as Hinanzhou answered, the other party excitedly inquired, "He Sanshao, I have arrived at Jinwen village. Where are you?" Hinanzhou, feeling a headache, replied, "What brings you to Jinwen village?" "To play," Sun Huanyu confidently asserted. "We just reached the village entrance, but the roads here are a bit complicated, and there are no house numbers or anything. I don't know how to find you." Su Fongrong, overhearing, interjected, "Does the master have a friend visiting? If they are at the village entrance, I will go fetch them." "No need." Hinanzhou waved his hand and spoke to Sun Huanyu on the other end of the phone, indicating that they were near the ancestral hall in the village, and suggested he ask the villagers for directions to find his way there. "All right," Sun Huanyu replied without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Hinanzhou turned to Su Fongrong and said, "Let's head to the ancestral hall and let him find his way on his own." Su Fongrong nodded in agreement and continued to lead the way. The ancestral hall of Jinwen village was located at the center of the village, not too far away, although the path was somewhat winding. Nonetheless, they arrived swiftly. The people of the Qi were somewhat curious about the ancestral halls of the future, particularly the descendants of Su Dingfeng, who craned their necks to gaze at the sky, albeit with a slight furrow of concern on their brows. They had heard from Miss Jian that she had visited the Su family ancestral hall. Yet was she not an outsider? The ancestral hall had always been a place only the male members of the family could enter. Women could only do so on special occasions. Miss Jian, having no ties to the Su family, was it appropriate for her to enter? Others were also engaged in discussion, especially the elders of the clan who held traditional views. Their expressions bore a hint of restraint, although they did not fully understand the meaning of the live stream. It seemed that there would be some lively event at the entrance of the ancestral hall, which raised concerns about disturbing the tranquility of their ancestors. The ancestral hall was a solemn and formal place. Was it not a bit disrespectful for future generations to behave thus? While they debated fervently, Jian Yunsang and her companions had already arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Several villagers were present, and Su Fongrong approached to greet them. They turned and nodded at Jian Yunsang and her friends. Jian Yunsang then observed the scene before her. In the open space stood a clean and tidy platform, with a signboard displaying a cute orange-themed poster. Several baskets and dustpans sat empty on the ground, likely to be filled with oranges during the live stream. There were also several potted plants, and even a patch of grass had been laid out. Jian Yunsang found the arrangement rather peculiar and quietly asked Su Fengrong if it seemed a bit simplistic. I thought those who sell fruits and agricultural products through live streams usually pick and peel them on site, although she did not frequently watch live streams. She had occasionally come across a few. In her memory, this setup was entirely different from what she had seen. Hinanzhou frowned upon hearing this. Was it too extravagant? Jian Yunsang, how much did these decorations cost? About 10,000, came the reply. Just for these things? 10,000? Where did this streamer find such a fortune? For some reason, her curiosity about the live stream diminished instantly. After a quick glance at the scene, and noting that the streamer was absent that day, Su Fengrong led them into the ancestral hall, which happened to be open. Although Jian Yunsang had never seen the inside as she was still studying, Su Gong and Su were fond of it. As they conversed, they stepped inside the hall, which was spacious and meticulously clean. The walls were adorned with portraits and introductions of notable figures, with the first being the renowned Su Dingfang. Some names were familiar to the descendants of the Su family, while others were unknown, likely belonging to later generations. Sadly, there were no portraits or names of the latter, indicating they had achieved little in life. This realization brought a twinge of sorrow to the Su family. As they sighed, someone nearby voiced their discontent, questioning how outsiders could enter the Su family ancestral hall. Was this not a breach of decorum? However, the visitors were Jian Yunsang's family, who had aided Su Fengrong, making them benefactors. The Su family's members found themselves in a quandary. Meanwhile, Jian Yunsang's group remained at ease, with Zhaozhao curiously looking around. Although she had lived in Qi for 2 years, the 6 villages were a mixed surname village, and while a few surnames were more common, there were no ancestral halls. Perhaps there had been one long ago that fell into disrepair. Either way, Zhaozhao had never witnessed such a place or understood its customs. Unable to read the introductions on the walls, she soon lost interest. Just as she turned her head, she caught sight of a figure flashing past the door. "It's Uncle Sun Huanyu," she exclaimed. The family of 3 had finished their observations and decided to exit the hall. Sun Huanyu turned and saw them, breaking into a broad smile as he approached, accompanied by their familiar friend Yenzhua. The 2 hurried forward, with Yenzhua carrying a bag filled with water and snacks. "What brings you to Jinwen Village? Are there any attractions here?" Sun Huanyu asked eagerly, casting a lingering glance at the decorations in the open space. Jian Yunsang felt somewhat speechless. "We just came to unwind. We know some people here." As she began to introduce Su Fengrong, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. The noise was approaching the ancestral hall, growing louder, accompanied by cries. Hinanzhou, fearing for Zhaozhao's fright, lifted her into his arms and stepped back. Just as he settled, a throng of people rushed forward, shouting at the villagers already gathered at the entrance. "Director, it's all over." "What over?" The person addressed as director was a man in his 50s who stepped out from the crowd, frowning at the 20 or so villagers approaching. "Speak slowly. I can't hear you with all this crying." Su Fengrong quietly explained to her companions, "This is our village's director. We younger folks usually call him Shobo." The people of Qi exchanged glances, puzzled. "Director? Is that the village head's title? Why director?" Still confused, they continued to watch. At the front of the ancestral hall, voices began to rise in urgency. "Director, the internet celebrity who was supposed to help us live stream selling oranges has collapsed," exclaimed a younger villager. The village director appeared bewildered. "Collapsed? Their house fell down, so they can't come?" Clearly, he was not well versed in contemporary online lingo. The young man stammered, quickly clarifying, "No. I mean their reputation has plummeted. People are saying online that the goods they sold during the live stream were subpar, not only tasteless but overpriced. And several individuals even suffered food poisoning and were hospitalized. This situation has escalated tremendously." The villagers nodded in agreement. Yes, many are demanding refunds. Some are directly contacting the seller, while others are looking for him. The streamer is being uncooperative, refusing to admit fault and arguing that buyers chose cheap knockoffs instead of genuine products, blaming them for the mishap. As a result, the online community is furious, and everyone is starting to boycott him. At this rate, he won't just fail to help us sell oranges. His presence will likely make it even harder. Upon hearing this, the village director's expression darkened considerably. He fished out his phone. "I'll call him. Can't get through. I tried earlier. He isn't answering, and if I call again, he might block me." The director, undeterred, dialed again, but it was still futile. He couldn't help but mutter a curse. The villagers became increasingly anxious. What do we do? What do we do? He's a fraud. Not only did he take our money to set up this venue, but he also demanded a placement fee, totaling 30,000. With over 10 households selling oranges, that means no one has sold even a single orange, and each family has already spent over 4,000. For families like Hinanzhou's, 5,000 was merely the cost of a meal. However, for the villagers of JNWNCN, this represents months of hard work and savings. If it were just this, they might have accepted their misfortune, but now they cannot sell the oranges either. As SFing finished speaking, a woman's anguished wail erupted from the crowd, blaming her for being greedy. I said even if we sell them cheap, we must sell them. You insisted on listening to your nephew, waiting for an internet celebrity to sell them. Now look at the situation. What are we to do with our oranges? It's all your fault. As she spoke, she struck the man beside her. Zhaozhao, being held by HNNZHU, immediately recognized the man being struck as her Uncle Q. Uncle Q, hunched over, repeatedly struck his own head, lamenting, "It's my fault. I thought we could sell them for a higher price, gather some money. My son still needs money for a house in the city. We thought we could help. Who knew? It's all my fault." Upon mentioning her son, QSHN could no longer continue and simply covered her face, weeping. "What are we to do now?" SFing said. In previous years, when oranges ripened, fruit dealers who had collaborated with them would purchase them at low prices. However, they could not buy them all, so the villagers would sell the remainder themselves, managing to sell them little by little. This year, the collaborating fruit dealers wanted even less than in previous years, with two of them persistently driving prices down, leaving the villagers with no profit at all. Just when they had hoped that the internet celebrity would help sell them, now that the influencer was in trouble, it was too late to find another dealer. They did not know how many oranges they could still sell. Even though oranges can be stored longer than other fruits, they are still perishable and will lose their freshness over time. SNHUNY wondered if the villagers had signed a contract with the internet celebrity. They could sue him for compensation. HNNZHU replied, "Suing him will take time. The immediate concern is selling the oranges. If they don't sell, they will rot on the ground." Hope grew anxious, asking, "What should we do then?" After a moment's thought, she turned to GNYNSing and said, "Mom, I have pocket money. Can I buy Uncle Q's oranges?" SNUNY should. "Can you buy all the oranges? Even if your pocket money is enough, you can't eat or give away that many, can you?" Then again, if they were the oranges from the H family, perhaps she could indeed manage. But this is merely a temporary fix. With so many villagers present, if she bought Uncle Q's oranges, the others would surely come over as well. SNHUNY pondered, "Do you want to help them?" ZHO nodded, thinking Uncle Q has been so kind to me. He even taught me how to mix cement. SNHUNY remarked, "Is that enough to justify it? Are children so easily satisfied?" The little girl's desire to assist was commendable, and as a parent, there was no reason to hinder her. GNYNSing raised her eyebrows at SNHUNY. "From your tone, do you have a plan?" SNHUNY grinned, just about to speak when the villagers of JNWNCN, agitated, began to lose control, with one person rushing forward to knock over a table. Seeing this, SNHUNY hurried to intervene. Hey, calm down. Don't be so impulsive. It's just about selling oranges. We're here to help you sell." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The village director pushed through the crowd to stand next to SNHUNY, asking, "Who are you?" SFing immediately interjected, "This is Mr. SN, a friend of teacher GN." Chapter 181. Live streaming cannot be cut out. Most of the villagers from JNWNCN were familiar with GNYNSing's identity. The village was small, and everyone was aware of SFing's situation. However, the villagers were not wealthy enough to offer much assistance. Thus, when they learned someone was willing to support SFing, they were all quite curious about GNYNSing, having seen her a few years prior. Now, upon hearing that SNHUNY was a friend of GNYNSing, the villagers' attitudes improved significantly. The village director asked SNHUNY, "You said you want to help us sell the oranges. How do you plan to do that?" SNHUNY pointed to the empty space. "There are tables and chairs right here. I will live stream the sale." The crowd exchanged glances, surprised that he would be live streaming, although the village director was not well versed in the internet. He had learned about internet celebrities selling oranges and was aware that live streaming required an audience and sufficient followers. Did this man possess such a following? Surely, he wouldn't suddenly gain a multitude of followers just by starting a live stream. If there were only 10 or 20 people watching, how many oranges could they sell? Mr. SN, have you sold anything through live streaming before? I've streamed before, but I've never sold anything. The village director's expression turned conflicted. He lacked experience. However, SN was already eagerly arranging things. Zoo, go to the car and bring me my computer. The internet celebrity equipment and lighting were not left behind, right? Well, if not, we can make do. He rubbed his hands together, ready to dive into the task. The villagers of DQ beneath the sky were utterly bewildered. What was this about an internet celebrity and live streaming? They could not comprehend. Even J. Su Nd frowned, understanding that they intended to help sell oranges, and they were to do so in front of the ancestral hall. But how would they sell them? Everyone present were villagers of JNWNCN, the sellers. Where were the buyers? Without buyers, to whom could they sell the oranges? The officials below the steps were equally perplexed. Zhaozhao was also filled with questions, especially when SNY approached her, saying, "We will live stream together shortly to help your Uncle Q sell his oranges." Zhaozhao was eager to assist Uncle Q in selling oranges, but she worried, "What if I can't do it?" "It's fine if you can't. Just be natural and chat with me like you usually do. Occasionally mention how sweet and delicious the oranges are. Simple, right?" Zhaozhao was astonished. "Is that all?" "Yes. Then I have no problem." The villagers of JNWNCN had many questions, and so did the people of DQ beneath the sky. They looked at SNY skeptically, wondering if he was truly reliable. SFing caught the village director's gaze and, feeling a bit helpless, walked over to GNYNS and asked, "Teacher GN, do you think Mr. SN is capable?" "He should be. Someone like SNY is unlikely to be ignorant of the essentials of live streaming and selling. If he has taken this on, it indicates he is confident." Zhu quickly returned with a computer and a mobile phone stand. The equipment looked rather rudimentary, but it was sufficient for live streaming. SNY set up the phone and, seeing the village director still uncertain, approached him hesitantly and asked, "Mr. SN, if I may ask, how many followers do you have?" "Not many. Just 200 to 300,000. The village director exclaimed. "That's not many? How many followers did the internet celebrity have?" SNY added, "I have a few 100,000 more than the influencer you hired." The villagers of JNWNCN widened their eyes, realizing they had inadvertently stumbled upon someone even more famous. Even GNYNS was slightly taken aback, while Zhu chuckled, knowing SNY enjoyed boasting online. SNY was a wealthy second generation, flamboyant and sociable, enjoying taking photos and videos to share on various platforms, gradually accumulating a following. Once live streaming became popular, he would occasionally stream his daily life at the request of his fans, showcasing his interests and hobbies. He spoke with humor and sincerity, never exaggerating or appearing boastful, earning him a loyal fan base, though today marked his first attempt at selling products through live streaming. SNY prepared the live streaming page and waved for Zhaozhao to sit beside him. "Come, say hello." Zhaozhao looked at the phone screen, seeing herself and SNY reflected in it. She recognized it was recording, as her brother Yun had done so before. She obediently greeted New York, "Family, we meet again." Zhaozhao. "Why do you call them family?" New York remarked. "But how can this little girl look so adorable with her serious demeanor?" However, the comments were far from charming. "Ha ha, uncle? This is hilarious. Calling him uncle with both name and surname. Are you sure he is your brother? You hardly know him, right? She sees you as an uncle, yet you wish to be a brother. Have some dignity." Shao. What does again mean? Has Zhaozhao been stolen before? This girl is indeed beautiful. Where did Shao find her? What is even more delightful is that after saying that, Zhaozhao turned to New York and said, "Uncle, that previous statement has nothing to do with selling oranges, so please cut it out later." New York pondered how to explain to her that live streaming cannot be edited. Yet Zhaozhao was already urging him, "Uncle, please make the introduction quickly. Time is running out, and everyone is eagerly waiting." In the comments, laughter erupted as Shao was clearly being directed. What introduction is this? Did he just mention selling oranges? SN Xiao, have you really fallen to the point of live streaming to sell goods? Where is this background? It doesn't look like your luxurious estate. SN Who New York could only respond. What do you mean by fallen? I am supporting agricultural products, helping the villagers sell oranges. I am not taking a penny. This is a charitable endeavor, understand? Don't speak nonsense if you don't know. Zhaozhao, I'm not speaking nonsense. Uncle, have you gone mad? Why are you rambling? As she spoke, she looked up at Ji In Yun's Ing with a somewhat helpless expression. Ji In Yun's Ing was on the verge of laughter. Chapter 182, all sold out. Widened her eyes in disbelief, so we can't cut this part out? The comments were filled with laughter, amused by Zhaozhao's expression. SN Who New York helplessly nodded. Zhaozhao stood up to leave, but quickly turned to ask SN Who New York, Uncle, how many people are watching us now? Let me see him. Over 10,000. Zhaozhao was astonished. So what we're doing they can see in real time? Yes. The people of DQ suddenly realized. So this live streaming is somewhat akin to watching the sky? Yes. What Zhaozhao is doing, we can see as well. However, where do we sell oranges? We've been watching the sky for so long, but we can't buy anything. If only we could purchase, there are so many good things in the sky. Dream on. Even if you could buy, do you have the money? The discussions among the DQ people echoed those in JNWN Village. They soon heard YNZU mention. There are over 20,000 people online. Even SFNGR Ing was taken aback. This Mr. SN has so many active fans? He has only been broadcasting for a short while, and there are already so many people. While pondering this, a young man from her village approached her, staring at his phone in disbelief. Is your friend really SN Xiao? What SN Xiao? The one from the family that runs a food business? Oh, just a super rich second-generation heir. I thought he looked familiar, but couldn't recall until now. I can't believe it's really him. How do you know such a wealthy person? I don't know him. It's G in Lash who knows him. SFNGR Ing was taken aback, glancing at H in NZHU and G in Yunzing. She recalled how this Mr. SN was very warm towards G in Lash and her husband, even trying to curry favor. SFNGR Ing was no fool. She quickly realized that Ji In Lash and her husband might be more formidable than she had assumed. Ji In Yunzing noticed her gaze and turned to ask with a smile, What's wrong? Nothing. SFNGR Ing quickly shook her head, exhaling slowly. Even if Ji In Lash's family were wealthy and influential, she had always respected her for her personal charisma, which had nothing to do with status. Over there, SN Who New York had already begun to get to the point. Family, don't leave just yet. I am currently in JNWN Village, where there is a vast orange grove. The oranges are large, with thin skins, juicy, and particularly sweet. They are truly top-notch, a delicacy. However, this year the situation is not good, and they are hard to sell. I happen to be here for a visit, so I'm helping with a live stream. If anyone needs them, please support with 3 to 5 pounds. It's not expensive, right? Zhaozhao, who had been obediently sitting and nodding, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Uncle SN, don't lie. You haven't even eaten an orange since you arrived. How would you know if they're sweet? All right. I'll let everyone taste it. SN Who New York conceded. He turned around, and the village chief, quick to react, had oranges sliced and brought to them. SN Who New York took a segment for himself and handed one to Zhaozhao here. Let S clink. After clinking, he popped it into his mouth. Only then did Zhaozhao say, Uncle, you've eaten it now. You can tell everyone if it's sweet. Sweet. The comments exploded with laughter, as everyone believed the oranges must be sweet. I'll take 5 pounds. Ha! Even SN Xiao has a day when he has stumped. The oranges look indeed thin-skinned and juicy. SN Xiao. Is shipping included? I also want 5 pounds. SN Xiao. You should learn from Zhaozhao. Selling goods should be honest, you know? Give me 10 pounds. The comments flowed rapidly, and since Zhaozhao couldn't read, she asked us in Who New York to read them aloud. He read each comment, and her eyes sparkled increasingly. Are they all going to buy? That's wonderful. Uncle Q won't have to cry anymore. The villagers were both amused and exasperated. As the comments continued to scroll faster, SN Who New York was delighted. Yes, my charm can't compare. Zhaozhao. You won't buy when I sell, but you believe her when she speaks a few words. All right, I'll get the goods. Turning to the village chief, he asked, How many oranges do we have left? After which, he signaled to YNZU, who quickly set up the link. He continued to chat with the online viewers, occasionally munching on an orange, and soon finished two. Zhaozhao frowned. Seeing him about to eat a third, she quickly reached out to stop him. Mommy said, "You're still recovering. Everything should be in moderation. You can't eat too much. Too many oranges will upset your stomach." Who New York felt that Zhaozhao had the makings of a strict caretaker. He sighed. All right, I want to eat anymore. Let us keep chatting." However, the villagers were growing anxious. Why aren't you talking about oranges anymore? If you only say a couple of sentences, the new viewers want to know what Mr. SN is selling. Just as the village chief was about to inquire, YN Zhu exclaimed, "Sold out, 5,000 orders, 25,000 pounds, all gone. So soon." The villagers of JNWN were shocked. How long has it been? Less than 2 hours, right? That's over 20,000 pounds. Is Mr. SN's selling power really that formidable? His fans are all so active. This is unbelievable. Were all these fans just blindly buying without knowing anything? Not just them. The people of DQ Under the Sky were equally skeptical. Chapter 183. Is this how you sell goods? Wait, how did all this sell out? Just say a couple of sentences and they place orders? But what about the money? Zhaozhao was also puzzled. Uncle, have all the oranges sold out? What about the money? How does everyone pay? She wondered if the middleman would pocket the money, but seeing everyone else's calm demeanor, it seemed unlikely. So, they really sold 25,000 so quickly? This is truly impressive. The expressions of the DQ people were a sight to behold. Jing Xiandi's expression was exceedingly intricate. It dawned upon him that there existed such an innovative way to procure goods. The others were equally astonished, particularly the merchants of Qi, who were utterly captivated by the revelation that one could sell merchandise without the need for a storefront, without assistance, and without the arduous task of soliciting customers or shouting for patrons to enter. All that was required was a mobile device. And by simply presenting an introduction while seated at a table, one could successfully sell their wares. It was truly beyond comprehension. Had society progressed to such a state in later times? Suddenly, they recalled that Jian Yunsang had never roamed the streets. Yet she had procured numerous items for Zhaozhao. Initially, they assumed it was due to the wealth and influence of the He family, where a mere phone call would prompt merchants to deliver goods directly to their doorstep. Much like affluent households that, during seasonal transitions, would have the proprietors of fabric shops bring the latest materials for measurements, or jewelers showcasing the newest adornments for selection. In later times, purchasing items had become exceedingly convenient for the common folk. Yet, did this imply that there was no longer a need for physical stores? However, as they glanced along the streets, numerous shops remained visible. Perhaps these establishments catered to those desiring to personally inspect the merchandise. Had they not heard the previous remarks? The earlier live streamer had sold inferior goods, resulting in many customers being hospitalized, thus facing public condemnation. This indicated that some individuals purchasing items via their phones might very well receive counterfeit products. If customers were concerned about such matters, it would be far wiser to procure their goods directly from the shops. Indeed, at this moment, Sun Huanyu was preparing to conclude the live broadcast, announcing that they would resume tomorrow at approximately 10 in the morning. For those who placed orders today, they would arrange for harvesting and expedite shipping as swiftly as possible. The village chief hurriedly interjected, stating that there was no need to wait until tomorrow. They would commence harvesting immediately, striving to package the oranges tonight for dispatch by dawn. It was around 3 in the afternoon, a perfectly reasonable hour for the villagers of Jinwen. They could easily enlist additional hands to gather the more than 20,000 pounds of oranges. If time proved insufficient, they could always continue packaging tomorrow. The villagers were filled with excitement, eager to dispatch the goods on site, fearful that any delay might result in the oranges spoiling in their possession. The village chief nodded repeatedly, reassuring them that they intended to strengthen and expand the orange production of Jinwen. If he were short-sighted, focusing solely on immediate profits and damaging their reputation, how could they sustain their livelihoods in the future? The profitability of orange cultivation in Jinwen had commenced with his tenure as village chief. Who could have anticipated such unforeseen circumstances? Thankfully, the oranges were still being sold. Sun Huanyu nodded in agreement, and Uncle Qi and others approached to express their gratitude, promptly bustling off to harvest the oranges. The village chief then presented the contract, a template previously signed with the online influencer. Henan Zhou glanced over it and noted that Jinwen had made substantial concessions. Nevertheless, It was undeniable that the prices during the influencers' live sales were indeed higher than those offered to wholesalers, ensuring that the villagers still profited. Having signed a contract, it was now late. Originally, the group was to dine at the Su family home, but due to the live sale of oranges, the village chief had arranged for meals to be prepared early, inviting not only Zhaozhao and the others, but also including Grandpa Su for company. The village chief wished for them to stay in the village, yet Jianyun sang and the others had left their toiletries at the hotel in the county. Zhaozhao, feeling a bit fatigued, promptly fell asleep in the vehicle. As darkness enveloped the sky, the people of Qi collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Jing Xiandi rubbed his temples, having received an abundance of information throughout the day. First, there was the morning's discussion on village greenhouse planting, followed by the realization of the potential of cement for bridge construction, road paving, and housing, then the discovery of the natural gas that could ignite without assistance, which was now referred to as their gas well. Most exhilarating was the revelation of the existence of potatoes, recognized alongside sweet potatoes and corn as vital resources for disaster relief. Lastly, he learned how commerce was conducted in later times, marveling at the remarkable capabilities of mobile devices. The influx of information was overwhelming. Since morning, unless urgent matters arose, ministers of rank 3 and above had remained in the Grand Hall, collectively deliberating the contents of the celestial canopy, even partaking of their meals within the palace. At long last, this day had drawn to a close. The matter of cement was particularly pressing and required immediate production. May Yun Kongsheng succeed in his experiments swiftly, so it could be utilized in the development of Qi. Chapter 184. A snake in Zhaozhao's hand. The following day, Sun Huanyu commenced another live broadcast. However, amidst the tall horses and branches, he was soon impeded by soil clumps. After merely half an hour of streaming, exhaustion nearly compelled him to lie down. In contrast, Zhaozhao, being small and agile, with 2 years of life experience, navigated the forest with ease and soon vanished from the camera's view. Indeed, she had encountered a snake. As Sun Huanyu turned the camera, he was met with a startling sight, emitting a scream that nearly caused him to drop his phone. He looked at Zhaozhao in horror. "Where did you find that? Release it at once." "No, wait, help. Someone save Zhaozhao." "Uncle Sun, it's fine. This snake is non-venomous. Would you like to come closer and take a look? It's rather plump." Zhaozhao, with an innocent expression, uttered chilling words. The comment section erupted with screams. "Ah, Zhaozhao is so brave. I believe Sun Xiao's live stream is entirely genuine. Isn't it winter? Shouldn't snakes be hibernating? Where did Zhaozhao dig it up?" Zhaozhao had not dug it up. The snake had likely been awakened. Otherwise, it would not appear so lethargic. Sun Huanyu looked incredulously at the 2 adults accompanying Zhaozhao. "You let your daughter play with such a dangerous creature? Aren't you the least bit concerned?" Henan Zhou and Jianyun Sang felt helpless. They were equally startled when Zhaozhao swiftly seized the snake by its neck. However, Zhaozhao explained that during her time in Shanglu Siyuan, lacking food, she would actively seek out these non-venomous snakes, asking Uncle Deshawn to prepare snake soup for her. It was a rare delicacy for her. Thus, the snake was not a source of fear, but rather a source of joy. The couple felt a pang of sympathy, but were unable to intervene in time, allowing Zhaozhao to present the snake to Sun Huanyu. Sun Huanyu was on the verge of a breakdown, as laughter erupted in the comments. Ultimately, Uncle Qi took the snake away, and Zhaozhao gazed longingly after it for a considerable time. Sun Huanyu breathed a profound sigh of relief. Yet due to this experience, he found himself distracted during the remainder of the broadcast, fearful of yet another snake appearing. Fortunately, the orders during today's live stream continued to be swiftly placed. The village chief had estimated the remaining oranges, and within just 2 days, they had been nearly depleted. The few scattered ones could be sold by themselves or saved for future gifting. Consequently, the live broadcast was not extended into the afternoon. In the afternoon, the Su family was engaged in making rice candy, a traditional item for the upcoming New Year. With nearly half a month remaining until the holiday, the Su family typically prepared the rice candy after the Little New Year. Zhaozhao had never seen it before. The New Year goods prepared in Shanglu Siyuan did not include rice candy, and she was unaware if such a tradition existed in that era. Therefore, it was quite a novelty to her. Observing this, the people of Qi were keenly attentive, preparing to attempt a similar endeavor when the time came. However, upon witnessing the copious amounts of sugar utilized, the ordinary families quickly lost interest, realizing that such an indulgence was beyond their means. The Su family, labeled as a poor household, appeared to possess ample food and resources, starkly contrasting with their purported difficulties. They used sugar liberally, whereas the sugar in their own households was a precious commodity. Many individuals cannot help but feel a twinge of envy, followed by a deep sigh, uncertain of when the celestial wonders displayed in the sky will be realized by the authorities. Zhaozhao participated wholeheartedly in the creation of Mi Zitang, and upon witnessing the final product, her eyes sparkled with a sense of accomplishment. Their visit to Jinwen village was nearing its end. This locale was not a tourist attraction, but rather a place for them to unwind. Although they did not encounter any internet celebrities, Zhaozhao amusingly took on the role of a host for a while. For her, such an experience was indeed rare. When it was time to leave, they made no fuss, and according to Su Fengrong, the villagers expressed their gratitude by preparing an abundance of fruits and vegetables for them to take along. Zhaozhao had a fulfilling couple of days, so much so that she seemed to have forgotten something important. It was only just before bedtime that a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, causing her to suddenly sit up in bed. Jian Yunsang was about to tuck her in, but upon noticing, he understood immediately. The energy value had increased by how much? 480. Zhaozhao was taken aback. Jian Yunsang pondered, "It must be the result of your assistance to the villagers of Jinwen in selling oranges." However, given Zhaozhao's youth, there was little she could do, especially regarding matters of life and death. Zhaozhao, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, began counting on her fingers. "Mom, I now have 2005, right?" "Yes, that's wonderful. My energy value is increasing." She felt as though she would soon meet a Shan. Content and tranquil, Zhaozhao drifted off to sleep, while Jian Yunsang gently caressed her face, feeling a sense of relief. It was delightful to see Zhaozhao becoming increasingly cheerful. Although she could not see her online audience during the live stream, it was evident that her confidence had grown significantly, and she was no longer shy before the camera. He recalled her first reaction when he suggested taking her picture. She had been so rigid with apprehension that she nearly fainted. The next morning, the family of three, along with Sun Huanyu, prepared to head towards Wu City. Upon arriving at the airport, they were greeted by Assistant Jiang. Sun Huanyu had intended to shamelessly hitch a ride, but upon seeing the seating arrangement, it appeared there was no space for her, so she reluctantly boarded her family's driverless car. As soon as she disembarked, she dashed inside, only to be embraced by a familiar figure. It was Yuan, who sighed dramatically. "Sister, you are so fortunate. You don't have to go to school and can play everywhere. Unlike me, I have to study and take exams. My little shoulders can barely bear it. I'm exhausted." Jian Yunsang remarked to Hinanzhou, "Why does this feel like a scene from a drama?" Although Zhaozhao was eager to study, she understood the hardships associated with it, especially during exams, where poor performance brought immense pressure. Thus, she did not doubt Yuan's words and felt a pang of sympathy, saying, "Brother Yuan, had you been working hard these past few days?" Indeed, he nodded immediately. Yuan cast a resentful glance at their grandmother. "What have I done wrong?" Among the three adults present, they all wondered if this was truly their mischievous child. Zhaozhao offered, "If your little shoulders hurt, I can give you a massage. I also brought you a lot of oranges. I'll peel them for you to eat later." "You're so kind, sister. Come on, let us go inside and ignore them." The siblings held hands and entered the living room, where Zhaozhao indeed used her small fist to help massage his shoulders while Yuan enjoyed his oranges, squinting his eyes in delight. However, as he took a bite of the orange, he suddenly found it less sweet. "Well, that is not good," he said, but before he could finish his sentence, he let out a loud sneeze. Zhaozhao, concerned, asked, "Brother, are you catching a cold?" "No, it's just that someone is missing me," he replied with a hint of pride. "Honestly, it's just the beginning of the break, and my little brothers have already started to miss me. I guess my charm is hard to resist." He instinctively began to sniffle as he spoke. Songjin frowned. "You're not actually coming down with a cold, are you?" She suspected he was being stubborn, but sure enough, by the afternoon, he began to feel congested and spoke in a muffled voice. His face contorted in discomfort as he was given cold medicine in order to avoid contact with Zhaozhao. Later in the evening, Yuan developed a high fever. The family doctor came to examine him and suspected he had contracted something at school. With the recent final exams, his mental state had been highly focused, and now that he had relaxed, he had fallen ill. Zhaozhao was deeply worried, but everyone advised her to stay away from the third floor and not to interact with Yuan, so she could only comfort her brother over the phone, urging him to rest well. Initially believing that she was fine, Zhaozhao unexpectedly woke up the next morning with a fever, feeling dazed. Upon taking her temperature, it registered at 38.5 degrees. The family doctor returned, determining her condition mirrored Yuan's, suggesting rest at home was the best course of action. While Zhaozhao remained conscious, her nose was blocked, and she was given some medication and physical cooling measures. Strangely enough, she felt quite all right and hardly experienced any discomfort. She reassured Jianyun, saying, "Mom, I'm fine. I now understand that a cold and fever aren't serious illnesses. As long as I take my medicine and rest well, I will recover quickly." Moreover, she felt comfortable better than ever before. Previously, when she fell ill in Lulu village, she had to endure hunger and the biting cold, even having to work, with her survival being left to fate. During her most distressing moments, she had even thought that perhaps it would be better to just die. But now, things were different. Aside from her stuffy nose and fatigue, everything else was manageable. She had her parents by her side to care for her. Hot water to drink, blankets to keep warm, and she had nothing to worry about. Understanding that a cold and fever were not serious ailments, she felt no anxiety. Observing the obedient and understanding little girl, Jian Yunsang felt a pang in her heart. She gently stroked Zhaozhao's head, adjusted the fever patch, and smiled. "Yes, we will recover soon." Hinanzhou wrapped his arm around her shoulder, assuring her, "It's all right, Zhaozhao. We are here to take care of you, and you'll be well again soon." With both children succumbing to colds and fevers, the atmosphere in the He household inevitably turned somber. Similarly, the common folk under the celestial dome were caught off guard. Particularly, the ordinary citizens were bewildered by Jian Yunsang and the others' actions. They could not comprehend why. When faced with a cold and fever, they would not quickly bundle up the patient to induce sweating, but instead open the windows, which seemed nonsensical. Isn't that just going to make the cold worse? For the majority of Daqi's populace, when afflicted with a cold, they had neither the means nor the necessity to seek a doctor. They typically relied on traditional remedies, wrapping up warmly to sweat it out. However, the methods employed by Jian Yunsang and her companions were entirely different. Strangely, they followed the celestial guidance. Especially those who were suffering from colds and fevers began to imitate Jian Yunsang and her team, using warm water to wipe the patient's armpits, neck, and groin. And they discovered it actually worked. Most doctors understood the principles behind this, with the chief physician Zhang expressing satisfaction, saying, "This is good." Many of our Daqi citizens are reluctant to seek medical help due to financial struggles, and some even make things worse when they try to self-treat. Now, with the celestial guidance as a reference, they are learning, and it is more effective than our constant advice. However, it seemed that Zhaozhao would have to endure some discomfort. Equally anxious were Lin Lan and the others, who furrowed their brows upon hearing of Zhaozhao's illness. At that moment, they had already reached the capital, and their earlier trepidation was now overshadowed. They had disembarked the day before yesterday and traveled by carriage for an entire day, arriving at the outskirts of the capital last night. Due to the late hour, the city gates had closed, and they could only enter the city the following morning. At that time, Zhaozhao was still asleep, and the celestial dome had not yet opened, while Lin Lan and her companions entered the city, greeted by the morning sun. The group from Lulu village had rarely ventured far from home. This was their first journey, not only leaving their familiar surroundings, but also arriving directly in the capital, 1,000 miles away, where they were about to meet the emperor. Chapter 186. Lin Lan and her companions arrive in Jingcheng. The streets of Jingcheng bustle with activity. Even at this early hour, merchants crowd the thoroughfares. Stalls offering breakfast, various trinkets, cosmetics, and beverages abound. Mango pudding, the very one that Zhaozhao had tasted, beckons for them to try. The enticing calls of the vendors catch the curious Lin Lan and her friends, who follow the sounds to a stall displaying a barrel, surrounded by bowls and dishes filled with golden delicacies. From a distance, it indeed resembles the mango pudding Zhaozhao had once enjoyed, though upon closer inspection, subtle differences emerge. Yet the occupants of the carriage, in unison, swallow their desire, yearning for a taste of the familiar treat. Granny Zhou affectionately pats Lin Lan and Ya's heads, reassuring them that since they have just arrived in Jingcheng, there is no rush. Opportunities to explore and indulge will surely arise in due time. Reluctantly, Lin Lan and Ya exchange glances, recognizing that halting the carriage for a snack might not be prudent. They ponder the cost of the mango pudding. Although they possess some money, it is not abundant. Just as these thoughts swirl in their minds, another vendor's call rings out, announcing rice candy. A delicacy Zhaozhao had crafted herself, enticing all to partake. Lipsticks that can be elegantly twisted from their tubes, limited in quantity, await the early birds. Pencils, the very one Zhaozhao had used for her studies, practical and portable, are also up for grabs. Lin Lan and her companions, astonished, follow the sounds, discovering that the stalls bearing Zhaozhao's name have attracted the largest crowds. How ingenious! The people of Jinxiang are remarkably quick-witted. In such a short time, they have replicated what appeared in the heavens. Lin Lan swallows hard, casting her gaze skyward. Zhaozhao's influence is profound. She senses that the inspiration from the heavens will only incite greater changes into Qi. As these thoughts occupy her mind, a woman suddenly appears, kicking a man beside her and shouting furiously, "You think you can divorce me? Dream on. I demand a separation. You keep a mistress while blaming me for not bearing a son. Haven't you heard from the heavens? Not having a son is your incompetence, you worthless fool. Return my dowry. I want a divorce." Aunt Yu's jaw drops in disbelief. Indeed, the people of Jinxiang are quick learners. Had this been in Shanglu village, witnessing such a scene would not have easily prompted someone to voice a desire for separation. Unfortunately, their carriage soon rolled away, leaving them unable to witness how the matter unfolds or whether the woman would achieve her wishes. The convoy swiftly reaches the inn, where the inhabitants of Shanglu village disembark, curiously surveying their surroundings. They hesitate to wander freely, standing on solid ground. The anxiety of meeting the sovereign resurfaces. Scholar Guo bows politely, inquiring if there are preparations to be made. Before the audience, you must bathe and change your clothes. I will arrange for garments and footwear to be delivered. You have already learned the etiquette aboard the ship. Now it is merely a matter of practice. As for the palace rules, ensure you review them and avoid any taboos. Thank you for the guidance, sir. Once he departs, Lin Lan and the others nervously discuss whether the emperor will summon them today. Uncertain, they decide to proceed with bathing and changing. It is at this moment that the heavens illuminate, revealing news of Zhaozhao's illness. They momentarily forget their belongings, fixating intently on the celestial display. Emperor Jing Xian, attending court, hastens to finalize important state affairs before the heavens brighten. In good spirits today, he has received promising news about cement from Yukanshan. Yet, just as he absorbs this information, the heavens reveal Zhaozhao's ailment. A frown creases his brow. This is not pleasing news. However, when the head of the guards reports that Lin Lan and her companions have entered the city and inquire when they might be summoned, Emperor Jing Xian waves his hand dismissively, indicating another day would suffice. Today, he is not in the mood for audiences. The heavens soon darken again with Zhaozhao's slumber. This has become a routine for the people of Qi, and the sudden change leaves many feeling unsettled. In silence, numerous citizens pray for Zhaozhao's swift recovery, for they prefer her vibrant spirit. After nearly a morning of sleep, Zhaozhao awakens to find Yuan beside her. "Sister, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect to pass it on to you." Yuan feels guilty, gently stroking Zhaozhao's head. "Are you feeling unwell?" "Not anymore. Are you all right, brother?" "The fever has subsided. My nose is still stuffy, and I lack strength." Zhaozhao's temperature has also normalized. Henan Zhou brings lunch upstairs. She has little appetite and eats sparingly. After taking her medicine in the afternoon, Zhaozhao dozes off again. Observing her improved demeanor brings relief to everyone. However, by evening, her temperature rises once more, and after a restless night, she finally falls asleep. Zhaozhao's illness lingers for 3 days before stabilizing. The people of the Qi collectively exhale in relief, noting that while Yuan bounced back quickly, it took Zhaozhao much longer. Some doctors remain unsurprised, explaining that Zhaozhao has expelled the accumulated ailments within her. They believe that under the care of her family, she will recover fully. Nevertheless, such a serious illness has drained Zhaozhao of her vitality. Even with the fever gone, she still feels weak and listless, relying on the sofa for support as she descends the stairs. It is only when Jianyun Sang and Henan Zhou bring in a large box that her eyes brighten with curiosity. "What is this?" Zhaozhao inquires. Jianyun Sang wipes her hands, takes a sip of water, and replies, "Specialty products from Jinwen Village." "Ah, from Jinwen Village? But we didn't inform the villagers before we left. They had prepared gifts, but didn't send them out." They felt compelled to express their gratitude for her help. So they insisted on asking Sister Su Fengrong for the address to send them. Naturally, Su Fengrong would not casually disclose her address. So the villagers decided to leave the items at her home, providing the shipping fees for her to send them. Even the village head agreed, asserting that Jinwen village must not be ungrateful. With such a heavy burden of expectation, Su Fengrong had no choice but to assist in the mailing. There is another box for Sun Huanyu, and we have already called him to come collect it. Sun Huanyu arrives promptly, as Zhaozhao squats on the floor, lazily inspecting the contents of the package. He bursts through the door with exuberance. His sweet tongue first greets Song Jun, praising her grace and youthful appearance, which delights her immensely. He then swiftly joins Zhaozhao, crouching beside her to examine the contents while chattering incessantly. She muses that if Yuan Yuan were here, he and Uncle Sun would surely share many topics of conversation. Observing Zhaozhao's dazed expression, Hinanzhou quickly grabs Sun Huanyu's arm, leading him to the tea room away from them. Let us converse over here. Do not disturb my daughter. Those who once whispered behind his back about the wastrel, indulging only in feasting and frivolity, now find themselves compelled to smile in his presence. Sun Huanyu feels elated. Apologies, this is my first visit to the He residence, and I may have spoken too much. With a sheepish grin, he chuckles. Hinanzhou brews tea and presents a cup to him. Sun Huanyu took a sip. His mood significantly improved. Just as he finished his drink, his phone rang. He glanced down to see a WeChat message, but as he read it more closely, his brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but exclaim a curse. He paused with his teacup in hand, his thoughts suddenly interrupted by the name Hinanzhou. Sun Huanyu quickly raised his head, apologizing for his outburst, admitting he had been too angry to restrain himself. However, he continued, isn't that the husband of Hu Yuyin? Just a scoundrel, refusing to divorce. He even went to Hu Yuyin's family home and got beaten up by her brothers, leaving him with a cut on his lip. Yet he still had the audacity to call the police. That wretch, he San Shao. Do you think I should find someone to deal with him? Turning his head, Sun Huanyu noticed Chaochao standing there, having arrived at some point unbeknownst to him. The little girl tilted her head, listening intently. She then curiously inquired, Uncle Sun, what does it mean to find someone to deal with him? Sun Huanyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that such matters were perhaps inappropriate for children. As he racked his brain for a way to distract her, Chaochao asked again, Auntie Pampan isn't divorced yet? Is divorce difficult? Climbing onto a nearby chair with a worried expression, she continued, what should we do then? Turning to Hinanzhou, she asked, Daddy, is Auntie Pampan also having a hard time getting a divorce? That former uncle is so mean and unreasonable. Hinanzhou chuckled, amused by the multitude of concerns she had. You truly worry about a great many things. You just recovered from your illness, and yet you ponder such matters. He poured her a glass of water and added, Auntie Pampan should be able to obtain her divorce certificate in about 20 days. Chaochao's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Although Sun Huanyu was unfamiliar with who Pampan was, it seemed her divorce wasn't an easy matter either. He leaned forward, eager to glean some insight. He San Shao, how did Chaochao's Auntie Pampan manage her divorce? Please impart your wisdom. It can't be that her lawyer is less capable than yours. Hinanzhou glanced at him, noting that Chaochao was also hanging on his every word, and relented. Pompon's husband, Fang Yingyao, had an affair. The lawyer obtained evidence of his infidelity, including expensive gifts he had bought for his mistress and significant bank transfers. The lawyer suspected he was attempting to hide assets, which led to a lawsuit that froze his funds. He continued, unfortunately for Fang Yingyao, he happened to have a crucial contract at this time. His counterpart was formidable, and he had signed a contract with hefty penalties for failing to deliver on time. He simply did not have the time or energy to drag out the divorce with Jian Pampan. While he could delay for a month, dragging it out for 3 or 6 months would be catastrophic for him. Thus, even though he is unwilling to divorce, he has no choice but to do so. At this moment, he is more eager to divorce than Jian Pampan, and she may end up receiving more assets than she initially anticipated. Sun Huanyu felt somewhat disheartened after hearing this. Although Hu Yuyin's husband was indeed a scoundrel, he did not appear to exhibit signs of infidelity, nor did he possess substantial funds. It seemed he had no relevant reference for his own situation. It would be better to find someone to deal with him, after all. Sun Huanyu's mind was already racing with thoughts, while Emperor Jingxian pondered a bit perplexed. He muttered to himself about a cooling-off period. Was it that divorces had become too frequent and casual in later times, necessitating such a period for couples to reconsider? if someone like Hu Yin were involved. After a month of consideration, who could guarantee the child would still be around? And what did Nanzhou mean by frozen funds? Could funds truly be frozen? How was that even done? Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Chao Qing's voice. Your Majesty, we have arrived. Chapter 188. Emperor Jingxian tests cement. Chao Qing hurriedly assisted him forward, and they soon encountered Yu Kongsheng, who, along with several officials from the Ministry of Works, greeted them. We pay our respects to your Majesty. No need for excessive courtesy. Quickly show me the cement, the emperor urged. They were gathered at Taihe Lake in the Shangling Garden to witness the cement's formation. With Nanzhou's detailed explanation, the Ministry of Works officials had developed a preliminary understanding of cement production. After 4 or 5 days of experimentation, the cement was finally ready. The first attempt had failed, which was to be expected, but Yu Kongsheng was surprised when the second attempt succeeded. The previous afternoon, after consulting with Emperor Jingxian, Yu Kongsheng had brought craftsmen to construct a small pool beside Taihe Lake and applied the cement. As the cement gradually began to set, Yu Kongsheng was filled with excitement and reluctant to leave. However, he could not stay overnight at Taihe Lake, or he would have to remain there like a mushroom. Nevertheless, he arrived early that morning. Emperor Jingxian shared his enthusiasm, as he had no morning court that day and, given Chaochao's recent illness, most of their activities had been confined to the chamber, leaving little new to discuss. Thus, he had not summoned the court for an early meeting and had come straight to see the cement after finishing breakfast. The cement, a miraculous invention beneficial to the nation and its people, was finally within his grasp. Your Majesty, this is the cement that was applied last night, Yu Kongsheng announced, revealing a small pool that resembled the one his uncle had built. The emperor wished to test the pool's capacity to hold water. If it could, it would signify a significant advancement in water management, something he greatly anticipated. He crouched down to examine the cement's hardness. Can I touch it? It has been solidifying for 7 hours, Yu Kongsheng replied. I pressed it with my finger, and it seemed fine. But we cannot know for certain if a heavier object would cause it to crack, such as a card. After a moment of hesitation, Emperor Jingxian pressed down with his hand. The rough, hard texture beneath his fingers provided a tangible sense of reality. I share your concerns, but we will need further testing to determine how long it will last. The emperor stood up and pressed his foot down, applying a bit of force. The onlookers gasped as they saw an imprint left in the cement. Yu Kongsheng's expression turned sour. If it were anyone other than your Majesty, I would have scolded them for stepping on it unnecessarily. What do you think a pool will look like with footprints inside? Though internally exasperated, he maintained an outward demeanor of respect, suggesting, Your Majesty, would you like to try applying the cement yourself? Indeed, not only did Emperor Jingxian personally splash water, but he also had Yu Kongsheng smooth the surface and apply the cement himself. Witnessing his handiwork, the emperor felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Excellent, Minister Yu. Now we shall focus on testing the cement. Once the results are in, we will select merchants for its production and expedite its distribution. I obey your command. Yu Kongsheng replied. The emperor contemplated further and added, First, produce a batch of cement to be sent to Shangliu village. The Chaoyang Charity Institute there is nearly completed. It is perfect for the initial application of cement to strengthen its walls. I will take care of it immediately. Emperor Jingxian was in high spirits. Chaochao's health appeared to be improving. Progress had been made with the cement, and the Chaoyang Charity Institute was on the verge of becoming operational. The earlier vaccination against cowpox had proven successful and was being promoted widely, although they had yet to secure high-yield grains. The maritime ban he had longed for had finally been lifted. Witnessing the great improvements within Qi, how could he not feel joy as the emperor? He turned to Chao Qing. The villagers from Shangliu arrived in the capital 3 days ago, correct? Yes. Good. Summon them to the palace. Chao Qing promptly delivered the order. Meanwhile, at the relay station, Lin Lan and the others, relieved that Chaochao's health was gradually improving, were taken by surprise when they received a summons to meet the emperor. Their smiles froze momentarily. What should we do? We must enter the palace suddenly. What were we supposed to do? They had initially thought they would see the emperor shortly after arriving in the capital, but unexpectedly, they had been at the relay station for 3 days. From initial nervousness to subsequent anxiety, they were at a loss for what to do. Originally, I had contemplated the possibility of wandering the streets after the audience with the sovereign. However, now I find myself devoid of such inclination. During this time, Guo Xiaocai inquired of the escort leading them, who merely replied that they were to await the emperor's decree and need not be overly concerned. Yet, despite such reassurances, it was simply unattainable. Now, as the emperor prepares to summon them, they are beset by a sudden panic. Fortunately, my daily routine of bathing alleviates any concerns about offending His Majesty. In the village of Xiangliu, bathing daily is quite impractical. During the frigid winter, the cold is so severe that a single bath could easily lead to illness. They must wait for favorable weather to cleanse themselves, sometimes going as long as a fortnight without. As a few of them began to tidy their appearances, ensuring they were presentable, they followed the escort to the palace with bated breath. Upon exiting, they encountered Hu Fulai and Jiang Laosan, who had also taken the time to change their attire and groom themselves. Hu Baodun, however, did not accompany them. He had succumbed to a state of confusion, occasionally erupting into sudden screams. His naturally irascible disposition had intensified, and he had taken to destroying objects around him. In such a state, the guards would never dare present him before the emperor. In contrast to Lin Lan and her companion's anxiety, Jiang Laosan and the others exhibited palpable fear. While still imprisoned in the Daolao of Heping County, Hu Fulai and Zheng Shi had naively hoped to petition the emperor for justice after their audience, believing the sovereign would advocate on their behalf. However, the experiences along the way, the attitudes of the guards, and the blow of Hu Baoduan's condition had made them acutely aware that the emperor had sided with the likes of Zhaozhao and Lin Lan from the outset. Not only would they be unable to present their grievances, but they might also lose their very lives. The realization of this grim fate cast a shadow over the expressions of Hu Fulai and Zheng Shi. Chapter 189. The Summons of Lin Lan and Others Within the Palace. An atmosphere of solemnity reigned. Even before laying eyes upon the emperor, the group from Xiangliu was overwhelmed by the oppressive grandeur surrounding them, scarcely daring to breathe. They followed the eunuchs, hands clasped tightly, having been cautioned against glancing about. They hardly dared to lift their gazes. At long last, they entered the grand hall, their limbs trembling. The eunuchs halted, and Lin Lan and her companions came to a standstill, standing in silence. It was impossible to discern how much time had passed when a sharp voice pierced the air, proclaiming the emperor's arrival. Their hearts raced, and they fell to their knees in unison. The emperor, Jing Xuandi, momentarily paused in his steps before continuing with an air of indifference, ascending the dais to take his seat upon the dragon throne. His gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon the young girl on the left. "You are Lin Lan?" Upon hearing her name, Lin Lan instinctively lifted her head, only to recall the escort's admonition and hastily lowered it again, failing to catch a clear glimpse of the emperor's visage, only noting the resplendent yellow dragon robe he wore. Jing Xuandi chuckled softly, reassuring them not to be anxious, as he merely wished to inquire about matters. "Pray tell, what was your first impression of Zhaozhao? What did she share with you? Furthermore, prior to her departure, what were the most significant exchanges you had with her?" "Why, yes, your majesty," Lin Lan stammered, her voice quivering. "I first met Zhaozhao 2 years ago, and it was she who extended her kindness towards me initially. 2 years prior, when Zhaozhao first arrived at the Hu family in Xiangliu, Hu Fulai and Zheng Shi had treated her well, taking her around the village to showcase their affection, hoping that when Zhaozhao's family came to visit, they would be rewarded with favors. Thus, at that time, her provisions were satisfactory. In contrast, Lin Lan, still residing with the old Lin family, was subjected to the oppressive hierarchy, forced to toil while receiving scant sustenance. When Zhaozhao saw her in a state of hunger, she offered Lin Lan the coarse bun she had in her hand. Indeed, during that time, Zhaozhao had cautioned her against drinking unboiled water, though Lin Lan could not articulate the reasoning behind it. As Zhaozhao's circumstances grew dire, she no longer had the luxury to concern herself with the distinction between boiled and unboiled water. Merely finding enough to quench her thirst was a blessing. Jing Xuandi was already aware of these events. Upon Liang Wei's arrival in Xiangliu, he had meticulously gathered information regarding Lin Lan's interactions with Zhaozhao. This information had been compiled and swiftly delivered to the emperor. Now, as he listened once more, he sought to uncover any missed details. Regrettably, what Lin Lan recounted mirrored precisely what had been presented to him. Disappointment flickered across Jing Xuandi's features. Upon hearing Lin Lan's account, he remained silent, causing her to feel increasingly uneasy. The accounts provided were rather mundane, and Liang Wei's reports could not encapsulate every nuance, leaving certain aspects unknown to the emperor. Yet, the more he listened, the more his brow furrowed, and his disdain for Hu Fulai and his spouse deepened. How unfortunate it was that these greedy, foolish, and malevolent individuals had been the first to encounter Zhaozhao. Had any of the others among Lin Lan's companions found her, the young girl would not have endured such hardships. Perhaps they would have recognized her extraordinary origins sooner and reported her to the authorities. The county magistrate of Heping, Gao Hongfei, with his acumen and insight, might have ensured Zhaozhao's swift transfer to the capital, potentially altering the course of Deqi's fate long ago. At the very least, Jing Xuandi was confident that the maritime ban could have been lifted 2 years prior. The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became, and his gaze toward Hu Fulai and his wife turned icy. Lin Lan and her companions were taken aback. It was the first time the emperor had spoken so extensively to them, and his demeanor was surprisingly approachable. Their anxiety began to dissipate. Guo Xiaocai led the group in expressing their gratitude. Noticing the hour was late, Jing Xuandi intended to invite them to dine within the palace. Just then, Chao Qing approached swiftly and whispered, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has been informed of Miss Lin Lan and her companion's presence in the palace and wishes to invite them for a conversation." Jing Xuandi raised an eyebrow, instantly recalling the Empress Dowager's initiative to establish a women's academy. He nodded, acknowledging, "As it is a summons from my mother, you may escort them. However, while the women of the harem could attend, it would be inappropriate for the men to accompany them." Thus, Chao Qing led Guo Xiaocai, Lin Tian, and Deshan to a nearby side hall for tea and refreshments, while Lin Lan and the other ladies were guided by the matron to the inner palace. In an instant, the hall was left with only Hu Fulai, Zhang Shi, Jiang Laosan, and Guangzi. The silence was palpable, and the four felt as if the intense scrutiny upon them could freeze them in place. A chilling draft swept through, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Prior to their arrival, Hu Fulai and Zhang Shi had felt little trepidation, believing the emperor was simply going to pass judgment upon them, and that any further words would be futile. They had little left to cherish, especially with their beloved son in such a state. Yet, when confronted with the formidable presence of the emperor, their resolve crumbled, and they wished to hide from his gaze entirely. Jing Xuandi let out a cold laugh, his voice slicing through the air. "Did you hear the words spoken by Lin Lan and the others? Do you have anything to add?" Jiang Laosan could no longer contain himself. He crawled forward a few paces and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, this humble subject realizes his mistakes. If only your Majesty would spare my life. I would do anything you ask. I beg of you to grant us a chance to atone for our sins." His words prompted the other three to come to their senses, and they began to prostrate themselves in a chorus of pleas for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare us. We can atone for our sins." Jing Xuandi observed their supplication, allowing them to plead until their fervor waned. Only then did he coldly inquire, "How do you propose to atone for your sins?" Chapter 190. In their presence, there is no emperor. A group of individuals exchanged glances. They were merely ordinary villagers from Shang Lu Siyuan, some of whom were even aimless drifters. What accomplishments could they possibly achieve to atone for their past transgressions? Unable to conceive of a solution, a profound sense of despair enveloped them. Zhang Shi, however, was quick to react. Recalling the words spoken earlier by Lin Lan and her companions, she eagerly suggested, "We could recount the events from when Zhaozhao first arrived in Shang Lu Siyuan. Yes, we have spent more time with Zhaozhao and know her better than Lin Lan and the others." Hu Fulai nodded repeatedly in agreement, affirming their familiarity with Zhaozhao. This statement left Jiang Lao, San, and Guangzi at a loss for words. They had interacted with Zhaozhao only a handful of times, during which she had been too frightened of them to utter a word. What to do? What to do? Just as the two were racking their brains for a solution, they heard the voice of Emperor Jingxian from above, evidently intrigued by Zhang Shi's words. "Oh, then do speak." Zhang Shi swallowed hard and hurriedly began. Zhaozhao said she was kidnapped during her birthday banquet, and when she escaped to the mountains, she fainted, awakening at the foot of Shang Lu Siyuan. Emperor Jingxian twirled the jade ring on his finger and scoffed. This matter was mentioned long ago in the Tianmu. Hu Fulai, trembling, interjected. Zhaozhao mentioned that her home is filled with delicious food, and she drinks a glass of milk every morning. That stuff is good for calcium. The emperor grew impatient. "I'm already aware of that. The Tianmu has been displaying her daily meals for many days now. I can see what she eats and drinks. If you truly have nothing of substance to share, then we do. We do. Zheng Shi, fearful of being executed by the emperor's orders, anxiously lifted her head, forgetting to lower her gaze. Zhaozhao said her aunt is an official, and that there is no emperor where they are. The emperor abruptly halted the motion of his ring, his eyes narrowing sharply. What did you just say? Upon witnessing the emperor's expression, Zheng Shi's face turned pale, and she quickly lowered her head. I asked you what you just said. The emperor's demeanor grew grave. Did no emperor mean what he feared? Behind him, Chao Qing's expression also shifted, lowering his head in silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zheng Shi finally spoke again. Zhaozhao also said they have air conditioning in summer and heating in winter. What Zheng Shi continued to say fell on deaf ears for Emperor Jingxian. With a cold expression, he waved his hand, stating, "Imprison them in the dungeon." Chao Qing exhaled deeply and immediately summoned the guards, who dragged the four of them away. Zheng Shi continued to mumble, but was swiftly silenced. Jiang Lao, San, and Kuang Zi sank deeper into despair. If Zheng Shi and her group faced such a fate, did they have any hope of survival? The thought sent a shiver through them, causing them to wet themselves. The guards, visibly disgusted, threw the two into the cell. They lay motionless on the ground, feeling as though their hearts had turned to ashes. Meanwhile, Hu Fu Lai and Zheng Shi, perhaps emboldened by their earlier confrontation with the emperor, sat together, clasping hands in mutual reassurance, telling themselves that they would be fine. The emperor surely wished to learn more about Zhaozhao and would not take their lives, right? Yes, let's not dwell on such thoughts. Zheng Shi nodded repeatedly. But soon her worry returned. What about Bao Dun? He is still at the post, and we have been imprisoned. What will he do? Wu Fu Lai, equally anxious. Ponder for a moment before responding. It's all right. There are Lin Lan and the others. Bao Dun is just a child, and now he is simple-minded. Lin Lan and the old woman Zhou are soft-hearted. Even if they disliked Bao Dun before, they cannot ignore him in his current state. The couple found some solace in their thoughts of Lin Lan and her companions. After their meeting with the Empress Dowager, Lin Lan and Dai Yo were exhilarated. The Empress Dowager announced plans to establish a women's academy, with them as the first batch of students. The prospect of learning to read and write like Zhaozhao ignited a fervor within them. Upon exiting the Empress Dowager's palace and reuniting with Lin Tian and the others, they chattered excitedly about their experiences. Anqiu felt a tinge of envy towards the two young girls. Yet given her age and responsibilities at home with her husband and children, she could not remain in the capital for long. Having visited the capital and received rewards, she was already in a better position than many. Liang Ping lamented, "Why doesn't the Empress Dowager establish a men's academy? It would be beneficial to learn some skills without the need for the imperial examination." Each had their own thoughts. Having encountered the emperor and the Empress Dowager, an opportunity that many would yearn for, and their amiable demeanor elevated everyone's spirits. Even Guo was no exception, spending the journey discussing his impressions and experiences in the palace, entirely overlooking the four individuals who had accompanied them into the palace. Hu Baozun, dragged out by the guards, would have previously been too frightened to move. However, now that he was simple-minded, he dared to resist when the guards attempted to seize him. Observing this, Guo hurriedly approached, inquiring, "My lord, what is happening here?" His Majesty has decreed that the Hu family, Jiang Lao San and Kuang Zi, a total of 5 individuals, are to be imprisoned. The guards, growing irritated with Hu Bao Dun's resistance, suddenly struck him at the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious and dragging him away. Lin Lan and the others stood at the entrance, exchanging bewildered glances. They're being imprisoned now. What did they say to the emperor once we left? Guo, appearing deep in thought, remarked, "I had always assumed that once they arrived in the capital, they would at least face exile." At the outset, Emperor Jingxian had indeed contemplated such a course of action. Chapter 191. The completion of the Chuyang Xiao Institute. For the lives of the Hu family and Jiang Lao San with Kuang Zi, Emperor Jingxian had no immediate intention of taking them. As Zheng Shi had mentioned, their prolonged interaction with Zhao meant that there were matters he wished to ascertain from them. Even if they could not recall vital information at present, one could never know when a crucial detail might emerge. For instance, just moments ago, Zheng Shi had mentioned that in the future, there would be no emperor. Thus, while Emperor Jingxian had initially considered exiling them, he abandoned that notion after the assassination attempt on the ship. Presently, the news regarding Zhaozhao's vow to ensure the safety of Lin Lan and her companions had already been disseminated throughout the capital, and soon it would be known far and wide. It was likely that those who sought to capture Lin Lan and the others would refrain from pursuing them for now, as no one could ascertain whether Tian Mu would offer assistance again. However, this did not imply that attention would not shift to the Hu family. They lacked any form of protection. Emperor Jing Xian was still unclear about the motives of the assassins, but anyone bold enough to snatch individuals from the guards was undoubtedly involved in significant matters, whether it be rebellion or treason. If these individuals were to capture Zheng Shi and extract information about the future without an emperor, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar. It was far too dangerous. Such people were better kept confined within a dungeon. Not only that, but they should be isolated in a separate location. Unfortunately, even if Zheng Shi and the others were silenced, what of Tian Mu? It remained suspended above. And although Zhaozhao had yet to raise the issue of the future emperor, it would inevitably come to light. How would he prevent that? At this moment, Emperor Jing Xian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He could not help but look up at Tian Mu, his face betraying a rare expression of confusion. Would there truly be no emperor in the future? How would governance be managed? Who would decide the great affairs of the realm? How could an emperor simply cease to exist? Your Majesty, Chao Qing cautiously entered. It is time for your meal. Emperor Jing Xian did not respond at this moment. He was even more eager than Zhaozhao for the return of that Ashan. He felt a conflicting desire, wishing for Tian Mu to remain open while fearing that the information it revealed would incite widespread panic. Chao Qing, noticing the emperor's silence, dared not press further. He heard the words from the Zheng family, and at that moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, leaving his hands and feet somewhat numb even now. The Zheng family, with their limited understanding, spoke such words without realizing the implications. Yet he found himself paralyzed with fear at the news. How could there be no emperor? How did future generations manage? In a world without an emperor, prosperity thrived. Everyone was literate and law-abiding, and all were adequately fed and clothed. If such sentiments reached the ears of those with ill intentions, who could predict the chaos that might ensue? Chao Qing dared not even contemplate it. Fortunately, at that moment, a small eunuch approached and whispered something, allowing Chao Qing to breathe a sigh of relief. He stepped forward and softly said, "Your Majesty, Minister Liang has sent word." Chao Qing quickly placed the memorial on the imperial desk. Emperor Jing Xian opened it, and a satisfied expression graced his face. The Xiao Institute in Lu Village has been completed. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It seems that the energy value of Zhaozhao is bound to rise again. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of Zhaozhao's joy echoed from the heavens. Mother, my energy value has increased by 200. Jianyun Sang raised an eyebrow. So much? Zhaozhao nodded vigorously, glancing towards the study. Uncle Sun had not yet departed. After finishing tea in the morning, he stayed for lunch and then went to the study with father. Mother mentioned they were discussing some business. Zhaozhao did not comprehend the concept of business. She simply wanted to share her good news about the increase in energy value with father. However, it seemed inappropriate to interrupt them at this moment. Hearing this, Jianyun Sang was even more astonished. Previous increments had only been in the tens or dozens, barely accumulating to 100. Their analysis suggested that Zhaozhao's personal efforts in doing good deeds brought the highest increases, given that Zhaozhao acted in her name. Even if she performed good deeds across different time and space, the energy value would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. What exactly had Lin Lan and the others done? Zhaozhao had only left behind a few rings. Could it be that they truly amassed a fortune and used the funds to help many? Jianyun Sang found it perplexing. Speaking of which, Zhaozhao's current energy stood at 2007, with 2002 attributed to Lin Lan and her associates. Mother, the wish I made last time has truly come true. Sister Lin Lan and the others must have earned a fortune. Jianyun Sang smiled. Indeed, you and they, though separated by time and space, have continuously supported one another. Your fates remain intertwined. Zhaozhao relished this notion, her eyes sparkling with joy. Under the celestial expanse, Lin Lan and her companions felt their eyes well up. They understood that Zhaozhao's energy increase was not solely due to their influence. I have made a decision, Lin Lan declared, taking a deep breath. This time, the reward bestowed upon me by the emperor, I shall donate a substantial portion to do good in Zhaozhao's name. So will I, me too. The group responded in unison, unaware of the exact rewards the emperor would grant them. However, even the proceeds from selling Zhaozhao's rings would be sufficient for them to live well. Moreover, with Zhaozhao frequently mentioning them, their futures would surely be bright. They still had Zhaozhao's wishes to fulfill. As long as they remained diligent and united, they had no reason to fear a life devoid of prosperity. Dia took a deep breath and turned to Lin Lan, saying, I do not intend to remain in the capital's women's academy any longer. Lin Tian expressed concern. But that is the Empress Dowager's wish. That it is not just them who can learn. Many young women from Huaiping County can as well. The capital is filled with talent, and establishing a women's academy here lacks for scholars. Yet, in Huaiping County, qualified teachers are scarce, if not entirely absent. Would it not be more beneficial to bring 2 willing teachers from the capital to Huaiping County than for them to study here? The group exchanged glances. While her words held merit, you are quite bold, daring to make demands of the Empress Dowager. Lin Tian shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming. After the trip to the capital, it seemed his daughter had undergone significant changes, especially after the assassination attempt. She grew increasingly independent. At least in the presence of the sage, she transformed from nervousness to eloquence quicker than anyone else. Lin Tian felt a swell of pride, yet a tinge of sadness accompanied it. His daughter had matured rapidly, leaving him, as her father, feeling somewhat obsolete. This is precisely what I think. When I actually meet the Empress Dowager, I may not have the courage to speak. Lin Lan raked her fingers through her hair, still feeling anxious. However, upon glancing at Zhaozhao, her courage surged anew. Zhaozhao, with nearly 3,000 energy values, took a nap, awakening feeling significantly rejuvenated. Confident that her fever would not return. As she exited her room, she encountered He Jian and Yuan Yuan entering through the door. Zhaozhao's eyes brightened. Cousin, are you on break? Zhaozhao nodded. I am better now, but I still need to rest at home. You must rest more. You look thinner. I haven't had much of an appetite these past few days, but I don't think I've lost weight. In fact, she felt she had gained some. Her arms now slightly plump. He Jian ruffled her hair, intending to speak, but was interrupted by increasingly loud huffing sounds. He glanced at the small figure beside him, who glared at Zhaozhao with disdain. Confused, Zhaozhao asked, Brother Yuan Yuan, is your nose uncomfortable? My heart is uncomfortable. Zhaozhao immediately grew anxious. What? Your heart? Then we must see a doctor. I will find mother to call for a physician. She turned to leave, but Yuan Yuan firmly held her back. I am hurt because of you. Seeing a doctor is futile. I did nothing. Zhaozhao felt wronged. Yuan Yuan was furious. It's precisely because you did nothing. I came with my brother, and you only have eyes for him, don't you? I've been standing here for ages, and you only talk to him without acknowledging me. I truly should not have. I apologize, Brother Yuan Yuan. The villagers from Jinwen village sent us many delicious treats after my last visit. Shall I take you to enjoy them? Would that ease your heart? Yuan Yuan huffed a couple of times. That's more like it. Just then, Jian Yunsang approached and overheard their exchange, causing her mouth to twitch. One is sweet-talking, the other easily appeased. You two are quite amusing. Watching the 2 children run off hand in hand, He Jian felt somewhat helpless. He handed a bag to Jian Yunsang, saying, Aunt, this is a gift from Tong Yu. Tong Yu, Jian Yunsang took the bag, retrieving 2 jars from within. Chili sauce? She said her grandmother made it herself. Her grandmother's chili sauce is quite delicious, and many people nearby seek her out for it. She asked me to bring you 2 jars, saying she has nothing else of value to offer. Hoping you enjoy it. Jian Yunsang walked to the table, opened a jar, and as soon as she lifted the lid, a fragrant and spicy aroma wafted up, making her mouth water. Even He Jian commented, It does smell good. This is personally for you from Tong Yu. Jian Yunsang took a few slices of bread, handed 2 to He Jian, and then spooned a small amount of chili sauce in the middle before taking a bite, her eyes lighting up immediately. He Jian could not resist trying it as well. She had cousin Tang accompany her to find me. After giving me the chili sauce, she asked me to thank you. And that was all she said. It's delicious. Tong Yu was quite adept at avoiding unnecessary complications. Jian Yunsang understood her concerns. Tong Yu simply wished to complete her high school education peacefully. Given the bullying incidents, she had already fallen behind a semester. And in the coming 2.5 years, she did not want unnecessary misunderstandings to disrupt her. That's good. School life should be simpler. Speaking of Tong Yu, Jian Yunsang could not help but inquire about Ding Henin. Ding Henin, is she the one from the Ding family? A sudden voice intruded upon the moment. Jian Yunsang pushed the spicy sauce forward, and despite Sun Huanyu having only arrived a day ago, he was already quite familiar with everyone. Noticing the bread beside him, he helped himself to 2 slices. Wow, this sauce is delightful. Where can I procure some to sell? It's a gift from a friend. Her family makes it, and it's not available for purchase. Upon hearing this, Sun Huanyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could you introduce me to your friend? What do you intend to do? Collaborate in business, of course. This sauce is delicious and could be mass-produced. We could discuss it further. Jian Yunsang recalled that the Sun family was primarily engaged in the food industry, which might present a genuine opportunity. Old Lady Tong could provide the recipe, allowing for a reasonable profit-sharing arrangement, thus alleviating some of the Tong family's difficulties. However, this was merely a preliminary thought, and Jian Yunsang was hesitant to make any decisions unilaterally. Sun Huanyu was now brimming with enthusiasm. Previously, he had known only indulgence, but now he intended to start with small ventures, gradually learning how to manage a business, lest he be labeled a prodigal son who would squander the Sun family's wealth. He had received high praise from Chaochao, who acknowledged his business acumen and genuine, warm-hearted nature, suggesting that he would undoubtedly thrive in the commercial arena. Satisfied by such commendation, Sun Huanyu, in high spirits and with an appetite whetted by the sauce, couldn't resist requesting 2 more slices of bread. Then, as though struck by a thought, he asked again, "You were just speaking of Ding Han, weren't you? The one from the Ding family? Do you know her? I've seen her a few times. She's quite arrogant, and her reputation in the circle is average. Unlike He Jian, Ding Han was one who actively participated in various events, thus naturally acquainted with someone like Sun Huanyu, who frequented such gatherings. By the way, it seems the Ding family's business has encountered some issues and is under investigation. The old master of the Ding family was so distressed that he ended up in the hospital. Ding Han's father has been making the rounds. Just a couple of days ago, he visited my home and spoke at length with my father, only to leave dejected. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Yunsang and He Jian simultaneously turned their gaze to Zhao. The latter leisurely sipped his water and remarked, "While this sauce is fragrant, its spiciness lingers quite intensely." We haven't uttered a word. Jian Yunsang neither confirmed nor denied. Yet, she understood that it was likely Zhao who had crafted it. Hearing Sun Huanyu's words, Zhao, with a serious demeanor, stated, "If the Ding family were untroubled, how could they be under investigation? This has nothing to do with offending anyone. It is a matter of their own impropriety." "Sun Huanyu, I'm inclined to believe your words." Nevertheless, he quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Ding family engages in tax evasion. They are not virtuous. As the hour grew late, and having spent nearly a full day together, Sun Huanyu prepared to take his leave. "I must be off. Could you spare me a jar of this sauce? I'm not being greedy. It's for the sake of collaboration." What could Jian Yunsang say? She nodded, and he cheerfully took the unopened jar with him. After his departure, Jian Yunsang called Tong Yuer to inform her about the spicy sauce's arrival and mentioned the Sun family's interest in collaboration. Tong Yuer was taken aback. She was aware of the Sun family's food brand, which was a major name, and could hardly believe they had taken notice of her grandmother's homemade sauce. "What should I do?" she asked, somewhat flustered. "Yes, thank you, Teacher Jian," Tong Yuer responded with apparent joy. "If this collaboration materializes, it will ease your burdens and allow you to focus on your studies." After hanging up, Jian Yunsang sent Tong Yuer's contact information to Sun Huanyu, who replied with a grateful emoji. Jian Yunsang initially thought that the arrangement would take time, but to her surprise, Sun Huanyu acted swiftly. That very day, he scheduled a meeting with Tong Yuer, and by the next morning, she visited the Sun family's corporate building, where they discussed matters for 2 hours before deciding to sign a contract. In truth, had Tong Yuer been more knowledgeable, their conversation might not have required such an extensive duration, as Sun Huanyu had engaged an assistant to explain key information to her. It was still only 10:30 in the morning when Jian Yunsang received a phone call, catching her off guard as she was in the kitchen preparing snacks for Zhaozhao. Upon hearing Tong Yuer's words, she nearly spilled the milk she was pouring. "Is Sun Huanyu really that efficient?" Tong Yuer's voice was tinged with excitement. "Teacher Jian, do you think these terms are acceptable? A verbal agreement does not disadvantage you, but we should scrutinize the contract, as some may contain additional clauses that could easily be overlooked. Please take a moment to rest. I'll send someone over to assist you." "All right." Jian Yunsang quickly arranged for someone to help, after which she decided not to interfere further. At least based on what Tong Yuer had shared, it seemed Sun Huanyu had not taken advantage of her. She hung up, smiled, and carried the tray towards the study. At this moment, Zhaozhao was in the study, learning to read with He Jian. She cherished the time spent with her older cousin, as he explained things in a manner she could easily grasp, allowing her to learn quickly. Her mother had mentioned enrolling her in kindergarten after the new year, but she felt completely unprepared. During her visit to the kindergarten, she observed that all the children seemed quite adept. She wished not to be the last in her class. Now that He Jian had completed his exams and had no pressing matters, he was teaching her at home. Yuan found their behavior perplexing. It was winter vacation, a time meant for play and revelry. Who in their right mind would choose to study? Upon seeing He Jian and Zhaozhao head towards the study, he regarded them as if they were mad. Shaking his head, he hurried away to find friends to play with, resolutely avoiding the company of such studious companions, lest he catch the learning bug. Jian Yunsang entered the study, placed the tray on the table, and said to the two, "Study for half an hour, then take a break and have some snacks. Balance is essential, especially since Zhaozhao has just recovered from illness and should not overexert herself." Zhaozhao looked up and smiled at her. "I'll finish writing these characters first." "All right." Jian Yunsang set down her things and prepared to leave, but just as she stepped out of the door, Zhaozhao suddenly stood up. Both Jian Yunsang and He Jian were taken aback. "What is it, Zhaozhao?" Chapter 194. 470s of energy value. Jian Yunsang recognized the expression on Zhaozhao's face, one familiar with surging energy value. However, there was a slight difference. He Jian, ever considerate, stood up and said, "Well, I need to make a phone call too. You two carry on." With that, he passed Jian Yunsang and exited the study. She closed the door behind him and approached Zhaozhao, whispering, "Has your energy value increased again? Is something amiss? Your expression seems strange." Zhaozhao nodded vigorously, her breath quickening. "Yes, it has increased several times." "Several times?" This unusual occurrence startled Zhaozhao, and she momentarily forgot about her older cousin, eager to confide in her mother. Jian Yunsang's expression shifted. "For 70s? That's quite a lot." "Yes." Zhao nodded emphatically. "And it makes a buzzing sound." Jian Yunsang pondered. "Does this mean the energy values have surged from another timeline? 110 and 470s? That's an additional 290 in just one morning. What on earth did your sister Lin Lan and the others do? Or could it be that something related to Zhaozhao occurred in the ancient times that they are unaware of? But what could that possibly be?" Zhaozhao had remained in Shanglu village for 2 years, never leaving the village, and, among those she knew, the most she could claim was a handful of villagers, with only Lin Lan and her friends being close companions. Could it be that the commotion caused by Shan before Zhaozhao's departure was the catalyst? Did it intentionally manifest a light, leading the ancient people to believe Zhaozhao was a celestial child, causing the villagers to revere her as if she possessed divine abilities? Upon reflection, such a possibility did not seem far-fetched. Perhaps it is not only the residents of Shangliu village who have heard of such matters. Even the people from nearby villages and the county town are aware of it. This group has suddenly become formidable, and if they were to perform good deeds in the name of Zhaozhao, it would be entirely reasonable for their energy values to increase. However, the close ties between Lin Lan and her companions with Zhaozhao only served to intensify people's speculation. Jun Sang could only think this way. Otherwise, it would be utterly inexplicable. At this moment, beneath the vast sky, Lin Lan and her companions could only manage a bitter smile. They truly had not yet had the opportunity to do anything. Yet unexpectedly, Zhaozhao's mother had attributed the credit to them. They were also quite curious about how the energy values had surged. Fortunately, Guoxiuzai was quick-witted, according to the timeline. It was likely due to the completion of the Chaochao Institute. Indeed, the Cio Institute in Shangliu village had just been finished. The Chaochao Institute had its beams raised yesterday, which explained Zhaozhao's increase of 200 energy values. As the first Chaochao Institute in the Great Qi Dynasty, it had been the focal point of public discussion since its site selection. Subsequently, when Emperor Jingxian permitted wealthy families to make donations, the news spread even further. Many were eagerly anticipating the day the institute would officially open. During the beam-raising ceremony yesterday, Gao Hongfei and Liang Wei had both come to participate, making Shangliu village quite lively for a time. Today, the institute officially began to receive children, the first of whom was the nearest, Chaochao, guided by Yu Chai. The little one felt a mix of apprehension and excitement. Ever since he learned that he would be living here, he had often sneaked over to take a look. Unfortunately, there had always been someone guarding the entrance, even at night, so he could only gaze from the outside, unaware of what lay within. Now, as he stepped through the main gate, Chaochao could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The layout of the Xiao Institute had been specially designed, featuring a courtyard in the center, a grand hall in front, and large rooms on either side. Yu Chai explained to him that the side rooms were where they would engage in activities, study, learn skills, and do small tasks. Chaochao paused, gripping Yu Chai's hand tightly. Village chief uncle, will we really be able to study and learn to read? Of course, Yu Chai replied, but our conditions are limited. It won't be like the private school in the neighboring village that offers specialized instruction. You will need to rely on your own initiative to learn as much as you can. Do you understand? Yu Chai had already inquired with Liang Wei and learned that the institute had hired a teacher who was merely an old student, not a scholar or degree holder. However, now that everyone could see the sky, after Zhaozhao began her studies, they would also be able to learn characters by following along with the sky. Since the advent of the sky, the children of the Great Qi Dynasty had already learned much. For instance, Zhaozhao was currently learning characters alongside her older cousin. Chaochao felt a surge of excitement. I will study diligently, he quietly added to himself like Zhaozhao. Yu Chai chuckled, continuing to lead him deeper inside. Behind the main hall lay the backyard, where a row of rooms served as their sleeping quarters, all 2 stories high. Would you prefer to sleep upstairs or downstairs? Yu Chai asked. Chaochao was perplexed. Can I choose? Yu Chai whispered to him. First come, first served. You're the first child to move into the Chaochao Institute, so you can choose. Then, I want to sleep upstairs. He had never been on the 2nd floor and had no idea what it was like. All right, then you'll stay upstairs. Any child over 4 years old who can climb the stairs by themselves is allowed to stay on the 2nd floor. Chaochao had just turned 4 and was steady on his feet. Climbing stairs posed no problem for him. Yu Chai brought Chaochao upstairs and opened the door to the first room. The room was relatively spacious, with a large communal bed. The institute would not provide individual beds like one would find at home. However, there were several cabinets for the children to store their belongings, along with wash basins and other daily necessities. Each bed on the communal bed had a set of blankets. Seeing the thick blankets, Chaochao's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but reach out to touch them. They were even better than what he had at home. Indeed, after the beam raising yesterday, he had seen several horse-drawn carts bringing supplies to the institute. So, the bulging items tied to those carts were cups and basins and the like. Chapter 195. The Xiao Institute begins to admit orphans. Chaochao looked up again. The light on the 2nd floor was quite good, and the windows were large. However, to prevent children from falling, the windows had been fitted with secure railings, making it impossible for heads to stick out. Chaochao walked to the window and realized he was a bit too short to see out, revealing only his head. Yu Chai lifted him up, allowing the little one to gaze outside. He was somewhat taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Viewing the world from such a height was a novel experience. The window faced the backyard, which contained a large open area. Yu Chai explained, this space is designated for vegetable cultivation. In the future, you will all assist the aunties of the institute in planting vegetables and tidying up the courtyard. Understood? Understood. Chaochao nodded vigorously. The backyard was vast, not only suitable for growing vegetables, but also equipped with a slide. It resembled the one Zhaozhao played on in the sky, though it was less refined, yet still tempting. There was also a swing set and a small wooden horse. Chaochao's eyes sparkled. He adored this place. Yu Chai smiled and asked, would you like to take a stroll in the backyard? Chaochao nodded, but just as they descended the stairs, a bustling sound emerged from outside. Yu Chai halted, guiding Chaochao in another direction towards the main entrance. It was Yihua, Lin Lan's mother, holding her daughter and peering inside. Behind her stood 7 or 8 individuals, all current staff members of the Xiao Institute. The institute frequently encountered abandoned infants, which is why Yihua had been hired as a wet nurse. Additionally, there was Zhou Laopa's married daughter, Zhou Degu, Liang Ping's mother, and the older sister of Dia, all employed at the institute. The remaining individuals were also from the village or nearby, known for their kindness and diligence. The teacher, a student by the surname Chao, had also arrived, carrying bedding, intending to stay here. There were indeed accommodations for employees in the backyard. Yu Chai hurriedly took the luggage from the teacher's hands, smiling as he welcomed everyone inside. "You are all here. Please come in." The group followed him through the door. Unlike Xiao, they had been present during the beam raising the day before and had helped tidy up the rooms, so they were quite familiar with the layout. Once inside, they began to organize the space with ease. The teacher, Mr. Chao, approximately 40 years of age, had been selected by Gao Hongfei. He was not merely a bookish scholar. At that moment, he was efficiently moving tables and chairs while chatting with Yu Chai. "I will be at the entrance registering. I wonder how many people will come today," he remarked, already preparing ink to write down Xiao Shidu's household registration. Just as he finished writing, Liang Wei and Gao Hongfei arrived. Following them, besides the guards, were 4 children, all girls, the eldest appearing no older than 7. Gao Hongfei stated, "Please register these girls first. They're orphans from the county town. 1 is 7, 2 are 5, and 1 is 4. He briefly outlined their circumstances, and Mr. Chao promptly recorded the details. Since they were personally brought by the county magistrate, there would be no issue with their admission to the CO Institute. The 4 children were exceedingly frail, their clothes tattered, and their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Their small hands tightly clasped together. Upon witnessing the scene, Hihua hurriedly approached Aunt Zhou, gently and patiently addressing the children. "Do not be afraid. Have you had breakfast yet? We are currently cooking porridge. If you are hungry, you can have some shortly." The children remained silent, until the eldest among them, a 7-year-old girl, timidly replied, "We have eaten. The county magistrate provided us with steamed buns, which were quite delicious." Hihua smiled and said, "Then let us go inside for a moment. Your clothes are tattered and not warm enough. May I fetch you some new ones?" The children remained still, prompting Hihua to ponder and then inquire, "Do you know where this place is? Do you understand you will be residing here?" The children recalled what Gao Darun had mentioned, that this was the Ciu Yuan. However, they were puzzled, as they believed Ciu Yuan should be located in the county town, not in a village, which instilled a sense of fear in them. Hihua continued to smile. "Yes, this is indeed the Ciu Yuan, established in the name of Zhaozhao. This is Shanglu Village, the place where Zhaozhao once lived." Zhaozhao. The children, having seen the sky, were well acquainted with Zhaozhao's situation. The moment they learned that this Ciu Yuan was founded for Zhaozhao, their unease dissipated significantly. Compared to Gao Hongfei, it seemed that the elusive Zhaozhao inspired greater trust in their hearts. Thus, upon hearing the origin of the Ciu Yuan, they hesitated for a brief moment before obediently following Hihua through the gate. The children quickly settled in, gazing with curiosity at everything within the Ciu Yuan, growing increasingly fond of it. Like Xiao too, they chose the 2nd floor as their residence. For these children, their previous homes had been dilapidated, let alone a house with multiple floors. Standing in the room on the 2nd floor, they felt a surge of excitement. Observing them, Xiao too couldn't help but feel envious. At that moment, Zhaozhao in the sky suddenly stood up and nervously approached Jian Yunsang, excitedly sharing that her energy level had surged 4 times. In contrast to her apprehension, Jing Xiandi exhaled deeply, feeling refreshed. Without much thought, he surmised that the increase in energy was connected to the Ciu Yuan. Other officials also felt a wave of excitement. The Grand Tutor remarked, "It appears that the establishment of the Ciu Yuan is indeed a great merit. Your Majesty, now that the Ciu Yuan in Shanglu Village is complete, should we consider extending this initiative to other locations?" Jing Xiandi nodded and inquired of the Minister of Revenue, "How much silver can the Treasury currently allocate?" "Your Majesty, since the cement has yet to be utilized, the profits from the sky can support the construction of 30 larger Ciu Yuans without issue. However, the ongoing maintenance and expenses may be somewhat strained. The Ciu Yuan is not merely about construction. The subsequent needs for the children's sustenance and care represent significant expenditures. In truth, the income from ventures like faucets and charcoal pencils, initiated by the sky, has already amounted to a considerable sum. The challenge lies in the substantial costs associated with the research and development of those innovations. With such financial inflow and outflow, little remains." Chapter 196. The unstoppable rise of energy levels. Jing Xiandi contemplated for a moment, deciding to proceed with the establishment of 30 Ciu Yuans for now. Once completed, the cement should also be marketable. He instructed the Ministry of Rights to select the locations for these 30 establishments. Several ministers immediately assented. Chao Qing responded promptly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Liang Wei was also observing the sky. Upon learning of Zhaozhao's energy increase, he exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Hongfei, contemplating the implications for the Ciu Yuan. Thus, each additional child accommodated in the Ciu Yuan could potentially yield an increase of 70 energy levels. That is quite substantial. As they spoke, a few officials arrived to report that 5 or 6 more children had come to the village entrance, eager to enter the Ciu Yuan upon hearing the news. Bring them in. After verifying their situations, if all is in order, arrange for their accommodation, he instructed. The officials swiftly brought the children over, 6 in total, comprising 2 boys and 4 girls. One of the girls was accompanied by an adult, who explained that the little girl was her neighbor. The adult lamented that the child had no relatives to care for her, and the neighbors could only occasionally provide a meal. Due to bullying in the village, there was concern that as the child grew older, she might fall victim to the intentions of irresponsible individuals. Hearing about the Ciu Yuan that specifically sheltered orphans, the adult decided to bring her to try her luck. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, clearly indicating a deep bond with the child. Gao Hongfei refrained from saying much, merely instructing the officials to verify the details. The same procedure applied to the other children. Inquiries were made, and only those who met the requirements were allowed to stay. The Ciu Yuan's policy was to accommodate children under the age of 10, although exceptions could be made for special circumstances. However, he did ensure that the young boy left his name and address, promising that if any work arose suitable for children, they would be prioritized. The boy nodded, thanked Gao Hongfei, and left, carrying provisions. Watching his departing figure, Gao Hongfei sighed, wishing that the Qi could reach a point where these children could enjoy better lives. Liang Wei shot him a sidelong glance, cautioning Gao to run. Be mindful of your words. Gao Hongfei, conceding, responded, there is little more I can do. He instructed Chao Fu Zi to take note of this, while the neighbor, relieved that the child had found a safe haven, assured her, you can rest easy here. I will often come to check on you. I will keep an eye on your home. Just as she finished speaking, Chao Fu Zi interjected, the government will manage the child's house. You need not concern yourself with it. The neighbor was taken aback, standing abruptly. What did you say? The government will manage the house? But Chao Fu Zi's skeptical gaze fell upon her. Do you mean to say that now that the child is in the Ciu Yuan, you wish to claim her house for yourself? That is impossible. The government will take over the property. When the child grows up, the house will be returned to her. The neighbor, muttering in dissatisfaction, departed. Gao Hongfei raised an eyebrow and remarked to Liang Wei, indeed, our initial decision was correct. If children with family assets are not taken over by the government, they would eventually be entirely divided among relatives and neighbors. He then turned his attention to the other children, just as a few children were led inside for porridge. A series of notifications regarding energy level increases echoed from Zhaozhao's end. The little girl was taken aback, wondering how it could rise so dramatically in such a short time. Now reaching an increase of 201. She felt a pang of worry and asked Mother, with such a sudden surge, could something have happened to Lin Lan, Jie, and the others? Not at all. Have you forgotten this is a charitable system? Only good deeds lead to increases. If something truly were to happen, the energy levels might actually decrease, she reassured Zhaozhao. With this, Zhaozhao finally felt at ease. After her nap, she cheerfully headed to the study to continue her lessons with He Zhiyan. She had already learned over 10 characters that morning and could write them as well. Her cousin praised her for her prowess, motivating her to learn just as much in the afternoon. However, once she left, Jianyun sang, and He and Zhou gradually withdrew their smiles. What was truly happening in Shanglu village? The energy levels were rising far too extravagantly, having already increased by 209 in the morning and another 201 in the afternoon, totaling 500 for the day. Previously, that amount could have fulfilled half of Zhaozhao's wishes. I can't shake the feeling that something unexpected might be occurring over there in ancient times, she mused. Initially, she speculated whether someone was venerating Zhaozhao, but upon reflection, she found that unlikely. However, separated by time and space, they had no means to verify the truth. In fact, it was not only they who were puzzled. Many common folk in Qi were equally bewildered. They could only watch as Zhaozhao's energy levels soared rapidly, and from their comments, it seemed that this increase was somehow linked to the Qi. Surely it could not be that Lin Lan had done something to cause this? Miss Lin Lan hails from a small village, and regardless of her immense energy, it is unlikely that it could rise by more than a few dozen, let alone 100, much less 501 go. I suspect the court has taken some action. There are rumors circulating among the itinerant merchants, who recall hearing that the court had issued an edict to establish a charity orphanage in Shanglu village, named after Chaochao. Considering the timeline, it is possible that the orphanage has already been completed and is now beginning to take in children. The beggars from Huaiping County share similar thoughts. Among them is an 11-year-old child who purses his lips, tightens his fingers slightly, and then heads towards Shanglu village. Upon the beggar's arrival at Shanglu village, he finds a considerable crowd at the village entrance. Most are merely there to observe, hailing from neighboring villages or the vicinity of Huaiping County, curious to see the newly established orphanage. Unfortunately, entry is forbidden as the village entrance is guarded. The orphanage is not an exhibition hall with so many people inside. It would be distressing for the children. The crowd can only speculate, with several children quietly inquiring about the orphanage's admission criteria. The beggar blends into the throng, but the more he listens, the more despondent he becomes. Emerging from the crowd, he scans the surroundings and suddenly dashes toward a less guarded area. However, just a few steps in, he is apprehended by a constable who grabs him by the collar, frowning and demanding to know what he is doing and who permitted him to sneak in. The beggar turns his head, flashing a sycophantic smile and saying, "Sir, I meant no harm. I merely heard that the orphanage has opened and came to bring you a child." The constable furrows his brow, asking, "What child?" The beggar slightly turns his body, loosening his garment to reveal a child bound within his tattered clothing. With one hand, the beggar unties the bindings and thrusts the child into the constable's arms, explaining, "This child has no parents, no relatives, and no home. She is a pitiful orphan, only 3 years old, meeting the orphanage's admission criteria. If you accept her, I will take my leave." After casting a glance at the child, he turns to flee. "Where do you think you're going? You brought the child here and now want to run off? Are you guilty? Is there something wrong with this child's background?" The beggar immediately shakes his head, insisting there is nothing wrong with her. The constable, however, suddenly senses something amiss. Looking down to see that the child in his arms has a flushed complexion, labored breathing, and an abnormal temperature. He frowns and asks the beggar, "Is she ill?" "Yes. She seems to have a bit of a fever," the beggar replies. The constable, still holding the child, keeps a firm grip on the beggar, instructing, "You will come with me." When the beggar attempts to break free, the constable warns, "If you dare run, I will drop this child." The beggar immediately ceases his struggle and follows the constable to the orphanage. Upon seeing him, the beggar instinctively shrinks his neck, his face filled with anxiety. The constable briefly explains the situation, and Liang Wei's gaze falls upon the beggar, who instinctively offers a flattering smile. The orphanage has yet to appoint a regular physician, but to prepare for emergencies, Gao Hongfei has brought Dr. Han from the county medical clinic, who is currently inside examining the health of several children already admitted to the orphanage. The constable carries the unconscious child inside. The beggar breathes a sigh of relief, only to meet Liang Wei's sharp gaze. His heart trembles, and his smile becomes even more ingratiating. Liang Wei inquires, "Who are you? And what is your relation to this child? What is your purpose here?" "I have no relation to her. I found her in an abandoned temple. Seeing her so young and without a home, I brought her here," the beggar stammers. "Is that so?" Liang Wei perceives the lie. However, the beggar's weak demeanor offers no refuge from Liang Wei's scrutiny. In a matter of moments, he divulges all pertinent information. The fever child is, in fact, the beggar's younger sister. The two siblings rely on one another, surviving through begging in the county. Yesterday, while his sister was collecting alms, she was kicked into a lake by a drunken man. After rescuing her, her health deteriorated and she developed a high fever this morning. With only a few coins to his name, he was left with no choice but to carry her to the clinic, begging for medicine. The clinic, however, is not a charity, and the apprentice quickly turned them away. With no other options, the beggar resorted to the method he had seen Jian Yun Sang use to cool down Chaochao a few days prior, and it seemed to help at first. But the fever returned swiftly. As he prepared to carry his sister to the orphanage, he recalled hearing about its imminent opening and rushed over. Finding that the orphanage was willing to treat her, he kneels before Liang Wei, expressing his gratitude. "Sir, I speak only the truth." "Then simply bring the child over." "Why the need to run?" And why claim that she is not your kin? The beggar lowers his head and mutters, I heard that the orphanage only accepts orphans without any support, but my sister still has a brother. I feared she wouldn't qualify, and you might turn her away. If that were to happen, she could lose her life. Liang Wei assures him, understood. The Chaoyang Charity Orphanage will accept your sister. He turns to Master Chao and instructs, please record the child's situation. Yes, Master Chao replies. The beggar's face breaks into a genuine smile, and he repeatedly bows his head in gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Afterward, he glances longingly at the entrance of the orphanage, wishing to see his sister one last time, but fears that lingering too long might jeopardize her treatment. Ultimately, he steels himself, wipes away a tear, and declares, I will take my leave. Thank you. As he turns to depart, Liang Wei calls after him, stop. You shall remain at the orphanage. The beggar pauses, astonished me, but I'm already 11 years old. The orphanage can relax its admission criteria for individuals with disabilities. Master Chao looks up in surprise, scrutinizing the beggar closely, only to notice that one of his sleeves is empty. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, Chaochao halts her drinking, astonished, and says to Jian Yunsang, suddenly, it has increased by 200. Jian Yunsang lifts her head, asking, 200? Or was it that persistent sound? Chaochao is oblivious to the details, but says, Mama, today our energy value is 700, right? Jian Yunsang exhales slowly, nodding her head, yes. And it is still only a little past 3 in the afternoon. Though she remains unaware of the happenings in the ancient world, she senses that today's surge may not have reached its zenith. With growing unease, Jian Yunsang cannot help but feel anxious. Chaochao notices her worry and takes her hand, reassuringly saying, Mama, don't fret. After all, an increase in energy value is a good thing. Isn't it? The more energy we accumulate, the sooner Ashan will awaken, and then we will understand what has transpired, right? The sweet and considerate girl softens Jian Yunsang's heart. Kneeling down, she gently pats Chaochao's hair, affirming, yes, you are right, Chaochao. It seems I've been overthinking. Watching Chaochao's retreating figure, Jian Yunsang releases a sigh, resigning herself to the situation. Meanwhile, Liang Wei gazes in astonishment at the beggar before him. Upon realizing the astonishing situation, Master Chao could not help but set down his pen, feeling utterly incredulous. They all understood that Chaochao's sudden surge in energy value was due to the agreement to shelter the beggar. Yet, while the other children possessed merely 70 energy points, he had inexplicably amassed over 200. Liang Wei beckoned him over. The beggar, perplexed, approached. Liang Wei scrutinized him. His face was grimy, his clothing unidentifiable in origin, tattered and oversized, providing no warmth. When the wind blew, he instinctively shrank his neck and shivered, his eyes slightly squinted, perhaps accustomed to his plight. He instinctively displayed a servile smile upon meeting another's gaze. His left sleeve hung emptily, revealing only half an arm, and he had stumbled slightly while walking, suggesting he had suffered injuries to his feet. There appeared to be no noticeable differences. No, there were indeed some. This 11-year-old boy, possessing only one intact arm, had survived alongside his 3-year-old sister. His sister, gravely ill, did not merely await death, but resolutely carried the child to the orphanage. After ensuring his sister was sheltered, though reluctant, did not look back and decisively turned away. Perhaps there was something truly extraordinary about him, which could account for his elevated energy value. What is your name? The one-armed boy. Oddly, hadn't he this adult already inquired? Liang Wei paused and clarified, I meant your original name, not your current nickname. Yihuai. Yihuai. Liang Wei pondered for a moment, before fleeing to Huaiping County. Did your family fare well? Yihuai pressed his lips together, lowered his head, and slowly nodded. Yes, my family engaged in a small business and operated a shop. My father intended to send me to a private school, but he did not have the chance. Liang Wei then asked, what is your sister's name? Yizi. Liang Wei, after posing a few questions, permitted him entry into the orphanage. You may go see your sister now. If there are any issues, seek out Aunt He, who will arrange accommodations for you and your sister. However, the orphanage separates boys and girls, so you will not be able to reside together in the future, understand? Understood. Yi Huai's eyes sparkled. Not sharing a room was acceptable as he could still see and care for his sister during the day, allowing him to remain in the orphanage without separation. That was sufficient. He felt immensely content. Yi Huai excitedly entered the orphanage, eager to see Yi Ji. Liang Wei observed his retreating figure, pondering his thoughts. Master Chao quietly spoke. Sir, does Yi Huai possess any peculiarities? Furthermore, why has Yi Ji, who also consented to be sheltered, not seen an increase in energy value? Could it be that she remains in danger? Fortunately, by evening, clarity emerged. Following Dr. Han's treatment, although Yi Ji's fever fluctuated, she finally regained consciousness by nightfall. Still somewhat dazed, Dr. Han exhaled in relief and addressed Yi Huai, who had been vigilantly watching without taking a meal, saying, "She has temporarily escaped danger. You should wash your face and eat something to avoid falling ill yourself." Yi Huai rubbed his eyes and smiled widely. "I will go shortly." He then patted his sister's head, whispering a few comforting words. After coaxing Yi Ji to take her medicine, he proceeded towards the door, feeling famished. Just as he stepped outside, he heard several children at the orphanage gasping at the sky. Chaochao's energy value has surged again. Yi Huai was taken aback. His thoughts had been solely on his sister, and he had scarcely paid attention to the sky today. To his astonishment, it had increased so significantly. However, regardless, this was good news, was it not? Lost in these thoughts, he saw Master Chao rushing toward him. He glanced at Yi Huai, then at Dr. Han, asking, "I heard Yi Ji just escaped danger?" "Yes, why? What is it?" Master Chao closed his eyes, thinking to himself, as expected. This surge of 500 energy points was indeed due to Yi Ji. What is the origin of this brother-sister duo? That among all the children taken in by the orphanage, only they stand apart? Not only are they different, but their energy values are also astonishingly high, one equivalent to 5 or 6 others. Yi Huai felt uneasy under his gaze and instinctively displayed a servile smile. "Master Chao, is something the matter?" Master Chao took a deep breath, shook his head, and smiled. "It's nothing, nothing at all. You should go eat." Yi Huai left, his face full of perplexity. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when Liang Wei approached, inquiring of Dr. Han with the same question. Yi Huai grew uncertain. The unusual behavior of these two made him worry that he and his sister might again be expelled from the orphanage. The little girl was exceedingly frail, appearing barely 3 years old, and seemed utterly unremarkable. Liang Wei sighed softly. She is too young to exhibit any distinctive traits. Yet, unbeknownst to Liang Wei, the fragile girl before him, who appeared as if a gust of wind could topple her, would, many years hence, stand upright in the court, eloquently discussing matters, becoming the first female official of the Qi. Eventually, she ascended the ranks to the position of prime minister, supporting the first female emperor of the Qi's ascension, thus establishing an era of female governance in the Qi and advocating for the welfare of countless women. Her brother, Yi Huai, through diligent study and experimentation with the information and images provided by the celestial canopy, crafted a mechanical arm comparable to a real one. Not only did he equip himself with a prosthetic that allowed him to move freely, but he also enabled many individuals into Qi who had lost limbs to regain normal functionality. The siblings did not squander the nurturing they received from the orphanage. Indeed, once they had the means, they continued to fund its operations, providing a haven for more homeless children. None could foresee such outcomes. Naturally, Liang Wei lacked the gift of foresight, yet he urged Master Chao, who also harbored suspicions, to keep a close watch on their situation and report any developments promptly. However, he cautioned against overt favoritism to avoid any unintended complications. Master Chao acquiesced, and Liang Wei departed the orphanage. In modern times, at the He residence, the night had grown quite late, yet Chaochao lay in bed, unable to sleep. She extended her fingers and began to count. 209, 201, 200, 500, altogether. Mama, I have run out of fingers. How much have I increased today? Jian Yun sang, having been numbed since hearing the 500 increase that evening, chuckled at Chaochao's confusion. 1,002 now. Your total energy value has reached 3,009. Chaochao gasped. So much. Indeed, quite a substantial amount. Even Nanzhou found it astonishing. At this rate, she might surpass 10,000 in no time. Jian Yunsang replied, Surely not. It cannot be that every day will see such a dramatic increase. However, the following day, Chaochao's energy value continued to rise steadily. Jian Yunsang was at a loss for words upon learning this. Not only did the second day mirror this trend, but the third day did as well. News of the establishment and operation of the Chaoyang orphanage in Lu village had spread through word of mouth, becoming known to an increasing number of people. Had it not been for the slow means of communication and poor transportation, even more children would have been sheltered. Nevertheless, the influx of children had remained uninterrupted. Chaochao, on the first and second days, still pondered the implications, but by the time she heard the familiar 70, she could calmly continue with her activities. Occasionally, the increase surpassed 70. Sometimes it reached 80, other times 100 or 120. Yet the majority remained within the bounds of the initial two increases, accompanied by the announcements of rising energy values. Chaochao studied in the mornings with Hejian and began preparing for the New Year's goods with her grandmother, Zhaozhao, in the afternoons. Throughout the entire New Year, she could change her attire daily. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, the Siyuan welcomed more than 30 children, resulting in an energy value increase of 3,000 just from the children's accommodations. In addition, the Chaoyang Charity Foundation, managed by Zhao, contributed an additional 600 energy points. The total energy value has now reached 6,300. Upon seeing this figure, Jian Yunsang and the others fell into a contemplative silence, while Zhaozhao was exhilarated, thinking that if they could reach 10,000, Ashen might awaken. After the new year, she resolved to continue doing good deeds to expedite the process. Listening to Zhaozhao's innocent and melodious voice, Hipu affectionately ruffled her hair and advised the others to refrain from overthinking, as his elder sister-in-law would soon arrive, prompting them to tidy up. Elder sister-in-law Tang Muhan arrived with her two sons for the reunion dinner. Yuan was dressed in a brand-new outfit, carrying a large bag filled with various items. Upon entering, he called out to Zhaozhao, "Sister, after dinner, shall we go set off fireworks?" "All right." Although the He family celebrated simply, the New Year's Eve dinner was still distinct from their usual meals, featuring more abundant ingredients and dishes than usual. Even the number of chefs had increased by 3, with the menu spanning several pages. Not to mention the exotic fruits and seafood flown in from various regions, which could hardly fit on the table. Zhaozhao cherished the New Year festivities. During her time in Shanglu village, although the Hu family had little to offer, there were still a couple of meat dishes more than usual. In Shanglu village, there was a saying that children should not be scolded or made to work during the new year, lest the entire year ahead be fraught with misfortune. Hu Fulai and Zheng Shi firmly believed in this. Thus, while they would often reprimand Zhaozhao at other times, their demeanor towards her softened considerably on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, even exhibiting a hint of kindness, preventing Hu Baodun from hitting her. In good spirits, they would allow her to enjoy some treats. Although she still wasn't permitted to eat meat, at least she could have a hearty meal. In those moments, her anticipation for the new year was immense, and now it was even greater. Before dusk fell, the sounds of firecrackers began to fill the air. Although Jinfo Mountain Villa was not designated for fireworks, they could still be set off a little farther away. Thus, the raucous noises reached their ears clearly, and stepping outside would reveal the dazzling fireworks not far off. The He family joyously gathered for their reunion dinner, and the two children ate swiftly. Yuan hopped off the table and took Zhaozhao's hand, exclaiming, "Let us go set off fireworks, sister." Yuan referred to small fireworks that children could hold or place on the ground to spin around, which they could enjoy in the courtyard. However, just as they reached the entrance, the property management called to inform them about a local delivery. "Local delivery?" Hipu inquired. "Do you know who sent it?" The property manager glanced at the slip and replied, "It was from a Mr. Sun Huanyu." The He family exchanged puzzled looks, wondering what could possibly be sent on New Year's Eve. Hipu glanced at Zhao, asking if it was an important document. Zhao was uncertain, but instructed the property manager to bring in the parcel. Upon checking his phone, he found no prior messages from Sun Huanyu. The delivery arrived, revealing a modest package. Zhao opened it to find a large red envelope. Just then, a call from Sun Huanyu came through, although it was directed to Zhaozhao rather than Zhao, as Zhaozhao and Yuan had just set off 2 fireworks and were heading inside for a drink. Her watch buzzed with an incoming call. Upon answering, the lively sounds of celebration filled the background, and Sun Huanyu's somewhat proud voice became faintly audible. "Zhaozhao, did you receive the delivery?" Zhaozhao glanced at the nearby parcel. "Curious, is that for me?" "Indeed, it is for you." Zhao approached, frowning and questioning. "What did you send to Zhaozhao?" "It's her New Year's money, of course," Sun Huanyu replied proudly. "I initially intended to transfer it directly, but I figured you might not accept it, and without the red envelope, there would be no ceremony. So, I had it delivered instead, He San Shao." It's a New Year's gift you cannot refuse. Nanzhou sighed and turned to Jian Yunsang, asking, how much did he give? Jian Yunsang responded, 28,008. Sun Huanyu chuckled and said to Zhaozhao, Happy New Year. Have fun, and promptly ended the call. However, Ipu was displeased, lamenting that he had intended to be the first to give out New Year's money, but had been preempted. Zhaozhao hurried over, reassuring him, It's all right, Grandpa. I haven't touched Uncle Sun's red envelope yet. I will accept yours first. Ipu was immediately appeased, exclaiming, That's our Zhaozhao, so sensible. Come, everyone gather around. Grandpa is giving out red envelopes. The old man rubbed his hands together and produced the prepared red envelopes. Zhaozhao was first in line, wishing him a happy new year, but before she could utter any more auspicious phrases, Ipu eagerly placed the envelope in her hands. Good girl, Happy New Year. Take it. The envelope felt heavy in her hands, and as she examined it, she wondered why it felt so rigid, unlike paper money or coins. Before she could ponder further, Yuan exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa, is this year's New Year's money a gold bar? Are you dissatisfied? Yuan shook his head. No way. Even if Grandpa gave me a leaf, I would be happy. But I hope next year, Grandpa can give me something else. Oh, this little rascal is making requests now? In previous years, you took whatever was given without complaint, and now you're starting to be picky about gold bars? What is it? Speak up. Yuan grinned. I hope next year you can give me a vending machine, one that I can open with a key, filled with all kinds of snacks. The others laughed, teasing, your wish for New Year's money is truly unique. Why not just ask for snacks outright? Ipu ignored him and continued distributing red envelopes to He Jiyuan, then to Jian Yunsang and Tang Muhan, before finally giving one to his elderly wife, finishing the distribution. Holding the gold bar, Zhaozhao glanced at everyone and then at Nanzhou. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she carefully moved beside him and offered her red envelope. Daddy, don't be sad. You can have my red envelope. Nanzhou was taken aback and then chuckled. No need. Zhaozhao, you keep it for yourself. From now on, any New Year's money you receive, you can manage it as you wish, whether to spend or save. Zhaozhao wanted to say something, but Yuan had already come over to pull her away, urging, Let us go, we're going to play. Zhaozhao had no choice but to follow him outside. In no time, the courtyard was once again illuminated with light. Their New Year's Eve dinner may not compare to Zhaozhao's, but certainly featured 2 additional dishes. As everyone ate and gazed at the starry sky, it was undoubtedly a delightful experience. Zhaozhao's New Year's money was indeed gold. Her family was quite wealthy. My New Year's money only amounts to 2 copper coins, and I can't even keep it myself. Sigh, what difference does that make? Even the Chaochao was bustling, with Yihua bringing her young daughter, and Aunt Yu's mother-in-law contributing 2 dishes. Daya's parents brought along her younger sister, along with Dashan's son and Liangping's parents, all gathering at the Siyuan. Now, with over 30 children in the Siyuan, such a lively and sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner was beyond their wildest dreams. Last year, during the New Year celebrations, they were still living a life of hardship, enviously watching others gather in warm homes. Now, they have finally found their own refuge. Liang Wei was present, and Gao Hongfei had invited him to dine in the county, but he declined. He sat alone in a corner, observing the bustling scene before him, yet feeling an unexpected calmness wash over him. Had he not experienced such a life himself? His gaze fell upon the Yi siblings. Yiji had fully recovered and was in good spirits, now trailing behind Yihua like a little shadow. Yihua, being the eldest among the children, was still regarded as their leader despite the loss of an arm. Apart from that, they bore no particular distinction, until Yiji's clear voice rang out, I know, it's 122. Liang Wei straightened slightly, realizing that the children were counting. Although Yiji was only 3 years old, she was the first to arrive at the answer. Not only that, wasn't this arithmetic beyond 100? She had not received systematic education, and he had observed that the other children in the orphanage struggled to recognize numbers 1 through 10. How was it that she could compute so quickly? Chapter 201. A year of pride for Emperor Jingxian. Liang Wei continued to watch the children, contemplating whether he should suggest to the emperor that such a clearly talented girl be brought to the capital for specialized education. Emperor Jingxian, whom he had in mind, sipped his wine with narrowed eyes, appearing quite content. Although he had endured a long and tiring day, his spirit remained elevated. In the morning, during the ancestral rites, He no longer needed to first apologize profusely as he had in previous years. In the past, with calamities plaguing the land and the populace suffering from hunger and displacement, he would first reflect on his own shortcomings, beseeching his ancestors for blessings, hoping for favorable weather, bountiful harvests, and a prosperous nation. However, this year was different. They had the Tianmu and were aware of the existence of high-yield crops. Thus, during the ancestral rites, he only reflected briefly before indulging in his visions and plans for the future. This year, he also eradicated smallpox, a plague that had troubled countless ancestors since ancient times, now perfectly extinguished during his reign. Emperor Jingxian had never been as eager to converse with his ancestors as he was this year. The officials below could hardly stand, especially those from the Ministry of Rites, who felt utterly overwhelmed. Your Majesty, the offerings on the blessing board are not inscribed this way. Please refrain from improvising. And your improvisation has taken far too long. The officials wished to remind the emperor, but he paid them no mind, reveling in the moment. What had once been the most grueling of tasks had become his favorite, and he felt compelled to savor it a while longer. By the time Emperor Jingxian finally ceased, a large part of the day had passed, and subsequent proceedings had to be expedited. In the evening, after sending the generous dishes to various households, he, along with the consorts and royal family members, sat outside the palace to watch fireworks. The fireworks of the Qi were indeed splendid. The imperial palace had long since customized a variety of shapes, dazzling the spectators. As they ignited, the entire inner city was illuminated. Emperor Jingxian took another sip of wine and suddenly realized that the fireworks here were more beautiful than those in the Tianmu. The fireworks in the Tianmu were merely children's playthings, and it seemed that in future times, the setting off of fireworks was prohibited. Why was this so? Fireworks and firecrackers were believed to ward off evil spirits. Had future generations completely lost faith in the existence of malevolent entities? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the voice of the Empress Dowager behind him. Is the emperor truly not planning to establish a new empress? I see how you have been with Consort Zhuang lately. The Empress Dowager shot him a glance. Never mind, let it be. After all, the focus of both the court and the harem is primarily on the Tianmu and its wonders. It seems the ministers have forgotten the matter of establishing an empress. She continued in agreement with Emperor Jingxian. Indeed, Miss Lin Lan is quite ambitious. I believe her plans are a good thing. She, like Chaochao, is growing rapidly. Perhaps in Huaiping County, she will indeed accomplish great things. Is that so? Then I shall keenly observe. In the capital's post station, Lin Lan and her companions were also gazing at the fireworks. Today, they received the emperor's bestowed dishes. While others felt honored, Guo trembled with excitement. He was acutely aware that receiving dishes on New Year's Eve was not a privilege afforded to everyone. Only a select few high-ranking officials were granted such an honor. What they were consuming was not merely food, but the emperor's favor. Guo ate with great reverence, so much so that when he attempted to take a second helping, the dish had already been devoured by others. Guo felt as if the sky were collapsing, still in despair over the matter. The others shook their heads, and Dashan pondered, perhaps on New Year's Eve, which is a time for reunion, he is simply missing home. Without the criticisms from the old Lin family, they, as a family of four, should be enjoying a very happy and comfortable time. Dayang's eyes were slightly moist as she said, I miss my parents. After all, she was still just a teenager, away from home for the first time. How could she not long for her home? Grandma Zhou gently patted her head. Your parents are surely looking at the Tianmu, just like us. We are gazing at the same sky. We are not alone. Yes, they have the Tianmu. Chaochao, having exhausted herself playing, ran over to sit next to Jian Yunsang, resting her head on her shoulder for a moment of respite. Jian Yunsang held her with one arm, while the other was occupied with her phone. After dinner on New Year's Eve, the greetings and calls had been incessant. Not only from her, but even Chaochao had received several calls. For instance, she had just finished a call with Luo Yu when her WeChat notification surged. Just as she was about to check, another call came in. The caller ID was a familiar name, and Jian Yunsang hesitated but ultimately answered. The other party was cheerful. Teacher Jian, Happy New Year. Principal Guan, Happy New Year. Principal Guan laughed. From the sound of your voice, you seem to be in good spirits. Jian Yunsang couldn't help but smile. Is this just a greeting? Although Jian Yunsang had sensed it, she hesitated when Principal Guan explicitly mentioned it. She glanced at Chaochao, who was nestled closely beside her, having overheard their conversation. Noticing her mother's gaze, Chaochao eagerly nodded, whispering, "Go, mommy, go." Over these days, Chaochao had come to understand many things, knowing that her mother's illness 2 years ago had prevented her from teaching at school after her disappearance. Yet her mother was undoubtedly an exceptional person. Otherwise, the principal would not have invited her multiple times. And students like Zhaozhao would not continue to respect her even after graduation. Chapter 202. Jin Yunsong's work. Chaochao hoped her mother would pursue her passions. Thus she eagerly encouraged her. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Yunsong remembered that Chaochao would soon be starting kindergarten and replied to Principal Guan, "All right, when does school start after the new year? However, I must clarify that I do not wish to be a homeroom teacher or teach graduating classes at this time." Upon hearing her agreement, Principal Guan excitedly clapped his thighs. "Great. I know you need to spend more time with your daughter. I won't make you too busy. Then you can take a regular class in the first year. How about that?" "That works. I will add you back into the group. Please keep an eye out for notifications." "Okay. Mommy teaches high school, and you still have to go to kindergarten." Chaochao felt a bit disappointed. "All right. It's a deal." Chaochao instantly brightened. Unlike Yuan, she found learning to read and write a challenging yet fascinating endeavor. She had learned addition and subtraction, so when shopping, she would not fear being deceived, and when distributing food, she could quickly calculate how many portions each person needed. She has learned to read, enabling her to recognize various road signs independently without constantly asking others. She has acquired knowledge and discovered that the largest animal in the world is the blue whale. Although she has never seen one, her curiosity is piqued, and her elder cousin has found a video for her, revealing the whale's stunning beauty. In the past, Zhaozhao was confined to her small corner of Shingli, where her daily existence revolved around arduous labor and enduring various reprimands. This monotonous life offered little prospect for change. However, now it feels as though a vast, radiant door has swung open before her, with just a single step inside. She has stumbled upon an entirely different world. Thus, Zhaozhao struggles to comprehend why her brother Yuan is so averse to studying and claims it to be a painful endeavor. Painful? Not at all. It is a source of great joy. During the days leading up to the new year, she has been learning alongside her elder cousin. But after the new year, her cousin will be visiting relatives, and Zhaozhao thought she would have to wait until kindergarten to continue her studies. To her surprise, her mother announced that she would teach her. Zhaozhao found this puzzling. "Mother, aren't we going to visit relatives?" "After the new year, everyone in Shingli visits family," she remarked. Although she had never participated, she knew that HFLI and ZHingSH would take HBODN to ZHingGCN on the second day of the new year. They had never considered bringing her along or saving any food for her. They merely locked the kitchen and main room cabinets, instructing her to tend to the chickens and ducks, completely disregarding her. However, Zhaozhao felt delighted to be free from punishment. As for food, during the new year, every household had some leftovers, and families like ZHUP, YSHNZ, and DSHSH, who could make their own decisions, directly sent her some food and snacks. Thus, the New Year period became the happiest time for Zhaozhao. "We'll only visit a few families." GNYNS gently patted her head and explained quietly. "The two places are too far apart. And given that Zhaozhao has just recovered from serious illness, traveling back and forth would be exhausting." GNZH and Lu Yu shared this sentiment, so they sent red envelopes in advance, urging Zhaozhao to rest well. However, there are a few close relatives in the H family that they must visit. Ziaga unadid, somevat understanding. But soon cast it aside, as Yun called her to help keep watch over the New Year's Eve vigil. The two children were engrossed in conversation. But by 10 o'clock, they could no longer hold on and fell asleep. The following day was the first day of the new year, and the family did not go out. Instead, they joyously set up a mahjong table. TMHN was not well versed in this game and quickly lost her chips, prompting her to pull HZHYN over to take her place. Although young, HZHYN was quick-witted. Among the four players, GNYNS was an adept mental calculator and an experienced player, while HNNZHU was meticulous and enjoyed strategizing, leaving S-Ingzish overwhelmed and swiftly eliminated. Consequently, they called upon HP, who was leisurely sipping tea, to replace her. Now, the four of them engage in a lively exchange, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of clashing swords. Although Zhaozhao could not comprehend the game, she understood the lively ambience. At times, she would anxiously watch behind her father, then snuggle beside her mother, ask her grandfather if he wanted water, and cheer on HZHYN, making her the most active participant in the room. Before long, she was summoned by Yun to go fishing. With a sigh, Zhaozhao quickly regained her spirits and followed GNYNS to the study for lessons. This routine persisted for several days, with a couple of afternoons spent visiting relatives for lunch. Thus, the days continued until the 6th day of the new year. GNYNS enjoyed a comfortable time with HOZHO, while HPSZHN and HNNZH you were busily engaged in social obligations, as the new year was a time for socializing, with some gatherings that could not be avoided. Throughout these days, ZHO's energy levels steadily increased, thanks to DQZHOYNCYUUN. However, the initial surge was not as intense. Occasionally, she would record a mere 70 or 2 or 3 until the 6th day when it had risen by 600. Then, on the afternoon of the 7th day, her energy levels suddenly surged to 2,000. Just as she awoke, this unexpected surge startled her. This indicated that it was not a remnant from ancient times. GNYNS quickly deduced that it must be from the charitable foundation, which resumed operations on the 7th, likely initiating previously planned activities. DQ, J. Su ND pondered. So what is ZHO's current energy level? The recorder immediately responded. It has reached 8,009. So much? GNYNS calculated and was also taken aback. Indeed, it was 8,009, very close to 10,000. She sensed that they might not need to do much from this point onward, as the data would gradually rise, soon surpassing 10,000. ZHO. Does this mean ASHN is about to activate? Not certain, but perhaps. ZHO felt confident it would happen. Thus she was filled with excitement until UN called, "Sister, remember to dress nicely tomorrow." ZHO was taken aback. Dress nicely? Why? She looked towards GNYNSing. Mother, what does brother UN mean? Chapter 203. UN. No hug. GNYNSing smiled and said, "Tomorrow we will attend a 100-day banquet." A 100-day banquet? Whose baby was born? GNYNSing nodded. T-ing-G, which is UN's maternal family. T-ing-M-H-N's elder brother is over 10 years older than her, so their eldest son is also over 10 years older. After the new year, HZHYN is already 17, while his cousin is nearly 28 or 29, with their first child born at the end of last year. The H family and T-ing family are related by marriage and share a close bond, also having a cooperative relationship. Thus, it is natural for them to attend the banquet. This is a perfect opportunity for ZHO, who has been cooped up at home studying, to go out and have some fun. There will likely be many children her age at the banquet, and perhaps even some from her kindergarten, allowing her to make new acquaintances. In the past, ZHO might have felt anxious, but now she is filled with anticipation. She hurried to the wardrobe to select her clothing. Her wardrobe is quite spacious now, and during the new year, she truly wore a new outfit every day. She still has several sets that she hasn't worn yet. Should she dress in a bright and cheerful manner for the banquet? She chose a pastel yellow dress. And the following day, she asked GNYNSing to style her hair in a bun like the one she wore for their family gathering. ZHO adored this hairstyle, and UN thought it looked lovely as well. Therefore, upon arriving at the T-ing family, he circled around her once and then asked GNYNSing, "Aunt, I'm taking Zhaozhao to play. Go ahead, but keep an eye on your sister. Don't worry, I know this place like the back of my hand," he said, leading ZHO inside. "Sister, why did you only arrive now? I've been waiting for you since the morning. I'll take you to see my little nephew. I tell you, newborns are so tiny and soft, I hardly dare to touch them." ZHO felt a bit anxious. "Then I won't touch him either. It's all right. We can just take a look." Entering the banquet hall, ZHO noticed that many guests were already present. The banquet was set up in a buffet style, and the tables were filled with various foods, snacks, and drinks. Since she did not know anyone, she simply followed UN. They ascended to the second floor, where there was a lounge filled with people, the center of which held a basket containing a baby who had just turned 100 days old. UN squeezed through, saying, "Excuse me, I'm bringing my sister to see." The nearby guests, all from the Tiang family and their close acquaintances, recognized Yun and made way for him. To their surprise, there was a little girl following Yun, drawing curious glances from everyone. Whispers circulated. Whose child is this? Ah, so this is Zhaozhao, who did not pay much attention to the hushed conversations, as her gaze was entirely fixed on the tiny baby. The little one was awake, smiling broadly at everyone. Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with delight. How adorable! Yun puffed out her small chest, remarking that she found this trait quite reminiscent of herself. Just as she finished speaking, a few guests arrived, one of whom cheerfully greeted the Tang family before approaching the children. As the person began to play with the child, they reached out to pick him up. This child is truly handsome. Come, let Annie hold you. I tell you, kids love me. Whenever I pick them up, they smile at me. However, just as the person was about to reach into the basket, a pair of small hands swatted their arm away. The individual frowned and looked down to see it was Yun, who immediately smiled again, asking, "What are you doing? You can't hold him." With a serious expression, Yun explained, "My nephew is still small, and adults carry various scents. Annie, you even have perfume on, which isn't good for a baby. Did you not notice how far we were standing? We mustn't get too close. The child has a weak immune system, and we need to protect him. No one can hold him today." After saying this, she glanced at a young woman nearby. "Right, sister-in-law?" The young woman, who initially wore an unflattering expression, instantly brightened upon hearing Yun's words, nodding with a smile, acknowledging that Yun was indeed sensible. The statement caused a sudden shift in the mood, with the aunt's expression turning sour, and the others present feeling somewhat awkward, likely not expecting the Tang family's daughter-in-law to be so forthright. Just as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Tang family was about to mediate the situation, Song Jun and Jian Yunsang arrived. Their presence significantly eased the atmosphere. Jian Yunsang and her companions had not lingered on the second floor for long, as it was a place for the new mother and child to rest. They simply came up to greet everyone, exchange a few words, and then took their leave. At this moment, Zhaozhao had already come downstairs, and the guests were gradually arriving. He Jian, without anyone noticing, approached them, frowning as he asked Yun, "Where did you take Zhaozhao?" He wasn't around when Grandpa was giving his speech. The speech was merely a gratitude for everyone's attendance, nothing particularly noteworthy. "Brother, has the cake been cut?" He Jian replied helplessly, "Yes, it has." "Then it's fine. I'll take Zhaozhao to eat something else." After saying this, he ran off, leaving He Jian frowning, feeling that something was off about the boy, as if he was hiding something mischievous. Shaking his head, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Checking his pocket, he confirmed that his phone was missing. That boy! He Jian darkened his expression and hurried after the direction Yun had just taken. Yun had already pulled Zhaozhao into a corner, where Zhaozhao, looking confused, asked, "Brother, where are we going?" "To find a secluded spot." "Why we need to find a secluded spot?" "Of course, because..." Before Yun could finish her sentence, they heard He Jian's lowered voice calling out, "Yun, come out." In a panic, Yun glanced around, lifted the tablecloth, and pulled Zhaozhao underneath. Zhaozhao, hiding under the table, is quite the operation. Zhaozhao was puzzled. "Brother, why are we hiding here?" "Shoo!" Yun signaled for her to remain silent. He listened intently to the sounds outside, and only when the footsteps faded did he relax and sit cross-legged. This is the safest place. Seeing him finally speak, Zhaozhao seized the moment to ask, "Brother." Just as she started, Yun swiftly pulled out a phone from behind him. Zhaozhao tilted her head, recognizing the phone case. "Isn't this the eldest cousin's phone?" "Indeed. What are you doing with the eldest cousin's phone? No wonder he was chasing after us. I had a feeling you were up to no good." Yun chuckled mischievously. "I suspect my brother is in a romantic relationship, and I'm looking for evidence. If I find it, he will be at my mercy, and I can make him listen to me." He ground his teeth, mumbling about how he would not tolerate being deprived of snacks or forced to study. "If he continues to bully me, I'll tell Mom and Dad." Zhaozhao was taken aback. "Dating? Does that mean we will have a sister-in-law?" "Not anytime soon. My brother just turned 17. Zhao tilted her head. 17 is just the right age. Most of my older siblings in Lu Village are already married by that age. If they reach 18 and aren't married, they will be laughed at. Yun's brother being 17 indeed seemed appropriate for a courtship. If he were to have a sister-in-law, both their grandmother and grandfather should be pleased. So how could that become leverage against Yun? Zhaozhao pondered this, turning to ask, only to find Yun focused on unlocking the phone. Not the eldest brother's birthday? Yuan grumbled. Why set such a complicated password? He tried inputting his own birthday. But that didn't work either. Brother, Zhaozhao whispered, let us pause for a moment while I think of the password. Randomly entering won't do. It could lock us out for a long time. I need to think carefully. Hearing this, she wanted to think. Zhaozhao complied and kept quiet. However, hiding under the table was too dull, and she couldn't help resting her chin on her hand, letting her thoughts wander. How about this, Zhaozhao? You go out first, and let Yuan stay here alone? They wanted to see the banquet outside. What was the point of hiding under the table? Finally, someone couldn't help but inquire about the age of marriage in the future. They had inferred from Zhaozhao's everyday experiences that in the future, it seemed that people married quite late, regardless of gender. Just considering the incident with Jian Pampan, who was nearing 30 but had only been married for 3 years. It indicated that she must have married around 24 or 25. For them, that was considered quite late and would be seen as an old maid. The group struggled to comprehend some behaviors of the future, yet they were generally supportive of He Jian's romantic pursuits, tinged with a hint of gossip. They admired him for being young yet mature, well-educated, and possessing refined manners, embodying the traits of a noble youth. Such a person, if born in the Qi Dynasty, would undoubtedly be the kind of talent they sought. Naturally, even if he lived in the future, it wouldn't prevent them from feeling envious. Hence, they were curious about the type of woman he would be attracted to. However, some fans of He Jian felt quite displeased. How could this be? They had just begun to admire this young, handsome, and talented youth, and now he is on the verge of getting married? Regardless, they too wanted to see what the woman looked like, and if she was worthy of He Jian. Thus, many people under the sky waited in silent anticipation. Unfortunately, despite Yuan's efforts, she could not unlock the phone after a long while. Just as Emperor Jingxian was at a loss, he suddenly heard voices from above. Zhaozhao, unsure of what to do, heard footsteps approaching them, followed closely by a conversation. Feeling that eavesdropping was inappropriate, she thought to pull Yuan to the other side of the table to wait until the people had moved further away before emerging. However, just as she reached for Yuan's hand, she heard her name. Zhaozhao froze mid-motion. She intended to eavesdrop, but being the subject of the conversation left her with no choice. Thus, instead of retreating, she leaned closer to the tablecloth. The conversation was indeed clearer now. How does she not resemble anyone? Zhaozhao glanced down, thinking, doesn't everyone say I look like my parents with dad's nose and mom's eyes? She wanted to confirm with Yuan, but upon turning her head, she found Yuan still engrossed in the phone and seemingly unaware of the nearby conversation. With no way to seek confirmation, Zhaozhao resigned herself to listening intently. Could the He family truly be just like ordinary households? Those who are affluent and influential surely have sought the intervention of the finest psychologists when their children face difficulties. The woman speaking certainly harbors ill intentions. I noticed that Chaochao appeared somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, she quickly regained her spirits. Her mother reassured her that not everyone in this world would like or welcome her, which was perfectly fine as long as those she cared about reciprocated her feelings. Zhaozhao discreetly lifted the tablecloth, eager to glimpse the appearance of the two women conversing. Alas, she could not make significant movements and could only lift a corner, thus only catching sight of their skirts and the shoes they wore. When the two women spoke again, she hastily lowered the tablecloth. After a brief pause, one of the women remarked that perhaps she could simply change her target. Chapter 205. What is postpartum depression? Zhaozhao had just processed the unsettling notion that someone was coveting her father when she was struck by the subsequent remark. She paused, contemplating whether these two women were up to no good. Casting a glance at Yuan, she seemed to recall something and lowered her head to tap her watch. The voices of the two speakers noticeably dropped in volume. What do you mean by that? What does it mean to change your target? One woman scoffed, questioning how many individuals in Jinx could compare to the He family, particularly those as handsome as He Sho, who also happened to be potential heirs. Even if there were, most would already be engaged to suitable partners. Although their family possessed some wealth and connections, they could not compete with genuine aristocrats. It was merely that He Sho did not adhere to societal expectations. Marrying a teacher of no notable background, he did not care for social standings. After all, their family was undoubtedly wealthier, more cultured, and more knowledgeable than that man with the surname Jian. Thus, when He Sho divorced, she would certainly have her opportunity. And with the T family, The Ting family? Indeed, the Ting family is respectable, though it does not rival the He family. It ranks among the top in Ji Ing Ching. However, there are no eligible young men in the Ting family. The eldest grandson is already married, having recently hosted a 100-day banquet for his child. The second is a granddaughter, and the third is merely 19. Who could I pursue? Postpartum depression? Yet the other woman hesitated, pondering whether exacerbating the situation would lead to dire consequences if things escalated. What could possibly happen? The Ting family's eldest lady is simply being melodramatic. She was always a handful before marriage. We merely intend to amplify the conflict, making it impossible for her and Ting Dsh to reconcile. Shall we proceed now? Let us go. We shall have a chat with the Ting family's eldest lady. The two women placed their glasses on the table and quickly departed. Zhaozhao's small brow furrowed slightly. She was unaware of what postpartum depression entailed, but she understood that these two wicked sisters were off to commit mischief. She hurriedly crawled out from beneath the table and dashed towards the second floor. Just as she reached the staircase, she was halted by Gynsing. Zhaozhao, what are you doing here? She glanced around but did not see Yun, puzzled. Aren't you with Yun Gij? Where is he? Oh right, Yun Gij is still beneath the table. Yin Ypsilon N Snuggy. Oof. Beneath the table? Mom, that's not important. Yun Gij will come out once he turns on his phone. Let us save someone first. Save someone? Who? Cousin-in-law. I believe it is cousin-in-law. When I went upstairs, I called out to cousin-in-law along with Yun Gij. Zhaga was Sparky. She tugged at Gynsing towards the second floor. Mom, two wicked women said cousin-in-law suffers from postpartum depression and want to exacerbate the situation, leading to her divorce from cousin. Postpartum depression? Gynsing's expression changed, and she immediately picked up Zhaozhao, quickening her pace. Zhaozhao could not help but inquire, Mom, is this postpartum depression serious? Can it really lead to divorce? She gasped, suicide? Yes, after giving birth. Women are physically weakened and emotionally fragile. If they do not receive adequate care and rest, and lack understanding and support from their husbands and family amidst external pressures, it is easy for them to succumb to despair, overwhelmed by negative emotions, eventually feeling as though death is the only escape. Gynsing had indeed heard of the Ting family situation. The eldest lady had indeed suffered from postpartum depression. It was not that the Ting family failed to care for her. Rather, her overwhelming maternal instinct after childbirth left her exhausted and unable to sleep well while still needing to care for the baby. The next day, her spirits were noticeably low. Even with the assistance of postpartum caretakers and nannies, she remained anxious, believing that even her husband's embrace could be detrimental to the baby, causing her to intervene impulsively. This created a vicious cycle, resulting in a tense atmosphere within the Ting household. The eldest brother was furious, questioning why his wife insisted on holding the baby. The eldest sister-in-law, however, felt that her daughter-in-law was simply too fatigued and that her lack of rest had reached the point of nervous exhaustion. If she did not take care of herself, it would not only harm her, but also the child. Their arguments escalated, nearly leading to divorce. The Ting family sought the help of a psychologist, and according to TingMHN, there had been some progress. Although the doctor advised a gradual approach and prescribed medication, Gynsing observed her today, while she still appeared unwell. It seemed there had been some improvement. Now, upon hearing Zhaozhao's words, she realized that someone intended to deliberately provoke her. What a despicable act, akin to murder. With this thought, Gynsing hastened her steps. Zhaozhao had not anticipated the severity of depression. Mom, did you experience something similar when you gave birth to me? Yin Ypsilon and Comforted. Explaining that she had experienced some emotional lows due to hormonal influences shortly after giving birth. However, she had the support of Zhaozhao's father and the care of her parents-in-law, allowing her to rest adequately without the burdens of late-night feedings, changing diapers, or coaxing the baby to sleep. Thus, she recovered swiftly, both physically and emotionally. Chapter 206. A shift in the fate of the third princess 2 years ago. The disappearance of Zhaozhao was an event that deeply affected her, leaving her unable to recover. Every night, as she closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with the potential sufferings Zhaozhao might endure, rendering her incapable of calm. Thus, she fully comprehended the eldest lady of the Ting family woman's current emotional turmoil. Zhaozhao had not realized that such symptoms could emerge after childbirth. During her time in Lycean, the birth of a child was always considered a momentous occasion, yet she had never heard that mothers could suffer from such ailments. Nor had anyone ever mentioned it. Gnyn gently patted her head, remarking that in ancient times, awareness around this subject was scarce. Many believed that a woman crying and being hysterical after childbirth was merely being spoiled and temperamental. They thought, what is so difficult about giving birth? Everyone else manages just fine. Why must you be such a nuisance? Yet, postpartum depression is not a condition that mothers choose. It is a severe psychological ailment rather than a mere bout of sadness. Already anxious and sleepless, they must also bear the weight of criticism and the pressures of child-rearing. How could they possibly remain composed? Some might harm themselves, while others could potentially endanger their children. Zhaozhao could not help but cling tightly to Gnyn's neck. Mom, you have had such a hard time. Therefore, those two women intent on provoking cousin-in-law are truly wicked. Under the vast sky, the people of DQ could not help but furrow their brows at the revelation of postpartum depression. Many reflected on the states of those around them who had recently given birth. Some appeared unaffected, while others exhibited drastic changes in temperament. It was no wonder that the young bride next door cried every night after childbirth, only to be scolded and beaten by her husband for disturbing his sleep. Now it made sense that she was unwell. My sister-in-law, after her childbirth, would become irritable at the sight of anyone and would scream if someone held the baby. The village shaman had even claimed she was weak-willed and possessed by evil spirits, requiring an exorcism. Thankfully, we did not believe that, and eventually, my sister-in-law began to recover. It is indeed a fact that such afflictions are seldom encountered by ordinary folk. I am aware of the wife of a prominent family who, shortly after giving birth, tragically took her own life by hanging. There is another case I know of where the woman, after childbirth, suffered from ill health, while her husband indulged in infidelity. Eventually, she grew so despondent that she refused to take her medication. It was not long before she succumbed. Even Emperor Jingxian frowned upon the matter. As the mother of the third princess seemed to have been in a constant state of emotional turmoil following her delivery, she frequently rose in the dead of night, muttering and crying, which frightened the concubines sharing her palace. Especially concerning was the third princess, who, as a newborn, was often startled awake, leading to her frail condition. Consequently, Emperor Jingxian took the third princess to the care of other consorts, yet her mother's condition deteriorated further, culminating in a tragic night when she set her palace ablaze. Perishing within, before her demise, she recited a poignant poem, seemingly lamenting her emperor's lack of compassion and fidelity. Emperor Jingxian was so taken aback that he found it almost humorous, leading to his subsequent disdain for the third princess. In retrospect, it seems she suffered from the severe depression mentioned in the celestial canopy, a condition that went unaddressed in a timely manner. Furthermore, his decision to remove the third princess exacerbated her mother's affliction, ultimately driving her to extremes. Contemplating this, Emperor Jingxian sighed deeply and inquired of Chao Qing about the third princess's current state. Has she lost weight? Furrowing his brow, he wondered if Lu Meiren was unkind to her. This was not the case. Lu Meiren, having no children of her own, had no reason to mistreat the third princess. It was merely a matter of palace hierarchy. Both Lu Meiren and the third princess were not favored, rendering them akin to invisible figures. The majority of individuals within the palace engaged in favoritism, often depriving others of necessities. Emperor Jingxian swiftly recognized his oversight and instructed Chao Qing to relay a message to the royal kitchen, indicating his intention to dine with Lu Meiren that evening, and to prepare an array of dishes favored by the third princess. Chao Qing promptly agreed, assuring him he would convey the message. Simultaneously, the Empress Dowager reflected on the mental health of the third princess's mother. In hindsight, they had both neglected the psychological well-being of the postpartum woman. She sighed and spoke to her trusted maid, expressing her desire to improve the lives of women suffering in this world, yet lamenting her oversight of those closest to her. She ordered, "Let someone deliver gifts to the third princess." The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, acknowledging the wisdom in her decision. The maid praised her benevolence. At this moment, neither Emperor Jingxian nor the Empress Dowager anticipated that the dialogue unfolding within the celestial canopy between Chaochao and Jian Yunsang would not only alter their perception of the third princess, but also transform her very existence. As they continued to observe the celestial display, Jian Yunsang had already ascended to the second floor with Chaochao. However, they did not find the Tang family's eldest daughter-in-law in the original parlor and began searching for her, only to be approached by the Tang family's eldest sister-in-law. "Greetings," Jian Yunsang addressed her as she followed Tang Muhan. "I wish to introduce Chaochao to the little baby. I hope it is convenient." The sister-in-law smiled, saying, "It is indeed convenient. They are in the small parlor. I shall escort you there." The second floor features a parlor and a smaller reception area, the latter not being very spacious, but conveniently located near the bedrooms, accommodating various baby items. At that moment, the Tang family's eldest daughter-in-law, Ren Jinjin, was present, accompanied by a basket, as the little baby had just awakened from a nap and was now kicking joyfully. The small reception area lacked a door, and as they turned a corner, they could hear voices from within. It seemed someone was engaging Ren Jinjin in idle gossip. You cannot imagine how arrogant she used to be. Who would have thought that shortly after giving birth, her husband would be unfaithful? He constantly claimed to be busy with company matters, but in reality, he was enjoying the company of a mistress. He even remarked that his wife had lost her figure and looked unkempt after childbirth, leading to his waning affections. Chapter 207. Chaochao charges in the Tang family's eldest sister-in-law listened from the doorway, her brow furrowing deeper with each word, sensing something odd about the gossip. Before she could fully comprehend, a small figure suddenly dashed inside. The sister-in-law was taken aback, and when she looked up again, she saw Chaochao had jumped onto the sofa, covering Ren Jinjin's ears with her small hands. She exclaimed loudly, "You must not listen." Everyone present, including Jian Yunsang, was caught off guard by Chaochao's boldness. Initially, Ren Jinjin frowned at the unexpected interruption and instinctively attempted to push the child away, but upon feeling the soft little hands, her heart softened. She slightly turned her head. "Chaochao." Realizing she could not keep her ears covered, Chaochao quickly called out to Jian Yunsang, "Mommy, please help me." Jian Yunsang couldn't help but laugh, and, along with the bewildered Tang sister-in-law, walked in, gesturing to Chaochao, "Come down for a moment." Chaochao glanced at her and then at Ren Jinjin, ultimately complying and descending from the sofa, though still worriedly advising Ren Jinjin, "Cousin, you must not listen to them." She pointed at the two women seated opposite Ren Jinjin. The two women exchanged glances, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, and without thinking too much, stood up angrily. "What are you talking about, child? What do you mean? Don't listen to us? What's wrong with us?" Upon hearing this, their faces stiffened. "Why the urgency?" Jian Yunsang coolly regarded them. "Do you not know whether you have spoken out of turn?" Jian Yunsang, "Do not go too far. If you find us displeasing, just say so directly. You allow your daughter to play the villain. Are you not afraid of the He family discovering this?" The Tang's sister-in-law cast a suspicious glance at them, urging, "Let Chaochao speak first." Compared to these two, she knew Jian Yunsang better. After all, even her sister-in-law praised her highly, so her trust was naturally inclined toward Jian Yunsang. She would not have come to the second floor without reason, nor would she have prompted her daughter to say such things without cause. Moreover, the remarks she overheard earlier had left her quite displeased. Once the Tang's sister-in-law spoke, the two women fell silent. All eyes turned to Chaochao, emboldened by her mother's support, boldly declared, "They just said that cousin has postpartum depression, and they want to provoke her into divorcing cousin." Her statement was succinct, and everyone present instantly grasped the situation. They then directed incredulous stares at the two women. The expressions of the women clearly shifted to panic, as they had not anticipated that this child would overhear their previous words. Ren Jinjin stood up, realizing why they had been incessantly stating that women are mere vessels for childbirth, losing their value after giving birth, and how her husband's infidelity and the coldness from her in-laws were part of such a malicious scheme. The Tang's sister-in-law angrily exclaimed, "I truly wish to have a word with your parents, to understand how they raised you to be both foolish and malicious." She was genuinely incensed. Due to Ren Jinjin's postpartum depression, the entire family had been in disarray, and now, just as she was beginning to recover, these two women sought to stoke the flames further. Did they even comprehend the severe consequences of untreated postpartum depression? It could result in tragic outcomes. How could such young girls possess such a wicked heart? The two women instinctively began to protest, No, we didn't tea. This child is speaking nonsense. How can we do such a thing? She has no evidence. I have evidence. Chaochao declared loudly, activating the recording function on her smartwatch. Thankfully, she was clever enough to have recorded their conversation earlier. As she played it back, the voices of the two women resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Changing targets to the Tang family would indeed be a commendable choice. The Tang family is devoid of suitable candidates for postpartum depression and divorce, which only serves to exacerbate matters. Each word spoken rendered the two individuals' legs weak. Tang Dajia trembled with rage, commanding them to leave. Despite their intentions to apologize and plead for mercy, Tang Dajia paid them no heed. The mere thought that if Zhaozhao had not intervened in time, the joyous occasion for the Tang family could have turned into a disaster, made her wish for nothing less than to strike them down. Fueled by an unknown strength, she single-handedly dragged the two out, declaring that this matter would not simply end here. Tang Tai Tai, we were wrong, they implored. Tang Dajia called for a nearby nanny, instructing her to escort the two downstairs. Turning to Zhaozhao, she asked if she could temporarily borrow her phone watch. Zhaozhao nodded repeatedly, handing it over. Thank you, Tang Dajia said, taking a deep breath before departing, leaving only Jian Yunsang, Zhaozhao, and Ren Jinjin in the small reception room. Ren Jinjin, with vacant eyes, suddenly collapsed onto the sofa, covering her face and weeping softly. Zhaozhao, feeling a surge of panic, looked helplessly at her mother. Jian Yunsang whispered, "Keep an eye on your brother. Mother will talk to your sister-in-law." "Okay," Zhaozhao replied, sitting by the cradle, cooing to the infant. Jian Yunsang settled beside Ren Jinjin, patting her shoulder and offering her 2 tissues. "Cry if you need to. It will feel better afterward." Ren Jinjin indeed cried harder, her shoulders shaking. But she stifled her sobs, fearing the noise might disturb the baby in the cradle. Jian Yunsang sighed as Ren Jinjin, through her tears, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie. Thank you all. I am utterly exhausted today." Hearing their words made me feel so valid. I truly believe my only purpose is to have children. Without you, I would be utterly lost. Jian Yunsang wrapped her arms around her shoulders, suggesting, if you truly do not know what to do, perhaps you could consider my advice? Ren Jinjin lifted her head, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, asking with a bewildered gaze, what advice? You are uneasy about entrusting your child to others, correct? Yet, caring for the child yourself disrupts your sleep. Ren Jinjin nodded. I see many people online saying that nannies or postpartum caregivers may mistreat children when they become fatigued, even administering medication to keep them calm. Especially at night, if the child is hungry, they might not feed them, allowing them to cry. The mere thought that my child could be subjected to such a fate is unbearable. Jian Yunsang nodded in understanding. That protective instinct is entirely normal. When I had Zhaozhao, I wanted her by my side 24 hours a day, feeling that no one else could care for her as I did. Ren Jinjin seemed to find solace in her words, repeatedly nodding in agreement. Jian Yunsang continued, however, you need to rest, do you not? Are you not easily awakened at night? You stir at the slightest movement from the child? Yes. But in reality, the child is sleeping soundly. Is that not true? Yes. Yet once you wake, you check on them, touching and feeling to see if they are warm or need feeding or even changing their diaper. In doing so, you inadvertently wake the child, correct? Ren Jinjin acknowledged her frustration. Yes. So, during the night, you are not providing the best care for your child, but rather compromising their quality of sleep. Ren Jinjin paused, realizing I am the one disrupting the child's sleep quality. Thus, the true caretaker of the child was herself. At this age, the child only needs to be fed twice at night. You could hire 2 postpartum caregivers, one for the first half of the night and one for the latter. Each could manage one feeding, ensuring they are not overwhelmed and thus would not resort to administering medication for their own comfort. Ren Jinjin considered this, seeing the logic in her words. Yet she remained hesitant. Jian Yunsang smiled. No need to rush. If you're uneasy at night, begin with the daytime. How so? If you're not comfortable with the caregiver, how about your mother? Ren Jinjin hesitated, admitting, I do have some reservations. Then allow your mother to assist. During the day, you soothe the child to sleep and let her stay with them. You could try remaining in the next room or just outside, close enough to hear any sounds, while engaging in your phone or reading. If you miss the child, you can peek in. Gradually, extend the distance and time apart. Once the child is asleep, you can move to the small living room, downstairs or the courtyard, finding tasks to occupy your time. Jian Yunsang, though not a psychologist, shared her experiences as advice. At the very least, she aimed to help Rin Jinjin feel secure enough to entrust the child to her parents or husband. This process of separation was painful, but a child and their parents are not a singular entity. Separation is inherently necessary. Rin Jinjin contemplated, slowly creating distance, not needing to watch over them day and night. She recognized her current state was poor, absorbing Jian Yunsang's words, though uncertain if she could act upon them. She was aware that her husband and mother-in-law cherished the child, often taking an active role. Yet it was she who remained uneasy. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, the eldest son of the Tang family rushed in. Jinjin, are you all right? Rin Jinjin lifted her head, tears falling uncontrollably. I'm fine. Jian Yunsang, noticing, quietly stood and beckoned Zhaozhao, whispering, let us depart. The mother and daughter slowly exited the small reception room, making their way downstairs. Upon seeing them, Hinanzhou approached, inquiring softly. I noticed Dajia appeared upset. She and the eldest and second sons went upstairs. You just came down. What transpired? Jian Yunsang met his gaze, realizing that Tang Dajia did not intend for the matter to escalate. Indeed, with many guests present, including relatives and even invited media, any public scandal could tarnish reputations. And Rin Jinjin's postpartum depression would be widely discussed. Her situation was already under scrutiny within a small circle, with little confirmation. The immense pressure she bore could only be compounded by public gossip or media exposure, leading to a torrent of verbal assaults. Rin Jinjin could hardly withstand such scrutiny. Thus, it was reasonable for the Tang family to handle the issue privately. She briefly recounted the events to Hinanzhou, who upon hearing, affectionately ruffled Zhaozhao's hair, praising her. Zhaozhao, you were wonderful. Zhaozhao lifted her head, puffing her small chest. I was a little scared at first, but the thought of someone wanting to harm others gave me courage. With my mother by my side, I felt brave. Had she not encountered Jian Yunsang before rushing upstairs, she doubted her courage to confront anyone. Even if she had brought along Yuan, perhaps. Wait, where is Yuan? Zhaozhao's eyes widened in alarm. Mom and Dad, I forgot about Yuan. Jian Yunsang exchanged glances with Hinanzhou. Where is he? He is under that table. I'll take you there, she said, pulling them towards the corner. Yet when she lifted the tablecloth, there was no sign of him. Zhaozhao, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, He is gone. What do we do? Hinanzhou reassured her, do not panic. We are in the Tang family. Yuan has spent a significant amount of time here. He will not get lost. Perhaps he went to find you when he noticed you were gone. Where'd he look for me? There are so many people here, and he is so small, he can't see anyone. Hinanzhou pondered. He could be exploring various nooks and crannies. Upon this reflection, Hinanzhou led them toward the entrance to the courtyard. To his surprise, they encountered Yuan, who was panting from running. A blade of grass stuck to his forehead and his clothes in disarray. This sight confirmed Hinanzhou's suspicions. Upon seeing Zhaozhao, Yuan let out a long sigh, asking, Sister, where have you been? Fortunately, I inquired with the gatekeeper, and they said they hadn't seen you leave. But I even searched the doghouse and couldn't find you. Zhaozhao, who would go to a doghouse for no reason, relieved Yuan's worries. He raised his phone and declared, I finally cracked my brother's phone password. Chapter 209. The jealousy of Emperor Jingxian beside them. Jian Yunsang and Hinanzhou exchanged glances, remarking, We all heard you, How can you still be so sneaky? Just as Yuan reached out to hold Zhaozhao's hand, he hesitated, thinking it's safer under the table. But sister, where did you go earlier? The restroom? Instinctively, Yuan shrank his neck and turned to see his older brother striding toward them with a serious expression. Panic surged through him. He had been caught. He released Zhaozhao's hand and bolted. However, after just a couple of steps, Jian seized him by the collar. Yuan, curling in on himself, chuckled nervously, Brother, where were you? I found your phone and wanted to return it, but I couldn't find you anywhere. Zhaozhao's eyes widened. She was amazed by her brother's knack for fabrication. Seeing her admiration, Jian Yunsang rubbed his forehead. Jian snatched the phone from Yuan's palm, and Yuan exclaimed, Heavens, I haven't even looked at anything yet. What did you want with my phone? Jian asked. Yuan immediately stood tall, replying earnestly, I just wanted to learn. Don't you have a lot of study materials on your phone? Jian was so exasperated he almost laughed. Do you think I believe that? I know you just want to play games. Come up with something more plausible. Yuan stomped his foot. It's already quite plausible. Just then, Song Jun emerged from within, asking curiously, "Why are you all here? I was just looking for you. Is it over?" Jian Yunsang couldn't help but glance inside, noting that some guests appeared ready to leave. "Soon. I noticed some matters with the Tang family, so I won't linger here any longer. Just in time. Your brother-in-law called to say he has arrived at Jinfeng Shanzhuang. Actually, according to Song Jun's usual practice, even after an event concluded, as the relative of the Tang family, she typically stayed until the very end. He Jian had been upstairs earlier, aware of the happenings within the Tang family and Zhaozhao's assistance to his cousin. However, with elders handling the situation and it seeming rather chaotic, he had come down to find Yuan. After contemplating, he realized he could not assist with the Tang family matters. Instead, Yuan's lively disposition required his attention. "Very well, then we shall take our leave." The group exchanged farewells with the Tang family's second brother and sister-in-law, who were at the main entrance bidding guests farewell. Before departing, Song Jun waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not concerned about her. When she gets busy, she doesn't even have time to eat. It's enough for her to take care of her health. Having you bring the children over to visit and celebrate the new year is already very satisfying. It is already the 8th day of the new year. We are the ones who arrived late." Song Jun was quite indifferent. The Shun family also had relatives, yet they happened to reside in a different city. Last year, Shun Lei brought his 2 children to the He family first, and this year, it was prearranged to visit the Shun family first. However, beneath the vast sky, Emperor Jingxian felt a pang of jealousy. Standing behind him, Chaochao silently lowered his head, remaining quiet. The emperor had already resigned himself to the notion of mobile phones, yet whenever it was mentioned, it stirred uncomfortable feelings within him. He had no desire to witness such family reunions. He bowed his head to resume his official duties. Meanwhile, under the expansive sky, Zhaozhao was being embraced by Shen Ruochu, who exclaimed, "Little Zhaozhao, I miss you so much." "Did you miss me?" Zhaozhao felt a little bashful, as her cousin was always so enthusiastic upon their meetings. "Hello, cousin. I missed you too." Shen Ruochu laughed heartily, showering her with kisses on her cheeks. Those in the Grand Qi Kingdom shook their heads repeatedly. This Shun girl was excessively affectionate. Even as a woman, expressing affection could be more reserved. It was truly uncomfortable to witness. Were Zhaozhao a bit older, such behavior might lead to misunderstandings. Yet, some felt that those who thought thus were merely projecting their own twisted ideas. What was wrong with a cousin expressing affection for her younger cousin? Miss Jian kissed her daughter every morning. It was only those with hypocritical views who twisted their perceptions. Zhaozhao was already taken into the house by Shen Ruochu, greeting her uncle and cousin. When she heard Yuan asking from behind, "Cousin, how long are you staying?" "That was quick. You must be feeling quite sorry for yourself," Yuan remarked, still acting like an elementary school student at this age. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Ruochu narrowed her eyes slightly. "What are you staring at?" Following his gaze, she discovered he seemed fixated on He Jian, who was conversing with Shun Leon. "What are you staring at your brother for?" Zhaozhao leaned closer to Shen Ruochu and whispered, "Brother Yuan wants to borrow Tang Ji's phone. He said Tangu is in a relationship." "In a relationship?" Shen Ruochu could not help but raise her voice. "He Jian is in a relationship?" Immediately, all eyes turned toward He Jian. Chapter 210. I plan to marry at 30 as the focus of attention. He Jian found himself bombarded with inquiries. What is this? What love? Who is dating? Song Jun was the first unable to contain herself, hastily asking, "Jian, do you have a girlfriend?" "Of course not," He Jian replied, exasperated. He turned to Yuan. "Are you spreading rumors about me everywhere?" "No, it's just that you're always smiling at your phone like a lovesick fool. If you don't have a girlfriend." "What is it?" Yuan stood up, defending himself confidently. He pointed at He Jian's phone, saying, "Otherwise, why don't you unlock your phone? I guarantee I can find evidence." Shen Ruochu's eyes lit up, eagerly nodding. "That makes sense." "Jian, do you really have a girlfriend? Do you have photos? Show me." He Jian knew she thrived on chaos, rubbing his forehead. "Don't listen to Yuan's nonsense. When have I ever been lovesick over my phone? I merely saw an interesting topic and was chatting with people on the forum, both men and women." "Really?" Shen Ruochu felt a bit disappointed. "Well, that does sound like something He Jian would do." He sighed and nodded. "Yes, rest assured, I will not date before I turn 20, nor will I marry before 30. Song Jun cleared her throat. "There is no need to set such rigid timelines for marriage." He Jian replied calmly. This is my plan. I want to complete my studies and establish a career before considering marriage and children. Yuan snorted lightly. What is so impressive about that? I have a plan too. I intend to marry at 40. Turning to Zhaozhao, he asked, Sister, what about you? Are you planning to marry at 50? Zhaozhao was taken aback, feeling bewildered. What did you just hear? Jian Yunsang ruffled her hair. Don't listen to your brother Yuan's nonsense. What kind of plan is that? Zhaozhao sighed in relief, realizing it was just a joke. However, she soon heard her mother say, when you're as old as your older cousin and understand planning, then you can think about marriage. As long as you are certain, your father and I will support your decision. Your older cousin's thoughts are the mature ones. Zhao pondered. So, big cousin isn't joking. He really intends to wait until 30 to marry? The people of the Grand Qi Kingdom felt as if they were hearing things. Marrying at 30? They were aware that in the future, marriages might occur later. As Miss Jian had mentioned, her cousin would be nearly 30 before marrying, yet she had still wed at 24-25. Moreover, it is entirely plausible that Jian Ponpon's late marriage is a result of familial issues. With the commendable attributes of Run Hezhian, by the age of 16 or 17, he should have been a coveted suitor, yet he still remains unmarried at 30. Life is already halfway through, and while others at this age may already be grandparents, he is only contemplating marriage now. What a jest. Furthermore, it is astonishing to witness Song Zhen and the others exhibiting no sense of urgency. Why should there be any frustration? This is largely due to the fact that people from Lu Village marry at an early age. If one is still unmarried by 16 or 17, they are often the subject of gossip. Liang Pinggu, for instance, has faced much scrutiny, with many claiming his family's poverty deters women from marrying him. Although his parents are not angered, they are undoubtedly saddened, lamenting their inability to provide for him, even considering finding him a widow. A widow? Indeed, but that widow ended up marrying someone else, and Liang Pinggu remains unmarried to this day. Upon being mentioned, Liang Ping quickly sensed the collective gaze of those around him. He awkwardly touched his nose, wishing to bury his head in the ground. Good heavens, Zhaozhao. You shouldn't have brought that up. Liang Ping wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recalling that even before he set off for the capital, a proactive matchmaker had already approached his family. At that time, many were aware of his relationship with Zhaozhao, and he possessed the silver obtained from the ring she had left behind. Now, the situation has escalated. It seems the entire Qi knows that the bachelor Zhaozhao has mentioned is indeed Liang Ping. Furthermore, affluent families near Huaiping are already planning to rush to Lu Village to see if they can secure a marriage agreement. There are even thoughts regarding Lin Lan and Dia, as it seems these two young ladies remain unmarried as well, prompting a preemptive approach. Liang Ping rubbed his temples, eager to change the subject. Let us gaze at the sky instead. Let's not dwell on me. The group erupted into laughter, lifting their heads once more. Zhaozhao, however, still wore a worried expression. Mother, what if the Tanga marries so late that he cannot find a wife? This would inevitably lead to him becoming, yes, an old bachelor. An old bachelor? Where did you hear that? Jian Yunsang nearly burst into laughter. Zhaozhao, 30 is not late. Not late. Certainly, nowadays, many people marry in their 30s. Consider how long we spend in education, from elementary to middle school, then to university. If one were to pursue a master's or doctoral degree, like your cousin Leon, by the time they graduate, they would be nearing 30. Furthermore, they would still need to find a job and earn a living. Wouldn't that mean marriage would likely occur after 30 or even into the 40s? Zhaozhao's eyes widened. So, does that mean one cannot marry while studying? Guo Xiaocai is still in school, yet he already has children. In theory, one can marry after entering university. However, during university, most boys have yet to reach the legal marriage age, so one must at least wait until after graduation to marry. Zhaozhao, perplexed, asked, legal marriage age? Indeed, our country's law stipulates that the earliest marriage age for women is 20, while for men it is 22. Marrying before reaching this age is considered illegal. Chapter 211. Legal marriage age under the sky of Qi. What? What did you just say? How old? Where is it illegal? Emperor Jing Xuandi pointed at the sky and turned to Chao Qing, asking, they said one must be over 20 to marry? So late? Into Qi. The legal marriage age is 16 for men and 14 for women. Even Emperor Jing Xuandi himself was married at the age of 16. Although some may wait until the male has undergone the coming-of-age ceremony and the female's hairpin ceremony before marrying, it rarely exceeds a short duration. Yet, Looking at the present day, Run Hezhian planning for marriage at 30 is utterly absurd. How can they consider marriage so late while maintaining a population of 14 billion? Surely, they must be jesting. Zhaozhao, equally bewildered, asked, "Mother, why is this regulation in place?" Initially, it was to control population growth. What are you saying? Emperor Jing Xuandi and the ministers nearly choked on their words. Throughout history, various dynasties have aimed to encourage population growth, devising numerous incentives. Yet you claim it is to control population growth? Well, 14 billion people. That is indeed remarkable, precisely 7 times our own. Just thinking about it invokes envy. Feeling a bit of a headache, Emperor Jing Xuandi thought today may not be the best day for hearing Jian Yunseng speak. Yet, Jian Yunseng patiently explained to Zhaozhao. Secondly, it is to prolong the education period for young people, fostering personal development. Thirdly, it aims to promote healthy childbirth and mitigate health issues arising from early marriage. Emperor Jing Xuandi's jaw tightened. What do you mean by reducing health issues due to early marriage? He quickly leaned in, listening intently as Jian Yunseng continued. Generally, the optimal age for women to bear children is between 24 and 35, while for men, it is between 25 and 40. Marrying too early or too late is inadvisable. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the populace of Qi. Surely, you jest. Having children at 24-25? Does that not imply they must wait 7 or 8 years after marriage to have children? They would likely be divorced long before then, suspected of being unable to conceive. Even Emperor Jing Xuandi frowned, pondering how the population could possibly grow with such late childbirth. Some may well be in their 40s by then, nearing their end. Zhaozhao felt her mother's words challenged her understanding. Nevertheless, she had always trusted her mother, believing that what she said was correct. However, why is it that the best age comes after one's 20s? Many young women in Lu village have already borne children at an early age. Jian Yunseng held her close, sighing softly. That is because, regardless of gender, one's body has not fully developed. How could one expect to bear children? For instance, a girl under 18 has not yet fully developed her pelvis, which can lead to complications and excessive bleeding during childbirth. Moreover, statistics indicate that the maternal mortality rate for those under 20 is double that of mothers aged 25 to 29. So many? The faces of the Qi's citizens paled, especially the young brides who had recently married. Hearing Jian Yunseng's words left their legs trembling. So, the risks of early childbirth are this grave? Yet, if they do not conceive within a few years of marriage, they would still be subject to ridicule. Some do not care whether these women might face complications or even life-threatening situations. They simply wish to propagate their lineage and focus solely on increasing the number of offspring. To them, these women are merely vessels of reproduction. Fortunately, Jian Yunseng continued, in truth, the risks are not only for the mothers, but also detrimental to the fetus. If both parents have not fully developed, the child may lack essential nutrients in the womb, which adversely affects their cognitive and skeletal development. In simple terms, they may end up smaller or less intelligent. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent men of the Qi fell silent. When it comes to the health and intelligence of their descendants, they certainly take a keen interest. If that is the case, it indeed seems unwise to have children too early. However, Emperor Jing Xuandi felt a headache coming on as the Grand Tutor and several ministers had already arrived at the imperial study, their brows furrowing at this conversation. It is evident that while marriage may have occurred earlier in previous generations, Jian Yunseng's generation appears to embrace late marriage and optimal childbirth. Emperor Jing Xuandi lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, deep in thought. After a while, he quietly inquired, "What suggestions do you have, Grand Tutor?" Someone nearby opposed, stating, while that may be true, Qi only has a population of 200 million. It was only after reaching 14 billion that population control became necessary. We are not yet at that stage. Even if the population grows, if the citizens cannot meet their basic needs, it will make little difference. Emperor Jing Xuandi has always been receptive to the Grand Tutor's counsel, especially since the words spoken under the sky have proven to be true. He nodded slightly, acknowledging that the Grand Tutor's words held merit. However, the Qi could not be compared to future generations. Delaying marriage until 20 or 22 seemed excessively far off. Hadn't Miss Jian mentioned that a girl under 18 has not fully developed her pelvis? Therefore, the age for girls to marry should be postponed to 17, while boys to 19. The corner of the Grand Tutor's mouth twitched. Your Majesty, Must you schedule it so soon? Ah, so girls marry at 17 and bear children at 18. Is that it? You leave them no room at all. Yet, Emperor Jingxian found this arrangement quite agreeable. After all, women in the future marry at 20, but isn't the optimal age for childbirth 24? If one has the capability, why not change the marriage age to 23? The emperor was pleased with this plan, but considering the gravity of the matter and the limited number of officials present, it was best to discuss it further during the morning court session. Several ministers acquiesced, and Emperor Jingxian then turned his gaze to the heavens. Just in time to hear Chaochao's jubilant voice, "Mama, my energy value has risen." Chapter 212. Energy value reaches 9,002. Jian Yunsang smiled. Today, Chaochao had spared no effort in assisting Renjinjin. Given Renjinjin's current state, if Chaochao hadn't promptly intervened upstairs, something could have indeed gone awry. She looked at Chaochao. How much has it increased? 300. 300? So now the total energy value has reached 9,002. It seems your cousin should be all right. Jian Yunsang patted Chaochao's head. This is all you're doing. At the dining table, she handed Chaochao her phone watch. Thank you, Chaochao. If it weren't for you, the Tang family would have faced serious trouble today. Then she turned to Jian Yunsang, sister-in-law. Xinjin has already begun to implement your suggestion. This afternoon, after the child fell asleep, she gradually sat at the door, then moved to the small parlor. She said she felt fine now. Such a distance does not cause her excessive worry or anxiety. While in the small parlor, she even managed to doze off for a bit. Knowing her advice had been heeded by Renjinjin, Jian Yunsang felt genuinely happy, hoping for her swift recovery. The others at the table were only partially aware of the situation, and Shun Ruochu was completely oblivious. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Aunt, did something happen to the Tang family today?" Tang Muhan did not conceal anything, briefly recounting the events. Shun Ruochu and Yuan looked at Jian Yunsang and Chaochao in shock. Even Song Zhun displayed a look of astonishment. She was aware that something was amiss with the Tang family, but was unaware of the particulars. Who would have known that it nearly involved a life? Those two wicked women went too far. If I had encountered them, I would have certainly beaten them to a pulp. Yuan huffed angrily, then turned to Chaochao. How could such a severe incident occur on the second floor without my knowledge? No wonder my sister suddenly disappeared. She went to save someone. He was promptly nudged by He Jiyan. And you still have a gall to mention it? You were with Chaochao at the time, and she knew to record the conversation with the phone watch and ran off to save someone. While you were clueless that someone was missing. Yuan puffed out his cheeks, unable to retort, and simply ran to Chaochao, grabbing her hand. Sister, you are simply the Avalokiteshvara of mercy. You saved your cousin, a kind little angel. Chaochao was somewhat shy from the praise. I'm not that amazing. Initially dazed by the compliments, she suddenly grew tense upon hearing the last remark. Don't take me away, cousin, please don't take me away. Shun Ruochu was taken aback, quickly realizing that her casual comment was a painful reminder of Chaochao's past struggles that could never be erased. She immediately felt a pang of sympathy, saying, all right, I won't take you away. That was a slip of the tongue. What I meant was, would you like to visit your cousin's home? Do you want to meet your aunt? Aunt? Chaochao nodded eagerly, wanting to see her aunt. Shun Ruochu beamed at Jian Yunsang. Aunt, how about we take Chaochao to Xingqing in 2 days? Although they had video called, it still felt like there was a barrier between them. Jian Yunsang hesitated. Chaochao's severe illness before the new year made her concerned about the long journey and the potential strain it could cause, especially since Xingqing was in the north, where temperatures were significantly lower and the air drier. Ultimately, Jian Yunsang relented. All right, we can go for a few days. As for Tang Muhan, she found herself in a quandary. Yuan was quite a handful, and managing him alone would be challenging. Once they arrived in Xingqing, he would undoubtedly run around, making it difficult for her to keep an eye on him. So, Tang Muhan looked up at her eldest son. He Jiyan adjusted his glasses. I should go too. It's been a while since I've seen my aunt. Tang Muhan sighed in relief, serving her eldest son some chicken leg. You've worked hard. Here, eat more. Song Zhun wanted to go as well, but she had to attend an old friend's birthday party in a couple of days and had to regretfully decline. Moreover, winter in the north was too cold for her. She preferred to wait for warmer weather before visiting. Originally, He Nanzhou had planned to join, but on the eve of their departure, he received a call from Zhaozhao. The project he had been working on was now completed, and he could take a break. The two brothers were preparing to discuss matters regarding artificial intelligence. He Nanzhou sensed that he would soon be quite busy, likely without time to accompany Chaochao on trips elsewhere. Thus, on the 10th day of the new year, a group of 7 boarded the plane bound for Xingqing. Anticipating the reunion with her aunt made Chaochao somewhat excited. And when the plane landed and she saw the vast expanse of white outside, she was momentarily stunned. Is that snow? Chaochao gazed in wonder at the snowy scene, her eyes sparkling. The village of Lu 6 had never seen snow, as it was in the south. Though winter was cold, it never dropped to -10 degrees. Otherwise, given Chaochao's living conditions, she might have frozen to death long ago. Seeing her so engrossed in the view outside the window, Jian Yunsang couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, it's snow. Later, when we exit the airport, you can play with it. Now, let us put on your down jacket and snow boots. They would need to take a shuttle bus after disembarking, as the outdoor temperature was too low to go unprepared. Jian Yunsang held Chaochao's hand as they exited the plane and took the shuttle to the airport hall. Knowing that there was snow outside and she would soon be able to touch and see it made her impatient to step outside. Just as they were about to exit the airport hall, Yuan, who had been bouncing ahead, suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on something. He stiffened, standing at attention, and sharply raised his hand in a salute. Chapter 213. Their soldier Chaochao was startled, nearly colliding with his back. She looked up, bewildered, following Yuan's gaze to see 2 rows of individuals in military green uniforms and hats approaching. They walked with heads held high, exuding an aura of vigor and authority, marching in perfect formation. As they passed by Yuan, their swinging arms swiftly raised in salute towards him. Though Chaochao did not fully understand the reason, she instinctively mimicked the action, raising her small hand in a salute, albeit imperfectly, yet no one commented. Once the group moved on, Yuan lowered his hand, and Chaochao followed suit. However, their gazes remained fixed on the departing figures. Soon, Chaochao noticed another child not far away, saluting the soldiers, who returned the gesture. It wasn't until the soldiers were completely out of sight that Chaochao curiously asked Yuan, "Brother, do you know them?" Yuan shook his head. "No, I don't." "Then why did you do that?" Chaochao imitated the salute. Yuan stood tall. "Because of what they wear, they are soldiers. I salute them to show my respect and admiration." "Soldiers?" Chaochao looked back in astonishment, realizing the soldiers had already walked far away. She was not well versed in such matters, and in Lu village, encounters with military personnel were exceedingly rare, limited to the occasional officers or constables from the county. What then were their duties? Yuan gently ruffled Chao's fluffy head, saying, "Sister, you must read more." Yan's lips twitched. As a mediocre student himself, how could he instruct others? He pulled Chaochao closer, and, once they were in the vehicle, explained, "They're soldiers of the People's Liberation Army, defenders of our homeland. Internally, they serve as the guardians of our safety, and externally, they are the valiant warriors who repel foreign invasions. They are deserving of our respect and affection. Do you understand?" Chaochao nodded, though her comprehension seemed uncertain. Beneath the expansive sky, the people of the Qi exchanged glances, incredulous. Had they truly heard correctly? Were those individual soldiers? Was this the nature of soldiers? Moments earlier, when Yuan and Chaochao saluted, those 2 children had been met with smiles and nods, appearing quite amiable. Yet, their march was impeccably synchronized. When the leader encountered an obstruction, he deftly maneuvered, and the formation remained unbroken. Some of the citizens of the Qi had seen soldiers before, but the soldiers they had encountered were entirely different from those of future generations. Some soldiers appeared even more fearsome than bandits. The Emperor Jingxian gazed at the scene with bright eyes, pondering whether this was indeed the military of the future. How swiftly they moved. He had yet to observe them properly. Minister of War Chu Wanda appeared contemplative, remarking, "Your Majesty, those soldiers do not seem to differ much in height or build. They do not resemble traditional soldiers. Rather, they evoke an inexplicable oddity." The Minister of Revenue dismissed this notion, suggesting it was natural, as they were likely specially selected for a particular mission. Our soldiers, when faced with special tasks, such as the competitions for foreign envoys, must also be chosen for their strength and vigor. This reasoning held merit. Emperor Jingxian fell into thought, uncertain of how the military of the future was managed. The Qi currently employed a system of wei suo, and he wondered if such a military structure had persisted through time. Several officials exchanged glances, understanding that while the wei suo system had initially been effective, over the years, more perceptive officials had begun to recognize its shortcomings. However, for the moment, the impact was minimal. The future remained uncertain. Moreover, even if they raised the issue now, no viable solutions existed. The Wei Suo system had been established by the founding emperor, and altering it would require extensive changes, involving numerous personnel and interests, making it a daunting task. Thus, a few officials shifted the topic, stating, "Your Majesty, it seems they hold soldiers in high regard, especially the children. Children, after all, are influenced by the adults around them." In other words, even if others did not perform the so-called salute, their respect and affection for soldiers were likely significant. Not long after, they observed several children at the airport behaving similarly. Upon reflection, could it be that the entire populace held such respect and admiration for soldiers within their hearts? Yet, how could this be? After all, they were soldiers. The Wei Suo system in Qi meant that military families were hereditary, self-sufficient through agricultural means. They lived their lives as soldiers, with their descendants destined to do the same. During off-seasons, they trained. During harvests, they farmed. And when war arose, they took up arms to fight. Their paths were singular and unyielding. Consequently, the status of military families in Qi was exceedingly low, with some unable to withstand the pressure and choosing to flee. For such soldiers, coexisting harmoniously with civilians was already a commendable feat. Any minor conflict could potentially escalate into violence. Where, then, was the respect and affection? Perhaps these military families garnered a modicum of respect when protecting the populace. Emperor Jing Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the attitude of future civilians towards soldiers was indeed perplexing. They exhibited no fear of soldiers. They did not panic or apologize when obstructed, and even children dared to meet their gaze. It was worth noting that as the soldiers passed, their expressions were impassive, their gazes unwavering, projecting an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. This aspect bore resemblance to the police officers Chaochao had encountered previously. The police of the future appeared somewhat akin to the constables in their time. Regrettably, those soldiers had already departed, leaving Emperor Jing Xian yearning for deeper understanding. Meanwhile, Chaochao and her companions had arrived at the Xian Garden. The residences there were predominantly row houses with gardens, and Shenruo Chu's home was centrally located, characterized by an elegant and tranquil environment. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Chaochao curiously surveyed her surroundings. "Sister Chu, is Annie inside?" she inquired. "Are you unwell, Sister Chu?" Chapter 214. Are there so many conditions to join the army? Chaochao. Shenruo Chu responded, sensing concern. Suddenly recalling something, she grew anxious and took Shenruo Chu's hand, leading her inside. "Sister Chu, please don't feel despondent." The term heart ailment had been mentioned by her mother just days prior. Was postpartum depression not a form of heart ailment? When her cousin experienced it severely, she would harm herself. Yet, Sister Chu was so cheerful. Why would she suffer from heart ailment? Chaochao's flustered demeanor elicited a rare smile from Shun Liang, who typically exhibited little emotion. Why the disappointment? Because I was unable to pass the physical examination and cannot become a soldier. As she spoke, she sighed deeply. Chaochao was perplexed. Cannot become a soldier? Shenlei poured water for everyone and placed it on the coffee table before explaining to Chaochao, "Your sister Chu wants to enlist." This year she applied online, and given her physical condition, her chances of being selected were quite high. However, she was disqualified due to a scar. Jian Yunsang was astonished. Sister Chu's dream is to join the army? Indeed, if I had been disqualified for other reasons, it would have been bearable. But to be rejected because of a scar is truly heartbreaking. Chaochao was confused. What is a scar? The indoor warmth prompted Shenruo Chu to remove her outer coat, now clad in a short-sleeved shirt. She rolled her sleeve up to reveal a scar on her shoulder. "This is it. When I was a child, I was mischievous and climbed a tree, only to fall and get this gash from a rock. It healed, but left this scar." She touched it, mumbling, "I almost forgot about this. It's not that large. How could it be a disqualifying factor? So having a scar means one cannot enlist?" Chaochao sighed. "How peculiar." Shenruo Chu chuckled, finding Chaochao's furrowed brow and adorable confusion delightful. The earlier disappointment dissipated as she embraced Chaochao. "Oh, but that's just one of the criteria. There are numerous requirements to join the army." She began to enumerate on her fingers for Chaochao, explaining that one must be at least 18 years old and educational qualifications were necessary. Those who did not pursue education or only graduated from middle school would not meet the standards. Additionally, height and weight were factors, with female recruits needing to be no shorter than 158 centimeters and males at least 160 centimeters. Weight must also conform to specific standards. Noticing Chaochao's bewilderment, she rephrased. In simpler terms, one cannot be too fat or too thin. Moreover, there were vision requirements. If one's eyesight was too poor, it would be unacceptable. A thorough health examination was mandatory, covering everything from routine blood tests to ECGs, ENT evaluations, hearing tests, oral checks, and olfactory assessments, all with established standards. Naturally, one could not have scars like mine, nor severe flat feet or body odor. Any failure to meet the criteria would result in disqualification from military service. Chaochao listened, her head spinning. Oh my, how strict! Not only she, but the citizens of the Qi beneath the sky also appeared to be in a state of disbelief. From the moment Shun Ruochu expressed her desire to join the army, their expressions had been one of stunned astonishment. However, thoughts of her mother, who had achieved high office, led them to consider that perhaps the notion of women serving in the military was not as unfathomable as it once seemed. However, the issue at hand is that according to their words, the military has such stringent requirements. While it is understandable to have standards for vision and hearing, given that being unable to see or hear clearly could indeed lead to dire consequences on the battlefield, the additional criteria regarding height, weight, oral hygiene, and even olfactory senses seem excessive. Moreover, the stipulations concerning flat feet, scars, and body odor are perplexing. My goodness, how many individuals could possibly meet such criteria? Are there truly soldiers under these conditions? Emperor Jingxian found this utterly astonishing, pondering whether, had these requirements been imposed during the Qi era, our military strength would even amount to half of what it is now. The silence among the gathered officials was deafening. One might wonder, would we even have a military in Qi? Take the most basic requirement, education. It is laughable that, in Qi, very few who enlist can even read. Among those who have studied the classics, how many would choose to serve as soldiers? Even if they did, they would likely aspire to roles as strategists or advisors. As for height and weight, how many among the military households could maintain an ideal physique? And the question of whether one bears scars is ludicrous. It is nearly impossible to find someone without them, given how common it is to suffer bumps and bruises. What on earth are they thinking in later generations? To set such a ridiculous standard for enlistment? It is truly beyond comprehension. Your Majesty, this is fundamentally unfeasible. How could they impose such rigorous barriers to military service? If that were the case, would not every citizen of the Qi be able to evade conscription simply by sustaining a scar? That would be a disaster, as everyone would escape military duty. Chu Wendy sighed. Yet you heard it correctly. This Miss Shun volunteered to enlist. In fact, she appeared quite dejected due to her failure to meet the standards. Could it be that Miss Shun's mother is a high-ranking official, leading her to take on a pioneering role? Perhaps she does not genuinely wish to serve in the military? As soon as the words left his mouth, the others turned to him in unison. Is it not precisely because Miss Shun's mother is a high-ranking official that she has less need to enlist? Nevertheless, this argument does hold merit. Many military families in the Qi have younger relatives who, unable to excel academically, venture into the military to gain experience and potentially secure a promising future. However, such individuals would typically not start as unknown foot soldiers. One wonders at which level Miss Shun would begin her military career. Lost in thought, they then heard Shin Ruochu addressing Zhaozhao, stating that all these matters pertain to personal physical fitness. Even if these criteria are met, a political review must follow. What is a political review? Shin Ruochu smiled, explaining that it involves an investigation into one's ideological stance, such as whether one's beliefs are steadfast, whether they have engaged in illegal activities, or made disparaging remarks about heroes and martyrs. Additionally, it scrutinizes family background. If one's relatives have committed crimes or have problematic stances, that disqualifies them from military service. Under the vast sky, the people of the Qi grappled with the implications of this. Emperor Jingxian harbored grave doubts, questioning whether they could genuinely recruit soldiers. Those lacking a firm political stance are indeed unsuitable for military service. Yet can one control the actions of their parents or siblings? The other ministers exchanged glances, pondering how to articulate their thoughts. In the Qi, there are indeed instances of collective punishment. If one member of family is found guilty, the entire household may suffer. The later generations might only disqualify individuals from military service, which could hardly compare to the severity faced in Qi. However, they did not agree with the notion that criminals should be barred from military service. At times, they even recruit criminals directly into battle, forming death squads. And in certain circumstances, the proportion of criminals can be quite substantial. Following the standards of later generations, they might as well disband the military. How could later generations maintain any military presence under such criteria? An official sighed, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Zhaozhao inquired whether such stringent requirements meant that few would enlist. Chaochao laughed lightly, reassuring her not to worry. Currently, our nation boasts approximately 3 million active military personnel. Having sought knowledge on this topic due to her desire to serve, Chaochao spoke confidently. The emperor and the officials of the Qi were taken aback. 2.3 million? In comparison to a population of over 1 billion. Such a number of soldiers is indeed minimal. At the founding of the Qi, there were around 5 to 6 million troops. Although that number has now dwindled to around 800,000 to 900,000, it is noteworthy that the Qi's total population stands at merely 200 million. This comparison indicates that later generations possess a smaller military scale. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the soldiers of later generations are meticulously selected, adhering to those absurdly strict requirements. In contrast, the military of a Qi is a mixed bag with a wide variance in quality. It is unlikely one could find many soldiers who meet the rigorous standards observed in later generations. Emperor Jingxian felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. Soon, he heard Chaochao continue, adding that in addition to the 3 million active personnel, we also have reserve forces and militia organizations, bringing the total to over 10 million. Zhaozhao asked what was meant by reserve forces. These are individuals who engage in necessary preparations during peacetime and can be mobilized for direct participation and support during wartime. Emperor Jingxian and the others were once again astonished. What do they call this reserve force? Is it not akin to their military households? Such individuals total over 10 million? Indeed, their assumptions have been overly naive. Surely, these reserve forces cannot be subject to the same physical, educational, and ideological requirements. The ministers exchanged glances, sensing that perhaps it was somewhat similar. Even if the standards were not as stringent, they were still quite formidable for the Qi. Emperor Jingxian murmured, "How is this even possible? They do not even have an emperor. Who then commands these troops? Would not those in charge of the military aspire to seize the throne themselves? How can they manage such a disciplined army, ensuring that they remain courteous even when interacting with children and passers-by? Or do those in command belong to various factions? What sort of military system allows these individuals to refrain from vying for that supreme position?" These questions remained unspoken by Emperor Jingxian, yet his mind was perpetually burdened by them. Zhaozhao and her companions, upon discussing the military, would inevitably broach the topic of the emperor, and soon the entire Qi would be aware, stirring unrest throughout the realm. When was Shan awakened? Suddenly, Emperor Jingxian inquired about Zhaozhao's energy level from a few days prior. The Grand Tutor was momentarily taken aback. Had they not been discussing soldiers? Why had His Majesty shifted the topic? Emperor Jingxian inhaled deeply, stating that only 800 remained, and once they reached 800, they would total 10,000. The ministers exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by His Majesty's sudden shift in focus. Zhaozhao felt a sense of clarity wash over her, content within herself. However, she noticed that Chaochao appeared somewhat unenthusiastic as she leaned over to pat her hand, resting her head against her arm, softly comforting her. "Cousin, do not be disheartened. Let us think of alternative solutions." Chaochao chuckled, ruffling the little girl's fluffy head, and asked, "What other solutions do you have, Zhaozhao?" Zhaozhao looked up in confusion, her tuft of hair standing askew, and lamented, "I do not have any solutions yet. When I grow up and have studied enough to be clever, I will think of something." Chaochao's spirits lifted, and she could not help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Shenliang interjected, urging them not to tease Zhaozhao and suggesting that if she truly wished to serve, she could pursue a technical career. Chaochao's laughter abruptly ceased, and she shot a fierce glare at Shenliang. "I'm not like you. I do not wish to engage in such mentally taxing endeavors. Do you think that being a foot soldier does not require intelligence?" Shen Ruochu retorted. That is not the same. A regular soldier only needs to think occasionally. The rest of the time, they simply follow orders and obey commands, which is entirely sufficient for them. Yet, technical personnel must have minds that spin like tops, which would drive me to madness eventually. No, she absolutely should not endure such mental torment. She would rather run 5 kilometers with a heavy load. Enough, I am fine. I simply cannot enlist in the military, which is a minor regret amidst a multitude of dreams. Observing the crowd still fixated on her, particularly Zhaozhao with her little brows furrowed in concentration. Shen Ruochu found it rather amusing. How could this little girl be so troubled? It was truly heartwarming, unlike Yuan. Thinking of Yuan, she suddenly felt an unsettling silence. Looking around, she indeed did not see that little fellow. Where is Yuan? He Jian helplessly gestured towards the courtyard, stating that he could not stay put and had gone to play outside. How could someone be so mischievous? After sitting on a plane for more than 2 hours, he didn't even seem tired. As he spoke, he opened the window, intending to call out to him. To her surprise, voices emerged from the courtyard. Yuan's familiar tone was particularly distinct. Are you looking for my cousin Chu? Or you to her? Friends or seeking revenge? If it's revenge, you can't come in. The individuals in the room. Shenruo Chu stood up and walked to the window, seeing Yuan standing at the courtyard gate, hands on her hips, defiantly gazing at the two outsiders. Chapter 216. Invitation. Shun Lei also noticed the two individuals outside. He clearly recognized them and introduced them to Jianyun, saying, stating that they were Chu's classmates, having grown up together in the same compound. From the same compound? Jianyun Sang understood. Yuan was essentially akin to the provincial party committee's family compound, where most residents work for the provincial government. Since these two boys had grown up here, it implied their parents and aunts were colleagues. Indeed, Shun Lei continued. The one on the left is the son of the Minister of Propaganda, and the boy on the right has an uncle in the Ministry of Justice. As soon as Shenruo Chu arrived in the courtyard, the two boys waved to her, smiles spreading across their faces. Yuan felt embarrassed, questioning their overly ingratiating smiles, especially the one on the left, appearing quite foolish. Zhao, she whispered, why don't we just go out and listen directly? You don't understand. We're here just in case. If those two pose any threat to cousin Chu, we can immediately intervene and scare them off. You have no idea how distorted those two men's expressions were earlier. Trust me, you won't regret listening to me. Shun Ruo Chu, with her back to them, yet hearing their conversation clearly, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, utterly speechless. Forget it. She couldn't be bothered. She raised her gaze to the two boys before her. What brings you here? Shun Ruo Chu frowned. What are you apologizing for? It's just that we all signed up for military service, and you were the only one who didn't pass the selection. We thought you might be upset. The vein on Shun Ruo Chu's temple began to throb. Fong Kai-chun, are you looking for trouble? Just as she felt her mood slightly lift. They came to provoke her? Fong Kai-chan was taken aback, and his classmate Lin Chi quickly interjected. Chu, you misunderstood. Kai-chan meant to ask if you wanted to go out and relax. We plan to go skiing tomorrow. Would you like to join us? Shin Ruo Chu scoffed. Skiing tomorrow? Have you forgotten that we have classes? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. What's the matter? You all passed the military physical examination, and now attending class is of no concern? It's truly impressive. The two in T heard her speak like this in ages. Realizing she was genuinely upset, Fong Kai-chun, as if recalling something, asked with confusion, there are no classes tomorrow. Didn't you know? Huh. Fong Kai-chun explained. Some idiot reported that we were having extra classes during the winter break, and it even reached the Education Bureau. The school wanted to avoid escalating the situation. So classes are suspended for the next few days until this matter is resolved. Did you not receive the text message? She quickly opened her phone and indeed found a message from the teacher stating that classes were suspended, with further notice pending. Shenruo Chu felt utterly speechless. Fong Kai-chun eagerly asked, so how about skiing? Not only was she nodding vigorously, but she was also persistently winking at Zhaozhao. You want to go too, right? Zhaozhao had never even seen snow, let alone gone skiing. She was puzzled and asked Shenruo Chu, what is skiing? What if I can't do it? Shenruo Chu met her confused gaze and felt utterly unequipped to respond, considering the hardships the little girl had endured over the past 2 years. She had hardly had the opportunity to play, let alone rest. Clearly, she had been skiing 2 years ago, yet now she had completely forgotten. Their family has a ski resort? Do they have a ski resort? Shenruo addressed Fang Kai-chun and the others. All right, we'll go. Great. I'll make arrangements. Fang Kai-chun's eyes lit up with excitement. Shenruo called out to him, wait a moment. Although she had just agreed, she still needed to consult her little aunt and Jian, especially since the two little ones were involved. Upon hearing about the skiing trip, Jian Yunsang looked down at Zhaozhao, who had nestled beside her, eyes gleaming with anticipation. What else could Jian Yunsang do but nod in agreement? Jian had no objections either. While he loved studying, he was also quite athletic. Since her father had to work, she and Shun Liang would host her little aunt and the others, as this was their childhood home, familiar territory. Fang Kai-chun was momentarily taken aback. We haven't finalized anything yet. We intended to ask for your opinion first. If you go, we will prepare accordingly. If you have two little ones, I can find a nanny to help take care of them, arrange 2 7-seater cars, and hire 2 drivers. Shenruo pondered for a moment. That works? My little aunt and Zhaozhao can share a room, Jian and Yuan in another, and I'll share a room with Liang. As for you, arrange yourselves. Got it. While the group discussed in the courtyard, Jian Yunsang and the others had been observing from the window. Unable to contain herself, Jian Yunsang quietly asked Shun Liang, do you think those 2 boys like Chu? Shun Liang glanced at Shun Lei, who appeared speechless. What do you want from me? Chu is 18. I have no objections to her dating. Shun Liang nodded affirmatively to Jian Yunsang. Yes. They both seem to have that inclination. However, Chu has yet to realize it. She prefers to be their leader. Consequently, all 3 signed up, but only the leader failed the physical examination, while the 2 she wished to recruit as her subordinates excelled and would soon be entering the military. How could she feel good about that? Zhao tilted her head. Do the 2 older brothers outside also want to enlist? Chapter 217. Number of registrants in the million. Shun Liang nodded. Yes, they like your Chu sister, voluntarily signed up for military service and even passed. Zhaozhao, genuinely puzzled, asked, are many people signing up? At that moment, Shenruo walked in, laughing as she replied, every year about 5 to 6 million people apply. But our country's conscription quota is only around 50 to 70,000, roughly 1 in 10 selected. So you can understand why the standards are so stringent. Even someone as exceptional as me was eliminated. Wait, this wording implies that Fang Kai-chun and Lin Qi are more outstanding than her. Yet under the vast sky, how many people signed up? How many are being recruited? Chu and his fingers trembled at the revelation of 5 to 6 million applicants. How could so many people voluntarily enlist? It was utterly inconceivable. Beside him, the Minister of Finance sighed. Moreover, did you hear? These 2 are clearly from influential families. And with Shenruo, that makes 3. Isn't that probability a bit high? Children of influential families, unlike ordinary citizens, have more than one path to choose from. They have elders paving the way and are often the only or one of the few children in their families, without the need to worry about future prospects or endure the hardships of military life. So why are they so eager to enlist? Indeed, as Yuan mentioned, do people in later generations truly hold soldiers in high regard? Surely, their admiration cannot solely stem from this. In contrast to these officials, the thoughts of ordinary citizens are not as profound. They perceive that enlisting in the military must yield certain benefits. Perhaps the salaries for soldiers in later times are quite substantial. It is indeed likely, for how else could 4 to 5 million individuals have signed up? 4 to 5 million. Just the number alone is daunting. Serving the military is no trivial matter. One misstep could cost a life. Even in peacetime, soldiers must toil in agriculture, making it seem preferable to farm at home, where there is no fear of combat. Perhaps in later generations, there will be no need for farming at all. If farming is off the table, what then? Surely, they cannot be expected to train with weapons every day. Regardless, they firmly believe that military service must offer a high salary. Who would willingly enlist without incentives? Would they be discontent if not selected after volunteering? What a jest! If the Qi court were to conscript soldiers, they would evade it at all costs. After all, the pay for military service is meager, and, at times, they must provide their own rations. Surely, later generations would include meals. Coincidentally, Zhaozhao inquired why so many people volunteered. Was there money to be made? Shenruo, with a smile, explained to Zhaozhao that indeed, there's a salary for soldiers, but that of voluntary recruits is quite low. Those like Fang Kai-chun, just starting their service, may earn only a little over 2,000 yuan a month. However, upon retirement, There are certain subsidies and benefits for education and employment. The citizens of Qi reacted to the mention of 2,000 yuan, already calculating the prices of later generations. Such a salary is indeed exceedingly low. Yet, what are the subsidies and benefits mentioned? See, there are still advantages, right? They then heard Shenruo Chu add that most people enlist not for the salary. For what reason then? Zhaozhao inquired. What could it be? The citizens of Qi echoed the same question. Shenruo Chu pondered for a moment and replied that many join to respond to the call of the nation, to serve their country. Some seek personal growth and development, while a few may do so for additional opportunities. The people of Qi pondered. Emperor Jing Xin deep in thought. Serving the country? So many voluntarily joining to serve their nation? Yet, for most citizens of Qi, military service is often a last resort, a means of survival. Perhaps when the nation faces peril, the citizens of Qi would courageously don armor and fight to defend their homeland. However, in times of peace, their sense of conviction is not so fervent. How then does later society achieve this? When the topic of serving the country arose, Shenruo Chu's eyes seemed to sparkle with fervor. Zhaozhao felt this too, though she grasped only a fraction of it. She perceived her sister Chu Chu to be quite remarkable. Shenruo Chu found it difficult to withstand the brilliance of Zhaozhao's gaze, hastily sipping water to conceal her upward curving smile. Just then, Shen Liyang remarked that he would call to have some skiing equipment delivered. Auntie, besides the basic gear, do Zhaozhao and Yuan need anything else? Attention swiftly shifted to Shen Liyang, and Yuan expressed her slight regret, stating that she had a ski suit at home and wished she had brought it along, as she adored that particular outfit. If you want, I can buy you an identical one. In truth, the ski resort has equipment for sale, but they prefer to be prepared in advance. Jian Yin Sang jotted down some items needed by the children, and Shen Liyang set off to attend to them. Despite often being lost in thought due to his experiments and studies, he is dependable when it comes to practical matters. By dinner time, all the necessary items have been delivered. The group spent the night at the Shen residence, where there were several guest rooms, just sufficient for their needs. The following day, they set out early. When Zhaozhao awoke, he had just left after a brief stay. Zhaozhao sighed, acknowledging how hard her aunt worked. Previously in Jiangcheng, she could excuse not seeing her, but now, living at her aunt's, she still missed her. All right, let us go, she said. The driver arranged by Fong Kai-chun had already brought the vehicle to the garage, and they began loading their belongings for departure. Both vehicles were 7-seater vans. Since there were more people on Jian Yunsang's side, Shenruo Chu decided to sit with Fong Kai-chun and the others. The two vehicles drove out of Yuan. The weather was pleasant, and Zhaozhao leaned against the window, curiously observing the streets of Xingcheng. The citizens of Qi were also watching, particularly those from the south who had never traveled far and were unfamiliar with the northern landscapes. Accompanying Zhaozhao, they experienced a broader world. As they left the city limits, the snow-covered scenery became even more pronounced, an expanse of white, draped in a silvery cloak, breathtakingly beautiful, almost otherworldly. Particularly after traveling for over an hour, as they neared the ski resort, the snow on either side of the road grew thicker and more dazzlingly white. The journey was leisurely, and it was not until 2 hours later that they finally arrived at the hotel. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Zhaozhao immediately felt the chill, significantly colder than in the city, but fortunately, she was well equipped. Had she faced such temperatures in Lu Ciyuan during her first winter, she might have frozen solid. They were staying in a hot spring hotel, and as Fong Kai-chun assisted them with their luggage, he explained, this ski resort isn't very well known, but it has the advantage of being less crowded. It's much quieter than the more popular resorts, which I specifically chose so we can enjoy ourselves more fully, especially for children. What if they collide in a crowded place? Fong Kai-chun felt his considerations were quite thoughtful. Not to mention, the hotel, though pricey, offered many rooms with private hot spring pools. For instance, the room he booked for Jian Yunsang and Shenruo Chu featured a separate hot spring pool, ensuring cleanliness and privacy for a more relaxing experience. Jian Yunsang glanced at him in surprise, and Fong Kai-chun, aware that she was Chu Chu's aunt, immediately broke into a brighter smile. Zhaozhao curiously looked around. Though she had stayed in hotels several times, this was her first experience in a hot spring hotel. Upon entering the room and seeing the steaming hot spring pool in the small courtyard behind the floor-to-ceiling windows, her eyes lit up. Mom, Is the hot spring always this warm? Jian Yunsang began unpacking clothes from a suitcase. Yes, it maintains a warm temperature. What is the matter? Do you want to soak in a hot spring right now? Jian Yunsang chuckled. All right, let us listen to your sister Chu Chu and change into our swimsuits. Zhaozhao obediently changed into her quick dry outfit. As night fell, the citizens of the Qi were all discussing the hot spring pool. Emperor Jingxian could not suppress his excitement. While others might find it inconvenient to bathe in the hot spring, he faced no such dilemma. There was a hot spring pool in the royal palace, not far away. He rubbed his hands together, reflecting on his recent diligence in state affairs, tirelessly working to the point of seldom visiting the harem. Surely, it would not be excessive to indulge in some relaxation now and then. With that thought, Emperor Jingxian stood and declared, Chao Qing, prepare for me. I shall go to the palace for some time to recuperate, and I will handle state affairs from there. Your Majesty, are you serious? Departing now? Although there were no prior indications, as a servant, he had to comply with the emperor's sudden request. Thus, by the time Zhaozhao and the others finished changing and set off to the ski resort's free parking lot, entering the lobby to collect their tickets, Emperor Jingxian was already seated in his carriage, contentedly heading towards the palace. Hand in hand with Jian Yunsang, Zhaozhao nervously stepped out of the lobby. The moment they exited, they were greeted by a vast, white expanse with a steep slope, from which 7 or 8 individuals swiftly descended. Is it really that fast? Zhaozhao felt her legs weaken slightly, while Sh beside her side contentedly, taking her hand and saying, let us ascend the mountain. Ascend? How do we get up there? Do we climb? Zhaozhao thought to herself that if she had to climb, she might lack the strength to enjoy herself afterward. The height was daunting, especially in the snow. She was uncertain if she could make it. However, Sh led her to the side, where they stood on a magic carpet that whisked them upward. Glancing down, Zhaozhao noted that it resembled an elevator. Indeed, we are headed to the beginner's ski slope, which is relatively flat. Do not fear your first experience. We have engaged a seasoned instructor for your guidance. Moreover, you are fully equipped, so even if you fall, it is of no concern. Zhaozhao inspected her gear, knee and elbow pads, a helmet, and even a protective shell for her backside. Indeed, she felt reassured and somewhat eager to try. While the speed of those who had to ski down appeared daunting, it seemed genuinely enjoyable. Upon reaching the summit, Zhaozhao was still adjusting her ski attire and hat, while Yuan had already begun warming up, securing his feet on the snowboard and announcing to Zhyn, brother, I shall go ahead. Before his words could fully settle, he dashed down the slope. Zhaozhao stood agape, watching as Yuan skillfully maneuvered to avoid an obstacle before disappearing from sight. Unable to contain her excitement, she stood up and clapped her hands, exclaiming, Brother Yuan is amazing. Zhyn, somewhat exasperated, thought that if only Yuan applied such fervor to academics, it would be splendid. Shao Zhao, take your time. I will check on them. With that, Zhyn tightened his grip on his ski poles and propelled himself forward, instantly covering a distance of 10 meters. His speed surpassed Yuan's with ease. Zhaozhao, her blood racing, was eager to try skiing herself, inspired by the elegance of her brothers. However, after her third tumble, she felt utterly exhausted. Jian chuckled as she helped her up, asking, Did you get hurt? It doesn't hurt, mama. But my legs obey me. I cannot control them, Zhaozhao replied, shaking off the snow. It's all right, take it slow. We will follow the instructor's advice. Moving forward, just half a meter each time is a success. Sh added in comfort. Falling is part of the process. When I learned, I fell far more than you have. It was peculiar. She had learned 2 years prior, so she should have adapted quickly. Speculated that perhaps Zhaozhao had endured too many hardships in the intervening years. As everyone gathered to console her, Zhaozhao felt a twinge of embarrassment, particularly since she had not yet mastered skiing, causing her companions to refrain from enjoying themselves. Even the 2 brothers she had only just met yesterday looked at her encouragingly, urging her on, and she felt an immense pressure. It was then that Gyn urged them, you and your friend go have fun. I will stay with Zhaozhao. We still have the instructor here, so you needn't hover around. After bidding farewell to her classmates, they quickly departed. However, as seasoned skiers, they found the beginner slope insufficient and soon took the lift to the advanced slope after a single run. Zhaozhao exhaled, observing the other novices in the area, and steeled herself to persist. Just as she readied her snowboard and began to advance under the coach's guidance, someone unexpectedly collided with her. Fortunately, the individual was merely walking, so the impact was not severe. Nonetheless, Chaochao found herself seated on the ground. Though it did not hurt, rising was a bit challenging. Gnyn hurried over and asked, "Are you all right?" Once Chaochao regained her balance, she shook her head, indicating she was fine. She turned to the person who had bumped into her, noting that they appeared to be in worse shape, lacking any protective gear. Zhaozhao expressed concern. "Sister, are you all right? Did it hurt badly? Why are you sitting there for so long, with your head down as if you were crying?" The girl, upon hearing the innocent voice, wiped her face and looked up, hurriedly saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't see the path clearly." Zhaozhao shook her head. "I'm fine. Please don't cry. I promise I'm not trying to take advantage of you." The girl was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhaozhao's sincere eyes, feeling uncertain. "I didn't imply you were trying to take advantage. It was my mistake. I apologize." She continued to apologize, rummaging through her pockets, but finding nothing, which visibly disheartened her. Gnyn stepped in to assist the girl up. "You should head to the lounge to rest. You seem a bit unwell." The girl bit her lip, thanked her, and hurried away. Zhaozhao watched her retreating figure, puzzled. Mama, what happened to her? Perhaps she encountered something distressing, which made her feel downcast. "Oh, I should have offered her a piece of candy. It could have brightened her spirits." Gnyn chuckled. "Well, next time you see her, you can give her some." "All right." Just then, Shn approached. Unlike Ch, he was not overly enthusiastic about skiing. He had tried it once merely for the experience. Upon returning, he brought snacks for Zhaozhao. "Are you tired? Shall we rest in the lounge?" He turned to Gnyn, saying, "Xiao GM, you should ski. I will stay with Zhaozhao." He understood that since the incident 2 years ago, his aunt was reluctant to let Zhaozhao out of her sight in unfamiliar places, even with the coach and their hired nanny present. However, given the rarity of their visit to a ski resort, it would be a pity for Gnyn not to enjoy herself. Zhaozhao concurred, urging her mother to go out while she followed Shn into the lounge. Inside, the lounge offered hot water, and Zhaozhao eagerly drank a few gulps before sitting at a table to eat. Nearby, a large floor-to-ceiling window revealed a breathtaking expanse of pure white snow, creating a serene atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jiang was thoroughly enjoying himself in a hot spring. It was his first time witnessing such a vivid skiing scene, particularly the moment Yun dashed out, which awakened a rush of excitement within him, igniting his desire to try it himself. He mused that perhaps a similar venue could be established in the capital, allowing them to embrace this winter sport. While he contemplated this, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhaozhao recognized her, her eyes lighting up as she hurriedly retrieved some candy from her pocket and approached the girl she had previously collided with. Shn, perplexed, followed closely behind. Just as they reached the girl, they heard her seething voice, "I truly wish to kill them." Shn was taken aback, instinctively reaching for Zhaozhao's hand. However, Zhaozhao was preoccupied with her candy and did not hear the ominous statement. She pressed on, quickly reaching the girl's side. Shn heart raced with concern as he squinted at the girl, who was fixated on a couple not far away, seemingly engaged in a discussion. The woman was smiling playfully, while the man appeared bemused yet affectionate, giving the impression that they were a couple. "Sister," Zhaozhao called out, standing beside the girl. "Do you remember me?" The citizens of DQ were on edge, having overheard the girl's words. Zhaozhao, that girl may pose a threat. She just mentioned wanting to kill someone. She might have a weapon. The situation felt perilous, and Shn urgently thought to whisk Zhaozhao away. The girl's gaze was quite terrifying moments ago. I sensed that she was not merely speaking idly, but truly harbored intentions of causing harm. The crowd instinctively tightened their hearts, fearful that she might indeed wish ill upon Zhaozhao. However, her expression swiftly shifted as she turned to the suddenly appearing child, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Who are you? We collided while I was skiing earlier. Do you remember me, sister?" At that moment, her mind was in disarray, her vision blurred, not having paid close attention to whom she had encountered, only recalling that the individual was a little girl. Sister, my name is Zhaozhao. This is for you. The girl stared blankly at the lollipop Zhaozhao offered her, puzzled as to why she was being given such a treat. Upon hearing the word mother, a fleeting pain crossed her face. Unconsciously, she accepted the candy from Zhaozhao and popped it into her mouth. A subtle sweetness spread through her mouth, alleviating some of the discomfort in her heart. She looked down at Zhaozhao, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sister, do you feel better now? Thank you, much improved. That's good. Once Zhaozhao had delivered the candy, she intended to bid farewell. However, at that instant, a woman approached from across the way, the very one the girl had been glaring at moments before. Chapter 220. Shnlying's sharp-tongued who had already turned around, hand in hand with Shnlying, who breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Then they heard a delicate voice, Sister, please don't be angry with my brother-in-law. He didn't mean to call you foolish. He simply spoke without thinking. Let us give it another try, shall we? I'm sure you'll learn skiing quickly. We don't need a coach. That would be too expensive. Zhaozhao halted, turning her head curiously to observe the two. She soon noticed that the previously calm young lady now wore a grim expression. Yet the person before her continued speaking, Sister, my brother-in-law actually wants to apologize, but he just can't bring himself to do it. How about I take you over there, so he has a chance to save face? We rarely get to enjoy ourselves. We should be having fun. Sister, you've always taken care of me, so please do this for me. Zhaozhao tilted her head, assessing her with curiosity. As she observed the young lady's expression darkening, she could hear the crunch of the candy being bitten in frustration. It seemed the sister was becoming even more irate. After a moment of contemplation, she withdrew her hand, leaving Shnlying with a helpless expression. Zhaozhao grasped the young lady's hand and inquired, Is she your sister? The young lady felt the warmth radiating from the small hand and paused her vigorous chewing of the candy. She lowered her gaze to Zhaozhao and suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. Yes, she is my sister. Following that, her voice softened. She is my biological sister. Zhaozhao was puzzled. Then why does she speak up for outsiders instead of you? My mother says that family should support one another. That's what it means to have one's elbow turn outward. Just like my uncle, who got hit by my mother. He never supports Aunt PNPN and always tries to please Aunt PNPN's ex-husband. It's infuriating. The young lady looked at Chaochao in astonishment, surprised that she would articulate such sentiments. However, the girl opposite them became displeased. Initially, seeing Zhaozhao prompted a reflexive smile, but upon hearing her scathing remarks, her expression twisted momentarily into a snarl. Little sister, you shouldn't speak carelessly. Taking a deep breath, she retorted, What do you mean by turning one's elbow outward? How have I done that? You claim your sister is foolish. But my mother says one should not belittle their family in front of outsiders. It's you who should feel ashamed. Being lectured by a young girl was unexpected, particularly as her own sister remained silent. Gazing gently, a surge of anger welled up within her. She could not even voice the truth. After learning skiing for over an hour without success, was she not foolish? How could that be? I learned it in just 2 attempts. That's because Zhaozhao is still a child and unaccustomed to debating. She quickly ran out of words. Shnlying could not bear to see his child being bullied. Stepping forward, he spoke before the young lady could interject. You learned it in 2 attempts? I doubt that. With your demeanor, you hardly seem like a beginner. You should have mastered skiing long ago. The young lady raised her head in surprise, glancing at her sister. Zhaozhao, however, appeared enlightened and exclaimed, You're a fraud. You. She glared at the trio before her and stomped her foot. Addressing the young lady, she declared, I was being overly sentimental and meddlesome. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine. Why do you conspire with outsiders to bully me? Have you forgotten I'm your sister? I won't talk to you anymore. With that, she turned and walked away. Zhaozhao looked worriedly at her sister, who remained seated calmly, neither speaking nor chasing after her. Once the girl had distanced herself, she lowered her head and smiled at Zhaozhao. Thank you. No need for thanks. Zhaozhao rummaged in her pocket and pulled out another piece of candy. Here, have another. It will chase away your earlier unhappiness. The softness of the little girl's voice warmed her heart. My name is HSHN. It's a pleasure to meet you, Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao was taken aback. Sister H, I share the surname H as well. What a coincidence. HSHN, surprised, looked at Zhaozhao and felt an instant kinship. She then turned her gaze to Shnlying. Thank you for your help earlier. Shnlying merely nodded. He could surmise the tangled emotions involved. It was likely the Clich D scenario of two women vying for one man, yet absurdly, they were sisters. The younger sister appeared quite pleased. No wonder HSHN had looked at that couple with such contempt earlier, even expressing a desire to harm them. To be betrayed by the two closest individuals was indeed heart-wrenching. Had it been SHN she would have likely brandished a weapon by now, hardly content with mere threats, nor would she tolerate a third-party intruding. Shnlying pondered for a moment, observing that Chaochao was now seated beside him, seemingly intent on engaging in intimate conversation with her newfound sister. With a resigned sigh, he took a seat across from them. However, just as he settled in and took a sip of water, someone kicked the back of his chair. Shnlying sprang to his feet, frowning at the intruder. What is the matter? What is the matter? You claim I can't teach skiing, that my skills are lacking, that I'm useless? The man opposite glared menacingly, fists clenched, as if ready to fight. Beside him stood none other than the younger sister of the furious HSHN. Chaochao quickly stood, asserting, "It wasn't my cousin who said that. It was me." It was clear the man was ignoring her entirely, focusing his ire on Shnlying. "You're just a young man throwing around big words." HSHN, where did you find him? Do you think he is capable of teaching you? Don't be foolish. People like him only deceive women for money with their looks. Shnlying was so incredulous he almost laughed. He dragged his chair aside and stepped forward. Now, standing at a height of 185 meters, he towered over the man, who was half a head shorter. As he closed the distance, an air of intimidation enveloped Shnlying, causing the man to instinctively take a step back and swallow hard. You are the one lacking skills and abilities, merely a loud-mouthed waste of space. You may look decent, yet your crooked features and bad breath are hard to ignore. I can hardly fathom how Miss H manages to tolerate you without slapping you across the face. Please, have some self-awareness. Shouting at me only makes you appear a ridiculous little clown. Now get lost. Chapter 221. Win and get 100. 000 O's eyes widened in shock. So, her cousin was this sharp-tongued, typically quiet and reserved when he spoke. He unleashed a verbal barrage that left the man opposite visibly pale. How are these words spoken? She wishes to learn. Chaochao believes she has acquired the skill, and from now on, she will no longer fear being silenced by others. Under the vast sky, the people of DQ plead, "No, Chaochao, these are not things you should learn. Please do not recite them any further." The crowd is somewhat despondent, especially those who, though unaware of the concept of YNYing, have subconsciously taken on the role of MMFN, feeling utterly heartbroken. Oh, let's merely listen. Such derogatory remarks should be dismissed. Do not learn them, they urge. Zhaozhao, remain calm. Now is not the time. Wait until you grow up and possess the same strength as your mother before you hurl insults. Otherwise, you could be hurt. You are small and easily at a disadvantage. My dear Zhaozhao, I truly misjudged SHNGNG's. I believed him to be a composed and reserved individual, only to discover he wields words like weapons. Yet, some believe his insults are justified, for the man opposite lacks self-awareness, flirting not only with HSHN's sister, but also displaying a lack of discernment, which is indeed off-putting. Unfortunately, the man is thoroughly incensed by Shnlying's words. What did you say? If you have the audacity, repeat those words. Shnlying looks down at him. What, do you wish to strike me? Worthless. He steps forward, causing the man to instinctively retreat, unable to suppress the urge to swallow hard. He desires to retaliate, yet Shnlying's stature intimidates him. Taking action may result in his own detriment, and he understands the wisdom of recognizing the times. However, he cannot endure this humiliation, especially in front of HSHN and her sister. If he backs down, his girlfriend would think less of him, and his mistress would be displeased. In an instant, he glances at Shnlying's attire and formulates a plan. You claim my skills are lacking, that I am incapable? Very well, let us see whose skills truly fall short. Observing Shnlying merely clad in a down jacket, lacking skis, and donning an ordinary wool hat, The man concludes that his opponent does not appear prepared for skiing. In contrast, the child nearby is fully equipped, but clearly a novice. This scenario suggests that the older brother is merely accompanying his sister to learn skiing, which limits his opportunity to engage in play. After weighing his options, the man believes he has found a way to dominate sh in lying. How about this? If you're a man, let us compete. If I win, you shall pay me 10,000 yuan. Sh in lying, irritable, responds, no need for all this nonsense. Let us compete. If you win, I will pay you 100,000, but if I win, you shall pay me the same. 1,000? Do you take me for a fool? 100,000? He scrutinizes sh in lying, doubting his financial capacity. If he had wealth, he would have reserved an entire ski resort by now. His sister whispers to him, he is trying to intimidate you, hoping you will withdraw. Just gamble with him. If he cannot produce 100,000, have his family bring it. However, HSHN feels uneasy and guilty. She should not have allowed their quarrel to escalate. For if Zhaozhao's brother suffers a loss of 100,000 due to her, she would feel deeply remorseful. Just as he prepares to begin writing, a voice suddenly interrupts from behind. Allow me to sign. Everyone turns in unison, surprised to see GNYNS Ing standing there, having arrived unbeknownst to them. SHNLY Ing. This is unacceptable. GNYNS Ing shakes her head at him. With elders present, how can you be expected to pay? Moreover, if you win, I will not be at a loss. She adds quietly, your status does not permit you to engage in such wagers. Should the situation arise, regret will be too late. SHNLY Ing is taken aback. He realizes he has been remiss. He refrains from further comment and nods. I will win. Very well. Proceed with your writing. He produces his identification first. GNYNS Ing has no objections and retrieves her own identification for him to see. It is evident that this family's skiing skills are not particularly impressive, especially considering the young man's age. He could hardly surpass SH in LY Ing in experience. GNYNS Ing reviews the agreement, noting that it explicitly states the payment is due immediately upon the conclusion of the contest, with no option to delay until the following day. No, she declares decisively, signing her name and affixing her thumbprint, preserving her copy. In the storage area, I will retrieve it. He strides forward to grasp HSHN's hand. Come here. Did you consider my feelings when you were being affectionate with HQ? Sister, how can you say that? Brother-in-law cares for me precisely because he values you. Why does it seem to you that our bond is unclear? GNYNS Ing watches their performance with interest. At this point, is there any need for such formalities? Everyone is a rational adult, not blind to the situation. Unfortunately, HSHN is at a disadvantage before these two. GNYNS Ing sighs. She is simply too naive, unable to counter with words or actions. At that moment, Zhaozhao steps forward, firmly grasping HSHN's hand and boldly asserting to the two, do not bully Sister HN, you villains. With her mother present, Zhaozhao's confidence is unshakable. Oh, you little girl. GNYNS Ing glances at them. Why say so much? Let's proceed to the advanced slope. GNYNS Ing regards him with disdain. Are you afraid? Do not tell me your so-called competition will take place on this beginner slope. Certainly not. However, he does intend to compete on the intermediate slope. GNYNS Ing smirks. I have heard that the advanced slope is less crowded. It would be ideal for a competition. Heard? Very well, advanced slope it is. He has skied there before, yet competitions differ from casual skiing, which gives him pause. Since his opponent insists, he will not relent, but he warns in advance. If injuries occur during the competition, do not blame others. Of course, let us proceed. GNYNS Ing leads the way out of the hall. This time, they take the cable car directly to the slope. The ski resort offers a round-trip cable car, allowing ascent and descent. However, to prevent congestion from those merely taking photos on the advanced slope, the descent requires an additional fee. This marks Zhaozhao's first experience on a cable car. Fortunately, it is enclosed, and she curiously presses against the glass. Mom, it is so high. We are walking in the sky. How amazing. What if we fall? The people of DQ are equally astonished. The ideas of the future are indeed peculiar. Not only are there magic carpets to ascend, but such marvelous inventions as the cable car as well. Gazing down from above can be a bit daunting. Unlike airplanes, which obscure the surroundings in clouds, this cable car presents a thrilling view from a height. GNYNSing adds, some cable cars are completely open, with no barriers on any side. That would be terrifying. Zichovich cannot fathom the concept, but after a while in the cable car, her fear dissipates. Miss G.N. I apologize for dragging you into this. No, he is merely my boyfriend. That is fine, just a boyfriend, easily discarded. Unlike marriage, which comes with a 30-day cooling-off period, it is much more troublesome. HSHN asks, are we really discussing this? GNYNS chuckles. Furthermore, how can this be considered a burden? Perhaps you will help me earn 10,000 yuan, which would cover half a year of my salary. Are you wealthy? HSHN shakes her head, then nods. I do have 10,000 yuan, but my savings are just above that. That as well. After all, who knows if she may need to use that money in the future. Jian Yunseng had always found He Sahan's demeanor rather peculiar. However, before she could scrutinize it further, the cable car had arrived, and she had no choice but to accompany Zhaozhao down. Zhaozhao took a few steps forward, lowered her head to glance down, and suddenly became apprehensive. Mom, it's so steep. Are we really going to slide down from here? When she had observed from the cable car, it seemed manageable, but standing atop the snowy peak made her realize how daunting it truly was. Ichihan overheard and couldn't help but roll her eyes, letting out a scoff. What a fuss over nothing. Jian Yunseng then reassured Zhaozhao. It's all right. You must have faith in your brother Leon. After contemplating, Zhaozhao resolved to mask her apprehension, lest it burden her cousin with anxiety. Still, standing there was terrifying. Even on flat ski paths, she felt jittery, dizzy, and her legs wobbled. Thus, Zhaozhao stepped back, refusing to look down any longer. She was not alone in her trepidation. Beneath the vast sky, the citizens of Qi shared similar concerns. Surely, it will be fine. Miss Jin was not one to boast. Since she had not stopped them, it must be within their capabilities. Yet, Jian Yunseng was merely the sister-in-law of young Master Shun. It seemed they did not know him well enough. What did it matter? The He family was affluent. Even if they lost, 100,000 yuan was merely a trifle. Chapter 223. Zhaozhao's astonishment, she lifted her gaze to observe the distant scene and, after a moment of contemplation, tilted her head in confusion. Tugging at Jian Yunseng's sleeve, she pointed curiously toward the slope nearby. Mom, why does that place have an upward ski path? Jian Yunseng followed her finger and smiled, explaining, that's a jump ramp. Zhaozhao gasped, Mom, that person is going to fall. It's so high. Before she could finish her sentence, she watched in awe as the individual spun twice in midair, executed a somersault, and landed gracefully, continuing to glide forward. Oh my goodness. How impressive. So cool. Zhaozhao exclaimed excitedly. Mom, how did that person do that? Can she really spin in the air? Does she practice martial arts? Seeing Zhaozhao nearly leap with enthusiasm, Jian Yunseng couldn't help but chuckle. Whether she practices martial arts, I can't say. However, that person seems to be Chu. The citizens of the Qi were equally astonished by the spectacle. Their spirits ignited. They realized skiing could be so exhilarating, utilizing inertia to perform flips in the air. Despite the heavy-looking skis that secured their feet, they could still leap. That girl had executed her moves with such finesse. It was utterly captivating. Emperor Jingxian narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling that Miss Shun's outfit and hat resembled that. Most visitors had rented their gear from the service hall below, but Shenruochu had brought her own, setting her apart from the majority. Moreover, the design on her ski suit was homemade. She was likely the only one of her kind. Emperor Jingxian felt a twinge of regret. Both siblings possessed unique talents, one with intellect and the other with physical prowess. They would be an asset to the Qi if only they were its subjects. Just then, Shen Liang's figure appeared on the horizon. He descended from the cable car, equipped with his gear, and approached Zhaozhao. Suddenly, he felt a ripple of uncertainty. Zhaozhao, in contrast, grew anxious. There were not many people on the advanced slope. And what if something truly went wrong? While they were embroiled in their thoughts, 3 individuals approached from behind. Zhaozhao, is that really you? The voice was familiar, and Zhaozhao turned around, momentarily stunned. Oh, isn't that the impressive sister who just flipped in the air? The sister then removed her glasses, smiling as she pinched Zhaozhao's cheek. Zhaozhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Chu, it's you. What does that mean, Shenruochu? Zhaozhao glanced at the 2 individuals beside her, who had also removed their glasses. Were they not Fang Kaichin and Lin Qi? Fang Kaichin smirked, I told you. While skiing down, I thought I spotted Zhaozhao and her aunt. Shenruochu rolled her eyes. Yes, you have sharp eyes. But how did you end up on the advanced slope? Zhaozhao, please don't tell me you want to try this. Zhao quickly shook her head. No. We're here to watch Brother Liang's ski competition. Competition? Shen Ruochu was taken aback. That bookworm Shen Liang is actually going to compete in skiing? Am I hearing things? She looked incredulously at Shen Liang, only to notice a few other people nearby. Who were these remarkable women? Familiar to them? A sense of foreboding crept into her mind. However, Shen Liang was unperturbed. Didn't this lady just say he only studies? Physical activity should be no problem, right? He stated firmly, the agreement has been signed. It cannot be changed. Shinruochu pouted, fine, then I'll be the judge. That's unacceptable. Shinruochu grew impatient. Why do you have so many objections? You two know each other, and you'll be the judge? Who knows if you'll be biased? After all, this involves 100,000 yuan, which is no small amount. It was precisely this issue that had led to some friction between him and Shen Liang. Shinruochu laughed. How could I be biased? Isn't it clear who reaches the finish line first? Regardless, that's still not acceptable. He glanced around. It would be best to find a stranger whom no one knows. Yet, there were too few people on the advanced slope. Those who had seemed skilled had already disappeared, likely having skied away. A few individuals nearby appeared to be novices still adjusting to the slope, making them unsuitable as judges. Fang Kaichun became impatient. Why complicate matters? We have action cameras. If you attach them to your helmets, we can see who finishes first. Fang Kaichun eagerly positioned them, glanced at the time, and suddenly waved his hand. Ready, set, go. Chapter 224. Have you forgotten something? The two figures darted forth like arrows, plunging down the steep slope. In mere moments, they had traversed several dozen meters, sending adrenaline soaring. Zhao shouted excitedly, Brother Liang, go, go. Qi Han, seeing this, shouted as well, brother-in-law, you can do it. You will definitely win. Not satisfied, she tugged at Isahan beside her. Sister, you should shout a few words too. This is 100,000 yuan. Do you really want him to lose? Zhaozhao joined in. Sister Huan, please cheer for my brother. Isahan coolly withdrew her hand from her sister's grip, then smiled down at Zhaozhao. All right, Shen Liang, go. Qi Han gritted her teeth in frustration. Sister, you truly show no distinction between inside and outside. The pair, as if ignoring her words, began to shout louder and louder. Shen Liang, you are the best. They competed in volume, as if whoever shouted the loudest would overshadow the other. Not only they, but the citizens of Qi also found themselves caught up in the fervor, cheering for the competition that stirred their spirits, tensing their bodies and capturing everyone's attention. It was not until the competitors disappeared down the slope that he finally relaxed his fingers and laughed. Chaochao, who do you think will win? This old servant knows, but I hope young master Shun emerges victorious. He will win. Emperor Jingxian expressed his confidence. Zhaozhao had shouted herself hoarse, and with the competitors out of sight, she finally took a breath. Yet inexplicably, that chaotic shouting had left her feeling quite exhilarated. She turned to Hisahan. Sister Huan, don't you feel a bit better? The latter paused, feeling a slight breathlessness, as if oxygen was in short supply. Yet her spirits lifted considerably, dispelling the gloom that had accumulated within her heart all day. She found herself gazing blankly at Chaochao, the young girl's face adorned with a smile, her eyes slightly curved, both adorable and endearing, as if the entire weather had turned bright and clear. How wonderful it would be if her sister were Zhaozhao. Oh, all right, let us descend as well. G and Y and S Ing prepared to take Zhaozhao on the cable car down, while SH and Ru CH, F Ing K, ICH, N, and LNQ decided not to join. We will slide down directly. Auntie, we shall meet again shortly. With that, the three plunged down one after the other. Zhaozhao exclaimed, Mom, I wish I could be that amazing too. You will be able to when you grow up. Oof. HQHN passed by the two with a cold chuckle, taking the lead onto the cable car, then turned to HSHN, asking, Sister, I will ask you one last time, do you wish to ride with me? HSHN stepped back, and as the cable car departed, she supported Zhaozhao onto the following one. The cable car finally arrived under her anticipation, but Zhaozhao found herself somewhat disoriented upon disembarking. However, HQHN had already moved ahead, and her destination was undoubtedly the finish line of the competition. Hand in hand with her mother, Zhaozhao promptly followed. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, a figure came running towards them, tumbling to the ground. Zhaozhao, The person raised their head. Sister, please help me up. Zhaozhao then recognized the person on the ground. Yuan, how did you end up here? HQHN, who had been walking ahead, halted, her brows furrowed as she scrutinized them. How come there are two familiar faces again, and they are relatives? Did they come in a group for a vacation? I hope no more will appear. HQHN's expression turned sour. With so many people, if her brother-in-law lost, it would be difficult to hold him accountable. No, she must not think this way. How could her brother-in-law lose? What she should worry about now was if he won, whether those people would refuse to pay the 100,000 yuan, relying on their numbers. Even if there was an agreement, her side was at a disadvantage, and her sister was being two-faced. If the other party played tricks, they would be utterly helpless. The more she thought about it, the worse her expression became. Meanwhile, Zhaozhao had finished recounting the betting matter, while Yuan appeared regretful, dramatically slapping his thigh. Why do I always miss such important events? Alas, the heavens do not favor me. HCHYN gave his head a light tap. Who told you to run off without a word? If you had simply skied a couple of laps, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Skiing a couple of laps? What would be the point of coming to the ski resort then? Yuan grumbled. Though feeling a bit regretful, he concluded, it's fine. Now we can go see the results, right? Let us go. I bet a pack of spicy strips that my cousin will win. Where did you get spicy strips? HZHYN questioned. Yuan could not reveal that when FNKICH and asked them what snacks they desired. He had suggested spicy strips, so he pretended not to hear HCHYN, pulling along. GNYNS exchanged a glance with HZHYN, helplessly following suit. As they passed by HQHN, no one paid her any mind, not even her sister. By the time they reached the finish line of the competition, SHNRUCH and the others had already arrived, standing aside, conversing, their expressions bright and joyful. Well, it seems we need not inquire to know the final outcome. Indeed, upon seeing them, SHNRUCH waved his hand, not waiting for them to approach, and loudly announced, we have won. However, HQHN, upon hearing this, hurriedly approached him, her face filled with panic as she nervously questioned, brother-in-law, did you really lose? Just by a hair. SHNRUCH raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, just by a hair? SHNLYing was clearly toying with him. Had there been a slight distance, he would have slowed down to wait for him. Yet, she refrained from voicing this, lest it provoke him into trying to back out. GNYN nearly laughed. Wait, did you all forget something? How will the 100,000 be divided? FNKICH interjected. What you said implies that transferring the funds requires no effort on your part. What? Are you trying to back out? I'm not. Then go ahead and transfer. As he sought to find excuses to evade responsibility, LNQ's voice cut through coolly. What's the matter? Have you forgotten the password for the transfer after taking a tumble? He turned to look, his gaze passing over GNYNS and SHNRUCH, who were watching like spectators, before finally landing on HSHN. His tone softening. SHN, please help me this once. Lend me 100,000, and I will repay you later. HQHN nodded in agreement. Yes. Sister, don't you have 100,000 in your card? Just lend it to brother-in-law for now. After all, we are family. HSHN was both amused and infuriated. Who is family to him? He made his own bet, and the agreement was signed. Did he consult me? Oh, if he wins, it has nothing to do with me. But if he loses, I have to pay? Dream on. She turned to GNYNS. Miss GN, he has 100,000 in his card, and if that ISNT enough, my sister has some too. Combined, we can still manage to gather the funds. Ultimately, he begrudgingly produced the 100,000, 3,000 of which was borrowed from HQHN. Once GNYNS received the transfer, the others allowed the two to leave. As they walked away, GNYNS cheerfully addressed everyone. Today we have unexpectedly gained fortune. Now, my dear benefactor, how do you propose we handle this money? She turned to SHNLYing. The latter looked at Zhaozhao. What do you think, Zhaozhao? Yuan, eager to make his presence felt, chimed in. We should buy lots and lots of snacks. Yet before he could finish, HZHY pulled him by the collar to the back. Zhaozhao pondered for a moment before suggesting, we should donate it. Is that possible? Everyone was momentarily stunned. SHNRUCH lifted her up in delight. Zhaozhao, you truly are a little angel. I have no objections. Nor do I, agreed. The group nodded in unison. Finding Zhaozhao's idea exceptionally commendable. Even those under the vast sky of DQ expressed admiration. I've thought of several ways to use the money, but I never considered donating it. Zhaozhao truly possesses great vision. That's because she has confidence and the capacity to help others. They wondered if it would infuriate HSHN, but she was undoubtedly astonished, as evidenced by her expression. How could HSHN not be astonished? That was 100,000 yuan. The total amount of her money barely exceeded that. Yet they donated it without a second thought, without a hint of hesitation. Were these people truly so indifferent to money? The others nodded, tidied up, and prepared to head to the service hall. Is it really all right? HSHN shook her head. No. Thank you all today, and thank you, Zhaozhao. I feel so much better. She bid farewell to the group, and Zhaozhao quickly approached her to exchange contact information. Sister, if you're ever unhappy, come find us. We're staying at that hot spring hotel over there. Hot spring hotel? HSHN pondered as she walked. She had seen it online. While this ski resort was not particularly famous, the hotel charged exorbitant fees due to the peak season, making it unaffordable for the average person. No wonder they donated 100,000 yuan without batting an eye. HSHN sighed, glancing at Zhaozhao's contact information on her phone, smiling softly. This number would likely never be used. They belonged to two different worlds. Yet she truly felt exhausted from the day's activities and retired to bed early. Conversely, GNYNS gazed anxiously at the raging snowstorm outside, wondering if the snow would last through the night. The following morning, Zhaozhao was astonished to discover sunlight streaming in. Shinruochu approached her and inquired about her plans for the day. Last night, a fierce snowstorm raged until the early hours, leading to the temporary closure of the ski resort in the morning, with activities unlikely to resume until the afternoon. Zhaozhao pondered for a moment and suggested they enjoy the hot springs at the hotel instead. She nodded excitedly, then seemed to recall something and quickly raised her phone watch, asking, Mom, may I invite Sister Han to join us? She had a falling out with her boyfriend and sister yesterday and surely wouldn't want to go out with them today. Being alone would be too lonely. It's up to you to decide, replied her mother. Chapter 226. Avalanche. Zhaozhao cheerfully dialed Han's number, but it rang for quite a while without an answer. Concern crept in, and she worriedly asked, Mom, do you think something happened to Sister Han? Jian Yunsang exchanged a glance with Shenruochu, reflecting on Han's boyfriend and sister's temperament. After losing a significant amount of money yesterday, they might indeed cause trouble. She encouraged Zhaozhao to try again. However, on the second attempt, Han still did not answer. Undeterred, Zhaozhao tried once more, but the phone continued to ring without response. Just as Jian Yunsang contemplated calling the front desk of the hotel where Han was staying, the call finally connected, revealing Han's somewhat hoarse voice. Hello, Zhaozhao. What is it? Zhaozhao let out a long sigh of relief. Sister Han, are you all right? I've been worried since you didn't answer. I thought your boyfriend and sister might have hurt you. No, I'm fine. That's good to hear. If they bully you, you must tell me. I have several brothers and sisters here who are very just, and I can bring them to help you. Shinruochu chuckled, remarking how Zhaozhao spoke as if she were a formidable figure. Zhaozhao continued, Sister, you must stay strong. My mom says not to waste too much energy on scumbags. It's not worth it. If you encounter bad people, avoid them if you cannot fight back. Han listened to Zhaozhao's innocent words of comfort, feeling a bit dazed. Avoid them? Her fingers unconsciously tightened. Sister, since the ski resort is closed this morning, would you like to come over and have fun with me? We can enjoy the hot springs together. No, the hot springs are quite expensive. But we won 100,000 yesterday. That money has already been donated. Sister, even though it's donated, you still contributed to the good deed. So you absolutely must come and play with us, all right? Han murmured, Good deed? Yes, that's decided then. I'll send someone to pick you up at your hotel, so remember to answer the phone. With that, Zhaozhao hung up. Shinruochu laughed heartily. Zhao, have you learned to be so decisive? What does decisive mean? Shinruochu sat up. It's nothing. All right, I'll arrange for someone to pick her up. After she left, Zhaozhao still felt a bit confused. Mom, why do I feel this isn't a good thing? Before she could finish, she gasped, Mom, my energy level just suddenly increased. Jian Yunsang had grown accustomed to her daughter's energy fluctuations. Is it a buzzing sound? No, it's a very clear and close sound. Increased by 200. Zhaozhao furrowed her brow in confusion. Mom, Is it because we're donating that 100,000? But we haven't donated it yet, have we? Could it be that just making a decision can increase energy levels? That seems excessive. Jian Yunsang's expression subtly shifted. The increase in energy occurred right after Zhaozhao hung up with Hisahan. Thus, it was likely that the 200 increase was related to Hisahan. Did inviting Hisahan to the hotel for the hot springs count as helping her? If Zhaozhao hadn't invited her, would that imply Hisahan would face trouble? Jian Yunsang lowered her gaze, realizing she needed to devise a plan to ensure Hisahan stayed that night or at least persuaded her to change hotels, keeping her far from those two troublesome individuals. Mom, did you think of something? Zhaozhao noticed her mother lost in thought and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Jian Yunsang briefly shared her speculation, causing Zhaozhao to gasp. Are you saying that boyfriend might harm Sister Han? Well, I didn't say it that way. It might not be that serious. More likely, there will be verbal abuse. Jian Yunsang chuckled, appreciating her daughter's alignment with her thoughts. More than half an hour later, Hisahan arrived, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially upon entering the hotel and sensing the overt aura of wealth, which left her feeling out of place. However, Zhaozhao was thrilled. Sister Han, come quickly. I want to show you the beautiful hot spring pool behind our window. Shun Ruochu, who entered shortly after, sighed, expressing her sentiment. It seems my sister is losing her favor. Jian Yunsang playfully nudged her. All right, change your clothes. Zhaozhao can hardly wait. Recalling this, Zhaozhao asked Sister, did you bring a swimsuit? Naturally, Hisahan hadn't brought one, as she only intended to ski and hadn't planned on staying at a hot spring hotel. However, after agreeing to come, she intended to buy a new one, but Shun Ruochu had already prepared one, now tucked in her backpack. Shun Ruochu emerged, ready, only to be met with scornful remarks from the onlookers. Again, how shameless, indecent, and unsightly. Moreover, even if they were from the Qi, who would bathe in hot springs fully covered? Jian Yunsang helped Zhaozhao change and cautioned her, this is your first hot spring experience, so don't rush. Test the temperature with your feet first and only proceed if it feels comfortable. Also, limit your soak to 15 minutes. Zhaozhao listened attentively, nodding earnestly, I will remember. She didn't elaborate further, merely stating she would retrieve her belongings from the room before opening another room. They were unaware of their exact floor. Her sister had called her, but she hadn't answered. As for what happened afterward, she chose not to mention it. However, Jian Yunsang sensed something had occurred that morning. But since Hisahan was reluctant to share, she refrained from probing further. Soon, the group engaged in other conversations. After 10 minutes in the hot spring, Zhaozhao emerged, dressed, and sat beside them to chat. The others also didn't stay long in the water. After relaxing, they joined for refreshments. Shinruochu proposed, there's a game room on the first floor. Let us invite the others. The adults can play cards while the kids enjoy the amusement park. Zhaozhao nodded enthusiastically. Just as they were about to tidy up, there was a knock at the door. It was Shun Leong, who brought astonishing news. A small avalanche had occurred at the side of the ski resort. Chapter 227. My condolences, an avalanche? The four individuals in the room were momentarily stunned. Shinruochu quickly stood, asking, what about casualties? Shun Leong shook his head. It's not clear yet. I just heard someone rush in with the news downstairs. However, the ski resort was closed this morning, and the avalanche occurred at a distance from the resort. So the situation should be manageable. Shinruochu exhaled, slightly relieved, but still said to Jian Yunsang, Auntie, Leong, and I'll go find out more. You all stay here and rest. Go ahead, Jian Yunsang replied. Shinruochu hurriedly left, and the remaining three could no longer remain in the room, opting to head to the lobby instead. Hijian had also brought Yuan along, and the lobby was bustling with people discussing the avalanche, many expressing relief. When I heard the ski resort was temporarily closed this morning, I thought it was an overreaction. We came all this way just to ski, and now we're stuck at the hotel. I never imagined something would actually happen. Last night, blizzard left a thick layer of snow. Closing the ski resort was wise. But how did an avalanche occur? Has the cause been determined? Not so quickly. We don't even know if anyone is in danger. The buzzing conversations transformed the previously relaxed atmosphere into one of tension. Jian Yunsang remained seated, sipping coffee and milk while glancing at her phone. The current pace of information dissemination is remarkably swift. Videos regarding this incident have already surfaced on a certain platform. Someone captured footage of the avalanche, where snow cascaded down the mountain as if a significant portion of the snow-capped peak had collapsed. The videographer was positioned at a distance, only able to capture the broader scene, leaving the fate of any individuals potentially buried beneath the snow uncertain. Zhaozhao, leaning against her mother's leg, sipped a glass of milk and also watched the video, inquiring, "Mom, why did the snow come rushing down?" Jin Yunsang was at a loss, explaining that there are numerous causes for avalanches. This particular one was not very large and might be related to the blizzard from the previous day. The specifics would have to await the results of the investigation. Zhaozhao nodded, seemingly understanding, hoping no one had been harmed. "Good girl," Jin Yunsang said, gently ruffling her hair. Just then, her phone rang. The caller ID revealed it was He Nanzhou. She pressed the answer button, and his urgent voice came through. "I heard there was an avalanche in your area. Are you all right?" Jin Yunsang was surprised he had received the news so quickly. "We are all at the hotel, and Haven Tea ventured out. Rest assured, we are safe." He Nanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. "Stay safe. I saw that it snowed heavily yesterday. It's best to remain indoors until things stabilize." "Okay, I understand." Jin Yunsang handed her phone to Zhaozhao, suggesting she speak with her father for a while. When she looked up, holding her coffee, she inadvertently noticed He Si-han's unusual expression. She was gripping her phone tightly, her demeanor slightly agitated, her body tense as if bracing for something. Jin Yunsang narrowed her eyes, asking what is wrong. Perhaps sensing her gaze, He Si-han looked up, momentarily taken aback. Under Jin Yunsang's scrutinizing eyes, she felt exposed. After a prolonged silence, she quietly said, "I just saw a video where, during the avalanche, a small black that appeared to be buried beneath the snow. The distance was too great to discern any details, but it is highly probable that it was a person." Jin Yunsang furrowed her brow, and He Jian also raised his head in concern. "Skiing? The ski resorts are closed off. Where could they have gone skiing?" He Si-han brushed her hair back and took a deep breath. "They mentioned going to an uninhabited backcountry trail. However," she added uncertainly, "I'm not sure where exactly they went, nor how far it is from the avalanche site. If it's close, they could be in danger." She buried her face in her hands, a bittersweet smile forming as she lamented. "I don't know if I should hope for their safety or dread for them." Jin Yunsang and He Jian exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, Jin Yunsang finally asked, "Have you tried calling them?" "I'm too afraid to." He Si-han felt conflicted, apprehensive about whether the call would connect or not. Yin Yunsang diente petstia shoulder. "Let us wait for news." Chu Chu and the others went out to gather information. "We should know more soon." He Si-han nodded, uncertain of their whereabouts. Noticing the snow melting on their hats and masks, Shen Ruo Chu exhaled, feeling as if she had just returned to life. Jin Yunsang suggested they eat first. They could discuss matters afterward. Shen Ruo Chu, seeing He Si-han, initially wanted to say something urgent, but hesitated and instead focused on her meal. The group was genuinely hungry after their exertions outside, and they devoured their food with great enthusiasm. After a while, Shen Ruo Chu took a sip of water and informed them. We gathered information. During the avalanche, 5 people were caught in the impact, 3 of whom were buried. Have they all been rescued? Shen Ruo Chu sighed and shook her head. One person suffered minor injuries. He was skiing downhill and managed to escape quickly. The snow that covered him wasn't very deep, and his companions dug him out in time. As for the other 2, one was injured in the leg and has been sent to the hospital in a coma, while the other was buried for too long and suffocated before being found. At this point, she glanced at He Si-han, while Shen Liang, Fang Kai-chun, and Lin Qi also looked her way. Chapter 228. The police come knocking. He Si-han suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "My sister. Is she dead?" Shen Ruo Chu nodded. "The body has been removed. The police may call you later to identify her." Shen Ruo Chu was unsure of He Si-han's feelings toward her sister, who had become the mistress of her former boyfriend and had constantly undermined her. If she were in He Si-han's position, she would be incapable of feeling sorrow for someone who had caused her such pain. Yet, she couldn't decipher He Si-han's true thoughts. She had heard from Lu Yang that He Si-han had looked at the couple with cold disdain, even expressing a desire to harm them. However, now that her sister was truly in trouble, could she maintain her composure? He Si-han began to leave, and Shen Ruo Chu quickly followed, grabbing a date from the table and popping it into her mouth. "Wait, I'll go with you. You don't know the way." Without a word, He Si-han continued onward, their figures gradually disappearing through the door. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, barely audible sighs escaping them. Just then, Zhaozhao tugged at Jin Yunsang's arm, whispering, "Mom, my energy level just surged by 350. Another 350? Jin Yunsang was genuinely puzzled. From Zhaozhao's explanation, the tone was distinctly clear. This surge must be attributed to Zhaozhao's own good deeds. But in recent days, the only person she had assisted was He Si-han, and she had already gained 200 previously. What could account for this additional 350? The people of the Qi were equally perplexed. The earlier increase of 200 had a traceable origin, but now Zhaozhao hadn't done anything at all. Could this be related to the charitable foundation? No, don't you understand? Each time Zhaozhao's energy level rises, the alert sound is different. If it originated from Artichi, the sound would be a distant buzzing. If it were from the charitable foundation, although clearer, the sound would be faint. Only when Zhaozhao participates in a good deed does the alert sound resonate clearly and loudly. What she has now is quite distinct. It seems we must wait for Shan to power on. Speaking of which, if Zhaozhao's energy level nears 10,000, will Shan awaken? With the recent 350 added, she was nearing 9,800. So close. The Emperor Jing Xian, equally astonished and excited, stood up abruptly, gazing at the ministers below. We need just 250 more to reach 10,000 energy points. Who can devise a way to raise this amount? If we reach 10,000, a Shan can awaken. Quickly, does anyone have a solution? The ministers could hardly contain their embarrassment. Your Majesty, no one has claimed that reaching 10,000 energy points will guarantee a Shan's awakening. It is merely speculation. Yet, Emperor Jing Xian was undeterred. The possibility of a Shan awakening was tantalizingly close, and he felt a sense of urgency. Liang Wei felt quite innocent in this situation. In a time when information travels slowly, it was already commendable to have gathered 30 eligible infants so promptly. If the news were any further away, even with knowledge of it, the time and energy required to arrive would be significant. Furthermore, since the establishment of the charitable orphanage in Shanglu village, attention had surged, causing the original official orphanage in Huaiping County to become anxious and even approach the government for funding to refurbish their facilities. The government had already allocated a budget for such expenses, and the official orphanage and the Chaoyang orphanage in Shanglu village were distinct entities, each with different funding sources and management. The government had no intention of shutting down the original orphanage. Thus, funds continued to be allocated, and with newfound resources, the Huaiping County Orphanage commenced its work energetically, resulting in an increase in the number of infants and toddlers. Gao Hong Fei held a favorable impression of this orphanage. Aside from some minor issues in management, the character of the administrators was largely commendable. Thus, the Siyuan in the county town received infants and toddlers before the Siyuan in Shangliu village, and he did not voice any objections. This explains why the number of children at the Triyang Siyuan has ceased to rise. The two institutions are not far apart, offering the children various options, coupled with the geographical advantage of the county town's Siyuan. Consequently, the Chaoyang Siyuan has remained quite tranquil of late. Emperor Jing Xian, however, felt a sense of impatience. He turned to the Minister of Rites and inquired about the other Siyuans. When will they be completed? Your Majesty, the remaining Chaoyang Siyuans have gradually commenced construction, and I believe it will not be long before we see tangible progress. Do not attempt to placate me with such vague statements. The Minister of Rites began to perspire. Your Majesty, could you please be more specific? Have several walls been demolished? Or a few bricks been laid? How could he possibly know? Emperor Jing Xian paused, and others instinctively raised their heads to gaze at the sky, where the figures of Shen Ruochu and He Si-han reappeared. Not only were they astonished, but the individuals in the hotel lobby, including Jian Yunsang, also rose to their feet, particularly when they noticed the police accompanying the two. Jian Yunsang immediately approached and asked, "What has happened?" The police stated that they had a few questions for He Si-han. Shen Ruochu, feeling helpless, suggested, "Let's find a quiet place to sit down and speak. It is certainly inappropriate to discuss matters in the lobby, where people are constantly passing by, and many curious onlookers have begun to gather." Jian Yunsang felt puzzled. The police were seeking He Si-han. Were they not supposed to have her, as her sister, identify a body? Why were they instead asking questions? Nevertheless, she led them further inside, explaining as they walked, "Our room is in the courtyard at the back. We can discuss any issues there quietly." The two police officers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The hotel manager, who had intended to approach, refrained from saying anything further. They proceeded to the room occupied by Shen Leong, which was spacious and impeccably tidy, though lacking a small private hot spring. Fang Kaichen and Lin Qi did not enter. While He Yuan had taken the lively Yuan away, he had initially wanted to take Zhaozhao to the amusement park. But the little one was clinging tightly to her mother, forcing him to abandon the idea. Thus, only Jian Yunseng, Zhaozhao, Shen Ruochu, Shen Liang, and He Sahan, who was to be questioned, remained in the room.